Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a...
Was that playing for you?
Say what?
Was that commercial playing for you?
Yeah.
Right.
You said, dang.
My computer was running slow.
You funny.
What up, y'all? We're gonna bring that.
Oh, we live, huh?
Yeah, we live.
Okay.
So it ain't no mess.
Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody out there. How y'all feeling today? Hold on, I'm still sharing this over here.
Well, go ahead, because you know we still got to let them know what it is. Come on in, man.
Morning light still shining through. Another day unfolding new. Take the rhythm of the morning as you go through the fast lanes and the highs and lows. Lot of noise in the world outside, but keep your balance while the tides all rise. Coffee cups and conversations fade, but the thoughts we shared are meant to stay. Every headline got another side, so move with wisdom as the hours fly. Take your peace where you can find it. Don't let the chaos come define it. Breathe deep, stay grounded. Keep your eyes open wide. Morning coffee with the homie O.L.E.E. Starting the day with clarity. Stay thoughtful, stay kind. Keep that fire inside your mind. Morning coffee with the homie O.L.E.E. We'll meet again with the sunrise scene. Till tomorrow, move wisely and let the day unfold softly. From Oklahoma roads to Ohio lights, everybody searching for a clearer sight. Different voices, different ways, still trying to make sense of these modern days. Some people rush, some people slow, some people still got healing to grow. But every morning brings a chance to think a little deeper while we still can. No fear, no panic, no drowning in the noise. Just one more morning, one more choice. Morning coffee with the homie O.L.E.E. Take a little calm with your reality. Stay grounded, stay true. Let the day make room for you. Morning coffee with the homie O.L.E.E. We'll see you when the dawn breaks free. Till tomorrow, stay bright and keep your coffee warm tonight.
Yeah, yeah, man. You know what it is. It's another day in the morning. You know who it is. O.L.E.E and the homeboy A1. A1, how you doing today? Shout out to the Titans Debate League and all of my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Watch out for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. They'll get you every time, right there by the ankles. What you got going
Funny.
this morning, man?
Chilling, man. Chilling. How you feeling today?
Oh man,
Peace to
feeling
everybody out there. We here with Oli Morning Coffee, in my opinion. Uh, yeah, we got some stuff to talk about, man. Last week was a fun week. I'm talking like it's not already Wednesday. Oh man, this one's flying by as well.
man
Sheesh,
already.
it's not Monday no more. That's good though. That's good though. Yeah. So what you want to touch on today?
Shoot, man, just going back through the week, kind of going through some things that we touched on, some of the shows that we had. You know, we always have our different shows besides the debate league.
You missed me going in on Omar and them that day, but you told me that
Yeah,
y'all were going back and forth. So maybe we can cover some of that because I can catch you up because I was beating them boys up before you got to them.
yeah, man. Whatever you did to them
Uh-huh.
when I came in, I didn't know that had went on, so we might have to rewatch it. I don't know what was going on, but I know I started having some real life questions that I wanted to ask a Hebrew Israelite because they they're on a movement to bring people together.
Hmm.
They say I might be that people, and so when somebody tell me that, then I have to go do my investigations and see if I am really one of those people. If somebody just trying to pull the wool over my eyes, and they got good points that they touched on, and it ended a way that really all discourse should end with people asking questions and somebody making an offer. And so I had to kind of answer what Omar was talking about, but maybe we can get into it so I can see what you did. Because I remember Mensa Herc's is science racist.
Yes, that's where it all started from, for real.
Right.
Which was a fire conversation all night. If you missed that podcast out, Mansa Hurt definitely put out an amazing presentation. Definitely set the bar high, whether you agree with this information or not. He brought out some sources that people haven't seen, and talked about a real controversial topic that you know the debate has been real hectic on both sides. Uh, Definitely came with some new source material and a new angle that I had never seen before. He put his mathematician thing on it, and we're gonna get to some of that. We're gonna look at some of the claims from some of the authors that he made. I'm doing a healthy refutation on it. Can you throw that on the screen for me, Ollie?
Oh yeah.
That flyer so they can see what's coming this Friday.
You did tell him that you was gonna talk to him about that.
Yeah, we got some talking to do, brother. I'm gonna do all the talking on this one. I didn't interrupt him when he did his. You can leave that up there for about 60 seconds so I can go ahead and give it a commercial. This Friday, only here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League, or vice versa, whichever you want to say. A1 refutes Mansa Hercules' claim that science is racist. Friday, 8 p.m. Be there, be square, be sharp. We'll be there, cammed up. You feel me? Appreciate you. Round of applause that one time. I got you. I just got to scoot up to my desk to use the sound effects, and then I put my chest right in the camera. But yeah, I might have to go back to the wireless mouse.
Yeah, man. Let's give a round of applause for that because that's gonna be good, and I know it's gonna be good because Mensa um, had a topic that it was so interesting to me because, like I said, the way that I do research and studies, when I find something that I might think is incoherent enough to to land on that point, I'll stop. And so people bring things up like he was bringing, like you said, he brought a lot of sources, a lot of people that you can read and get their interpretation. And then it does exactly what a discourse should do. It gets people to asking questions. And so somebody want to hear other points of view. And you are the exact
You
other
know,
point of view.
yeah, I was gonna say a lot of times I'm that other point of view in the room. And call me the black sheep. I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? It could be 1,000 people going against me if something goes against what my moral compass or my integrity. Like I'm not rocking with it. I don't care. Like I can't be bought, um, persuaded, coerced, manipulated. It's not happening, man. Especially not on none of these topics. So
Definitely. We got
let me turn this off for 1 second.
Caesar trying to come on. This ain't a opening. Let me post this in the chat. We got Darius Caesar. I think that's Caesar. Say what up though. What up, Caesar?
What up, Caesar? How you feeling?
So let's go. He said before we see if you want to put that in there. Caesar might want to come up and has a few little things to say, but what I wanted to do is if I can find this video where you started. Um, I believe it was you, GDN Capone, and yeah, there it is. It was you, GDN Capone, and
I'm listening.
I can't even think of his name right now. Who I'm Omar.
Mm.
Shout out Omar. I don't know how I forgot
Them
your
two
name.
was my punching bag for the night, man.
You ended up.
Yeah,
That's right. You
I'm gonna
did
say
say
GDN was a. No, I don't
speed
know.
bag. Who was the speed bag
No,
and
the
who was the
speed
punching
bag
bag?
was GDN Capone. The heavy bag was Omar because I say it was frustrating for him to hear my point. I know he understands what I'm saying, but for him to spin around and reassert his point as if it made any sense. And then it was difficult dealing with him because I feel like he was omitting certain things from what we were talking about. Like he kept wanting to read it and forget the pretense that the women were captives when he spun around to give his rebuttal to say it doesn't say whether it's willing or not. Like once they're captives, there is no willingness to do it. That's all over with. It's done. Um, so yeah,
Yeah, that's
you know.
I want to watch some of that, man. If you don't mind, can I pull some of that up?
And even if it's not SA to say the least, it's definitely proof of a God whose moral compass was off because he still gave rules for it instead of actually saying just don't do this. So
And those are the rules that are in discourse today, right? Like that was the whole disagreement between that's a big disagreement between people about what a God should and ought, could and would do. Um,
hmm
and there comes a time for me when the thing that they call special pleading, because you can special plead in several different ways for different things. And to answer questions when you present them to some of the views, um, you really have to deal with these questions. And when it's talking about life and death or happiness and um, turmoil, retribution, justice, captivity, slavery, when all of these things are put into context of what you're talking about, there comes a time when your reasoning has to be better than just saying, well, it's God and God can be that. That form of God is uninteresting to me.
Mm-hmm.
It answers nothing. And so the discourse continues, but I think I found that video. I'm gonna pull it up where you started that night. Now the night started, like I said, it started with Mansa Hurt and Mansa Hurt. You know, his view was from he comes from an Afrocentric or um, I don't even know how to say it, unwesternized view, but it gets the mind thinking and gets people asking questions. And you know, you end up different places once the questions start coming. We did end up in Mesopotamia, I guess, because we with the Hebrew Israelites. And yeah, this
Mm-hmm.
jumped off with you and them first.
Once
Let's.
again, yeah, we did. I was, it was me. I was just hosting, man. And as you see, I got left the lonely non-Hebrew, non-believer.
Oh, they both. Oh, it's two of them up there with
Yeah,
you.
they
They try.
probably
They
thought they
try to
was
jump.
about to get me. They ain't know I had done work for both of them. You feel me?
Let me
I
see,
got
because
done.
I can't lie.
Yeah,
I had stepped away my computer,
I
away
started
from my
off.
computer.
Oh yeah, good.
I had stepped away from my computer at this time, so I wouldn't. It got a little bit too uncomfortable for me. But let me see what they have for you, man.
But back to you, gentlemen.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's well, the brother ain't here anymore, so I don't even want to talk about that like that. But you mentioned the slavery in the Bible. We can discuss that.
And just tell me if you ready to, if you want to stop and touch on some more of the points. Of course, that's you
Yeah,
will.
just
What
keep
you
us
can
over
say.
here so everybody can
All
know
right, bet.
it
For a
ain't a rerun
second,
or nothing.
Oh, got you, got you.
because when you was talking about the double standard, and he was talking about um, was they given land? The captives in the Bible, they was treated like one of according to the law. It says, according to the Torah, it says, those that sojourn with you should be treated as one as he was born in the land, or something like that, like a brother, basically. Um, and these are the laws that they got before they even went to before it even gets to the slavery part. Like when you go into like the where they get the law in Exodus. So when you get to like the book of Joshua, it says the inhabitants of, I think it was in Shechem or Jericho. They was like they made them be drawers of wood, drawers of water, and hewers of wood, right? And that was in the law. That's what they supposed to do in the law when they come into another land. When I say law, I mean the Torah. And once they do that, after 7 years, according to the
Question for you, if you know, A1, does GDN go only by the Torah?
I don't even know what kind of Hebrew Israelite he is, honestly. I never asked him.
GDN, if you watching, are you strictly by the Torah? From what you said, I was just wondering. It ain't no big deal or nothing. If I was just wondering if you go strictly by the Torah, or do you identify the Torah within whatever manuscript you use? Let me get back to this so we won't get off topic. That was just a thought I was wondering.
law,
The
they have to
champ
let
is
them go
here.
free. And once you let them go free, I don't know if it's once they let them go free, or if it's another law where it talks about if when the Passover comes, they are to be treated as one of as an Israelite. They are to be treated as one that's born in the land amongst their brethren. So but that's what I'm saying. Like they was given those perks too. You know, we even have
Those are for Hebrew slaves. Are you talking about to be set free after 7 years?
Yeah, the Jubilee.
Yeah, that wasn't for slaves of other nations. They had different rules and laws for those slaves. So, why you laughing? Did I make something up? What was funny?
So the Hebrew slave.
Hey, I'm a fool, man. Why I press him like that?
Without even trying. It's like you told him something that he had just come to, like when you said it, that's when he came to grips.
But you just got a bell sitting next to your laptop?
Did you hear a bell? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I just heard a bell. Okay, yeah. You do just got a bell sitting next to your laptop. You wild for that. I did.
It's like that's what happened, man. It's like it just, when you said it, he laughed because it was like a light clicked on.
Shalom, my brother Gideon. Shalom, Asiatic 777. How y'all feeling today? Rise and shine.
Who is that?
Rise and shine. There is Nugent. Peace to y'all, man.
Caesar to the stage. What up, Caesar?
They said I never cam up. I said I'll never turn it off again.
What up with you and A1 this morning, man? Who lying today?
We got GDN Component Omar lying today.
Not neither one of you guys. I'm talking about. I got somebody specifically that I want to pick out, boy, because he is something else. I'm just real quick and man, let y'all just coming through. Roy Chess. Oh my God. Oh my God. What do he be doing, man? I mean, and you gotta let people, it's good that we got people on there, but if he wanna just always step up and get punched out, he needs to quit.
Man, bad. And no, look, every gym needs a good punching bag.
Oh,
that's why I don't let nobody come over here and tell me it's a pseudo this, it's a pseudo that.
No.
Like look, and you can't deal with some of the best of these pseudos. They're, so
yeah, no, I think
and I was saying Roy Chess is his own mind at the end of the day. No, I agree with you though. I think he's freaking crazy. But he's his own mind. And at the end of the day, one thing I'll say, he's a good sparring partner, man.
No. Yeah.
Because after you can deal with him with good decorum and just deal with him, oh yeah, he gonna make sure you know your argument.
Exactly. He gonna make sure you know your argument.
He gonna play crazy about 10 different ways, 20 different times.
Man, he gonna tell you, man, it ain't 3. It ain't no one type of whoop. It's 8. Which one you talking about? Which one? The one that
nothing is real to him. It's like, according to him, I guess this is all fake. We can't prove anything, I should say.
And I agree with
talking
Mansa,
right now.
And I agree with Mansa and you so far as on his race, is science racist. It's the way that people ask that question. People try to get so intellectual, they try to ask something in a different way when you got to be specific on how you ask, because it depends on what you're talking about in the context you're talking about, if science is racist or not.
That's what you was talking about the other day when you said some people be having conversations and then a person will come in and still be on the conversation but be trying to change it.
Yeah, because if you're talking about like science and stuff, you say it's science racist. No, it's not. Not science, the method and observing. We know that ain't racist, but we know that a colonial period came. We know that the European started putting it, and they get more funding right now. They get more of their points of view get put out, and even though some of that stuff got discredited, those institutions still stayed live and intact, and they still study that stuff behind and don't put it out there like that. So when you get to talking about racism, we talking about how many black scientists get funding, how many people's points of view get put out, whose books get published. I'm just saying. I'm going to land that big old 757, 67, whatever it was.
Good shit, Caesar. Good shit. Good shit. Rise and shine, Smash and Nido. How you feeling today, man?
Yo, what up, Smash?
I'm too far back. I gotta scoot up.
That's what Mansa was talking about. Some people just be so smart and intelligent and intellectual with their words. Like, they can go over people's head like he was saying. Not to say that's a bad thing just on that subject, because I understood what he was talking about.
I like this question.
Somebody talking about your president.
Yeah, somebody talk about your president, Mr. Caesar.
Who talking about my president?
They said, what about Trump using hard weapons?
What about Trump? Hey, man, we got to keep our president safe, man. They trying to kill him. We got to keep our president safe. We got to keep President Trump safe, man.
Tell us about that, Caesar.
Man, we got to keep him safe, man. They coming at him from all types of angles, and we got to respect the ranking. And we ain't saying that we agree with everything he say, none of that, but he's still the president, so we got to respect the seat. Man, we got to keep our president safe. They trying to kill him. They done shot his ear off, and it came back put together magically. I'm just saying, man.
No. You got something? I'll give you about 15 minutes right now to speak on that. Can you? You got something you can tell us a little, because I want to know, like, and I agree with you, especially about the seat, but I guess I've never looked at it like that.
No, I'm just saying it's like in-house shit. He's still the president of the United States. Like, I don't care if Venezuela is going against Trump. I'm with Trump, but like I don't agree with his. But the United States and just to see the president, no, I don't think he's a good president or none of that. Y'all know how I'm an FBA. I'm gonna just say it like that. But at the same time, it's like me and you. Me and you, O.L.E., A1 say we all brothers, but we talking about each other. I'm talking about, because we brothers. So when we by ourselves, we going in. You don't be doing this. You did that. Man, you ain't supposed to take that and go outside the house and get to talking that, bro. Some things ain't meant for the internet, and some things ain't meant to get put out there like that.
I think I was talking to you on the back end. Didn't you have something
lined up
that you could tell us?
We got to keep our president safe. Keep Trump safe. Movement 2028.
Hey, Caesar.
You started to keep Trump safe movement.
Caesar, can you hear me? Don't you got something ready that you wanted to present? I'd like a little on that 10. Where it's at, man? Give it to us.
Yes, sir, I do, really. Let me see what I got
together, because I want to know. Yeah, man, tell us. You have to tell them why they need to keep their president safe.
Keep Trump safe movement. Wow.
Keep Trump safe.
Y'all came up with one.
Why he getting that together? What's today? Wednesday.
You said he's got a presentation on this.
I think, or he has some nice little old words.
Salute to the Caesar, man. I want to see this. This is gonna be good today, man. Morning coffee with your special guest, me, A1, the host. I usually don't pop up for the morning coffees, but O.L.E. said he wanted to have me and talk about this Omar situation, man.
Yeah, man.
We got to talk about the Omar situation. We're gonna get into that in a second.
We're gonna get into that, but we're talking about something today, right now. Why should we keep president? Why we need to keep President Caesar say, for y'all who don't respect America, he was to tell you why. Let's go. Let me see. Do I need to? If you got anything you need to share, Caesar, you just gonna go off your home. But remember, while he getting that together, what we do on Mondays, I have my Know the Lead show on Tuesdays.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, man. Humble did a show last night. Metaphysical is not the same as supernatural. And so if you'd missed that, make sure you go back and watch that on the Titans.
I was in the comments. It was a fire show, man. To say the least, man. Fire show.
And then that happens on Tuesdays. And let me see, the Caesar coming back. Yeah, Caesar is back in here. But we got to make sure y'all know what's coming tomorrow. Today is Wednesday. And, well, I got to let y'all know Wednesday is open. So since Wednesday is open.
Amazing news. At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess building.
Yeah, we're looking for people to help us with these Wednesdays, man. We got Caesar about to do us something. But before Caesar get in there, let me show y'all what y'all got coming tomorrow.
History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives. It's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Man, you know what it is. Every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, we got some shows for y'all. And Wednesday is what we're looking for. Caesar in the building. He got something for us this morning.
I don't want to. I hate to. You know what I'm saying. To people, but I want to kind of get my stuff like planned. I don't want to like really come out and like present nothing in my first time out, and I ain't all the way swinging because I'm one of them type of guys. But I do want to get on here and interact about something real quick. I want to talk about when Roy Chess was talking about logic, you know, and he was saying something about mathematical logic and philosophical logic. And he said something about mathematical. I don't know if I'm saying it. He said mathematical logic didn't have nothing to do with math, but everything that you look up the definitions of mathematical logic and even the sub variations of it, all of the definitions have something to do with mathematics. And then philosophical logic is different than mathematical logic, but he was saying it wasn't. What y'all think about that?
Man, I ain't gonna even lie. I don't have any opinion on Roy Chess because Roy Chess is in a cognitive dissonance that I can't touch on exactly where it's coming from.
How do you feel about the Keep Trump Safe movement? Do we need to keep Trump safe? Do you think we
Uh,
need to keep our president safe? Do you think I'm just saying we need to keep? I think Trump got dementia or something, man. They know he got mental health, so that means we trying to even keep him safe from the people that's inside. I mean, you see how Trump is acting?
yeah, I see. I've seen some some uh some pointers to his health might be declining, his mental stability might be declining, and there's no might to it. I'm sure that Donald Trump's mental health is declining. We know that just happens, and due to history and how the people around the person that's in the most power still vie for power because they know that person won't be in power forever. Um, use those things to step up, and so who knows? Pete Hegseth might be your next president, but
So when they
right
were
now we got to.
saying America first, I take it like Trump was saying, I'm finna get at America first. I'm finna loot the treasury. I'm finna do this. I'm finna take funding from this. I'm finna take funding from that. See, people was thinking that he was talking about America first, like we gonna put America first at the first. No, he was finna attack America first.
Babylon Don stepped up where he left out. He might have couldn't hear. Babylon Don, what up? We had you on the stages. Um, if you had wanted to say something, I don't know why you dropped off. You probably couldn't hear. We know had be. He said, "Oh shit, here we go." Trump is destroying laws. He has 32 felonies. Asiatic be having some comments in the comments, but he don't never come up and or they. I don't know if it's a he or a she, but that person never comes up and let us hear their exact voice on what their reasoning. You can't get your reasoning out all the time in the chat. But Asiatic, shout out to you because you always here supporting, and we appreciate it. There goes Babylon back up in here. Let's get him up here, see what he have to say. Oh shit! We must have touched him at the same time. Babylon,
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
how you
Hey,
doing today?
I'm chilling, bro. I'm up here. Just came up here just because y'all started talking about the conversation last night. Peace, A1.
What's up with
Y'all
you? How you feeling, man?
chilling, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good today, man. Thanks for asking.
Hey, I just came up here, A1, to cause Caesar came on here and he mentioned the conversation between World Chess. That was a great show that brother Humble and you put on last night, but it was wild.
It was though.
It was some wild statements made, especially by Roy Chess. Like the brother said, Roy Chess said mathematical logic has nothing to do with math. He even said it has nothing to do with arithmetic. He said logic has nothing to do with arithmetic. I was just like, is he
Man, he
going off
tripping.
the handle? Yeah. So, but my main point is, Caesar, that one, bro, I want to talk to you about the FBA thing. I would love to talk to you about the FBA thing and about delineation and all that stuff. Um,
Yes.
on the thing about Roy Chess, um, when Roy Chess was talking though, man, I want to point out the fact that it's something called logicism. Anybody can look it up. Logicism. It's people called a logician, and one of them named is Gottlieb Frege, and another one named is Bertrand Russell, and another one name is Alfred Whitehead. Now, Russell and Whitehead wrote a book called Principia Mathematica. In this book called Principia Mathematica, they tried to reduce arithmetic down to pure logic. I'm going to say it again. In this book, they tried to reduce arithmetic down to pure logic. Now, some people make the mistake and say they tried to do math. They didn't try to do mathematics because they didn't include geometry. They knew they couldn't reduce geometry down to logic. So that's the first flaw of Roy Chess' mistake. Geometry is not reducible to logic. Yet geometry is nothing but math. Okay? So now, an arithmetic is what they tried to reduce to logic, and they found out that they could not do it. That arithmetic is actually bigger than logic. It's more arithmetic that can be done than there is logic. Logic is a subset actually of arithmetic. Geometry and arithmetic is foundational. Logic is something we use as human beings in order to solve problems. And I'll stop right there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I agree with you on that too.
Caesar, you want to Babylon and Caesar, man? We're gonna have to get together on the back end and find out when we can schedule something where we can just have an FBA episode and talk about that.
Well, it
because
ain't gotta be FBA. It just gotta be about Black people in America. Because the way I look at it, if you are a real Black American and you trace your roots back, and you know who we talking about when we say Black Americans, we know who we talking about. I feel like I can't tell them what to call themselves. I call myself foundational Black American because to me, it just defines more and they can understand in the future who we talking about instead of African American, Native, it seems like I don't have to have no argument when I say that. You feel what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm not telling no other real Black person from America who's descendant of the slaves too that you is the FBA. If he say he ain't the FBA, he ain't the FBA.
Yeah,
but I think okay. Go. I'm sorry, Oli.
No, go ahead, Babylon.
Okay, I'm just building Oli since y'all said y'all want to hear a little bit about it. Well, Caesar. Well, like when you say like whoever you talking about, African Americans, cause y'all got so many names these days. ADOS, African descendants of slaves, Abos, Aboriginal.
You ain't no Black American.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No,
and then you can question.
sorry about that.
Wait, remember you asked me that last time and I said yes?
Okay.
I got a good memory, bro. You asked me that already. I said yes. I was clear. And I'm saying yes again. Clear.
No, I'm saying because the way you were talking, you was like, y'all got so many, that means like you ain't with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a part of a group. Wait, hold up. That's the point. That's exactly what I want to talk to you about.
I'm saying the lineage. I said the wrong word. Language means something. I thought you weren't part of the lineage.
No. See, no, I'm not I mean, see, it's hard for me to say no because I just feel like y'all confused and y'all still my brothers and sisters, and I'm still a part of y'all lineage and y'all still a part of mine. But that's personal. So not to go on and try to get in y'all way and try to define y'all when y'all already making a delineation between us and y'all. When I say us and y'all, I'm admitting that I'm a Black American. I'm admitting that I'm a foundational Black American. I'm admitting that I started that organization. Where you think Tyreek get that name from? Don't tell me you think he got it from Claude Anderson, because Claude Anderson never said that.
Claude Anderson said that he was native Black, but Claude Anderson's, you know what I'm saying, his words and the way that he was saying what he was saying is what the foundation of Black Americans built their stuff off of. And we can go through countless, and Claude Anderson ain't just no regular person. We can go back from the 70s. He wrote the stuff that the FBAs are talking about, they get it from Claude Anderson. Like the whole.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I studied Dr. Claude Anderson like extensively. And I'm saying that what the FBA teach is not what Dr. Claude Anderson teach at all, none whatsoever.
It depends on what area you was. Like I said, I can't really argue because, like I said, everybody come at it different, bro. Like you ain't gonna hear me get on here and talk bad about Africans, Caribbean, and I'm still a real FBA. I'm gonna just rep mine. So when people get to putting everybody in a pot, when they know that it's different people, even in your family that's different than you, I kind of take that kind of like, because you ain't never really heard my outlook on FBA. You ain't heard me like my whole like outlook on FBA, but you thinking that I think like Tyreek and all them, because they real FBAs. I can't say they ain't. But me and my brothers,
No, that's
even my
exactly
cousins, we don't, none of us think
that's
alike.
exactly where you wrong at. I don't think you like Tyreek them. I don't know you like that, and that's exactly why I wanted to have the conversation. You jump into conclusions and you projecting upon me as being different or trying to find some differences when you and I are supposed to just be having a conversation. Cause I'm telling you, I'm cool with the word FBA, but I do got some corrections to make. And when I was telling you that y'all didn't get it from Claude Anderson, I was saying that Tariq Nasheed stole that from me. Let me finish. Including the museum idea. He stole that from me.
Yeah,
So I was just saying that he copycatted that. So I want to
right.
let you know that. And now,
Oh
as
yeah.
far as FBA and the delineation, I want to talk about the delineation, but I don't want to argue about it because there's nothing to argue with me about. I'm neutral.
No,
I
no,
don't
no, no.
care.
You right, bro. Hey, we can have a discussion, bro, without arguing on everything. We can have
Yeah,
a
I don't
discussion
want
without
to argue
arguing,
with
bro.
you, bro. We cooler than
No,
that because it's
I ain't
just
trying to
like
argue.
talk.
I just be giving my point of view, bro. I don't even look at it like you arguing. You just telling me like how you thinking, and I'm just trying to give you my other angle to kind of feel like where I'm coming from if we was. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's all.
because,
Like I ain't
okay.
arguing with you and saying you
So
wrong
then
either.
let's start with this question then. Can I start with this question? I
Yes,
want
sir.
to know what does, what does, well, let's start with this. What does foundational mean in the word foundational Black Americans? What does the word foundational mean? What does it define?
Fine. Well, to me, I defined it when I took it because I didn't hear FBA and just be like, oh, let me take that. I'm saying how I took from it when I, first heard about FBA and people move on it. Foundational Black Americans, I feel like we say that because we're foundational to building this country that they call America right now. That's what I think about foundational. Might be wrong. That's how I took it.
Now, when you just think about the word foundational, Caesar, what does just the word foundational mean to you?
Foundational. They the founders. But it's like they the founders of the movement that Black people are right now, who we are right now. We describing ourselves like that because our people was the founders and helped build this country, fought in the Revolutionary War, fought in World War One, fought in World War Two, Buffalo Soldiers, Tuskegee Airmen, just all up through
So,
history.
so, so when you hear foundational, you saying that
They the
with
foundational Black
yeah,
people that was here.
the components of building something, we had something to do with that. We
Yes,
at the
yes, yes,
bottom of it. We
foundation.
went
Yeah,
building
the
upwards
founding
and
of it.
building our government all the way to what it is now.
And I,
Even though
and
we
I
might
just
have
think
been
it And I just think it helps us, show the difference of like who we are. You know what I'm saying? In America, just because we're trying to say who we are, people act like we trying to like, oh, so y'all don't like Africans and y'all don't like this and all that. No, I love Africans for real. I'm just saying, I'm an American though, foundation. Like remember, my people went through different struggles and stuff like that. And after so long a time, like how long do we gotta go back? I'm going back to just the start of the country. Now, you want to keep going back to Africa and all that? I'm not going that far. I don't think that I want to go on where I know where I can pinpoint down when my people touch these shores. And after so long, it's called an ethnogenesis, where people get to doing stuff and they turn into their own people with the mixing and whatever go on. So it's just, that's what people might not call themselves that, and I wouldn't get mad, but I wouldn't dare call myself an African American. Elon Musk is an African American, and now they even trying to come over here and say they Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Because they might come over here, they mom and them be Haitian or something. They was pregnant. They come over here, they born. Not to say nothing, them is our guys, but your history don't go like ours. Your mom and them talk different to you in that house. Y'all mom and them talk different to y'all in that house. Or our mom and them play gap band. If your mom and them ain't playing gap band and Earth, Wind, and Fire and stuff like that in the house, you know that you ain't one of us.
Yeah. So, with that being said, and you did say a lot now. You did say a lot. Not that you went long, but I'm saying it's a lot of points, a lot to unpack in what you said. Okay. So, because I asked you about foundational, and I know that the brother O.L.E.E, he came back and asked you about just foundational colloquially, just what you thought about it colloquially. And to me, you know, I really, if you was asking me what it meant by foundational colloquially, then I would probably say it's similar to being fundamental. You know, is elementary to the thing, is the base or the basis of a thing. That's the foundation. The base of the building is the foundation of the building. It's what holds the building up. So that's the foundation.
Right.
You see? So then, like, and then if somebody said to me, what do you mean by foundational and foundational Black American? Uh, I would say that when you said that it means that y'all are the founders. I would say, well, it's already founding fathers. So when you say founders, you would have to be saying you would found this country, and y'all really didn't found this country. So foundational doesn't relate to founders in that instance. Foundational, as in foundational Black Americans, does relate to them having something to do with building, helping to build this country build this country physically. Now, you know about 1866, right? The Civil Rights Act of 1866.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In 1866, it was a Civil Rights Act. And the Civil Rights Act also read Indians not be taxed, right? And, which was an ambiguous statement, they say. But the 1866 Civil Rights Act actually read Indians not taxed. So now, but I bring that up to say that if you say foundational, then would you be saying that y'all started or y'all foundation would be from 1866 on and not from 1619?
I mean,
Can I
I
ask?
think that it's before 1619, you know what I'm saying? And when I know the people that I be around, when we say foundational, it's self-explanatory and people know what we talk about. We was the first, and when like the founding of this country, but we just say foundational Black because our people was already here. Like I said, we fought in the Revolutionary War. They was in 13 colonies. There was Black people, was already people already there. So that's what we mean when we say foundation. I mean, that's what I mean when I say foundational. I ain't never looked up what they, you know what I'm saying, how, they explain it. I just feel like that's what made me take to the name.
I can answer that a little bit. Well, in my opinion of it.
Yes, brother O.L.E.E, please.
In my opinion of it, like we was talking about, the foundation is what everything else is built on. So, what is American government that we know right now built on? It's built on the Constitution. So anybody that's mentioned in that Constitution, whether it said they half a person or anything like that, those people who it was talking about, that it was identifying, when it was talking about the native savages, when it was talking about the slaves who would be half people and stuff, the foundation, the people, all the people that's mentioned in that Constitution, whether it was right or wrong about the people and trying to give them, but it was identifying them to make them a part of that. Those are foundational peoples of America, in my view, because America is the very foundation is the Constitution that we build up from and that we continue to build up from. So it would be the components of the Constitution and the people that's mentioned. And that would be the slaves, when it was trying to talk about these slaves and how they owned them and stuff. And even though we know that was wrong about them, that component of the Constitution, having to talk about and even deal with it, makes us foundational. Those people, those families, that's for me. And that's my reason. So
I understand that, and I'm glad you said that, O.L.E.E, because that's another take on what foundational means to different people. So you see how foundational means that to you. Now, you're not a foundational Black American, I assume. You're not a part of the lineage or the thing, right, O.L.E.E?
I know, yeah, no, yeah. I'm, my lineage comes from right here in America. I can't trace my lineage out of America.
Okay, yeah, bro. See what I'm saying, Caesar, is this, man? Like
Yes,
when
sir.
you said, like when I brought up the part about about them being here, then you said, well, we was already here when I brought up the 1619 and the 1866. Because if you say you foundational, then you need, then we saying like what found y'all? Are you saying like when we started working, when they told us as slaves to go out there and build Washington D.C. with back then?
It was people
Say
here,
what now?
it was free
You breaking up?
Your phone breaking up, Steve. I don't know if that's me. You on mute, Caesar? If you're on mute now, unmute yourself and start talking. I can't hear you. You might have to leave and come back, Caesar. Because I can't hear you. Can you hear him, A1?
I can't hear him, O.L.E.
Yeah, Caesar, you probably gonna I don't know if you can hear me,
Y'all,
Caesar. You probably
y'all
gonna
hear me now?
a little,
Yeah, I can
it's a
hear
little
you. I
bit,
can
but
hear
you
you a
cutting
little
in
bit
and
now.
out.
All right, let me go ahead and come back in. Babylon, O.L.E., and A1, man. I'm sorry to break up the conversation, man. I don't know if something happened.
Well, you coming in clear now. I don't know if you can stay right there and just talk without moving. I'm talking about don't take another step.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hey, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Babylon. Could you ask me that question again?
I just asked, with the 1619,
Yes, sir.
that's saying a group of people could say, well, hey, we foundational based on 1866, based on the fact that that's the year we started civil rights. That's foundational. Now, another group of people would say, hey, well, we foundational based on 1619 when we came over here and they did the thing in Texas, right? And they said that they were free, right? And this, that, and other, right? So then another person, like you said, well, bump all that. We was already here. Now we finna go back thousands and thousands of years now, but this it ain't got nothing to do with no white people, nothing to do with no slavery, nothing to do with no ships. You talking about you was already here, before 1492. You see what I'm saying? So now we done went from 1866 AD
Now,
to 1619 AD.
no,
Now we at 1492 AD. And you saying you predate 1492 AD. So
I didn't say
then
that. I didn't say that.
go say you didn't you say you was already here?
Yeah, bro, but what I'm saying is, and the foundation, I can't go back years and trace just like you can't. And just really just trace that like how you talking. You can't go back and do that either. What I'm saying and this is why I don't like getting into these type
You
of
can't speak
conversations.
for me now. Just speak for yourself. Go ahead.
Because what I'm saying is, I'm talking about all the black people was in them time periods. They the same people. I don't care if it was 1619, if it was 1823, if it was 1999. I'm talking about them same group of black people that's my descendants. The descendants of the slaves and the natives that was already here because my people, we really got we really was them people that was disclassified that went from mixed native and then went to Negro when we came to Oklahoma.
Yeah, brother, but that's a lot of different stories that you telling, like the Lone Walk and the Trail of Tears, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, and different things like that. Y'all claiming that. Then you want to claim. Then you say you want to make a delineation.
Bro, I'm
Go
from
ahead.
Oklahoma. I'm from Oklahoma, bro.
I understand. Yeah, me too. My homeboy from Oklahoma right here. Most. I'm just saying, but that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Bro, what I'm saying is, bro, everything that I said, and I understand you trying to get deeper and break into people. All I said was, I'm a foundational Black American, and I explained to you what I was talking about. The people that was here when America was getting formed, when the white people came in, yeah, they brought some slaves, and it was freedmen here too, and then there was already people here. So that's what I'm talking about. when the start of this country, even though it wasn't a country yet, we was them black people that was being brought over here, and some of us was already here. You know, they mixed over. It's been about 500 years since then. So when I say foundational Black America, that's what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to get into well, if y'all saying that and you're claiming this, well, we still them same people, no matter how far you go back. And I'm not trying to go back to 1300 or none of that. When they started this country and came over here and started trying to colonize, my people was some of them people that was them people. And I don't care what time you in 66. What about the 86? What about the 1990? Them was the same people.
That's why I say I can't even trace my blood out of America. We ain't traced our blood out of Oklahoma yet.
How you can tell us what Bella used to tell us? My grandma, we Indian. My daddy had that cool, that curly hair, good hair, and damn, my grandma.
Look how she looks.
And that's what I'm saying. So you can't tell us because we really got this on record about our people. We were the people that got reclassified.
All of our, anytime you look at any papers, when we got reclassified, it ain't never from there. We was already here, and they classified us once. They reclassified them again. They moved us from a certain area, put us on something, reclassified them again. Anytime you go, when you chase ours go right here in America. It don't go outside of America. None of the people.
Shout out Michigan's Natural Living. How you feeling this morning? Peace to you, brother.
But yeah, man, that's a good subject. I can't wait. Like I say,
tell Babylon to come back, man. I like Babylon.
Yeah, because he
must want to go back to Babylon though, because he got Babylon.
Well, he say Babylon is here. Modern Babylon is here in America. That stuff that they talking about.
Right. If that's what he's talking about, then I'm with him on that. So you got to explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, when he Babylon. Now, don't quote me, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting his view, but we done talked before, and I want to say that Babylon, when he gets into his total view, when we keep touching it at the same time, bring Haru back up. I accidentally put him down probably when you put him up. I ain't touching. I'm gonna let you do that work. I'm gonna just talk. But I believe before I introduce Haru, I believe that Babylon done in his reasons that Babylon is in modern America, and he has his whole line of reasoning for that. What up, Haru the Guru?
What's up, family? A1, O.L.E.E.
How you feeling? How you feeling, man?
Feeling good.
Good to see you again,
nice
man.
Yeah. Shave. I need to shave my head to look like that. That looking good, boy.
Yeah, man, I'm 50. I got to keep my young look.
That's right. You got anything you want to touch on the subject we talking about?
I just was making little comments on the little thing because he was like, don't speak for me. And I was like, he was speaking really for humanity, man. I don't think humanity could do it. And then another thing, he said, damn what he said. I thought I wrote it down. Anyway, not really. I just got in.
Okay, yeah, we was just talking, and you know how conversations lead to different places, and we landed in America.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yeah. So I had did a bill with OTK about a year and a half ago, and we went through the little rare maps that they got on there, the ancient maps. We went through like 500 years worth. One of my little projects I was doing is seeing which Americans, countries, or kept the same names over 500 years. And it was curious to me that it was 4 places that kept the same name.
Even when Carolinas?
No, it was Jamaica, Cuba, Florida, and California. Every map you'll see, like for example, Jamaica and Cuba, you'll see over here Spanish rule, French rule, but you'll never see that on they land. It just say Jamaica, Cuba on every map. I don't give a damn if you look at Dutch, French, Portugal, German map. Any map you look, they keep the same name. So that's it. I said, damn, these Cubans. Is that why they hate the Cubans? Because they really wasn't really fully colonized.
Shout out Smokey the same.
And the last thing I'm gonna say,
Smokey, hit the panel real quick.
Looking at the maps, it's hundreds of cities all along the coast of North America, Central America, South America. And I was like, man, ain't no way in the hell these white people built all these cities. And this map is 15, oh, the early 1500s. And they supposedly got here in 1492. And there's hundreds of cities. That's not named the names that they'll name them. So
That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, man. You might have to, you and OTK might have to put that together and give us an update on that show for the ones of us that missed it. Stuff.
it's an old video on my channel. I want to redo it because
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You might can redo it by reviewing that one.
yeah, I probably will because I wanted to because what I do is I go on the maps and use Google Lens and translate all the little stuff on the map, and you'll find some interesting little.
Yeah, man, sure. We'll get that together, and if you need somewhere to pull it up, we over here.
Presentation. I know that's the presentation place here, boy.
Yeah,
Already.
man. We love presentations because I love information. Because, like I'm in Oklahoma. I done traveled different places and stuff before, but most of my life been in Oklahoma, and my views have, my walk has really been direct with me and like individuals around me, and so it really is stepping into the conscious community for me. This is all new. And I always understood that people have different views and stuff, but to try to get together and make these views intelligible and coherent, and then step from there into the future and make it looking for a better way for not just my immediate stock, but the whole humanity, like you said. That's why I love these type of things. Look like Babylon Dunn came back in.
Let me ask you something about that Oklahoma. So you from Oklahoma? Mm-hmm. So the Black Wall Street little story here.
Right.
Have you ever like went deep into that? Cause I kind of want to like know like when was it and who established it? You know what I mean? Have you ever did any research on that?
Yeah. Well, actually, in Oklahoma, and probably in every state, you have to go through what we call Oklahoma history. They have your little textbooks, and it's just Oklahoma history. Mm-hmm. When I was in school and coming up through it, I think they had like a paragraph in the Oklahoma history book. I need to go get that.
Okay, Oklahoma history book. Interesting.
Let me see.
Just about every state got a history book. It's history of Oklahoma.
But we got they give you these. I don't know if y'all can see that.
No, you got your little green, your screen in the back gonna make it hard to see it. There you go, right there. Yeah, right there. Nothing but freedom.
They give us little textbooks and stuff.
Who wrote that though?
This is what I read. And so Black Wall Street was in this place called Greenwood in Tulsa. Well, it wasn't in Tulsa. It was a district, right? And it was one of the most prosperous Black communities, not just in Oklahoma at the time, but in the United States, because it was founded in the early 1900s, right? And it was like more than 300 Black-owned businesses. It was wealthy entrepreneurs like O.W.L was there, J.B. Stratford. Y'all can look into them because the way that the government works, when we see the destruction of Black Wall Street, that structure that Black Wall Street was running, which would be like a abstract idea. This is what they took, that abstract idea and moved it to a bigger thing. So even when we see our government updating as the government of America, the federal government, it all came from things that was coming from the Black Wall Street. I'm talking about they had theaters, hotels. We had our own newspaper, law offices. It was like the capital of America.
Do you know who founded it? Like, what was the first like business or like the Wall Street part? Like what were they trading? It wasn't a real Wall Street at the time. I mean, so how was the trading working in this Wall Street?
Well, it wasn't really like you say. It ain't that. It was just that it had
They just named it
a
Wall Street.
remarkable economic
So that was just like a little name they
self
gave them. It
sufficiency.
wasn't a real
Yeah,
Wall Street. It was just
yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's just what the name it end up becoming once they start because of the economics that it is. And once people
yeah,
talk about it in the history, they don't talk about it being like Greenwood that was burnt down. They call it Black Wall Street, but really it was the Greenwood district that was
That's
burnt.
right.
So
But
yeah.
Black Wall Street, right? Remember earlier that you yourself you mentioned like how they had started calling indigenous Americans Negroes, and they just gave up on trying to separate us and just threw everybody together because Negroes and natives was mixing anyway. So then when the Eastern, right, the East Coast Native Americans, a lot of people don't talk about this. When you look at the Navajo, and my family, my wife is Navajo. I got 3 Navajo children, so I know what I'm talking about. So the Navajo people are not the people that did the Trail of Tears. They did the Long Walk, but not the Trail of Tears. So the Trail of Tears was the East Coast natives and black people, right, walking into Oklahoma, being told to leave their land in Florida. So now
Yeah.
all of these people are descendants of people like the Washita, the Yamasee, the Creek Nation, the Kiowa, all of these different tribes, the Muskogee, all of these
Tim
tribes that inhabit the southeast. And
Timaquana.
yeah, so then these tribes, right, of people mixed with black people as well, the Seminoles, right? And then I heard you mention the Jamaicans, the Buffalo Soldiers. I heard you mention them. So
Buffalo
you
Wait a minute,
Soldier.
wait a minute.
that was
You
Farouk.
calling the Jamaicans the Buffalo Soldiers?
I'm saying that the Buffalo Soldiers
Hmm.
were people that were transported from America to Jamaica and from Jamaica to America, and they fought here in America. That's who the Buffalo Soldiers are. Yes.
So
That's
they
why
prim
Bob Marley got a song. That's why Bob Marley got a song called Buffalo Soldier,
Okay. I ain't disputing you. I just ain't never heard that. That's what I was just asking.
Heart of America, brought to America. You
Mm.
listen to Bob Marley. Okay,
Yeah,
he got the
I
whole
heard
thing,
that.
the whole story. Okay, so listen. So you got these different tribes of people, and they've been told now at this time to leave the country and go west. Because remember, the colonies are on the East Coast. All of the 13 colonies on the East Coast ain't nothing called California yet. Ain't none of that really established. North Dakota, South Dakota,
Yeah,
St. Louis. None of
yeah.
these Midwest and Southwest stuff is really established, and a lot of that's still inhabited by Mexican people, Native people, as well as Hispanic people and Black natives who came over here at 1492 and was brought under the Christopher Columbus them, because it was slaves brought with Christopher Columbus them, and then it was slaves brought with the pilgrims on the East Coast called the pillagers, the pirates, the prisoners from Europe, the British, the English. They came at Plymouth Rock, all of the P's, and brought the plague over to Plymouth Rock, and they pillaged everybody. They were pirates from Britain. So those, but they separate than 1492. The Spanish, the Castilians, the you know those people, the Spanish, the Castilians, the Italians, and those people right there that came over here. Now they separate. So then they was in Louisiana, they was in Texas, in Florida, and they was trying to push us out of there, right? And then Haiti and stuff like that. So now, by the time we start the Trail of Tears and walk into Oklahoma, after all this fighting and everything I just described done took place, we get there, we organically grow the city called Greenwood, and we organically grow what you call Black Wall Street. A person start doing this, one person start doing this. Eventually, we move from a community to a city. Now we doing business, and now we even selling and making products and selling and doing business with the white man, because that's how you got the bank. That's how you got the money. That's how you get these things on Black Wall Street, because you then moved over here in Oklahoma and now you showing your expertise, and they saying, damn, these people that moved into Oklahoma and then made it heaven too. We want that too. So now from the Trail of Tears, you got to go on the long walk. You got to get the hell out of there too.
Yeah, that's crazy. Listen, I got this. Right, I want y'all to see this. This is from the Black History and Museum in Washington D.C. And this intrigues me. 1492. The first thing it says here, it says Spanish native Pedro Alonso Nino, navigator on Columbus's flagship Santa Maria, is the first black man in America, they allege. So I want to know, why in the hell did Columbus need a black man to show him how to get to America? He's the navigator. And then one more thing. 10 years later, 1502, Nicholas de Ovando forms the first Spanish settlement with the help of black colonists, it says. So that to me, I'm reading that as, I could be mistaken, that there were already a black colony there that helped these Spaniards set.
Well, when you got anything, O.L.E.E, you want to keep going?
Well, before y'all touch on that, I just want to make sure I touch on something about the Trail of Tears, that people make sure that they understand that there were already people in Oklahoma. There were already Indian nations, the Osage Nation. We had the Wichita tribes that was affiliated, Waco, Tavaya, the Tawakoni. Like, it was already the Kiowa, like the Quapaw Nation, there was already people in here. So when they talk about them coming to America, it ain't like, to Oklahoma, and they walked people to the Trail of Tears. Y'all have to understand that slavery ended because, hold on, let me take this back before I say that. In my opinion, slavery ended because the people that was coming from the East Coast getting to the West got to a point where those people were still fighting. So when they brought those people on the Trail of Tears, they forced them out of the East to push them there, because the people that was already within this part of the nation, the middle, the heartland, the Plains tribes, the Plains nations, the Comanches, the Apaches, the Tonkawas and stuff. These Indians, we didn't come on no Trail of Tears. We was here when the other ones got here. There's a reason for that. When they talk about taking over Black Wall Street for a reason, and you say, was it because it was already there and this is what they was trying to take over, because this could have been the real hub of where our economy was coming from in the first place?
Remember I mentioned the Navajo earlier though, O.L.E.E? So, and I said that the Navajo didn't go on the Trail of Tears.
Yeah, you did. I'm just telling everybody, like, I ain't talking about you, Babylon. I'm saying this to just for anybody that's in the chat.
Okay, let me put some up though. I want to add something to what you said though, or at least see what you think about it. So, but now a lot of these tribes that you may name, like the Comanche, the Plains, Native Plain Indians, and then even the ones that's the Wichita, the ones that was in Oklahoma, those right there. So now, when the thing that the Trail of Tears people brought though, I just want to point this out to everybody. The thing that they brought was, and I pointed it out too, was the ability to be done business with the white man, to have connections to the white man. Remember, the white man then kicked us out and then said, go on the Trail of Tears and go as far as you can west. And we get to Oklahoma and we bring the innovations and the things that we had, what we had already learned from the East Coast, and we brought that into Oklahoma. Those,
I don't know. Now that's kind of putting the Oklahomians down a little bit.
Listen.
No, it's not putting them down. They wouldn't even
I mean, you got to prove these innovations that was brought. How you know that Oklahoma already built that shit?
I'm talking about the stores that they brought, bro. The things when you call it Black Wall Street. Hold on. When you call it
store.
Hold up.
Wait a minute. They ain't bring no store all the way across no tier.
When you say Black Wall Street, brother Caesar, since you want to overtalk me now and make a funny point.
Hold on. Ain't nobody over talking you now. You've been talking the longest.
That ain't Caesar.
You've been talking the longest, brother. So don't make it seem like we're trying to over. That's because you've been talking so long. And we just been listening, Babylon.
Hold on.
O.L.E. was talking, bro.
And then now you want to jump in because I push a little bit back on you. That's all.
Oh, man, now you want to go all the way
out. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
We are brother. We ain't gonna go there. But y'all gotta take some pushback a little better.
Time out.
Ain't no pushback. That's crazy.
I got y'all before we continue. But Babylon done. First, we got to make sure that you know that wasn't Caesar that was talking. That's been Haru. You've been talking to for the last few.
Okay.
BJ,
so,
he let me call him that. That's it.
Well, we just make sure we get that done. And I was gonna say, what I believe is that the American government used the East Coast Indians as a shield. So when they get in here to Oklahoma and stuff, they can shield. They can shield that shit.
Go ahead.
This is exactly what we see. They had a land run and everything, and just ran. You know why? Because
now we sell out. So now the East Coast natives that fought all the freaking wars are sell out.
I didn't say they got sent by the white man. I never said they sold out.
We lost the fight, bro, and we got pushed out. That's what happened.
Isn't that what I just said? And when y'all got pushed out, y'all got pushed to the middle as a shield.
A shield for what? Go ahead, tell us.
For the people that was in here in America, for the Navajos, the Tankawas, the Plains Indians, and all of that, because they.
What is a shield? A shield is something you block something with, right? Well, so what are we blocking?
Y'all was blocking us going to direct war with the American government.
Oh no, bro! You're accusing the wrong people. You blaming the victim. Once again, y'all blaming the victim.
Stop. What am I accusing you of?
You just said it. What did you just say?
What did I say?
You said they being used as a shield to block what?
What am I accusing you of? That ain't accusing you of doing nothing but being a person who was pushed from where you was from and didn't have no power to be.
No, you said what did you just say? Repeat what you just said. You basically said
he already repeated it.
Slow down.
You didn't hear it?
Only talking. We ain't arguing.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I'm here too. I want to hear him keep repeating some shit.
I mean, but when two men already in the middle of a conversation, you can't say you.
Well, first of all, it was me and him in this conversation, and you right in the middle of it. Matter of fact, me and this brother were talking about the Oklahoma, and you butted in. To be honest, and took over.
Haru. Can you tell me your interpretation of what I said? Did it sound like I was?
I get what you're trying to say. You're not blaming them. You're blaming the white man. The white man is using them. They're not saying, "Hey, I'm gonna be a shield for you, white man." They're not blaming them.
No.
Yes.
They say y'all go over there.
He's not accusing.
They walk behind them with their guns and stuff.
Yeah, he's not accusing them of anything, brother.
O.L.E., can I say that? Can I say that ain't true though? Can I just say I disagree with that?
All right, no, not unless you know that. Not unless you tell us what he accused you of.
Hey, watch out, Caesar. Golly, bro.
Caesar, stop saying
this is Haru.
Caesar left.
I mean, what
this ain't no one-on-one conversation with you and O.L.E., brother.
I ain't saying it's a one-on-one. I'm just saying, like, let me talk though, bro. Watch out.
You don't think we ain't let you talk?
Watch out, though. Watch out. I'm saying, like, get off of me, though. Watch out. Have your own
You on
conversation. Watch
us
out.
because we disagreed a bit.
Yeah,
Just a
No, I'm not.
bit.
I'm just saying, just watch out. It ain't about me. It's about the knowledge and the
It is
information.
about
And the
you
trail
because
of,
you said
no,
we're
it's
on
about the
you.
Trail of Tears. How
You
the fuck
just
you
made
gonna
it
say it's
about
about
you.
me, nigga? I'm
You
telling you
made
it ain't
it.
about me. You
You
don't
made
run
it
me,
about you.
clown.
You said we're on you.
That's a stupid
Come
nigga.
on.
If I
You
say it ain't
Hey,
about me, and this
but
nigga
then
say it is
then
about
he
me.
say we didn't he
don't say
just
it
say
like
we
that.
attacked
Don't
him.
say it like that, Babylon. Don't say it like
yeah, I
that.
was
That
just
make it
about to
sound.
mute you too. Yeah, it's too
I know
early
it's,
for
yeah, that make
all
it
the
sound.
N
Yeah.
Didn't
words
he just
out
say we
there.
attacked him though?
Yeah, no, he was
Well,
talking. I
he
thought he
did
was just
say
explaining something. I thought
he
you
did
didn't
say
agree.
that. I
When,
was. I think
when I
I don't
said
know.
O.L.E. was attacking
Yeah,
us, and
yeah,
I
yeah.
meant us, I was just speaking on behalf of the East Coast natives, and I was just saying that the East Coast natives never sold out. They protected and kept the crackers from going west as best they could. Because it ain't like they was East Coast and the cracker was on the west behind them and then came from the West Coast and made them go west. No, the cracker came from the East Coast and pushed them further west. So as far as he kept going west, he kept running into more tribes going westward.
That's exactly what I
But
said.
y'all trying to separate the Oklahoma tribes from every other tribe when it wasn't
Exactly
no
what I said.
separation.
That's
That's white
exactly
man
what I
talk.
said.
Okay, I'm done.
That's exactly what I said, Babylon. That's exactly what I said.
But how is there no separation though? Wasn't Oklahoma's there? Already there? And then they
Okay,
came.
O'Leary, if
These
that's
are
what you
separate
said,
people.
why is he saying something different? Y'all agreed the
I
first
don't know
time.
what he's. I don't. He's talking about something totally different. But
No,
he agreed with what I said when he said that the white, just like you just said, the white man was behind the Indians using them as a shield.
No, he wasn't using us as a shield. It was a war. Have you heard of the Yamasee War?
Do people
The
have
Yamasee
shield? Do people
uprising?
have
No,
shields
I'm
in
asking
war?
you a
I was
question.
just
Do
about
Have
to say
you
people
that.
have shields in war? I
I
ask
was
you a
just,
question.
I was
Do
just
people
have you
have
heard
shields
of
in?
the
Have
Yamasee
you heard of
uprising?
shields in war?
Yes, I have.
Have you
See how
heard of
fast I answer
have
that?
you heard of human shields?
Yes, I have. Yes,
That's what was going on. And I'm finished with
I
that
heard of all that.
conversation. Okay.
I heard
Okay.
all that.
Okay.
so why
You
you
And I'm
disagree?
agreed
willing to
with
say
that. So
yes.
tell me why you
He
disagreeing
said
if you
yes.
agreeing with
No,
it.
he agreed. He said yes. We can move on now. He
No, I
agreed.
didn't agree. I
You said
just agreed
yes.
that I've seen it before. You don't speak for me, dog. Be quiet.
And
Me and
and
Oli
and,
talking.
and that ain't what you think was happening when you said the white man was behind the East Coast Indians pushing them to the west. You don't think
No,
they ain't using them for what was they using them for?
no, they wasn't using them. They've had a war and they lost the war. That was it.
And what did
They
they do
wasn't
with them?
using them after the war. They wasn't using them or telling them. They said, "Get out. You gotta
Oh yeah,
leave." So,
yeah, yeah,
if you get out,
yeah.
so if you get kicked out and dispossessed, the person that kick you out and dispossess you, they may follow you to make sure you get to the border. But after you get far enough away, they not worried about you because they saying you done went far as we need you to go because we ain't even living over there or worried about that right now. We not occupying that land. So we can't follow y'all there.
Listen,
We don't
Babylon.
have control over that.
Listen, they
Yes.
followed them. They put up forts. Listen, if you didn't if you ain't, you better, boy, listen. They followed them through the Trail of Tears and put up forts behind them all the way through so they could have stations back to the east. They put up forts all over Oklahoma to make sure what you mean they wasn't using them? When they put up these forts, they made those Indians, the ones that they followed, go from there to have a place. I don't know how far back, or I don't even think you just even tried to reason with this.
It
Like
sounds
you
like
just
a
have to
great
reason. You
debate
just have to
topic.
reason. You just have to reason with this to know that this is what went on. When the American government came to the East Coast and showed their firepower and started putting people under servitude and pushing them out their land, they was coming to take over the entire United States. When they did push people out of their land, they went behind them in small units. They built forts. They built stations so they could fight from there. And then they go from that fort on further west. They put people in front of them. The Trail of Tears. This is who they followed. They put them there strategically. so they could get to the West Coast. If you don't see this just from your own mind and reasoning and understanding how the American government traveled from the East to the West, then that's just on you. I can't say that you're wrong or nothing about it. If you see it any other kind of way, that's on you. I see it as a people trying to conquer a continent. And they pushed people out, just as you agreed, and they went behind those people. The reason I know they went behind those people because there kept being wars. Even when they got to Oklahoma, the Indians here had wars. The wars at Custer, all of the down in Texas, the Alamo, like they kept having wars. You understand this, right? It ain't because they stopped when they pushed the Indians out. It wasn't a land gap between them. They took that Trail of Tears too. It just wasn't no tears for them because they had forts and they had resources to make sure they was warm and stuff. And they followed them people. How can you not see that?
Bro, I'm not going to argue with you saying I can't see. When I just disagree, it ain't something that I don't see. I just disagree with your point and your view. Okay. That's just it.
Got you.
Golly, man. Like I can't disagree. I don't agree that they were used as shields. I said that they were used for something else. But I can see your point. It ain't like I'm saying you talking stupid or I don't understand nothing you said.
Oh, okay.
I'm a very reasonable person. When you asked me the question, I said, yes, I can see people being used as a human shield. Yes, I can see people being done that way. Yes, it could happen. But I'm saying in this instance, I just simply disagree. And I'm saying that that's not the story. That's not what happened in history to me. Now, let me say this, just for the record. I told you my wife and my family over here, out here in Arizona on the reservation, they Navajo. But me, I come from a place called the Kolomoki Mounds in Sandy Bottom, Georgia, where I was born and raised at the mounds. We got 361 acres out there of land, and I have found arrowheads and everything on our land, even though after it's been for hundreds of years. So I'm saying that I have been studying my culture and my way of life all of my life and where we came from and all of the wars and all of the things we've been through as a people. And I'm telling you that my people, the Washita, the Demunia people, when you look up Empress Verdiachi, you'll see she was fighting for our land in Louisiana. If you look up my people, the Yamasee Native American people, you will see there were several uprisings and we were the hardest fighters that you could ever run into. Some of the greatest warriors. So I'm just saying that we did not sell out. We were not being used as shields. Most of us would have died at that time to not bring it. And the last thing I'm gonna say on this is that the one thing that's being overlooked is that before we champion the white man's superior firepower, I mentioned that he was a prisoner, he was a pirate, he was a pillager, and he had a plague. So when he came over here, he brought the plague. And I know you heard of the blanket story and how they put the smallpox in the blankets and different things like that. But they brought over the black plague, bubonic plague. So a lot of the Native Americans on the East Coast had been decimated already. So they would fight the remnants of us who had survived, disease and everything. And then when they pushed us out, we wasn't being shields for them. We were simply trying to save our women, children, and tribe from being completely wiped out by this beast. So we was moving West Coast like he was pushing us. Not like he was following us or using us as a shield to get us to go forward. And then he reached over our head and attacked the Native Americans on the West Coast. And he using us to shield and block him while he get closer to the Native Americans on the West so he can fight them. That's not what was happening.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
Let me say something real quick, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Harris.
This sounds to me, it just sounds to me like a certain phenomenon I've been noticing in this community, in these communities, YouTube. A lot of black people don't want to admit that the white man came over here with superior firepower and took our shit. They don't want to admit. I done heard stories like they done tricked us with paperwork, how they got the land. We were really working with this white man, and somehow I done heard stories that we really are empowered behind the door, closed doors. Even when I heard him talk, he was saying, you know, we got forced to the trail. We did what we could. And then he said, we don't need to champion these white man's firepower. I'm like, shit, ain't no other way to put it. When they came over here and took this shit from east to west using manifest destiny and doctrines of discovery. Now, I will say that their Vatican that they follow reputed this and said it was wrong. And they took it. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna lay in about 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Repudiated. Okay. So it's wrong. So I feel there's a legal argument we have. We can't beat their ass by firepower. We can't beat them by, all right, let's just go roll and revolution. Man, that shit ain't gonna work right now. That shit ain't gonna work right now. The only thing I can say, they following their little Vatican laws with the 3 city-states, London, Washington, D.C., and the Vatican. And if they say it's wrong by their God's ways, then hold them accountable.
Some Illuminati stuff? What are you talking about?
You don't understand this government. Hold on. You don't understand this government court is being ruled by the Vatican. You don't understand the British royalty. All that shit is ran by the Vatican.
No.
Okay, then. Well, you just don't understand it.
Because that's crazy what you're talking about.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
When we talk, well, are you gonna let somebody talk, or you
the
just
same colonies use this Vatican law to steal the land, and you saying it don't matter? I just go ahead, brothers. You can talk.
Yeah, thank you. God, leave, bro. Okay, so yeah, so I agree with A1. That's some old new age conspiracy Illuminati trash that really has nothing. It may even be true, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
We're not talking about no damn Illuminati.
I'm in the middle of talking, but go ahead. You got it. I'm gonna
No, we could talk back and forth, nigga. I ain't finna let you preach to me for 5 minutes when I just got to speak for 1 minute, and you like, golly, you ain't done yet. I got to declare a minute or 2 talk time while everybody else get to talk 5 minutes, 10 minutes, all that old shit. God damn. Because I got to yell for my right to speak.
Will you mute your mic? Because I'm talking.
No, it ain't your turn to talk.
I was in the middle of talking, bro. Will you mute your mic?
And I'm correcting you.
Okay, then go ahead on and you talk. Then I'm gonna talk after you, bro.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm not trying to control no show.
Now we got to. What? Go ahead, Haru. We're gonna get. Hey, when you got the 3 minute.
No, we ain't got to do all that old goofy ass shit.
Yeah.
No. Maybe on him. Maybe on him. No.
Hey, we need a lease for you, dog.
I tell you what, you go back and rewind this show and see who talked the longest.
I know you ain't talked the longest. I know you ain't even really got to talk, Harut, but what I'm saying is this: when y'all start disputing about who should talk and how much time you talk, that means y'all asking for a timer. See, if y'all wouldn't have never did it, I wouldn't have asked for the timer. So y'all really did it to yourself when y'all started asking about who's gonna speak and when they gonna speak. If y'all want to have it, we need a timer so y'all won't have that problem anymore. Right or wrong?
I don't know about the y'all,
you
but please set up
busted
the
our
timer
chops
for
on
this
that one.
nigga.
Good one.
Yeah.
Please
But-
set up the timer for this nigga.
so let's come on. A1, you got the timer? Or do y'all want to just keep on going like we
Man,
going?
I just got a minute, man. I ain't need no 3 minutes. I was just gonna say I ain't
told
talking
this
about
nigga
no
he got the flow.
Illuminati.
Hey, O.L.E., you ain't listening to this
All right,
conversation.
let me talk then. Let me talk then, brother. We don't need you.
That's why
We
I
don't
said we're
need
gonna
you.
get the 3 minutes.
All I'm
Go
saying
ahead
is
and get the 3 minutes.
I'm not talking about no Illuminati. I'm talking about a real official court documents in America's records that state, oh, manifest that God's give us the right to take the land. Oh, these Indians are savages and they don't know how to be landlords. They should be renters. These are official legal documents. And y'all niggas bragging about a black so-called pope. Oh, that nigga black, but yeah, he really black. And we got a new pope. Some of these niggas, I ain't talking about y'all. Some of you niggas, I ain't talking about y'all. I done heard it too much.
Chill on the radio.
I said, y'all think this guy's the black pope? And why should we be happy we got a black pope anyway? Okay? So he gonna tell me that don't matter? I'm done.
You still got 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Man, I just needed a less than a minute.
You needed a minute. You want to concede your time?
That's it.
That's
I ain't
it.
talking about no Illuminati. These are real court documents.
Well, you might as well start it over for Babylon then, A1. Babylon.
This is ridiculous, bro. Okay, so you know, like trying not to mention nothing the brother said because I don't want to be interrupted and I don't even really care, you know, about that because I know, you know, I just end up repeating the same thing. That it's just Illuminati jargon and it don't make no sense. I agree with everyone. But now, as far as what we came on here to talk about though, brother O.L.E., this is a question to you though. Do I have the right to ask you a question, O.L.E., before I ever get started? Because if you're not going to answer the question and then everybody going to be able to jump in, ain't no need of me even asking you the question. Just let me keep going.
You want just me and you dialogue?
No, I just want to ask you one question. That's
Absolutely.
it. Not me and you one-on-one. That's all I want to do.
Yeah.
That's all I've been trying to do.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you know what the word ethnogenesis is, brother? And this ain't a test because he mentioned ethnogenesis earlier. And when we talked about delineation and we talked about foundational. So this, when I said it's a lot to unpack, this is another one of them words that I wanted to unpack. So I ain't trying to test you, bro, O.L.E. I was just asking, are you familiar with the term ethno, meaning ethnic, and genesis, meaning to generate our genes, ethnic genes, you know, ethnogenesis?
No, I don't know nothing about it. Could you explain it to me? That's how I'm gonna start asking y'all when y'all ask me questions like that. I don't know anything about
I just did. I basically just did. And the way he described it was, he said, when the people leave another place, basically, right? Which he said they was already here. So I don't know where they left to go to. But he said when the people leave a place and then when they get there, they transform over time. Kind of like evolution over time, which is fake. But these people transform over time.
Does it have anything to do with mating with the people that you come when you go to that new place? Or does mating or any biology have to do anything with ethnogenesis?
Well, it should, but in their ethnogenesis, they exclude that because they trying to stay foundational Black Americans and saying that they mix with the white man.
So the ethnogenesis of the foundational Black Americans, they don't believe that they mix they've ever
Yeah,
mixed blood with
they don't
anybody?
admit to that. No,
I don't agree
no.
with that. I don't. Yes, I don't agree with that. Or at least the
Nobody
former.
don't agree with
At
that.
least the
Not
former. At
nobody
least
DNA.
I want to say that's exactly why they say that they foundational Black Americans, because they can trace their blood to there, and then they understand that the race that they are, being the foundation, they have mixed with the other races, and that is the ethnogenesis. But I don't know anything about ethnogenesis.
No,
But
you said it. You teaching it. What you said that they should have been including mixing. I 100% agree. That's part of ethnogenesis, and
but you
it's
saying
part of
that they don't.
ours. If you
You
check
saying they
any
don't.
Black person DNA here, they say it's 23% European or some shit. All that.
Oh,
I mean,
but okay,
they
so you
faking.
okay. So you saying that is part of ethnogenesis. They just
It
don't
is.
include it
You're
when they
right.
argue. They don't include it when they argue.
They don't include it though, and we can't make them though. You see what I'm saying? So if we argue with them and say ethnogenesis include that, then we'll just be arguing back and forth because they gonna say they not including it by their definition. They got that right.
Okay.
So then
I got to do a little bit more looking into that because, like I said, you know how my mind is and my view and who I am about where I stand, but I ain't never looked exactly into exactly what the FBA's argue, like their full argument and their reasoning for it. So I'm gonna have to do that because if they don't use the biological spin,
they don't.
That's crazy.
I actually hear O.L.E. See, when I told a brother I wanted to talk to him about the foundation of Black Americans, bro, I actually been doing a lot of research and did a lot of research because a lot of things I felt like Tariq Nasheed copied me. So of course I followed the vernacular, the lingo, and different things like that. So when I came on the show to talk to him
Wait,
about,
I got a question. Let me ask you a question.
okay,
You feel like
A1.
Tariq Nasheed copied you, so you feel like you had it right, and then he stole your sauce and ran with it.
No, I feel like I was trying to guide the people. Well, yeah, you're right, A1. I feel like I had, because I had wrote a post, A1, and the post and the things that I was writing about was we need a name for ourselves as a people in order to make ourselves be, make people recognize us for who we are. They now call that delineation. I called it recognition. So now I said that, we can name ourselves AFAM. I was just writing stuff. I said AFAM meaning Af for African, AM meaning American. We bicontinental Americans, meaning we have two continents that we could claim as home, that we, on. And so then I said it was other little names that I thought of. Like I said, instead of saying, I said Afro natives, African natives, Native Africans, American natives. I just put out a bunch of names for people to look at. A bunch of names. Black Americans.
BB to me, Hotep, to the Team Kemet in the building. We got King Hercules. We got Tahuti. I don't know if Asiatic over there on Team Kemet. What team? Asiatic might be a renegade. He might be running around here by himself with his own shop.
That's a quick question since you just said that. Is Haru the Guru? Is you Team Kemet Haru the Guru? Is that does your name signify that? Is he
damn right I am Kemet. Okay. All way long, sun god Ra.
Yeah.
Okay. I debate any nigga that the sun did more for me and you than anybody God, anybody religion, anybody book on this earth. You can see more and more of the sun science pertains to God than anybody's book, anybody's religion,
anybody's God,
anybody's God.
Akira, I saw your email. I'm gonna email you later tonight, Akira. Appreciate you. Yeah.
My God is time. I think you might have a debate.
Whenever you line it up,
your God need time to even be identified. Oh man, I'm pissed.
Ra is time. He is the controller of our time.
You said sun.
It's time.
Time out.
Listen, you got to understand what time means.
Yeah, and you're right. You do have a
time is all things.
No, it's not.
Time is everything, nigga.
No, it's not.
So you agree that time is God then?
Yes. 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 Time is
right now, scientists use time as a one dimension.
How could you disappear time? And when would something happen? There's no time.
It's 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, so they use time as a 4th dimension, and so that's all time is.
Okay, well, if you
No,
believe
that's
these
all it
white
is for
people
them.
goofy
Don't
shit,
say that.
go
That
ahead
ain't all
on.
it is. That's all it is for them. That's all
Man.
science needs to use it. That's the only aspect science needs to use it in. There's plenty other aspects. Don't say just because science doesn't need to use those aspects, that's all time is. That's all time is for science.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
everybody, everything has its own time, nigga.
Go ahead. If somebody could show me other ways in which temporality works, then I'm willing to listen.
Other ways from what? Then what?
In which time work? Time.
You said the what work?
Describe the way it works so we can show you the difference.
Not really the way it works.
You got a
show
really
me
good
what you
mic.
said about time. Whatever you want to say about time. You said it's other ways, it's other things about time. I ain't trying to say exactly what you said. Whatever y'all say, it's other times. It's other ways of talking about it. It's other ways time manifests. Whatever y'all was saying just then. Yes. Other than time being a one-dimensional thing. Other than that, tell me what you're talking about. I'm willing to listen. I want to hear it.
First of all, time is not no goddamn 4th dimension. Explain it.
I didn't say it was. I agree with you.
Okay.
I said scientists put it up there as if it's the 4th dimension. Out of the 3 dimensions of space, they added as a 4th dimension. But I always taught that time was incommensurate with that because you can't move from length, width, and height to time.
So I think
time started all length, width, and height. It was before length, width, and height.
So I think.
So I think you put it after.
I think the question that you really want to ask then, Babylon, is: can we use time in ways, or do we experience time in ways other than the time that science uses? Yes, we do.
I'm listening, O.L.E. I mean, like, you know, like, O.L.E., you remember, didn't me and you have a conversation about time? You know my standpoint on this, where I said, like, time is like basically distance over speed equal time. Distance divided by speed equal time. That's one way of getting time. I said time is past, present, and future. I said time is past, present, and future, meaning it's one directional, it's asymmetrical, it's always moving from past to future. I said this is what they teach. I said I try to have a great understanding of time. I study on all levels, relative time or non-relative time. I do study it, but when I say, you know, when somebody say like time work in other ways, they take it as I'm challenging them. What I want to hear is something new that I don't know that I can
add to push the clock on this nigga. Cause he always on me. All I'm gonna say is it just proves to me that all things are moving. All things have some front and back to it. Because you can't, like he said, it's a physical equation. Speed equals distance divided by time. You can't have one without the other. The equation breaks down. You can't have speed without distance or time. You can't have time without speed or distance. You can't have the three are one in a sense. Explain to me something that moves and there's no distance. Explain to me something that moves and there's no time. Explain to me something that has distance is completely still. You can't. I can't.
You don't want me to because you're saying we can't already. I can tell you something.
Show me something that's completely still.
I can show you how it's possible mathematically and linguistically. Let me show you.
Show me. Now I went to school for mathematics.
I'm about to show you.
I got calculus, trigonometry, differential equation book right on my goddamn desk.
Deep stuff. You
better know what you're talking about.
None of that ain't necessary for me to answer your question.
You asked him a question. Let him answer it, Haru. Let him answer. Here we go.
I didn't know. I didn't ask him no question.
Okay, then I don't want to answer. Then I'll leave it.
I didn't ask you to prove to me through math how something is still. Oh, I did say. I did ask. My bad.
I thought you did. I was about to say.
I did. I just asked in another way. But my bad. Yeah. Because I asked him show me something that's completely still. So he gonna show me mathematically. He said he's gonna show to me mathematically. So that's kind of different than what I'm saying, but I'll accept that. I'll accept that because that's mathematics. That's not showing me something.
Because you just want an intelligible answer, right?
Yeah. That's why I said I'll accept that mathematics. That's why I said no at first when I say he wasn't really answering my question.
I mean, if somebody say they gonna show it to you mathematically, they couldn't show it to you no higher way than that. That's
not necessarily. Math could be wrong.
Bro, how you talk when other people talk, though? I never get a sentence out. Then you say I'm talking to them. Go ahead, though. You go.
I ain't got nothing to say. I'm just responding to a little quick little response to you.
Answer to that question.
Yeah, I'm waiting on your mathematical proof, brother.
Yeah. I forgot what the hell I'm trying to prove. By the time you do all
something can be something that can remain absolutely at rest.
Trying to say on that topic anymore. Anyway, for real. I had forgot. I had said in my mind, okay, when you said I drop it, I said I ain't even gonna share that. Then it must be pearls of swine. I forget about it. I erased it from my mind. For real, I did. I pulled the Kanye West. I was like, I bet you can't believe that I would just leave it wrong. You can't make it right. And I'm just gonna leave it wrong. But yeah, man. So no, but on this tip though, man, like, you know, I forget his exact question, O.L.E.E. Do you remember it?
He just
because I don't want to make nothing up.
He said, give him example of.
Oh yeah. I got it now. Yeah, that was deep because that's something I'm working on in my book. So a lot of things that people talk about, man, y'all, they be not y'all as in you, O.L.E.E. I'm saying y'all as in us, as in everybody. Yeah, and me too. Everybody, we be asking some deep questions, but then when somebody try to answer it, sometimes we'll give them 5 seconds. But this is a question of that nobody ain't never answered, but they give a person 10 seconds to get it out. But ain't nobody never answered the question. And then they'll ask a question and say, you can't. And when you say you can't, like when I deal with math, it's this question like division by 0. Nobody could divide by 0. You can't divide by 0. And it's like a million videos out saying that. And nobody ever challenged it until now, because everybody said you can't do it. It's undefined. Undefined does not mean undefinable. It just means not defined yet. Undefined means I haven't defined it yet, or I can't define it. But it doesn't mean you can't define it or that it's undefinable. You could possibly define it. And so, yeah, so don't say can't. Now, listen.
Shout out Smashing Idol. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you.
I agree with you. Go ahead. Keep going, brother.
Oh, no, that's A1 doing his shout out for the catch up and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. I try to be quiet when he do that. So let me see. So now this is what I want to get you to. Space time. That's 2 words or one. Space time, and then I want to take you to this word: position, direction.
Yep.
Position, direction. Right now. So you talked about time being speed and direction. I mean speed and distance. Now, a thing can have a position and a direction, but not be moving. And you said that everything was moving, and that, you know, basically everything is moving. Now, to a certain extent of everything moving, I agree. But on this side, on this level that we're talking about, when we're talking about inertial frames of reference and non-inertial frames of reference, then we could talk about position and direction and space-time, because we're putting ourselves inside of space-time because we're talking about time. So there we go. We inside of space and time. So now when we get inside of space and time, it's 2 things: position and direction. A thing can have a position and not be in motion, not be moving. A thing can have a direction.
I got you.
Yeah. A thing can have a direction and not be moving and not in motion.
I agree with you, brother. As far as
Okay.
Cartesian mathematics, where we make velocity zero. For
Okay.
example, your car is at zero, is at rest. But the earth is moving and so on. That's where you was talking about. You agree with me on the bigger scale. But when we come down to the, you know, I agree with you, brother.
Yeah, when
Um,
you come down to like the quantum level, you was about to say it. Yeah, the quantum level. When we get down to like dealing with fields and vectors, like that, like empty space, vacuums. When we start talking about that, and we start talking about a single particle, and a single particle existing on its own in empty space. And we talk about that one particle and we try to observe it or try to measure it or try to get a handle on it. And when
yeah.
we talk about one single particle, that's when everything fall apart about time, distance and all of that. None of that really come into play when we start.
Let me say two things came to my mind when you said all that. One is what the guy name? Professor Hoffman. He a neurologist. He
Donald
studied and
Hoffman.
yeah, he claimed they found outside of time space. Blah blah blah. And then another thing come to my mind is the Hermetic principles. There's only one half truth, only half fall. What's up? What's down? And I was like, damn, it's almost like that God paradox. I am, but I ain't. There's proof, but there's no proof. I am, but I'm not. I'm dead and alive. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like I'm moving, but I'm not moving. You know, I'm here, but I'm not. Time, but it ain't the time. This shit gets so
That's crazy.
mind-boggling till I tell niggas who say they know, they don't believe. I said, nigga, it ain't too much shit you could prove, like truly prove. Only that
I
me and
agree
you
with that.
is allegedly talking to each other right
I
now.
agree with that too. It's all opinion. Well, not all of it is opinions, like you said, but I agree with you on a
Yeah.
whole.
When Humble was arguing, that wasn't you, O.L.E., was it? When Humble was arguing with the brother, when I say arguing, I mean debating style. I don't mean
Yeah.
like fighting, arguing. I mean like true
Discourse,
court
Yeah.
argument.
discourse,
When he,
discourse.
Yes.
yeah, when he was discoursing with the brother, um, Roy Chess, Humble had said that he mentioned two words. He mentioned golly, he mentioned two words though, but and I felt like those two words. He mentioned hypothesis and he mentioned premise, and he used those two words interchangeably. And I wanted just because we're doing the show and we just talking about anything, brother O.L.E. and brother A1. I just want y'all to, if y'all can, if y'all talk to Humble, say, brother Babylon was asking about that premise, and you using the word hypothesis interchangeably, and I say that the premise is not the same thing as a hypothesis. If your premise ends in a conclusion, and your hypothesis could be called in a conclusion if you prove it, but then it's no longer hypothesis, it's a theory or a theorem. So a hypothesis starts and addresses the scientific method, and a premise is going to address like the actual sentence or the result. So it's two different things. But he still won the argument against Roy Chess. I'll stop right there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm in my opinion, I can't say because I kind of remember the what you're talking about, but I'd have to go back and look at it. And Humble can probably answer it, but I know a hypothesis is like you say when you it's just what you thinking, yo.
Yeah.
Educated, you know what I'm saying?
A
This is
theory
what I think
before it's a
about this.
theory.
Yeah, this is what I think about this. Your premise, you can have a premise anytime because your premise is just a statement within your findings or your
Yeah.
argument.
I can
So
see, so I can see why how premise and hypothesis are almost kind of similar.
because
They
you
When
very
you
close.
when you yeah, yeah, yeah.
they
Let me ask
very
y'all a question about this same little debate they was having earlier. I heard a dude saying it's metaphysics or physics, nothing else. Y'all agree with that?
What do you mean? I mean, I don't know about what. Well, you gotta explain that more. I mean, that's all that exists, or
That's
that's
how
all we
you.
can study?
That's how he was saying. He was saying it's either science, rather. My bad, not physics. Science. And if it ain't science, then everything else is metaphysics. So he was, and they was trying to metaphysics and spirituality. That's what they love. Debate was metaphysics versus supernatural.
No, I only pushback I would give him is that if it ain't science, science is not the end all be all. Even among the the trivium and the quadrivium, all that stuff right there, it's not science is under math. Just
Let me
like
ask.
logic,
Let me.
one
Let
thing.
me.
Let me say,
Okay,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
go ahead.
Because I want to reword it because
Okay.
I wanted you to answer what I was trying to get at. So, how do you think science view metaphysics versus supernatural? Are they different? Are they the same?
They definitely different. They even have
I
different
agree too.
connotations because supernatural implies something that's mysterious or mystical or magical and all those other mythological, all those M's that I just gave. That's the implication of supernatural. It means that we can't explain it. It's beyond the natural occurrences. It's supernatural. So we already admitting that it's, whatever, God-like, angel-like, or whatever, demigod-like, demon-like, ghost-like. We admitting that it's not in this realm by saying supernatural. But in metaphysical is a different separation. Metaphysical from the physical is a proper distinction because you have physical science. This what we learned in school. That's what they called it when I was in school, physical science. And then they later started calling it physics. But it was called physical science when I was a little boy at school. That's what we studied. That was on the textbook.
What's the
So now,
difference of metaphysics, though?
okay, I'm about to tell you.
All right.
Now, the word metaphysics is they get this from the word from Aristotle, which means to be after. In Aristotle's writings, when they compilated them, the white man, when he compiled Aristotle's writings and the things he wrote about Aristotle, that's the truth, because Aristotle didn't write it. The things he found wrote about Aristotle. He compiled them, and then the last things he found was the part that related to the metaphysical. And so he took that and he called it the metaphysics because it came after the physics that he had already compiled. And he called it the metaphysics. Now, but listen, metaphysics means more than that, though. Metaphysics, you have the phenomenal world, or the physical world, or the cognitive world, and you have the noumenal world, the conscious world. All right. So now, Immanuel Kant, a philosopher, made that distinction, and so the phenomenal world or the physical world is something that you can observe, something you can see, hear, smell, taste, and feel, like that. You can interact with it. The metaphysical world, you cannot interact with it like that, but you can interact with it on a mental and emotional, soul, spiritual, and all of that. And all of that is outside of science. Science can't talk about the soul. Science can't talk about metaphysics. Science can't talk about this emotions.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think
mind.
that's kind of reason why they named it metaphysics? Because the science is starting to talk about that more and more now. Because they are starting to do remote viewing and doing all these little experiments. They got the Virginia Institute of Psychology. They got a college based on being able to speak psychic and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, listen, see, they trick these people in the community, black community, like stuff is pseudoscience.
Yeah.
That would be pseudoscience in the black conscious community. But like you saying, but like you saying, it's respected at that university because it's a scientific study. Anything can be science if you look into it and observe into it and calculate and take the proportion,
measure it.
measure it, and repeat
Yeah,
the experiment. If you do that with what you're doing,
it's
anything you
science.
doing is science. Anything you doing
I
is
You
agree.
science.
use
I
the
agree, brother.
scientific method.
Yeah,
I
you
agree,
using the
brother.
scientific method. That's right, Oli.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I was kind of pushing back against Herc when he was saying science, and of course he explained what he was meaning. When I was first one, I was thinking that he was saying that because I use the scientific method damn near in everything I do because I look at it just like that when I'm looking at life now. I recognize different things, so I know when I'm making a hypothesis about something. When I'm, you know, what I'm saying, I know that it don't matter what I'm doing. If I'm thirsty, I make a hypothesis that we got sodas in the refrigerator. How do I go investigate that? I get up, I go observe where I think the sodas are. The sodas are either there or they ain't. If they ain't there, then I make another. So I'm constantly using this method, and if I can use that method without being in a racist situation or topic, then that to me points to that method isn't racist. It's you can use that method for a racist, and that's where I was going with that. But yeah, that's why I say
I
that's
remember
why I
that.
was
Yeah.
arguing with the scientific method being so because it's so dear to me.
I got you. Now, since you brought up racist, I think A1 sleep though. But I had my little mini presentation ready for you niggas on why the doctrine of discovery and the manifest destiny and the reputing of this statement by the Vatican is meaningful. The reason why it is, see, listen, I just had ChatGPT write it up real quick for me because I couldn't find it. I had did a little whole long build on Smoke Show because I asked ChatGPT. I said, "Man, can I get my Florida indigenous land back and claim it sovereign?" And it gave me 3 ways to do it, and that shit was stunning. I was like, "Oh shit!"
You said you put together a presentation on it.
Is it my ChatGPT? It's not really in presentation format, but I could put it in that because it was
You
just going
should,
through.
man, and come back on a Wednesday and do that.
A bunch of people called me about that from the Disney community, man, because I was on Smoke Show when I did the whole thing
Yeah,
and
man,
went all the way through it.
that
But
was real cool.
it ties to this court thing I'm talking about too. And I got it here where it shows even Ben Franklin came here and said, "Oh, well, they got the great law of peace. We could use some of this stuff in our little constitution." But yet, in their court records, they claim these people aren't worthy of managing their own land. But you stole a document from them that they did manage their land. So you lied in your own court documents. But anyway,
I just rebutted Charlie Kirk tonight actually on the same thing because Charlie Kirk was speaking to some fake Native American and he told Charlie Kirk basically why don't he ever speak on Native Americans and them getting their real sovereignty and them getting their land and being able to move about in America the way they want to. And Charlie Kirk was basically, you know, buck dancing and filibustering.
Can you tell me one of the responses he had, if you remember?
Yeah, he was just like well, I care about Native American people and you're just jumping ahead and projecting what you think I'm not doing, but I can't speak on everything, you know, I speak on this. So but did I speak on the other thing? No, this was his real response. And then he was just basically like you know, like the Native Americans put it on us that the Native Americans need to get together and do certain things and get this done. But in my post, I told them, man, that's just like telling us basically to pull ourselves up by our bootstrap. The same colonizers that took everything and made it bad on here trying to make like they care and telling us how to put it back together. I said our only problem is y'all. That's it. Uncolonized America. That's what I put. That's what on my post. That's verbatim.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful, man. Y'all need
Yeah.
to start putting together little presentations when y'all come up with good topics like this to go over. Especially when
Yeah.
everybody you don't even you'd be surprised. Well, and maybe not because y'all smart gentlemen, but it's surprising how some of the things that interest you individually would interest other people if you put it into perspective. Some people might not be going over the same things you are, but still looking for the same type of information. And I got to start putting them things together, man.
You're right. I wanted you to teach. Well, I need to talk to you offline, O.L.E. I need help, bro. I'm old. I don't know how to do all that shit. But come on.
Got you, man. We can definitely get it together, man. Because, like I said, you know me. I love when you come giving your point of view and your information.
Thank you, bro. I like yours too, bro. I love yours too.
You don't let nobody tell you nothing. You stick to your guns. And if somebody do give you something that's in life, I can't say that you always say, oh, I see it, like you did today when you said, oh, I see exactly where you're coming from and your reasoning and everything. I just disagree. And that's what we like about this whole platform, right? That we can't do that. That's what I love about it. And Heru, man, you need to go ahead and put together. You got it in your chat GPT, then that's the spine of it. You got the back, you got the skeleton. Go ahead and put together that presentation, man, because Wednesdays is open right now, man.
Hey, O.L.E., Heru didn't like the fact that I'm a foundational Black American before they were foundational Black American. That was made him mad.
I like that.
That was got to throw it off because he thought I wasn't. Then he forgot. He asked me that before, but he didn't say foundational. He tried to be like, "You're a Black American." Yeah, I'm a Black American. What? Yeah, for y'all. But check it, O.L.E. I went on their show, and it's this dude named Unbiased Run. I ain't talking about him behind his back. I told him this to his face, on the show. So Unbiased Run, but he. Now, and I didn't get to this part. I had a couple of notes in front of me when I started talking about this, when I told him I want to talk about this. And one of the notes read, foundational Black American is not the delineation, right? Because this is what Unbiased Run said. He said, I asked them, what's the delineation? What delineates them from other Americans? And that's what I was trying to get the brother to say. But when he kept moving and he said, well, everybody are we indigenous, we already was here too. And then, they part of the Trail of Tears, they part of the Africans that came on the slave trip. Then I'm just like, well, what's the delineation? Right. What year did y'all become foundational? If it wasn't 1866 with civil rights, which is where y'all should have been, then it wasn't 1619 and it wasn't 1492, then show me in the record where it could be before that, and ain't gonna be no record, because then we're gonna move back to slavery, and then we're gonna turn into just talking, and then it's gonna have to be some mumbo jumbo, and we're gonna have to believe it. And that's what I was trying to get to. Like, it's not a long line. It ain't a bunch of places a person can run to. Like, it's a time limit. It's a time span. When you're talking about to the end of the world, that's why I was saying, like, that's thousands of years if you say you're the original people here in America. Like, that's crazy. Like that, then I would agree that you could be, and that those people got shuttled in with the other people. But golly, bro, that's just like the Haitians and the Taino or something, or the Arawak and the Dominicans or something, like, well, how you do that? So, and then the other thing I put on here is ethnogenesis, O.L.E. They said that ethnogenesis made the delineation.
But they never mentioned that's still crazy. That's why I say I got to go look in that, but they never mentioned biology.
No, they never mentioned biology. They say I got the note right here. He say this delineation, ethnogenesis delineation, is based on the plantation, when they hit the plantation. So I asked him, I said, so delineation for FDA is based on plantation workers who all worked on the plantation. And then they basically said, yeah.
Okay.
Now, how they delineate themselves? By being plantation workers. When the plantation workers are supposed to be African slaves, I just see a lot of contradictions, and then people get mad with me for being a know-it-all, whatever. I'm just pointing this stuff out. It just don't make sense to me. If somebody can make it make sense, just tell me, like, how can the ethnogenesis, like you say, ethnogenesis, ethnic and genes, not be based on no type of having sex with other people? Because you having sex with your own self, Yeah, that's right. If you're having sex amongst your own people, then it's no ethnogenesis that could ever take place. You just the same people. You ain't never mixed.
Right.
But in order for it to be an ethnogenesis, like you said, Brother Oli, we have to mix with and it show up in our DNA.
Right.
I agree with that.
That's how I always saw it. You know what I'm saying? When I said I didn't know nothing about ethnogenesis. You know I was lying. That's what I always thought about ethnogenesis.
Okay, yeah. That's what it is to me too. But they gave it a new definition. They say that it's just coming amongst the people and mixing amongst them, and then after a long period of time of being around them, like when you go to Rome, act like a Roman, they just came to Rome and then they just learned to act like Romans. And so that's the delineation. Now they are conglomeration or an amalgamation, but not by genetics. Not by genetics. Because if you say that they mix with the white man, then you tearing up the whole thing about them being here already before the white man. And you tearing up the thing about them being indigenous, you tearing up the thing about them being Native Americans, and you tearing up the thing about them, just being sovereign.
That's why we have to. And you see, that's why I put my hold to where I put it when we're talking about foundational, and then black, and then Americans. If we're talking about America, we know the land was over here and stuff was going on. But then if we're trying to talk about a certain people, it would have to be the people if you the foundation, and the foundation is the Constitution, it would have been having to mention your direct, like you say, genesis, your direct gene lineation. And when you can point to your people and say, yeah, I'm them, not that I came later after everything was over with, even if I came after slavery, but it was still hard times for those people. But I wouldn't be a part of that foundation because them ain't the people that I was talking about. When I got here, the Constitution had already been transformed and said that these people were full people. So when I got here, I was already a full person. Then that ain't you then. Was any of your bloodline here when they was saying that they was half a person and stuff? No, then that ain't you. You're a Black American because you over here right now, but you're not a foundational Black American because none of your lineage stretched back to those people that was mentioned. And that, of course, there's other ways to look at it. For me, I like to look at things in the simple, most coherent, and economically safe way to look at it so I can get answers. So that would have to be those people for me. Whether they
I totally agree with that foundational outlook what you gave. I do. Because and then you heard me when you said that. I said Constitution right along with you.
Right. As soon as I asked the question, you said Constitution.
Yeah, because I agreed with that. I knew, and I had told them that too, that, hey, are y'all talking about 1776? Are y'all talking about when y'all got written into the Constitution? And y'all saying that these people that's a part of this writing, the exact same thing you said, Ovi. I said, these people that's a part of this writing in this Constitution, you saying that they are the foundational Black American? They said, no, that ain't what we talking about.
Yeah, see, that ain't me.
That ain't what we talking about.
I can't talk about nobody else but that, because I know that's where my lineage goes to when it comes to, because then you got to ask, then what do you have to do with the situation that we're talking about?
Yeah, they'll never answer the question though when you say, if you're talking about, if you say just like I asked, I said, well, before 1492, then tell me, just explain to me what you talking about, who you talking about. Like, it's gonna be nothing. It's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be mumbo jumbo.
Because when it get to the word meta, then people would have had to be here all the way until that Constitution, and then they're gonna be talked about in the Constitution. So we don't even have to go back. I mean, you can go back that far. It's gonna be work, whatever you're looking for. Me myself, when I come to a logical conclusion and a logical proof about something, I'll just argue that logical proof because you can logically falsify it. So, yeah, I'm going to claim that logical proof. I believe the logical proof is the Constitution would have to be where you start your foundation at. And then you have to find the people that Constitution was talking about, if you're talking about America. And those people that's mentioned, you find those lineages and the people who was here when they was talking about those people. Anybody that came after that, And you say, "Oh no, all my people came from over here," well, then that means you wasn't in the time of this happening, and so your lineage really doesn't cross. Even if they brought some people, some of your people, your cousins, or people that was those people, and you wasn't, and then you came over, and like your grandparents or something wasn't, then you're not the foundational Black Americans that I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you know what? Another reason why they fight the ethnogenesis, Oli, is because like, okay, now see, the thing is so stupid because look, if a Jamaican or if a Puerto Rican or any other person that call themselves with Black origin, Cuban or African, any immigrant, a Haitian, any somebody called an immigrant, if they come over here and then now Malcolm X is an immigrant, right? Um, Clarence 13X is an immigrant. Um, Deuce Ali is an immigrant. Um, just a lot of our leaders, Compost is an immigrant. A lot of the leaders that help bring stuff, and Marcus Garvey is an immigrant. Like a lot of the people, bro, we name them, they came from other places and they were here trying to bring African culture and trying to educate American Negroes who had been under slavery. But American Negroes think they the smartest in the world and they the only slaves. And what they went through is worse than anybody. They almost like the Jews with the Holocaust. They the only ones that suffered. And then when somebody point out something like, hey, did you know that it was like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of slaves that left Maine in the United States, one state, Maine, and was taken to Brazil and throughout the islands? Did you know that? Would they be foundational Americans? Those people that was already here, and then they got taken on another slave journey out of America into the Brazil to go do some other slave plantation work. So now those ain't no longer our brothers. They not included in the reparations and the thing we went through. Oh, because they left too early. So then at what point do we get to where we say we foundational Black Americans and we could draw the delineation line? Because that's what delineation means, to draw a line, a dividing line at that. Where do we draw this delineation line?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's why, like you said, you asked the question. I put forth mine, you put forth yours. And like I said, if you want an intelligible answer, you do have to have that starting point, because so many individuals that you that you have to answer for, especially if you're talking about who's going to be benefiting off of some type of reparation or something like that. And I believe that's where it all stems from when we start talking about who would these people be.
Great point, bro. Reparations. Good point out.
That's that. I believe. I mean, in my view, that's
you're right. You're right. That's where it stems from, because they want to make the delineation so that they can claim for reparations as a group. Because you heard them say the lineage. See, they trying to say lineage, but if you ask them, so a lineage is a bloodline, bro. Mm-hmm. So then, what lineage are you talking about? What bloodline? And then you say, what distinct bloodline do y'all have outside of ones that we have? And they don't have one. It's a false delineation, but they don't want to hear this. So in a way, O.L.E., we kind of like, although we asking questions, we kind of debunking it at the same time, which is a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you debunk something, with questions, because when you answer the questions that we ask, it shows what it means. But man, shoot.
You can't still there with us. Say what now? Sorry.
No, I was wondering if Haru was still here. I didn't want him to feel like we was leaving him out. He might just be listening like A1. You know how us old men do it sometimes. We'll listen and be taking notes.
Yeah. But like African American. Now, look, I said this a long time ago, and I know a lot of people hip to it now. But, like we consider African Americans. Okay, now, if Elon Musk leaves South Africa and come to America, could he be called an African American? Because he's South African and he's in America.
if he gets citizenship here. Can he become? Then they were saying like, we don't want him included. And then, when an African come over here from Nigeria and come over here, and then they get called black, right? They saying they can't be called black in America. Black is a word only for foundational black Americans. Nobody else ain't really black. Like Jamaicans ain't black, Puerto Ricans ain't black, Cubans ain't black, Nigerians, Africans, none of them ain't black. None of them. They ain't black. Because they don't serve under the term of black since the foundation of black America. You have to be foundational to actually be black.
Yeah, boy. My bad. I was looking over here at the chat.
Oh yeah.
It's been real. They've been over there active. We talking about something. They talking about something totally different. I wish some people would come up and
okay,
see what they talking about. They talking about proofs. Somebody got a PowerPoint.
I love proofs and talk like that though. Come up here with that. But they don't want to come because
the car said exactly Babylon, so he must have been agreeing with one of the points you was making. I didn't see. And then Michigan Natural Livings asked where your family was from, if you don't mind, if he ain't getting
Kolomoki Mounds, Kolomoki, Kolomoki Mounds. That's in Sandy Bottom, Georgia. Sandy Bottom, near Florida, like 15 minutes from Florida, 15 minutes from Alabama, right there on the Georgia line, right there in the heart of Native American country. The mound's still there, although somebody broke into them one time, stole some artifacts.
I wonder who that was.
Oh, we know who it was. The people who curate the museum. But yeah, we know that was them. But yeah. And but it's in Blakely. It's in a city called Blakely, Georgia, 19 miles outside of Damascus, Georgia. So the city is called Blakely, Georgia, but my land and my people, we live in an unincorporated part of Georgia. Like Sandy Springs used to be unincorporated, but now they incorporated into Atlanta. Where I live at is Sandy Bottom. Ironically, Sandy Bottom, Sandy Springs. Sandy Bottom is unincorporated. You see what I'm saying? And it's still outside of the city limits.
That's right. So is it I don't know if I should say reservation.
Country, farms, a town square, no stores, no Walmart, no big store, no mall, no nothing for 90 miles square, nothing but cow and farm and cotton and peanuts and pecans. And that's it.
Okay. So that's where a lot of our product coming from in America.
Yeah. A lot of the peanut butter, a lot of the poison too, because you see, they killed a lot of people with the peanut butter came one year, and they killed a lot of people with the ice cream came one year. There's a lot of stuff come out of there, but they do the chicken, Cable's chicken down there. They do the South meat, South of Georgia. They do the pig feet, all that, the pork brains, the chitterlings. All that, they renounce all that nasty, disgusting stuff. Yeah, that's what
they do it all in one area right down here. This is where it's amazing. That's amazing.
You're right.
This is where a lot of butchering. This is where a lot of butchering of the United States animals is going down.
Yeah.
Okay,
we still got cotton down there, bro. People still farm cotton down there for real. Unfortunately, shamefully, me just keeping it real on my own property, they farm it.
Yeah, but farming today, we know we got machinery and technology.
Yeah, they do. I mean, yeah, you're right. The Caucasian doing it, but I'm just saying
that's hard right there for it. But who knows how the profits go? But
yeah. Now they go to them, bro. They go to them. They go to them. We land rich and dirt poor, right? And money poor, right? Because they farm the land, and then basically what they pay us gonna go in that much taxes and upkeep.
Right.
So don't nobody earn nothing. And so I went down there at one point in time a few years ago, when I had major cash. I went down there, started a nightclub, bought a house, then moved on my land, built a new house out there on the land. Sheriff got into it with me. They don't want nobody out there messing with they clique. It's the good old boys. It's the KKK. It's that type of place. If you look it up, you'll see that too. In the town square, it's the KKK where they meet at right now to this day. Like Stone Mountain. It's 80 something percent black, O.L.E., and we get dogged out. It's 80 something percent black, and we get dogged out. We on the bottom rung, like dogged out, beat up.
Sound like they kept their foothold in a particular way, huh?
Damn.
That's probably why they unincorporated, so they can make sure they don't even need federal government.
Yeah.
Look, hey, it's a nothing to keep this shit running.
Remember, let me ask y'all a question. Do you think niggas need to be more involved with trying to get some of the incorporated land, putting their wealth together? But a lot of niggas scared. I'm gonna half answer it for you, but I want to hear y'all respond, because a lot of niggas would think every time we start a movement, some niggas get killed or some sabotage shit happens, so niggas be scared.
I don't talk like that.
Yeah, let's try to say that. But I know what you're saying though when we say that word. We're trying to keep it.
What I said wrong? So because I don't know y'all rules. Y'all say y'all both.
You didn't say
y'all both went away from it. Let me know what I did wrong, nigga. Don't let me in.
I'm a nigga.
I'm talking about something different than O.L.E., but go ahead, O.L.E.
Oh snap! So I double deucey. What I did?
I'm talking about you. You made everybody ain't nothing wrong.
NIGTA.
Yeah. We know.
Who want to debate me? That's an original word from Kemet.
Nagas.
God.
Is that an A or an I? Did they change the word? If they changed,
they added vowels. They added vowels, but they tell you where a lot of their words come from through the whole etymology. I got a full debate ready for your ass.
Hey,
all the way to the temples, all the way to the coffins, all the way to the stones.
I believe there's some people right now today, ain't it, Hiru, who pushing for that word Naga, like in a
not Naga. I'll show you how that got misconstrued. But it originally sourced back from the golden goose, or the goose that laid the golden egg.
Oh, come on now. You running out. Come on now.
I'm talking about ancient Kemet. This is an ancient Kemet story.
I'm saying give
it to us.
That's the great captain. Go ahead. Yeah.
Give it to us real quick, because I mean I've heard this, but I want to hear your rendition of it so we can put it into perspective right now today.
Hold on, let me pull it up somewhere. I gotta pull that shit. I don't know that shit by heart. I don't know it by heart.
Okay, that's all right.
But I do got it somewhere. Give me a second.
Hercules, shout out King Herc. You know he always supporting this stuff. He said Hiru right. Niggas, see, I can say it when he spelled it, because the way he spelled it, I know how he was. Niggas is scared. NYGAS. Is that the way that you spell it also?
NGA, and then the the or ER is actually a title, meaning the great, that that was added. So when a white man called me nigger, you know what I'm gonna tell that cracker? I am the great master. Thank you for notifying me of my titles, nigga. They don't want that word, because they don't want us to be walked around and called great masters around this bitch. That's why they don't want us to say it. They don't even want us to say our own word. Now it's a bad word. Who gives these white men the right to declare words derogatory? Please explain it.
I think we started agreeing it was a bad word when they was hitting us across the backs and calling us that. Hold on.
So we got beaten into submission.
Don't get me wrong. Now I could be wrong about this, but I think when we started having problems with that word, I don't care if I am a king or nothing. You
feel okay? I don't like that word no more.
I don't want to be your king.
Fuck the history of that word.
Damn.
Beat my ass with a whip.
Damn. Why did you cut off too, bro?
But hold on though. Isn't that the same thing they did to us by beating Christianity in us?
Into us. They took something out of us and put it into us. And right now, today, look at how we doing Christianity. And that's all. I'm gonna get back to that too. I haven't forgot about you, Omar. I don't know if you watching this stuff. I remember what this started about. A1 done went to sleep. He beat up a couple of the Hebrew Israelites was in the gym the other evening, training, sparring, and A1 was in there sparring, and I think he had a sparring match with both of them and was beating them up. And then when I came in the morning to train, Omar hit me with a workout and asked me a question, and I worked out all day yesterday, and I got a 10-part series that I have to do to answer this one question. So, yeah, man, they
Hey, A1 now. I share my screen. Give y'all first few
maybe
pages of this PDF of the word, the origin of the word nigga.
bet. And y'all remember this is the Titan Debate League, but this is coming from Hero the Guru, and we have a disclaimer that say this is his material, not
Well,
ours. So don't try to take the man's stuff. If you want to refute the
well,
video,
I will say I'm reading a
he gonna
PDF
come in
from
and say,
my own boy Adi Waterfa Kwesi Ra Naheem Bata Akon. He
okay,
is a Akon comedic guy.
okay.
So I ain't gonna steal his works. This is his works. You can see it right here. This is the date in which they declare and commit. The year July 13,014 is when they wrote this, 2014. Note of the term nga, or nga, or in Kemet. So these are the hieroglyphs that the term denotes that. It's not the word nigger. It's not. Okay, boom. We're gonna get into some of these hieroglyphs. As far as neg, the source of neg means to cackle. Also, you'll see it here. I got the source right here, and it's at the bottom of this, so you can pull the sources of this. Matter of fact, I'll leave this PDF in the back too for niggas who want to thoroughly look through it because it's 48 pages. I ain't going through it all unless I'm in a real debate.
Got you. That's hey, I'm like you. Sometimes I don't like to show people my stuff because I don't want to give away too much information for my debates. I use a lot of my material for my debates, so the more they don't know is good to me. So the next from does now. When I think about I think about of the Chaldeans. Did this come from there? Is these
No.
people from Is that what it's
Well,
named by?
I would say this was written in the stone already in hieroglyphs, like neg meaning the goddess, the goose
Oh,
goddess who laid the sun egg. See,
Is the okay. Yeah, that's right.
but it's also known as a title in commit too, what I'll get to later on. Neg also negaga These are just the different ways to pronounce it, and it's all associated with these Kemetic hieroglyphics. So these terms, Gaga or NGG or NGA with the WR, Gaga have been promoted as the etymological origin of the word nigger, and is thus associated with the false notion that nigger actually means God. We've heard that before. This false conception can be clarified when we look at another common form of the term or Gangaer. Gangaer, also the goose god who laid the cosmic egg. Here in these stones here. Here's some more examples of these hieroglyphs. You can find them in Burrow translation, BD translation page 54. The cosmic egg. As we can see, Ngagaer and Ngagaer are identical to Gangaer. This is because the term is actually pronounced Nganga or Ganga or Ganga or Nganga. That's why you see a lot of words in Africa starting with the word N, like Ngenwe, one of the oldest mines in Africa, over 40,000 years old in Ngenwe. And also, wonder, and this is my own hypothesis, that the word Indian is not actually an I, but an N. It may have been a actual word. Because remember, Columbus thought he was in the West Indies, thought he was in India, he thought he saw some regular black niggas all over the earth. So they named him Indian, which I would say it started with the N and not the I.
Here in Oklahoma, that's how they write Indian. Indian.
Okay, think about that now. All right, so let me get down to one. I'm gonna skip down to here. So nga means to cackle or to quack. It is also a title meaning cackler. Nga or ngaga. And the means the great cackler. Cackler.
So
Or
the great laugher.
When a goose quack, 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 quack. Yeah, that's why the goose is the birds are I don't know, spiritual representations. You look at all the different birds from the the ebwe, the long ass looked like a goddamn stork. The stork that delivered the baby and shit. Remember that little story with the stork that used to bring the baby to you and shit? I'm saying, in the form of the great Toro or Amen cackles at the beginning of creation and causes the primordial waters of Noon and Noonet to begin to vibrate. The primordial waters of Noon and Noonet within the great black substance of space, which we call Ka, or Kaket, is the female form, ultimately giving the birth to Ra and Riet, which we call the creator and creatress, who manifests as fire and light, piercing through the blackness and eventually manifesting through the sun. So this is explaining the birth of suns, not just our sun, but all stars in the universe. That grid gives out life, creates the elements, creates the ability for biological life to exist. Without this creator sun, no biological forms will exist. What is the key here is that the cackling or quacking or production of the sound, waves, vibration, power, set in motion, movement, transmission of energy within Noon and Noonet. Their energy substratum from which Ra and Riet, the creator and creatures, is ultimately all created entities would emerge. They all come from the blackness. Just like they teach you in cosmetology. All colors come from the blackness. Radiates out in this violet prism, is so to speak, all the way to the white light. This notion and the terminology references continue to be used in Africa. So the original term of Africa is Afu, meaning the flesh. Ra, Ka, Afu Ra Ka. So the Ra and the Ka obviously is the spirit that manifests from the Ka. And Afu is the flesh in which both of these forms, Ra and Ka, entered, which allowed us to be man. The Bakongo people are an example. In the Kikongo language, the term Nganga means a master, referencing a healer from self-healing power and therapy. So I'm going to finish it with this page here.
See, I did know that. I did know that right there.
Good. To be initiated is to join the circle of the Nganga masters and become oneself. Nganga, a doer. Nganga of the archaic verbal root of Ganga or Genghis Khan. Got his name from us, of which the modern form is Vanga, to do, to make, to act, to realize. Is a Mvanji, an individual of deeds. Mavanga, it is earned by merit, by enduring proofs of initiation. Kukanga, at the initiation institution site. Through Kukanga or Congo, one learns to discover one's own sun or package of life. That is Heru. That is why I name myself Heru. It is controller, the regulator of your circulatory power, your heart, the rod in you, the
Okay,
energy
okay.
that animates your life. It powers and radiation, the genetical, spiritually, and physically inherited strength of self-healing power. Once at Kukanga or Congo, the candidate must learn to speak the language of Kinkanga or Kinganga, a specialized language. Without knowledge of this sophisticated language spoken by the initiated masters, one might find it hard to digest the sophisticated knowledge. But it goes on and on. I'm gonna just go a little script. It goes into an etymology of Negro, the member of the black skin race of Africa out of the 1550s Spanish or Portuguese Negro black from the Latin nigrum, nominative nigger, black, dark, sable, dusky, figuratively gloomy, unlucky, bad, wicked, of unknown origins, perhaps from pie or necked, night, C.F. Watkins. As an adjective from 1590 used with a capital N that became generally early 20C or 1930 New York Times style book in reference to U.S. citizens of African descent, but because of its perceived association with white imposed attitudes and roles of the word was oust late in the 1960s and then since by black. Professor Booker T. Washington, being politely interrogated as to whether Negroes ought to be called Negroes or members of the colored race, has replied that it has long been his own practice to write and speak of members of his race as Negroes, and when using the term Negro as a race designation to employ the capital N, meaning English language spoken U.S. blacks, is 1740 from Negro, borrowing from Spanish Negro. So night, it breaks down night, necro, uh, I mean, this it gets deep. I would like to go. I don't want to take up all the time. It's not nigga. It's not nigga, but it is associated with the Kemet goddesses and gods. I'm gonna land it right there.
Gotcha, gotcha. Can you shout out? Can you shout out that book again?
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna share it in the back chat for you, brother.
I mean, shout it out. What was the name of it? Just in case, so people would know what that was. I
Okay.
appreciate you for that
All right.
information. I'm just to put it in here so I can have it in my. That's why I want the name of it for real.
All right. 1 second. The title of it is Anidaho. Anidaho. And this, yeah. And the subtitle note the term NGGWR is not the word nigga or the origin of the term God. It talks about the origin of the term God, Negus, Nanka, Naga, all those words and how they got associated with the original the great masters.
The Great Masters. Yeah, yeah. So I appreciate you for that, man. You know me, I always get new information. Make sure I go look that and look at that. Of course, you know we always get information in small increments before we know the full information. And I've heard about the movement of the at least the sounds of that, all the way down to um, Yaju Judah using the NGA way and trying to get back to Ethiopia. Forgive me if I'm straw manning your view, but uh, what's his name? Yaju. But yeah, man, that's a powerful. This, that word um, is definitely powerful in the hearts and minds of it's the people in America, especially the population of a certain um, people in America. That name was like we was talking about beat into us in a violent way. Then once we took power of it and started using it for us, um, because we didn't want them to always have power using that word, so we start trying to, how would you call it, allocate the word to a brotherly like topic. When I call you nigga, that mean you my brother. I know we don't walk the same path of the same life. You know what I'm saying? You under the same system I'm under. We niggas. All the way to us being the niggas starting to not like it because when we took the power away as a race, now races want to use it in the same way and say niggas and act like they saying brothers and stuff. And so again, it's been allocated for a different race to use in the way that we use it in a good way.
Why white people want to be niggas so bad? Like a lot of white people who want to be like niggas for real. They
Well,
like, I want to be a nigga. They be, I seen the video. They be
well,
happy to be called a nigga.
well, Haru, it seems to be because you just given us information that people might not know that word might have been unknowingly beaten when they was trying to beat it into us and thinking that it was a bad word, not knowing that was really meaning good, and so it had bad effects. But when you go back down to the etymology of the thing, it might show something different, right? So
Yeah, because you got to think about it for all the people. Wow, how could they come up with this word out of the thin air and just all of a sudden, I don't like it. We're gonna call them niggers. No, that's almost like saying if, let's say you had a nickname, whatever your nickname, people called you that, and you got captured, and they found out your nickname, and they beat your ass yelling your nickname out. Would you throw away your nickname now? You don't like it anymore. You don't like your name at all. Don't even call me that shit no more.
Because every time somebody see me, they use that punch. And then, yeah, no, I wouldn't like that name no more. Don't you know my real name? Why is you calling it? Absolutely not.
Oh, hold on. I forgot he's sharing the screen.
Babylon came up. My bad. Babylon.
He's sharing the screen. He's sharing the screen. I get to share the goddamn Indian shit real quick.
Babylon, you step back up. You had something to say real quick? You're just coming back up. I know we might have touched on the subject that you. Oh, he was just sitting listening.
In and out. So I'm gonna read it real quick.
Hey, let me share it. Let me share it real quick.
Oh, okay. You got the share screen. Good. Boom. All right. Cool. Boom. 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 All right. So I asked Dr. Scott, man, it says court documents showed the courts declaring natives not fit to be on this land. Blah blah blah. I just asked it something so he could pull up some shit I already did. So it said, yes, there is a well-documented historical chain you can build a presentation around. One important clarification is the manifest destination and the doctrine of discovery are related but distinct concepts. Okay? Doctrine of discovery, 15th century onward, was a legal and theological principle used by European colonial powers to justify claims over lands inhabited by non-Christians. Interesting. We just talked about beating up into Christians. Manifest destiny, 19th century United States, was an American political ideology asserting that the U.S. was destined to expand across North America. So that's in the 1800s. It drew upon earlier colonial ideals, including legal doctrines that had evolved from the doctrine of discovery. A strong presentation would show how religious, legal, and political ideals developed over the centuries. Presentation title is giving me from the doctrine of discovery to manifest destiny, how law, religion, and the court shape native land rights. Interesting. So, question. How did European religious doctrines become legal principles that affected Native American land ownership? Okay. Doctrine of Discovery, Manifest Destiny, U.S. Supreme Court, and Vatican Repudiation 2023. Slide 2. Now this is I might even get it to build me a nice web presentation for this shit. The Doctrine of Discovery. Beginning in the late 1400s, several papal documents granted Christian monarchs authority to claim lands occupied by non-Christian people. Frequently cited documents include Dum Diversis, Romanus Pontifex, and Inter Caetera. Interesting. We can. There's a source. So this is just a pre-presentation debate. I'm gonna pull up all these sources. I told them to make sure all the sources are there. European governments later used these documents to justify colonial expansion. The Vatican's 2023 statement notes that these documents were later used politically to support dispossession of indigenous people. So that statement is saying that the documents were later used politically to support it of these indigenous people, while also stating that they were never considered expressions of Catholic doctrines. Church defended indigenous doctrine of discovery was never Catholic. Vatican knew. Interesting now. So here's the official source. I want to click on that, but I ain't gonna just read through this. The United States adopted the principle. The key American case is Johnson versus McIntosh in 1823. Chief Justice John Marshall held that European discovery gave the discovering nation the exclusive right to acquire land from indigenous peoples. Native tribes retained a right of occupancy, but not the full legal power to sell land independently by the federal government. This decision became one of the foundational cases of American property law. Interesting. It's foundational in this American law. So the famous language Marshall wrote that indigenous people had a right of occupancy, while ultimate title belonged to the discovering sovereign. This is where many historians summarize the decision by saying native nations became occupants rather than owners under U.S. property law. So it is important to distinguish renters. It's not the word used by the courts. So I put renters in my little thing. Historians often describe the practical effect as reducing native peoples to occupants whose land rights depended upon the federal government. Additional Supreme Court decisions. So 3 major cases are commonly called the Marshall Trilogy. John McIntosh, we talked about. Cherokee Nation versus Georgia. Your boy talked about this. 1831, tribes described as domestic dependent nations. Worcester versus Georgia in 1832, states cannot generally govern tribal land. So this to me is the key that caused this trail of tears. So like, man, y'all better get y'all ass out of Georgia, Florida, and move y'all ass west.
Well, yeah, that's what they did. They just legalized their conquering, right?
Yeah. So
and we'll give y'all something, man. But we beat y'all, so this is how it's gonna be. That's what that says to me.
All right. Slide 6. Manifest Destiny. By the mid 1800s, many Americans believed the United States had a divine mission to expand westward. Manifest Destiny was used to justify westward settlement, removal of native people, annexation of territory, expansion to the Pacific. We know about the Gaston Purchase, the 1852 Compromise, all these different things. The human consequences, policies influenced by these legal doctrines contributed to Indian removal, treaty violations. So they violated their treaties, which is a legal argument that I'm presenting here. This is the whole point, that we have a legal argument. Reservation system, loss of millions of acres, forced assimilation, boarding school. Also legally, you got to prove you have some type of harm done. And this is clearly showing that. These events are documented throughout U.S. history. So we have the documentation proof. The Vatican's 2023 repudiation. On March 30th, 2023, the Vatican issued a formal statement declaring the Catholic Church therefore repudiates those concepts that fail to recognize the inherent human rights of indigenous people, including what has become known as the legal and politically doctrine of discovery. That's in the Vatican News here too. The statement also says these concepts were political and legal developments. They were misused to justify colonization. They are not Catholic teachings. Official statement. They follow the Catholic Church here. Vatican News, Doctrine of Discovery statement. Slide 9. Why this matters today. That's what we get into. Although the Vatican repudiated the doctrine of discovery, some legal scholars note that U.S. property law still traces aspects of federal Indian law back to Johnson versus McIntosh. The Vatican statement itself observes that the doctrine found expression in the jurisprudence of courts in several countries. Now I have to look up that to get a full meaning of what that truly means. Expression in the jurisprudence of courts in several courts. I gotta look that up, but we're gonna get to that. This raises ongoing questions about indigenous sovereignty, land claims, treaty rights, property law, historical justice. Discussing question: can modern legal systems move beyond doctrines created during the colonial era? What effect, if any, should the Vatican Building have on civil law? Should historic and Supreme Court precedents based on the doctrine of discovery be reconsidered? Primary sources. All right, this is the Doctor Joint Statement. This is the Vatican source. Vatican explanations. Cardinal Talentino on the Doctrine of Discovery. That's another one. I'm going. Cardinal Cesarni interview. I'm gonna look up this shit. U.S. Supreme Court, the official text. All right, these are the sources. These are the sources. Oh, cool. Also, they took ideas from the Great Law of Peace to make their Constitution. Ben Franklin in Albany, or something like that. Okay, I remember all things. So it does. There's a substantial body of scholarship arguing that the political traditions of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, particularly the Great Law of Peace, influenced some American founders. However, the extent of that influence remained debated among historians. Of course, they're going to debate that. They're trying to whitewash us and take us. Of course, they're going to debate it. Okay? A balanced presentation can present both the evidence supporting influence and the scholarly debate. So the Great Law of Peace, Kainari Koa, is the traditional constitution of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, which united the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, the Seneca, and later the Tuscarora. It established principles including a federal union of separate nations, representative councils, deliberation before decisions, checks on leaderships, peace among member nations, protection of future generations. Many scholars consider it one of the world's oldest continuously functioning constitutional systems. Wait a minute. How is it continuously functioning? Who's still using it? That's a question I got. We're going to get back to that question. Ben Franklin and Albany. This connection is based on the documented historical events. Benjamin Franklin attended the Albany Congress in 1754. At the meeting, representatives from several British colonies met with Haudenosaunee, whatever that shit say.
Haudenosaunee.
Yeah, Haudenosaunee. Damn, that's a tough one. They met with these leaders. Franklin proposed the Albany Plan of Union. He had previously printed speeches and treaties involving the Haudenosaunee in his newspaper. He expressed admiration for the Confederacy's ability to unite multiple nations. One of Franklin's best-known observations was, it would be a strange thing if 6 nations of ignorant savages should be capable of forming such a nation, and yet that a like union should be impracticable for 10 or dozen English colonies. This quotation appears in Franklin's writing and is frequently cited in discussions of the indigenous influence. Yeah, something that you wanted to ask, you wanted to get in?
No, it's coming up. I was making a conclusion, but I see it right there. Did the U.S. Constitution borrow from the Great Law? I'm gonna say yes. Let's see what they say.
All right, this is where scholarship diverges. Evidence cited by supporters. Supporters argue that similarities include federalism, union of sovereign governments, representative council, shared defense, limited centralized authority, decision making by councils. They also note that several founders, including Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, had contacted the diplomats and political practices. Skeptical view. Other historians argue that most constitutive features can also be traced to British constitutional tradition, Enlightenment political theory, and classical sources such as Greece and Rome. Well, I would say, of course, they're going to add their own white. They ain't going to just take all of it. They're going to, yeah, they're going to add
their
their.
savages, and of course, you know, the Haudenosaunee probably had practices that it ain't talking about. But what is it? It's talking about the key distinction that if they brought together 6 nations, and we call them savages, and this is Franklin, one of the great thinkers of the American colonies at that time, and I guess they ain't even colonies, because if he visiting as a British representative, then he's using the Haudenosaunee to say they over here already, they got this system, and this is what they started with the 13 original colonies.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Cause look, I'll go back to his statement. See Ben's statement. He's meet with these people and say, "Wait a minute, it's not impractical for us to have 10 or a dozen English colonies here. If they can do it,
why not?"
Yeah.
So yeah,
I wonder what the date of this meeting was. What it was? 1754. Yeah.
Right before they said, you know what, we got to be like the Haudenosaunee or the Haudenosaunee. And I ain't saying this because you know what I'm saying. If the Haudenosaunee a group that they can individually identify, and it ain't too many of them, shoot, they might be part of them ones when they was mixing the ethnogenesis and getting what we get it as $5 Indians, because they say it was just people claiming to be Indians. They might be mixing with these people, and this was the whole. But that's just another one of my
outside, But it's interesting though. 22 years later, America would declare 1776.
Click on Albany Congress, please.
All right.
Yes. Okay, there go a picture of it. Let me see. That says
the Albany Congress was a meeting of the representatives from 7 British North American colonies held in Albany, New York, from June 19th to July 11th, 17th, convened at the start of the French and Indian War. It is best known for coordinating. See, that's interesting. How does it start right at the start of a war with these Indians? But yet you borrowing, you meeting with Indians right now. See, this is crazy.
That's why I say, man, my conspiracy theory mind start stretching 1 million. I don't like to talk when I be seeing this, because we know it's back. When we see histories like this, we still know that it's backdoor and or how do you say it when you're talking about
it sounds like they befriended the Indians to help against the little French and Spain, and they were fighting over it. I just think
a group up and said, y'all come with us. Since y'all was here, we'll say that y'all the head Indians. We'll mix with y'all, and this is where we'll mix our Indian blood from. And then they go take over or try to take over the rest of the Indians using that pact. And if these Indians had the Constitution like they did and had them nations gathered already, we can take that land, we can get that land, and then we can fight the
This also proves they weren't a colony yet, in a sense.
Yep.
Because right here it says Albany Congress did not seek American independence. No. Its immediate objectives were practical. They just want diplomacy and defense within the British Empire. Multiple British colonies discuss common interests. Historians often viewed as an important precursor to later meetings such as the Stamp Act Congress, 1765, and the First Continental Congress, 1765.
Oh, okay. So they agree with us.
Helping establish the idea that a colony could cooperate through representative assemblies.
So it like First
Continental Congress is that first stealing or rough draft from this meeting of the Haudenosaunee.
That's the Bill of Rights, right? The First Continental Congress.
I don't know if that's the Bill of Rights or not, is it?
If I ain't mistaken, I believe that's when they first started asking, and then they came up with the Constitution right after that.
Oh, let me look at this. It says U.S. congressional recognition, An important document for your presentation is a 1988 congressional resolution. In 1988, Congress passed Senate Concurrent Resolution 76. I don't know what this is. In 1988, this is interesting, very recent. It recognizes the contribution of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy to the development of the democratic principles in the United States. They're admitting it. The resolution states that the Confederacy political system influenced the framers of the Constitution. This resolution reflects Congress' recognition of that contribution, although it is not itself proof of a specific historical fact in the way primary argument. Shit, how is it not?
Shit.
So I would ask, what did Congress in this Senate concurrent resolution read? What documents they read to say, all right, we agree that we were influenced by that?
It's enough Haudenosaunee that they can map their bloodlines, and they done already mixed with them. And the Haudenosaunee gonna be the people that's in the government and stuff right there. When you trace their blood lineage.
The Haudenosaunee Confederacy before the European settlement. Ben Franklin interaction with the Haudenosaunee. We might have to really look into these
Haudenosaunee. Do this, man. It tell you to do it. This and you ain't made your presentation. You playing, man. See, this ain't
argument
even
question to extent. Yeah, this is like a prerequisite. Like you seen, I had a lot of questions that I wanted to go to. You know what I'm saying? That'd be a part of a presentation if I did.
Yeah, man, you could put together a presentation that would be.
The point in bringing up this is that it proves. So I said the point in bringing this up, it proved that they were worthy of owning the land, and clearly they are. So this is a historical argument to make, but it's important to distinguish between your argument and what the historical record directly established. A presentation could frame it like this. The existence of the Haudenosaunee and the Great Law of Peace demonstrate that many of them had sophisticated systems of government, developing law and land stewardship long before European colonization. This sort of challenge the colonial era assertion that indigenous people lack organized political societies capable of exercising sovereignty or managing land. You could then connect that to the legal history of the John McIntosh's, all that. That allows you to make an evidence-based argument such as if indigenous nations demonstrate stable government, constitution, blah, blah, blah. This approach is strong in saying the court declared they were unworthy. The court's reasoning, John, was based on the legal doctrine of European discovery and sovereignty. Many modern scholars criticize that doctrine as reflecting colonial assumption, but it's more accurate to quote the court and them compare its reasoning with the historical evidence of indigenous governance.
Yeah, you use this as a logical proof. This is where you reason. You have to reason with the evidence now. Not what the evidence say, but what the evidence points to. It points to the Haudenosaunee Indians had a sovereign nation with nations of individual nations together, and they hadn't been seeing this overseas. They hadn't seen this. The British, all of them, they was having wars and stuff over there. Remember, even in Africa, they fighting amongst themselves. They came to America. This is what they was coming to get, along with what they call religious freedom at that time. They was getting away from wars and stuff that was going on over there. Violence in a way that they. So I'm not gonna say the plan was always to get away from the British government as much as it was to just be away from direct persecution of the religious systems that was over there. They told them to go start it over here. And when they got here thinking that it wasn't nothing here, it was people. Now, they was calling these people savages for years. But once they got military might set on the East Coast, because the 13 original colonies wasn't 13 first. They started as.
Yeah, how many was it at first? That's interesting.
I want to say it was like 3. Well, we're just going to say 1. It was a group of people that went to like 3 colonies that ended up, but the way that they was going was just that. They'd take over an area. Everybody, you get our food, get it ready. Y'all go over there. Boom, y'all go there. And they took over 13 colonies and pushed Indians off of their land. Now, as they did this, or after they did this, I don't know when they came across the Haudenosaunee. We have to do more research, but it seems that they said, well, y'all got what? Because they went and told y'all have 6 nations of different, and y'all together, And we thought y'all was savages. Y'all ain't fighting like everybody else was fighting over there where we from. Because they ain't even came in the United States to actually say that the natives that's on American soil at the time was savage. They was just saying this because they were manifesting their destiny, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is why they was manifesting. They were saying they savages, so we have the right to do this. That's what they okay.
Yeah.
So, but they came across the Hanawasi, and the Hanawasi was different.
Yeah.
You got all this. How y'all doing this? And they seeing how they doing it. And then 9-10 years later, they have the first Stamp Act. This is how they taxing on stamp. And then 10 years after that, they have the First Continental Congress trying to get individuality and show that these people over here are different than the people back in Britain.
Mm.
And then in 1776, now they got the 13 original colonies that's structured as them 6 or 7 savage colonies that they was talking. Well, they said the Hattawassi. Oh, they said, could it be the thing? But see what I'm saying? So they got it backed out just like that, and they got it wrote down. And they got their constitution wrote down, and so they said, "Shit, this is a better way because it ain't a king."
I think the 15 and 1600s is key because we all in the 1700s. Because I'm looking at this damn little historical map from the History Museum, and one it just popped. I looked at one block right here where it says, where is it? Oh, 1560. Africans outnumber Europeans and the Caribbeans by a factor of 300 to 1. So let me ask you a question, because it's a lot of debate on what the Indians looked like when they first got here. Like, I'm pretty sure it's probably various different ones. But how do the white people view it? Remember, white people view niggas all look alike. They ain't gonna too much necessarily group niggas in a different category. Unless there's a true, differentiation from them. They got a scientific mind. They like to document shit. You know what I'm saying? So I can see them seeing a tall, long ass nigga and calling them a different type. But for the most part, they gonna call niggas as niggas. But how in the fuck? We don't have many pictures of these so-called indigenous, and it seemed like the Haudenosaunee should be the most documented or most pictured Indian there.
Let's go to our resident native.
Yeah, Mr. Georgia. We talked about your state a lot in this last presentation.
Yeah, that's kind of over there.
Shit, that's exactly where it was. Matter of fact, let me go to that part where it said Georgia.
Shit, we can get some clarifications. I'm
gonna go right to it. It was 2, 3. Okay, here it go. Supreme Court decisions: the Cherokee Nation versus Georgia in 1831, Worcester versus Georgia in 1832. And when was the Trail of Tears allegedly?
The Trail of Tears was in the
18. Was it right after the Civil War or before? I can't remember. I gotta ask real quick. Hold on.
I got you.
I just ain't want to move my screen. Google get
1831.
That's when the Trail of Tears was?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Man, stop. Right here. Stop.
18. Yeah.
Stop. That shit right on the date. The same date. Please stop. Right after this, 7 years after Johnson Moxie made this property law. And then Georgia was like, shit, they done made this property law. Now we can kick y'all niggas up out of here.
Man,
that's exactly what just happened. Look, the Southern job became U.S. property law, and then 7 years later, nigga, they enforcing that shit. But it probably happened before that. That's why they had to go to a court, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831. Because they were trying to all right, nigga, we getting y'all niggas up out of here.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, no. It's law now. Man.
We can take your land.
But
I want to know what happened to the How to Watch It. They might have the American.
I want to know who the fuck they is. They act like they the most prominent.
Is it some today? See if it's some today.
You know what? I'm finna ask. Let me share my screen. Let's go ahead and dig into this shit. We got time. Fuck it. We finna motherfucker break AI back on this one. But we got too many questions, bro. Let me know what the hell you want to ask it. I'm finna ask it, but I want to ask right now. We talking about the who the Nazi. We want to know who they is. Oh god, let me copy paste their name because I don't know how to pronounce this shit.
Yeah, you had it up there, didn't you? Oh, you got your screen back showing. Let me look at it real quick. Yeah. Somebody they trying to hide from us. How do I see me? How to know Sani? How to know Sani? How didn't it? Harden Osani. That's it. That's what it say. I'm trying to sound it out if there's any people of the Lone Cows.
Oh, that's why he said Iroquois wrote it. Okay. But I often think the Iroquois was the first white Indians. Like, okay, think about this. They mainly Canada, Northern, up in those Nova, all that shit. And I feel that those were the first, like the Vikings came, went, mixed. Then you had a few other motherfuckers. So you had a little bit of mulatto looking Indians with a little more white blood before the full colonization took place. Because it was well documented that Christopher Columbus, they already knew this shit was over here. This was a reconnaissance mission to see what they can see and what they made that story. Oh, he thought he was going around Africa. Man, stop the cap. Stop the cap. You had a navigator named Pedro who knew what this shit was. And you have some documents that says Columbus sought out African knowledge to find that place, which is America. They already knew it was over here. But okay, this is how they claim they look, huh? Interesting. Don't that look like a nigga mix with a little cracker in them? Or Indian or something, because he got this straight hair, but I can see it like a nigga nose, little nigga feature a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of years removed from nigga. I mean, a couple of generations.
See, they look
See, that look just like my partner Scholar right there.
Mm-hmm. See, they look.
They went on writing the
Now here's the whitewash part, the last one. But it follows the color spectrum. All the colors from black darkest to the lightest, and now the white comes out. Damn, this crazy. Let me see what this look like. This the same. Oh, this the same pictures. Okay.
That predates the United States by centuries. Many Howard Racine continue to speak their traditional languages, hold long house ceremonies, elect or appoint. I wonder if this were Dustin at.
See, they play major roles in the Beaver Wars, 16th century.
See, I told you. I knew it was going to be a low number.
What is
right here. This them right here.
What you got? What you got?
I need to go see how much money they're at. It says the total number of people identified.
You need to share your screen, not nigga.
I'm on my other.
All right. Tell me what it says. Okay.
Matter of fact, you can put the question in your chat though. Are there any How do I see me today?
Oh, hell yeah! You know it's gonna say. Oh, it's only a few though.
Are they? Man, wait till you see how many it is. and that's enough to be getting so much money and not worried about who what.
And is these white ladies claiming they hunted? Oh,
Let me see. You just get to the spot where I was just at.
oh,
Keep going till it get down to the population.
oh, tens of thousands.
See, yours don't even set. Mine tell the exact number.
What it say?
Mine,
That's why, cause mine is in a whole conversation frame, so it's kind of.
or it might be. Oh well, yeah, that yeah. Stop. It say the total number of people identifying as Hadawasini has grown. Huh, that's funny.
Mm,
The 2020 U.S. Census recorded more than, and it say that like it's a lot. 113,000 people identifying as Hadawasini in the United States. Hadawasini, and there are tens of thousands more in Canada. Population figures vary depending on the ones that's in America. I wonder how many families. I bet you all of them is in a. I bet you it ain't 113 different families. I wonder how many families. I need to see. That's gonna take a different type of. That's gonna take a different type of.
so listen what I'm asking it. Florida Indians and so I said I did hard and not
Hadawasini.
yeah Haudenosaunee have war with any southern Indian tribes. It looks like the Haudenosaunee are mixed with Europeans more and help them colonize and remove Indians from Georgia, Florida, etc. What was the relationship between Florida Indians and Haudenosaunee? God damn it. These are good questions, but earlier would separate them into several issues because they involve different time periods, different peoples. Did the Haudenosaunee fight Southern tribes? Yes, but not on the same scale as they fought tribes in the Northeast and Great Lakes. During the Beaver Wars, 1640 to 71, Haudenosaunee expanded their influence through warfare and dominance. They fought or raided many neighboring nations, including Huron. Okay, these are Great Lakes. The answer is sometimes. Oh, did they help your? The answer is sometimes. Hmm.
Oh, I think I
But it
found.
depends on the nation and the time period. They were independent political guys like many of these nations. They formed alliances that they believe served their own interests. For example, at times they are allied with the Dutch. Later, many are allied with the British. During the American Revolution, most Haudenosaunee nations supported. I'm gonna just say Iroquois, man. That shit hard. Most Iroquois nations supported Britain, while some Oneida and Tuscarora communities supported the American colonists. But they were all American colonists, were still secretly British in heart. Even though they were like, all right, we don't want to go by their rule, but we still British. Did they remove Indian enjoyment? There's no broad historian that were responsible for the removal of arbitrary and Seminole child. The removal associated with the Indian Removal Act of 1830 were carried out by the U.S. government under President Andrew Jackson, with military enforcement and treaties involving the southern eastern nations themselves. Mm, were not the driving horse behind these removal with the northeastern people. Before Yermicon, Florida was home to nations such as Timuquana, Calusa, and Tequesta. Later, during the 1700s, the Seminole tribe of Florida emerged primarily from Muskogee Creek groups and others who moved into Florida along with people from various communities and some escaped this phrase. There's little evidence that they even talked to each other. Why do they appear to have more European ancestors? This is a complex historical question. Several factors contribute. Centuries of interacting European settlers in New York and Canada. Intermarriage over many generations. Adoption of captives from war. Population loss from disease, war, and all that. If your border is in Florida, indigenous, the people most directly connected to that story, blah, blah, blah. Far more direction interacting with Spanish, British, and later U.S. authorities in Southeast than the Haudenosaunee did. Interest used the relation between the Creek Confederacy and the Haudenosaunee. Both were large and then confederated with sophisticated, but they developed independently and governed different regions. can provide useful context for understanding the diversity of manipulation in Eastern North America. Any questions?
Mm-mm. No, man. I was over here reading my thing. It was talking about. I asked it, "What does put this in there? What does Harinasani mean?"
Comes from the Mohawk and related Iroquois languages. While spelling vary slightly among the Confederation languages, meaning is generally agreed upon. So the etymology can be broken down approximately as hod or hode, house or dwelling, nosal or nosani, extended or long, and ni is the people. The accepted translation is people of the long house, they
I
who
wonder.
build the long house.
I wonder what kind of houses during this time right here when they was living in long houses.
No, here it go, there it go.
What
See,
what was Brit? What were they living in Britain?
see, these the long houses they calling them. See how they make them live in these long ass wooden, large wooden buildings covered with elm bark. Could be 60 to 20 feet long. Home to several related families.
Does it look okay? I feel like it. I don't know. Sorry. What's funny?
Mohawk guarded the eastern door, Senegal guarded the western door, the Onondaga kept the central fire. What does Iroquois mean? Iroquois is not their own name. The exact origin is uncertain. Scholars have proposed several possibilities. It may derive from an Algonquin language used by neighboring peoples. It may have been adopted through French usage during the colonial period. Because its origin is debated, it was an exonym, a name used by outsiders. Many members of the Confederacy today prefer Haudenosaunee, Great Law of Peace connection. The Great Law of Peace uses the longhouse as a central political symbol.
See what I'm saying?
Mm.
So the Haudenosaunee was living in a different type of house than the British was living in when they came over here. So they whole and this is what they had, a community of houses and stuff. This is why uh what's his name was like, damn, how they got this population, 5 different communities, big communities, and they together. They got these long houses that they live in, and it said these long houses can populate two,
Multiple
three different
families.
families at the same. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you look at it, and you see how big it is and stuff. And at that time, there ain't no TVs and stuff like that. So this is a population in itself, and ain't no telling how many different long houses was in one community. Probably 2 or 3 is enough, because then you meet in the middle and it's going down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this. Let me get back to how the British felt.
Vickers World. What you talking about? 532 hertz healing, huh? Hey, Ru speak at 576 hertz. Are you measuring our hertz?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Do what I say, Naga.
I was just wondering if he was measuring our hertz, like our voice.
Is that he might be? Is he? He might. Maybe he's say your voice is. Yeah, like you say, is he measuring your voice and he know that's how many hertz it is?
Yeah, because he's saying
Vic,
432 hertz is
Vicar,
healing, huh? And I'm
Vicar,
speaking a little higher. I don't know
what's up,
what he,
Vicar?
I'm trying to clarify what he means.
You can step up. I really got a question for you now. We can Babylon Don on the set though. He still ain't said
I
nothing
think
yet.
I think he having technical difficulty. He popping on and off. You know how sometimes your internet be tripping
Yeah,
if you're on your phone or somewhere.
Babylon, you there? Yeah, he ain't
No, no, I get you joking. Oh, that's fine, but that joke is a source or something. I ain't saying you saying nothing
Yeah, what
bad.
you saying? You saying his voice deep?
What-
His voice,
Yeah, yeah.
somebody gonna lose because of the
I'm,
way
I'm,
he.
I'm
I want
too
to know.
high above healing levels.
I want to know what you mean when you say somebody debate. Because what if me and Hiru debate? You got me scared now. Why I'm gonna lose by default? Shit.
How you
Just because his
live?
voice,
What you
just
mean?
because his
Oh,
voice is
yeah. I lost my
better
first
than mine.
debate against Bap,
Oh, see, shit. So
but
everybody.
I was in hostile territory. Ain't no way they were gonna vote for me.
Uh,
Cause it was they was in that old America first community. America's the first everything. And I was, man, Africa the first civilization. And then it was a double debate. We was in Florida. We had a lightning storm. That shit knocked our men lucky internet out. And we were both kind of freestyling. I'm like, damn, I had to build a nice presentation, website for that shit and all. And couldn't even go through the motherfucker. I said, this a bullshit.
Vakar, you want to come up? Vakar's world. Holla at us. Holla at the panel. If
Yeah,
not,
we had a good build this morning.
yeah, Haru, I was about to say, I thank you for that last little info. I'm just to go and see exactly where the Hadanawasi came from, or Haudenosaunee.
Yeah.
See exactly where they came from. I know they was here when the British got here, but I'm sure the British, or is these the people that they actually couldn't say wasn't from here? No way, no how. So
I
that's what I
don't
got
know.
to see.
Yeah, that's
16 and
kind
1700s. Yes, men
yeah.
getting on. British, no, they mostly lived in cottages, farmhouses, and brick or timber houses. Ancient ancestors of the British. Some did use larger timber halls and long houses like buildings many centuries before. Okay, so the Vikings was, but the Vikings was over here in North America too. So it's a whole bunch of touching things. I know it say the Plains Indians and my people. We got to trace down the horse too. One of these days, we're gonna trace down the horse, the small horse, how we bred it into the horse it is today. And when I say us, I mean us as the human race. But we're gonna find out where them humans here in America breeding them, or did they start breeding them overseas the other way? Because the horse is real big when you're answering questions too. Who got the horse first, and who brought them to where? Were they already in places
Hmm.
when they got there? Uh, the Kawa, they was real mean on that horse. This is why I say, when I was talking about earlier, when I say it's when they came to the middle of the map and started warring with the Indians, um, they, they had horses and was riding. Then you know what I'm saying? It was a different type of battle. I don't know if they started battling like that after they knew what was coming from the east, or if they was already like that and waiting on them to get here from the east. So it's a lot of questions and shit, but um, the Haudenosaunee, they don't. I mean, they might have taught this in school, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But it shows that they wasn't savages.
Yep.
It shows that the Indians are, and I know they wasn't because, like I said, my bloodlines tie back here to the American Indians in Oklahoma, uh, and I can just tell like a savage people would be a people that's killed off, a people that's just trying to fight for themselves. It will become a day when they see they can't win and they do basically submit to the power, the guns, that we gonna kill all of y'all if you don't stop. You know what
Let
I'm
me ask you
saying?
a question. Let me ask you a question about Oklahoma. What do you think you would say the oldest black families there in Oklahoma? That I'm talking about like maybe it'll probably be a country, some country, some farmland or something where they done had, you know, over so long a time. Well,
that's done stood as it has been.
Yeah, that would because that
1995.
would kind of prove like, all
No,
right,
no,
bitch,
no,
we got records
no,
before y'all start
no,
keeping records.
nothing. That's why they had the Oklahoma land run.
And burnt
Nothing.
shit.
I'm to take over shit. Anybody that's there, run them off of it. Stake your claim. The American government coming behind you, and we're gonna put it and we're gonna run it back to the East Coast where our station is at, and tell everybody across the nation that you own this land. Fuck the people that's over there. Get them out. That's what I was talking about earlier. The land run. They think it's just it wasn't nobody over there, and go run and get the land. Nah, they went through that shooting them guns. So the Sooners. Shout out to Oklahoma Sooners, man. Shout out to Cowboys. Shout out to the intelligible.
But their own documents say they shouldn't have went further west because you saw Indians over there. So why would you then now make them leave them further? If you told Indian, all right, get your ass out of here, go to the Trail, go to Oklahoma. Okay, then that means America should be at least half split.
No, that was shit. They wouldn't stop once they got them 13 original colonies, and then they understood that. You remember the Louisiana Purchase and all that shit?
Yeah.
Like they was acquiring that land because why? They didn't want the people to come from the backside and get that and be over here waiting. And now you got the British over here. Oh yeah, we over here too. No, we need all of this.
It's funny how they allegedly brought that land from the French, right?
Yeah, allegedly.
But the French and Indian War was starting off right at this Congress meeting. And it's hard on the meeting with the Haudenosaunee.
That's why it was, and that's why it was still that. Because when they first came over here, and they had already split the map up, everybody put their money and stuff in. They had already split the map up. We just got to get over here now. When we get here, this is Britain, this is French. And then you send people over there, you know what I'm saying? And then the French, I believe that was up over there in the islands, exploring up there in Canada already. Yeah, coming down on the rivers down the Mississippi River. Yeah. They was exploring like a mother. I mean, excuse my language. But yep, and that's how they got on the backside. That's exactly how they got on. Well, for claims anyway, it didn't have to have a large population. They just need to get back there and claim something, right? Say, this is ours. We already been over here. Can we buy that from you? You can buy it from us. We don't even want it. What's over there? I ain't even been over here enough to know what's over there. Just buy it from us. Get this banking system jumping. And I could be dead wrong. No, I can't. I can't never be dead wrong. Not ever. But yeah, man, there was some things going on then. Once they did get past the Oklahoma land run, there wasn't too much more to do. They start killing the buffaloes, right? And they got to Colorado. They just starved them out of their food. By that time, now they just shipping Indians. You better go over to the East Coast and get what you call it. Oh no, I take that back. You don't even got to go to the East Coast. We gonna tag you right here at these forts. That's what all the forts was doing. You're part of the American government now. Come here. What's your name? Put you on the sense. What's your blood type? Who's your people? And that's what they were sending back to the. They was basically classifying people just like that. You didn't have to go to the East Coast after that to get classified. Classify yourself at the forts. Yeah. I'm not
Mm.
acting like that's what they was doing. I actually know this because I studied U.S. history and government.
I was looking at this France violate this doctrine of discovery too. You know, France has got kicked out of the West African countries. They pissed about it.
You think they pissed about it?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They want to control all them goddamn lithium mines and all them resources in Africa. And Burkina Faso, Mali, and a few other ones. They thinking about making a Western alliance and saying, "Hey man, y'all." Matter of fact, Mali paid off his national debt. Her country do it like, bitch, we don't owe nobody. They ain't like that shit. They want you to be in debt. That's why a lot of issues. That's why we sent our black general over there, Burkina Faso, to meet the dude, and he trying to make it look like, man, America, boy. America ain't shit.
No. No. But yeah, man, shoot, let me see what we got, man. Haru.
So the indigenous people in the Louisiana Purchase, they did not agree to the French being sovereign over them. They did not agree to no selling of no land.
No. They none of that. They had the French had already claimed them and sold them, but
Mm-hmm.
the French had already claimed them and sold them by the time they knew anything, man. For real.
So the Dawes Act was killed Oklahoma out when they was like, all right, we sent y'all niggas there, but we finna take that shit too.
Yeah, that's how they did it. Y'all go there. We ain't. This is all y'all land. Y'all go there with the Indians that's there. We'll be back to make sure y'all all right. Just go up there. Okay, we're gonna set up a camp right here. Y'all go a little deeper and come back and tell us what you see. And they get set up, man, until they start finding pushback, set up forts, set up more forts. Now you got your army pushing westward. You got these people who here. They think about it, man. And then now they fighting. You got your generals, General Custer, all the wars in Oklahoma is real big American history. Because the Indians tribes that was here in the Great Plains, and not just Oklahoma, Kansas, is really stopped right there, like you say, in Louisiana. Once they got to Louisiana, they had to regroup. They regrouped, and they had tried to push on into Oklahoma. They displaced the whole group, sent them through the whole communities that they had by forts and everything. As they, like I say, they kept it like that because these people had already been documented. So they got to keep this documentation. And this is what we're going to do for the rest of it. We're going to document the rest of this whole continent. We're going to fight people, and we're going to give them our law. And that's what they did. That's what the American government did.
Mahalos. I was living in Hawaii for a while. Learned a lot about King Kamehameha and Liliha. How they took
Lele
Hawaii.
Lukalani.
Yeah, and matter of fact, Hawaii is still in a court battle now for their land back.
Shout out my Hawaiians.
And they may win it.
If you got the Vincent Mueller says, when the Secret Service called me, I told him to go bury the last Trump. I don't know about none of that, man. But this bill been fired so far. I still got a long way to go. I got a 10-part series, and I got to get one of them off today. Today, Wednesday, we don't have.
10-part series of what? of a just some bills you broke. You basically made
Uh,
in 10 part.
yeah, yeah, and
What
no.
what's He said, "Yeah and no." Hey, we talked about the Hermetic principles.
Yeah,
Half truths around this goddamn thing. Go ahead with your half truth.
yeah.
Oh yeah and yeah.
Don't do me like that.
No, we
Don't
joking.
do. I know it now. Let me see. Let me grab
He's
my.
talking about yeah and no.
Yeah, no, man.
So what the title though? Basically, I want to know what is it? Oh, Omar's challenge. What would perfect divine justice? Oh, you know what? It's interesting you bring that up because I'm working on a doctrine. I call it. It's called the law of hurt. And to me, I believe there's only one law, and that's the law of hurt. People are like, what you mean by that? But it'll kind of break down. It actually breaks down this actual judge, perfect divine justice. So that's interesting, brother.
Oh yeah, I'm about to do this today. Like I said, this is a 10-part series. I got to do the first part because this was his original question. But after he gave me that original question, I couldn't just answer that question like that because he wanted an answer. What would divine justice look like? And that ain't just like it would look like a rose with a butterfly flying over it and a bee getting some nectar, and they not fighting with the hummingbird coming in the fall. You know what I'm saying? I can't give it to you just like in a picture like that. So I had
No.
to do an internal examination of what they mean when they say justice, responsibility, restitution, and when I say they, I mean the Hebrew Israelites, because that's
Oh, that's what you
what
basing
he
it
is.
on.
And
Okay.
when I did that, I had to go into a in-depth critique
I
about
got you. I got you.
actually what I was answering
I
because I
got you.
wanted, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to my Hebrew Israelites. And when y'all hear this, I definitely want to hear some answers. Like I said, this is gonna be part one when I finish this, but I ain't gonna even give it to you yet because we got all day. And y'all came up trying to pick on. That's what really started it. They came up when Mansa had gave a Let me put that screen back up here real quick. Mansa had gave a share screen. Mansa was doing his presentation the other day. Is science racist? Yeah, that was the name of it. It's science racist.
Yeah.
And you watched that a little bit, right?
Yep.
Well, after Mansa finished, we got some Hebrews up there. Mansa, he's Afrocentric. He believed that we should. And Mansa, if you listening, please forgive me if I'm slaughtering up your view. I'm giving a round off of what I believe. He believes that we need to go back to our ancestors of Africa and the way that they used to think and do scientific inquiry. He believes that the westernized view of science takes away from what we could be learning because we have to go through them to get validation from the things that we see or experience or notice. And when it ain't something that they want you to tell, they just throw it out the window like you crazy. It's what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
so what that's his view. And so he gave his view of why he believes that science is racist.
But I don't think
Afterwards,
that. Go ahead, my brother.
yeah. And a lot of different people came up with some different views. Like I said, I um put on my view, told them how I feel about it. A1 was up there all night telling them, and then of course the Hebrew Israelites hit the stage because Kemet was on the stage, and so they had to, and they had a little discourse. But where we at right now in this video is two Hebrew Israelites. My man's GDN Capone, shout out GDN Capone, and my man's Omar Muhammad, shout out Omar Muhammad. Now everybody had left after kind of finishing up the topic of is science racist, but you know how it gets into other things.
Yeah.
And so I once said he felt like they jumped. And so this is the timestamp A1 A1 startup because when I woke back up, because once I get what I call um mentally now what am I looking for? Stimulated. It's just like I'm fighting in the ring or something. Like I get hype, I'm talking and everything. And so after I start hearing incoherence or I get my point across, um, I might fall asleep. Might have done used up all my little adrenaline on an argument, which is fine with me. And I woke back up and they were still going in the morning. And so that's what we was watching because when I woke up in the morning, A1 left and Omar was still there. And then me and Omar had an interaction. And that's what I was going to play up, which led him to the question and the challenge that I had to put forward. And so me and A1 was just about to lead into that. That's what we was doing when everybody came up. You know, we opened the panel with everybody. But we're going to get back to what it was about. And so if you finish with the bill we was kind of just building,
Yeah, that's done. That's a done thing.
yeah, I
We
want to
done
thank you
found
for
as
that
much as we can
information.
about the heart
Yeah,
of knowledge and
thank
see.
you. Yes, now we
But
found out
it
much
do
about
point
it.
to your theory what you saying, that mixing shit.
Yeah, man, we got to find out. That's why I say I thank you because it brought up a group of Indians that I hadn't done any research on, or I ain't gonna say I ain't heard nothing about because I kind of remember the name, but I know it ain't because I remember the Longhouse and learning about the Longhouse. Could be that they was calling them Iroquois, and so that's why I don't. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, cause they go by
Yeah,
Iroquois.
yeah. That's what they was telling us they was when I was in. Oh, of course. That's why I saw. And so yeah, because you know they teach you about the Longhouse and the people. And in fact, here in Oklahoma, they have one hooked up when we was doing Indian history, Oklahoma
Mm.
history. They got an Indian class, and they took us. We got a Longhouse in I think there's one in Anadarko, not an exact Longhouse, but a replica of a Longhouse in Anadarko, Oklahoma. Shout out to Caddo County and the Caddo Indians. Yeah, man, we up in. Let me stop getting out of it because you know, it's been a long time since I had to use these things, and so when things come back to me, it'd be kind of amazing. But yeah, we got a lot of American history here in Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? Even though the land spread, and every state does. What am I talking about? Like every state got their own history that was,
Yeah,
you
yeah, I
know what I'm
get
saying?
you.
Like,
But y'all got two major historical centerpieces
yeah,
from
yeah.
the Trail of Tears to the
The Baco at Black Wall Street.
yeah, those are, I mean, like you said, everybody had history. And I get every state got they good, like Texas got some rich shit
Yeah,
when it comes to them having six different goddamn flags.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I get it.
But yeah, man. And so I thank you for that part of the bill coming up while we've been going. We're going on 4 hours right now, and since we are
Let me,
on,
hold on. I'm sorry. This popped in my head just now. Is Trump all these birthright citizen bills, all these, all right, we're gonna deport these motherfuckers, deport these people next. Is this tied to them giving this land back? Cause that's what making me think about this shit more and more too.
um, no, no,
You don't think so?
uh, no.
Cause I was hearing they was
It's
finna start was deporting some Europeans too now.
well, I believe it's to stop the, and a lot of people don't see this, but sometimes a government works in mysterious ways, and it could be that the government of some countries are coming over here like they're just illegal immigrants and trying to work. And you see the stories
Yeah, yeah, I get you saying. I
you
get
know
what
what
you're
I'm
saying.
saying? And now you can do this on a large scale. And it'd be a group of individuals that look like some contractors, but at night when they go, they looking at everything in that community, where the substation's at, when it can hit, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this is happening. I'm just
Sale. You
saying, me
saying
as a
sales?
strategist.
Sales.
Come on, man. Me as a
They're tracking
strategist.
sales.
And so these people start
Terrorist
getting in here
sales.
too deep and stuff, and uh, we can't really have that, and it can
So
go on
so
for
so they,
generations.
so they saying don't let happen to us what we did to the
What we did,
Indians.
yeah, why would you? Why would
So they
you
trying to
can't put
tie
it in
themselves to
no
the
better?
land
Come on, man.
and make everybody else farm
You
who
can't
they
put it
can.
no better way.
Damn.
Why would I let befall me what I used to befall somebody else? No, get them out of here. Get them out. Now
Mm,
we do want your babies and stuff. Thank you for having them over here. That's part of our government. You should have had them in. If you want them, you should have had them over here. Now, if you want to stay with them, come over here and do what we tell you to. You put your name in this system. Make sure we can run you like you're supposed to be ran. Or you can leave and leave your kids. We don't care. Whatever you want to do. You can even take the kid. Just know your kid got a number over here and we using
mm. Benson said he spoke to the FBI and Secret Service, told them to do what they better do.
it. What they looking for you for, Vincent? Well,
Better be a mage. They looking.
let me see. Let me look at
They
some of
they
this.
hunting down Viscor the mage, Vicar the mage. They
Shout
gonna
out
hunt your ass down.
Vicar was world for the two gems, 100. I mean, aka Sadiq Fat Oli. They're looking to create an AI based verification state. Okay. He been there with us.
AI based verification state. Describe what that would be.
That's my man Sadiq. Sadiq,
Verification state. Well, what would
well,
verification state mean?
shoot.
What are you trying to say with that term?
Let me see what Sadiq. If you're in there, Sadiq, you know you can come up and speak for yourself. Me myself, when I see that, I believe he might be saying that the when they want us to verify now,
Mm-hmm.
they use like numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah.
they don't just want to use numbers; they want to be able to use, and they got it where they can use different verifications, which means that now when you do something, we just need a camera, and this camera gonna verify you before we even have to go looking for you or anything. We got you
Okay.
in everything. You verified. Don't worry about
Okay.
pulling out your ID when you go to the bank.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Come
Yeah. Yeah.
on and
Yeah. Yeah.
say
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
Mookie
Yeah. Yeah.
Bam Bam, and
I'm
we
not
got
really necessarily against that.
elaborate a little more on that one while you're on.
All right, because that's what they're moving to. So now, okay, I get it. I guess that's what he's saying. Because now that I look at it, so I built the
I
app.
think no, don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. It's a
Yeah,
deep.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I get you.
This
I
just
get you. I get you. I get you. Until he do, nigga, we gonna assume what he says is what he said. And like I tell nigga, words have different meanings. So,
yeah.
but um, I'm basing it off kind of what you said because I kind of think that's what he means too. Verification state where AI verifies every damn thing. But yeah, we already there because, like I said, I created the app. The app you can create your own audio book in multi languages, and I infuse API 11 Labs voice cloning technology in the app. So basically, when I clone my voice, they're like, "All right, you submitting this voice, 30 minutes of voice, so we can clone this shit. You got to confirm it's you." So I gotta use my voice to confirm that's my
That
voice
is
I'm submitting. So that's one AI verification system.
right.
Secondly, I got a trading bot I'm making, and so when I opened up three trading platforms to connect it to, they wanted my KYP, and then now they do. Not only do they do the little driver license picture back and forth, they do the facial scans. Do right. That's the only reason why I'm not totally against it. Because unless I'm a hardcore super criminal, I ain't really hiding from them, right? Secondly, okay, yeah, I know. I don't want them to be able to see everything I'm doing, obviously. But for my bank, for my crypto wallet, for my digital, like if I'm going inside the bank and they scan my face, oh yeah, that Mr. Thompson with them 8 million in that bitch. Ain't nobody else coming in here. Ain't nobody else doing none of them. You know what I'm saying? Cause God bless me, thank you. I used to be a good at that type shit back in the early 2000s. Scheme type shit. I'm gonna just say that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all right with, and I'm in this world now where I'm trading, got crypto wallets, got a little shit here and there. I'm all right with them verifying it for sure. And there ain't no uh, crazy party trying to steal some shit.
Yeah.
I know they can use it for bad. They can use everything for bad.
Yeah. But I'm like you. We look at the good, and why would I agree with the AI based verification system? Because some people can't move about the communities like they can, and so they have to get out. And sometimes it's hard to find rides if you're an older person or you got to take this breathing thing with you or something. And then if you got AI verification, you might can sit there at your house and on your phone or something, and you know what I'm saying, order your medicine and they verify it's you. You won't have to go pick it up because you verified it then. So as soon as you verified it, they can come from the pharmacy with it. It gives the pharmacy another job to do, which means the pharmacy gonna have to hire more people. They have, you know what I'm saying? And so money does get to moving, but not just that, it's the safety of people, you know what I'm saying? And the older community, while while we should be able to depend on the younger community, we know that sometimes people are placed in other communities where they are still being taken care of by a younger individual. It's just a younger individual that really don't have a reason to give a care in the world about what's going on. And so some people want to stay as um, independent as possible for as long as they can. And just because I have to be in a wheelchair or something, don't mean that I have to always be in a home or something. I could be at my house. I can't get out to get my medicine and stuff. AI verification helps that. That makes it even better for people like me. Now more people can stay on their own and be individual. And yeah, it's all kind of benefits we can see from it. But that's just
Okay. Oh, I'm glad you said that. And this is why I'm gonna say this. Most people are mixing the whole argument up, right? For example, he had that debate: is science racist? Right? That's the wrong argument because science is just measurement and observations. Now you could say, is someone racist who are using science? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Same way in the argument you just made. You know what I'm saying? I don't forgot your original argument just that damn quick. But what was the last thing you said? ah. Anyway, you get the drift.
what my bad. Yeah, we was talking about the AI. Remember, he was talking about the verification based AI system that it seems we pushing to, and I was just talking about how it could help people.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
on
yeah.
their
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you for sparking my memory. So
yeah.
I was basing that on how it could be used for good or bad. Just like science is good tool can be used for good and bad. Same thing for AI. It's a great tool, can be used for good and bad. So if you got bad actors using it, all of a sudden, oh AI is bad. But if you got good actors behind it, I argue it would be one of the best justice systems as your presentation is so prepared and it could be used in it if used properly.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that I just put up that video or Mansa Herc's banner from his show. That's what we was taking on. It signs racist, and I agree, kind of like with what you said. It does say King Mansa Hercules, and it is just Mansa Hercules or King Herc, because King and Mansa actually mean the same thing. And so that's the mistake of the production over here. But it's King Hercules or Mansa Hercules, which are the same thing. We can't say King Hercules. He let us know that too. We got the Game of Thrones throne with the Thanos glove all the way from Kemet. You got problems. We were saying that was a nice show though. Like I said, it ended up with A1 and a couple of Hebrew Israelites, and the Hebrew Israelites was A1 said they tried to feel like he tried to jump him. They tried to jump him, but then he said he was just imagining things. He said that GDN was the speed bag in the gym and Omar was the body bag. And when I got there,
Damn.
the speed bag was gone. The body bag was still there. The body bag tried to get at me and ask me a question. And so I'm going to show up to the lead up to that. Since we ain't got nothing to do on Wednesday, ain't nobody came with no presentation, I might just take over all the Wednesday because I really did miss Monday. My Monday, I got no the ledge. And with that
Oh,
being
that's right. No cursing on here. I forgot.
yeah, we were trying to. Thank you, too, for noticing that. You've been going, but I know
You
it's
know what
you
made me
told us
notice that? When you
what's that.
talked about A1, and I remember I came on here. I had a question for that dude. A1. He had so I guess Omar was cussing, right?
Yeah,
And he was like, A1. He went to cuss and dropped like 5 straight F bomb. And I
you
was like,
said
wait a minute, A1. Are you the only one can curse? I was
yeah.
just
That was
messing
me.
with
You
him.
got
I was just okay. I was just
that was me.
joking
You
with
got
him.
into
Really,
it. Yeah, that was
I knew what was going on. He got pissed off and just
yeah,
ran it. But I
right.
was just kind of like teasing him really when I said that.
Humble, where
And
you
he never
going?
answered though.
Peace
Oh,
and
there go
blessings to the
Humble still there.
panel. What's up, Titan fam?
Yeah,
What's up, Titan fam? What's up,
what
y'all?
what up, bro? What up, bro?
the Humble Mystic did that wonderful show last night, man. And, man, A1 jumped on this morning, was talking about it. Matter of fact, I'm glad you came up because was that Babylon? Or that might have been Babylon that had a question. Oh, Babylon's still here. Babylon had a question for you before he went out about metaphysical and or was that
No,
because that wasn't you, Haru, was it?
no. It was about premise and
Oh yeah,
hypothesis.
premises and
Let
hypothesis.
me turn this
He
down.
wanted you to kind of
I only
touch on.
came up here talking to them because I was already muted on the panel. Oh, snaps. Hold on one second, y'all. I don't know.
He must be
Hot Mike.
on another fan. Yeah. Shout out to Titans Debate League and all my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. Before Humble get back, I can go ahead and tell Haru just in
I'm
case we
back,
don't get
y'all. I'm
back
back.
on.
My apologies.
Oh, okay. What you got going on? We was just like I say, we was touching on a few things. I was about to touch on the other night when King Hurt did his presentation, and A1
Mhm.
said later on in the show the Hebrew Israelites jumped him, and that's why when I came on the panel early in the morning, Omar seemed kind of pushy and offered me a task.
Yeah, you was talking
See,
about that the other day. What was
let me
the
see if he can.
what was the joint that he wanted to that he wanted you to go look up?
He didn't want me to go look up nothing. He wanted me to give him what would perfect divine justice actually look like if I don't agree with the way perfectly divine justice is described and
The
experienced
Quran.
or expected when it does come. So the Hebrew
Wait a minute. Say
Israelites,
that again.
what would perfect divine justice actually look like? Because
No,
when
I
he
want to
was
hear the second part of that. That's really why I asked. If you don't already something, because
if I don't agree that it looks like or it shouldn't look like what the Hebrew Israelites prophecy say that
Oh,
their
okay,
final
okay. That's
judgment
what I thought. Okay,
perfect
that's why I want
divine
to make
judgment.
sure. Okay,
So he want to see it what I think it should be,
if it ain't
and
the Bible ain't right, basically.
yeah, and so I he gave me that challenge, and
You know
I
what?
told him I
Really
took.
fast though, Quantum. You know what? Time out. Time out. How you gonna load me up with a religious question, but then I'm not even a religious person? Why would I have any inclinations of what anything divine look like if I don't operate in the realm of divine? Right.
Well,
So to
Wait,
naturalists,
it's funny you said.
divinity looks like nature. Like
Well,
we
to me,
don't separate. I don't understand that. That question is crazy.
yeah. Well, for me, for the sake of the argument, you grant premise, and that's what I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna show. I'm gonna grant all his premises. We're gonna go from the bottom to the top. I'm gonna give
okay,
you that God exists because that's the first thing that needs that. I'm gonna give you everything, and my argument goes through just that humble. You know what I'm saying? I'm a grant him that to show him
what it looks like to you.
what
Now,
it's supposed to look,
here's
what it
another
could look like.
question
Yeah.
though. But here's another thing to that though. Isn't justice subjective? Is
Not
justice an objective event or a subjective morale?
not under
Well,
this not under this
we
statement though,
talking about it don't matter
because it's
what
saying
justice is.
perfect
Yeah,
divine
yeah,
means
that's exactly what I was about to
there's no
say.
That's what I'm
subject.
It ain't
saying.
no.
So
He talking about
perfect
perfect.
divine justice will look different for Quantum than it do for me.
No,
It will
no,
look
no,
different
no,
to
no.
Omar because of how our first number one, because of how our world views fit into reality.
And that's why we doing this right here, humble. That's
Right.
why we doing this right here. I don't want him to back. I don't want him to back out. I don't want him to answer them questions yet.
He said, I don't want him to answer
No,
questions.
no. Because you're right about all of that. And that's why I did this right here. That's exactly why I did that first.
This man, Omar, is funny.
This is good. This is a good brother. I'm glad you did this because, like I told you, I'm working on the law of hurt, and it describes just this. But keep it going, brothers. I'm gonna be interested in when this is. I'm gonna come there. I'm gonna watch this one. When are you giving this? You said it's a 10 part, but you ain't even got it together yet. You said yeah
Yeah,
and
no, I
nay.
got it all the way together.
Oh,
I
okay.
got it.
So
I'm
it's
just
no
gonna get
longer yay and nay. It's yay.
on which question?
Remember,
I'm,
I was
yes.
messing with you because originally I said you were like I said you got it together. You were like yes and no, and I was kind of
Yeah.
teasing you about
Well,
that yeah and no.
yeah. Oh, yeah. You right about that. I did say yes or no. I said yes because I got it together. I said no because I hope I don't hurt anyone's feelings or like no, for real. And I know y'all laughing because I shouldn't feel like that, and because y'all got the same type of mind. I should be able to give my information, and people just be like, "Well, I disagree with you if they disagree." But for him to ask me this question, I had to reason. And you have to reason in a way, like I said, I granted him all his premises. This is for a reason. Because after I grant these premises, then you're going to get to see the incoherence of the entirety.
That makes sense.
This might push people away from it, and I'm not trying to do that. Or this could make people just be like, I don't care what he say. He's just mad because you know what I'm saying. Whichever one. I hope it ain't that somebody like he's the devil and he trying to push people away from God.
You know what? That's what you know.
That's what they always do.
They
That
gonna do that.
all Bible people do that.
Come on,
Especially
now.
when you put a good
Albert.
argument on them, they turn you into the devil. And the best thing the devil ever did was make people
Man, if you
believe he
call
don't
them a
exist.
liar, if you call them out for a lie, they're act like, oh, I don't lie. I'm God. You're the devil.
You lie.
You can't even call them a liar.
Yeah, they lie when they say that right there. But yeah, man, I'm just to walk it down, like I said, and it started though. A1 said he was showing out on GD and Capone, and
Hey yo.
But that's funny though. I was listening to Dr. Hoffman was on a little thing with Neil deGrasse. I was looking at that little combat, and he was breaking some shit down to them what he was doing. And he was like, all science start with premises.
Yeah. That's
Like you gotta grant us premises. to even start a science. And that's what I
Theory.
tell people. That's why when people I argue with who say I don't believe nothing, I said, nigga, you start with belief, nigga.
You got to have a reference to the first
Nigga,
thing,
you can't even
which
start
is you.
science without believing something.
Right.
Now, here's the part about that, because you brought it, Heru. That's something great you said, right? You start with belief, right?
Yep.
The thing is, when your belief, okay, now you got a belief, you got a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Now you start to test your theory.
Mm-hmm.
When your theory don't fall through, or if it's not working, what do you do to that belief?
You cross it out.
There you go.
And go
But
with
these
truth.
people don't do that. They say, okay, it don't work. I'ma still, instead of it not working for me, I'ma try to make a way so I can work with it.
Yeah.
I know it's wrong, but I'ma work with it.
That's why I redefined the terms
Mm-hmm.
from faith, belief, and truth. And I watched your little debate, your presentation you had about this subject matter. I was like, that's a good one. But I define faith as this belief, and not belief is faith. Faith is really the one where everybody's just going along on someone's. Let's say you saw something or someone told you something, and you took it for face value. You accepted it. You didn't look for anything else to confirm it. That's faith to me. Now, belief is, let's say you saw something. Let's say somebody told you something, and you wanted to know more, and you looked it for confirmation, and you ask more questions. To me, the belief is the search for the truth now. You know what I'm saying? So your belief becomes stronger the more you see things and the more evidence you find.
Right.
And your belief gets stronger and stronger until you almost think it's proof. And it may be proof, it may not be. But it's really truly hard to prove it unless you truly see it. And then you got these illusion. Did you measure it right? Is what you think you seeing really what you seeing? I mean, it gets deeper and deeper. You know what I'm saying? But
People
that's
skip
all.
all of those processes.
Yes, they do.
No, that's fact. You know, you start off with your faith, and then you gather evidence, right, that supports your faith, and that evidence turn into belief, and then you strengthen your belief, and you get closer and closer, and you think, oh snaps, one day I got the answer.
Yeah, with all the different beliefs.
Uh-huh.
And they might be enough, just like the court says, reasonable doubt, enough evidence to support it. But there's been evidence that pointed to a nigga being guilty, and he was not guilty.
But see, that be my thing. People always say, okay, there might be enough evidence that this could be true. But we never look at all the evidence that point to the obvious fact that this is not true. This is not something that is in nature.
Let me give you this point. Let's say observation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you two examples. Let's say a fight. You go to a boxing match, everybody watch the fight, and then a close fight. Like he won it. All right. So there's a little mixture of truths, collective truths. Groups of people believe the same thing, that they saw the same thing. Same thing with a murder. Let's say somebody come in and kill. The only true people who know the truth is the person who got killed, who saw the shooter, and the shooter. Now let's say there's a witness here and there, right? Let's say they saw it. Where's this belief stretches out? Because you can say, all right, one person saw it. Is that enough evidence? Say, oh, nah, he ain't see that. You know, you could dispute his thought. The more people becomes this collective truth.
No,
where they agree that they saw you.
Yeah.
They all could be lying. So that evidence that the jury said, all right, we saw these people say they saw you. It must be true. We're going to agree with this collective truth. We don't really know unless we really was there. And those people know if they lying or not.
Yeah. And see, that's where we got into this a little bit last night too, Quantum, where we start talking about deductive reasoning. We start talking about the law of non-contradiction, Well, how do we know if this is true? How do we get to the epistemology of something being real or true, right? Well, we check out what we know about the universe. Well, we know in the universe that two things can't be true at the same time, right? We know that. We know two opposites can't be true at the same time. Okay, now let's take this on a bigger scale, right? Let's talk about what we talked about last night. I ain't gonna go to the whole.
Wait, okay, stop right there. That's interesting. Damn, I ain't mean it. Hot note. Two opposites can't be.
Fast. Watch this real fast. The supernatural oppose the natural. And so if the supernatural oppose the natural, something cannot be natural and supernatural at the same time. That's a contradictory statement.
I got you. Supernatural.
So that's a contradictory statement. That right there, that we ain't even had to go that deep. That statement right there exits out the possibility.
Let me ask you about this particular phenomenon, then, and then you'll rectify my slight disagreement with that statement. Let's say hot and cold, right? We always use that as the same so-called phenomenon. Where can you determine hot from cold? It's generally thought of as the opposite. Hot is the opposite of cold. But where can we truly like say that? Because what's hot for me and hot for you and for another speed, where can we determine? Can that one truth be the same? I don't know.
Yeah. So watch this. Hot and cold is the polarity of a thing we call temperature. Now watch this. Let me cam up when I say this.
Okay.
The thing we call cold does not exist.
Okay.
What we're literally feeling is the absence of heat. Everything is a mode of heat. And so if there's less heat on one side of the room than the other side of the room, right? When we go to one side of the room, we'll say that's cold and the other side of the room is hot. But in reality, they're both hot. One is just hotter than the other. So when you say, okay, well, how can we tell where cold begin and where heat, or where cold end and where heat begins, or where heat ends and where cold begins? There's never a beginning or an ending. Everything is just a level or a state
measurement of that same thing.
Exactly. So
the movement of the electrons.
Something is cold. The only thing we're really saying is this thing is lacking of heat. There's no such thing as cold.
That's a beautiful way to explain it.
So almost then there may not be no such thing as opposites in a sense, because a lot of things is polarity. Same thing with love and hate, light and darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. You feel me? So
compliments.
We say now watch this though, because that's something else that we get, and here's what's getting confusing. The way we view let me cam up again. See, when I be hitting on my points, I be hitting the cam up. So what's getting confusing? The way we perceive these things is what's getting confusing, right? So for an example, we talk about light and dark, right? Here we just say, dark is the absence of light. Well, that's the way we perceive it. What actually is it? Darkness is the encompassation of all light. It's not the absence of light. It's the encompassation of all light. Now, why do we view it as the absence of light? Because our retinal signals can't pick that up. So what comes back to us? Darkness, right? When you look at something black, people consider black a color, right? Black isn't a color. Black is a pigment. Black is something that blocks color. Now, why do black block color? Because black absorbs color. Now, for you to absorb something, you must be of that thing, right? So now let's take a little trip down color really fast, right?
Ooh,
so
don't do this. Don't do this, Mystic. That's gonna hurt these niggas.
So people talk about the primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, and they say can't no two colors make red, blue, and yellow. But that very thinking of color is misleading, because colors don't emit light, right? They absorb light. And so when you want to look at red and you say, okay, what colors make up red? Every color but the color red makes up red. So when you see something that's red, let's take an apple for an example. When you see a red apple and you say, look, that's a red apple, that's a misleading description. Why? Because the apple is rejecting red pigment. The apple is blue, yellow, orange, all these other colors. What the apple is not is red. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing what the apple is not. You're not seeing what the apple is. So it's the same thing when we looking at dark and light. When we looking at dark, right, we're seeing what's being projected back. We're not seeing what it really is. When we look at light, we're seeing what's being projected back. We're not seeing what it really is. So that's how our senses, a lot of people are like, okay, your senses play tricks on us. Yes. But that's when we step into the realm of trying to figure out what this thing we call life is. We don't care about the illusions of what it looked like. We care about what it is. So, and I'm gonna round it about. I'm gonna land my plane right here. This goes back to this being and this belief system, right? That's saying this is the truth. And we say, okay, well, if this is the truth, and this in of itself encompasses things that don't go together logically, now something is wrong here. Either I'm looking at it wrong, or this belief system is wrong. One or the other is true. They both can't be true. Right? This is why these things are contradictory, Roy Chess, and not contrary. Because one or the other have to be true. And the more study you do on it, you'll figure that out. Okay, I was right in this instance. This was wrong in that instance. This was right in this instance. I was wrong in this instance. And that's how we gather information, proper information, might I add.
Mystical. Let me add that. Let me add real quick.
I land my plane. Go ahead, Henry.
You get it right back. I was forgetting it. You talked about what we talked about earlier, the Hermetic principles, half truths, false, have nothing. God is and they ain't. Truth is truth. There is proof. Well, I am here. I ain't here. I'm dead. I'm alive. All that old shit. But then you touch on a good presentation on them colors. And this is why I tell my niggas that I would never not claim being black. He described it perfectly. And you are not your shell body. You are a spirit inside it. So when we often see people and they smiling faces, that's the illusion he talked about. You're not that. But we had a great bill today, boy. We got on it today, boy. We went to the metaphysics, to the history, the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, to back to colors and our original people, blackness, from the blackness of space. And then all life form, I'm landing 20 seconds. All life form has what they call a black body diagram. That's what emanates that color spectrum. When they see you with a heat infrared and they see that color spectrum and your infrared heat, that's emanated from that light source, the black body diagram. We all come from that black. I land there.
Most definitely. Yeah, this was most definitely a great show. That's why I had to wake up as a whole. Let me get myself together and hop up here. They talking about some good stuff up here.
Yeah, man. We definitely been a lot of places today, but we still far from over. Wednesday just starting, man. And so we're going out from the morning. But I do want you to know that if you've been here with us,
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Yeah, and we ask for support so we can do things like this, man.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments.
A lot of people come up here and they just like to sit here.
Yeah. Shout out to the Titans Debate League in the tournament. Shout out to season 1.0. Pandemus left. Shout out to everybody who was a part of it. Those that's still here. Those that's been shot and forgotten. We in this thing, man, for season 2. I wasn't part of number 1. I don't think Humble was either. Or it might have been, let me cam up when I say this like Humble say. It might have been another winner. I ain't even cammed up yet. It might have been another winner. Had I been part of one, but I wasn't. Shout out Pandemus. We're gonna see what part 2 looking like. Part 1, season 1.1. I'm part of that one. And if you do like, share, and subscribe, remember, you can also have a membership.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yeah, man. So that's Titans Debate League for you right there. Kind of in a nutshell. Humble, we was touching on what you did yesterday on your Tuesday in the Cave of Knowledge. A lot of people still asking questions. I know last night when I made my departure. Yeah, I was still going kind of hard. I don't know if you remember exactly when I left, but I know you remember when you did leave. So can you give us a little bit about where you ended if people were still having disagreements? Of course, we always have disagreements, but some of the things you want to touch on, if you don't think you got to touch on them good, or you think, because I believe it was Roy Chess that was, he was kind of irate. That what put me to sleep. Uh, Crash out of the week. You might got that. But if it's anything you want to touch on, if you can. Am I in here? Can anybody hear me? Uh-oh, something done happened. Let me see, man. I can't hear anybody. Is anybody talking? Is anybody there? Let me see what the chat's saying. Chat, if you can hear me, let me know what's going on. Vincent, can you hear me talking? Humble, I know y'all can hear me. I only hear only Max say he only hear me, so Max do hear me. Ray Chess say he can hear me. Just hear no one else. So is anybody else in here? What up, Peru? Humble, did Humble leave? Wait, let me change the layout.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, Humble. Did I hit mute?
I told you not to go to sleep.
So the Hebrew slave. All right, but the
that was right. But why did you laugh when I said something that was accurate? Because it didn't. what? I want to know why you laugh. That bothered. Like stuff like that. I pay attention to all the microaggressions and little
I just
stuff.
got a different understanding of what a Hebrew slave is.
Oh, okay. Well, someone who's the Gentiles, there were different rules for Gentiles, correct?
Yeah,
and a Hebrew slave can get their freedom after
are some
7
Hebrews
years.
Gentiles?
Okay, is it true that Hebrews, people of the faith, could buy their slavery after 7 years? Right? Not buy their slavery; they can be set free. So whatever it was,
they could be redeemed. Somebody can come and redeem them.
I'll pull the presentation up because I already got one on this. I did a whole debate on this already. On is the Bible?
I'm not saying that
morally
it don't
bankrupt, but I'm talking about specifically breaking down the rules of slavery because I misquoted that right there because I'm actually putting together another presentation as we speak. But I'll pull it up so I can get accurate.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not talking about that. It don't have slavery. The Bible covers everything. So it says the Israelites were sold as bondmen and bondwomen. You know what I'm saying? That by definition, though, that's slaves. Those are slaves. We have the law for the what you say, like the Hebrew servants. Let me get the scripture that I'm talking about though. About the as when they take and they partake of the Passover. Give me 1 second. Sojourn, right?
What time is it?
Now, also, while you're looking that up, Capone, A1, did you know no matter if you was a Israelite brother that was a so-called slave, or if you was of another nation, don't you know that no bond person, no matter if it was another Israelite brother or a non-Israelite, nobody worked on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
Might seem progressive at the time, you know. I think they had better.
No, even if it was a prisoner of war from another nation that went into servitude under Israelites, they didn't even have to work on the Sabbath.
What did you say no
See
to?
that?
What did you say no to? What did you say no to? You said no and then gave me another response. What did you think I said? I could tell by your response you didn't hear what I said, but what did you think I said? Yeah.
No, I was just saying that.
Well, you went into defense mode, but I hadn't said anything for you to defend yourself from.
What I said was, I said no.
Yeah, what did you say no to? Oh, I get it.
On the Sabbath.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't being contentious, brother.
I thought you said no, and then you were.
Oh no.
Okay.
I said
I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't say
nobody
anything.
had to work on the Sabbath.
Okay, and then I was about to say it might seem progressive for the time. You know, I'm not sure if during the transatlantic slave trade they got Sundays off, but I don't think that it's just you know, it's kind of trying to put a tuxedo on slavery, and I just don't like it. I'm not a fan of the look. So, but I appreciate you dropping that fact though for the people who didn't know. That is a fact. So,
yeah,
you know, but I don't know if it's kind of trying to soften up and sugar, you know, give some nice appeal to slavery, and I just don't like it. I wouldn't accept it if white folks did it to us, and I'm not going to accept it when the Hebrews try to do it about their slavery. None of it. So if you're using it to push that point, but if you're just throwing out fun facts, hey, you did. It is true.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute back out. Like I said, I kind of comment like spots here and there, so Brother Capone could bring out what he got.
So this right here, this is Exodus 23:9, and I just want to preference this, right? Even though these are laws, not all Israelites, not all of them followed the laws. You know, we know Israel as a nation sinned. They went astray. So, but I will let me just read this law. This Exodus 23:9, and it says, "Also thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye was a stranger, you were strangers in the land of Egypt." See that? So a stranger would be someone from another nation, right? And it says oppress. So they can't oppress. That's what happens in slavery. You oppress someone, right? So right here, this is forbidden for them to do so. Right here. Now, did they do it? Did they? I would say if they went astray, they saw righteousness in their own heart. So it was a lot of schisms going on and stuff of that nature. So you even had one tribe, you even had a small group of the 12 tribes, a section of them. They went and tried to establish their own priesthood, you know, which they weren't supposed to do that. They went and set up their own priests and set their own king. It was crazy. But I just wanted to show that this was forbidden for them to go oppress a stranger, because they were strangers in Egypt. So they already know how it feels to be oppressed. You see what I'm saying?
I'm hip to that Mosaic law. I didn't even hear anything you were saying until like the last two sentences. But if you're talking about, I heard you say it's
there's a law saying that you can't go oppress a stranger. I'm familiar with that. But then it's also contradictory and conflicting to the rules that are set forth for slavery. So I just don't understand why you regulate something that you've already commanded people not to do.
Right. So you talking about the laws for the Hebrew slaves, right? Hebrew slavery.
No. I'm talking about there was laws for Hebrew slavery, and then he regulated the slavery of what it looks like anybody. When he tells people to commit genocide, go to other nations, kill people, take the women as captives, it gives rules for regulating sex slaves. Even though you probably won't admit it, but to take a woman captive and force her to marry you, and then you consummate the marriage, and if you don't like her, you can just get rid of her. Well, you can't sell her as a slave, but you just divorce her. That's still a form of sex slavery. Like, the Bible is very strange. We can't say it's anachronistic, and that's just how it was at the time, because God is regulating these events. So this is how the God was of the time, not just the people.
But what how you gonna throw that?
Did I make anything up? Again, you laugh when I hit you with a hard fact that it's like hard to get around. And I noticed okay, that means I got you. You got a bad poker face. At first I thought it was something else, but now I realize that just means you laugh when somebody got you. Go ahead.
No, you just threw that. That was just left field. This is how the God is, not just the people.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't try to use that as a rebuttal. I was all effectively killing your counters before you can use them.
Right.
Because it would really be a waste of time, because I was giving you the answer to it before you even go down that road. So, yeah.
Yeah, so let's say, you say, yeah, so when they used to go into, so the reason why it seems as why it was established for them to do so. And the brother that had the presentation a few days ago, the guy that came on, he was talking about these different this mutation, how can I say it scientifically? This different breed of people, right? Basically, from the sons of God, maybe with the women. Anyway, so these people, it was a purging. It was a cleansing, right? So it was what I'm saying is, it was a reason why he told them to when they go into this land to do this. That was the land of the giants. So they had that giant, that Nephilim, the word is Nephilim or Rephaim. They had that that gene, that and what do that gene do though? That gene so the thing about the giants is that they are because of their giant stature, they have an appetite. They have they have an insatiable appetite. Insatiable. Did I say it right? Not insatiable. No, they have an insatiable appetite. You know what I'm saying? So, meaning they're never satisfied, right? No matter what. And I'm using appetite as both ways, literally and figuratively. So they're never satisfied. So, and this is how their children was. So this is what you gotta understand. If you not, damn. See, the scriptures that go with what I'm saying that'll make it sound, that'll flesh it out even more. But anyway, so though the spirit that these see, it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy when you thinking like, oh yeah, these was people. Look how look how the Bible is shaping your mind, but it's not like that, right? So these people was a mutation. This was a cleansing. There was a reason for that. For one, they was considered leopards, which that plague it was contagious, right? It was contagious. That's why they had a whole quarantine method for cleansing to cleanse yourself from it if you touch anything that was in these houses or these dwelling places. Not only that, now if you don't get rid of them, now it's a chance that it's a assimilation that seed lives on. You know what I'm saying? I would even push that this is the seed that is ruling the world today, because these people seem like they not satisfied. Y'all was just mentioning CERN. The brother Omar was talking about how they trying to push the brakes of our physical or our biological capability, right? So that's what that is. That's that seed. That's that Nephilim seed. Not never being satisfied with the way things are, the way things is. You know what I'm saying? So I know it sounds a bit confusing, but I just know, you got to be careful with the words that you use to explain this stuff. But to push back on to have a fair standing, this is a measure what people did use to to justify their right to own slave. I will say that as well.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, yeah, I see you say you left that slavery alone. That's why you laughed. I got you.
No,
you sidestepped from slavery. Strong. Boy, that was a strong pivot punch.
The capitalist thing, that's what I see about this whole slavery thing, is that this is just what people do. People do. They want to rule over other people. Why? I don't know. It's a power. It's something that's causing them to do so. So, yeah, I think it's for power.
Now this me, because like I said, this was 2 shows, and this is gonna lead into me and Omar. All of this is leading to a challenge that Omar gave me. But I want y'all to really pay close attention to what's being said. Shout out GDN Capone. I want y'all to listen to his interpretations of the different things, because he said a very important thing just right then. He said, before he started laughing and A1 came in, A1 said, "I got you." He said, we have to be very important how we explain these things, because that's what it's all about. It's about explaining the things that we're discoursing about or talking about in a coherent and intelligible manner. And this is real big when people are seeking answers. And so shout out to GDN Capone for saying that, because that lets me know when people giving their interpretations sometimes, and we'll take a look to see if it matches doctrine, but it's the way that you give your answer and your interpretation that really counts. And so yeah, A1 is, I believe, is about to get deep, because they're about to start talking about slavery. And when different questions are asked, sometimes people don't have the answer, or they have an answer. It just is incoherent. And so Sometimes they even know they're incoherent with the answers they come with. So they make sure that you understand that their interpretation and the way that they say things are really being considered when they're speaking. So shout out GD and Capone for that. But we're gonna get back to it because slavery, indentured servitude, captive, these are all big words in this topic. And so we got to get to the bottom of it.
Power, right? It's it's for power and recognition and things, to compete, power, credibility, to be feared, to be, the Egyptians set the tone. They say they got to rule over all the nations. You know what I'm saying? they had their foot on the nations. You know that? It's something. It's called the 9 bowls. They used to wear this thing. They had like shoes, like flip flop sandals, and they had the 9 bowls on them. So the Pharaoh would have his foot on these nations. The 9 bowls is the 9 nations. So he'll have his foot on them. When he sit in the throne, and also when he just walk around casual. When I saw that, I said, "Yo, that's crazy work." Now, when you see Ramses smiting people, it gives you a whole nother aspect of what they was actually doing. And it wasn't just war. This was power, control, dominance, things of that nature. So, yeah. That's just that. That's that appetite thing that I was talking about.
What you was talking about with the appetite?
Yeah. So the Canaanites that was in the land, the people that was in the land of Canaan was of that seed, right? It was of that Nephilim seed. They call Rephaim, right? Which means invigorating, terrifying. You know what I'm saying? When they was terrifying because how big they was. And you gotta understand, scientifically, depending on your mass and your height and everything, you're gonna consume more. You get what I'm saying? You're gonna have a large appetite. So they would like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's never they never satisfied. It gets to even in some texts when it talks about them, it say that once they ate all the animals and everything, they started to devour people, in some tales of these people. So, you got different mythos. So I'm just telling you about like their anatomy. That's what it comes from. Comes from that. And what that is, that's a mixture of celestial and a terrestrial, right? And what it does, it accelerate everything, right? I don't know. I'm going into too much into like philosophy and stuff, but just y'all just gotta read up on that. It was a reason for that, for them to do that. It was a divine judgment, rather, the divine decree or judgment to go into that land. But when you talk about the women, because you mentioned the women, they took the women captives and they can marry them, and then you were saying that.
Yeah, that was God. That was God's laws, baby.
No, right there, because it's it's archaic. This is what. Listen, we talk about this.
That's why I say y'all need to put that 2,000-year-old script down. What do you mean? It's like you're about to give apologetics for sex slavery?
No.
Is that what you're about to do?
No. I'm never that. What I'm saying is that even though it was archaic, but that's what the time that they lived in. That's what they was doing. That's what I'm saying. That was their righteousness. That was their laws.
Now, God regulating it and coming up with laws for how to conduct it instead of just saying no. Like you don't. How do you find that to be a moral, just being?
Wait, but hold on.
I'm asking the questions now. Now it's my turn to ask the questions. Don't run.
All right, what scripture is you talking about? That's the only thing I want to know.
All right, I'll pull it up. Hold on, I'm trying to get a new
I gotta see what you're
battery
talking
in
about.
my keyboard.
Because I got it right here. It say laws for slaves. It's in Exodus 21.
You gotta hold on for a second. I'm trying to put a new battery in my keyboard.
I think you're talking about something in Numbers.
Can you find it?
Just tell me.
He's telling them to go to war with the Midianites, and he could take their women and turn them into sex slaves. You take them, put them in the house, make them shave their head, shave their nails, let them mourn for 30 days and 30 nights, and then they can force themselves on them.
Yeah, so I think Yara had a presentation about that, and he was saying how that was more of a ritual.
Rape ritual.
A rape ritual is crazy work. You know what I'm saying? It was consensual, but
there was nothing. What? Boy, okay. Look, here's what I want you to do. I want you to tell me what you think. Don't misquote Yara, and because Yara ain't an authority on this anyway. And I don't want to bash him right now. I'll do that in my own time. I saw the presentation title, but I didn't watch it. I had a debate on this already. Does the Bible allow grape? So I cover these topics in depth. But it was a ritual to make them shave their heads and shave their nails and mourn for 30 days. It was a humiliation ritual. You're absolutely right. It is a ritual. Now, I'm not sure what his apologetics is calling it, but to kidnap somebody, shave their, your hair is supposed to exemplify beauty, long hair, make them shave their heads. Got them walking around bald head. They do the same thing to you when you go to jail.
Right.
Have you walking around with the murder one.
Right. They do that in India.
So, okay, well, it's wrong there too. But let's focus on the Bible.
I'm saying they do it in India. It's called a tantra.
Okay. Do you know where we are right now?
Go ahead, man.
How many fingers am I holding up? GDP. Because I done knocked this boy silly. We talking about India now.
I'm saying that's an ancient ritual that they do.
What part? Just shaving the head or kidnapping women? What part is the ancient ritual? Like,
so I see A1 on GDN's net. Shout out GDN Capone. Roy Chess says this about the conversation for right now. God does not always intervene in human affairs. Then when he does, he may give conceptual rules. That's cool. I hope you come up and say something about that. But GDN was talking about divine judgment earlier. And that's exactly what Omar's challenge was to me. What would perfect divine justice look like? But we ain't going to get into that yet because I want to see when Omar actually comes in and start talking. And it's getting good between GDN and A1. So So we're gonna get back to that.
All right, because it seems right now it's a false equivalence until you clarify.
Can I
kidnapping women.
What part is the
Quantum?
Indian ritual?
I'm trying to find this verse. Go ahead.
I'm gonna find it.
My bad. Hey, with that thing up there, can you put that that comment back up there?
Which one? Roy Chess?
The one that said God. Yes, that right there. Right now,
Roy Chess.
this is the issue, right? God does not always intervene in human affairs. Okay. Then when he does, he may give conceptual rules. When God intervenes in human affairs, there should be a, what I'm gonna say, Quantum, observational measurement that we can see this supernatural thing, because mind you, it's not natural, it's supernatural. So we should be able to testify that. We can't say, like, if a car fall out the sky and everybody see the car fall out the sky, we can clearly say, okay, well, the car fell out the sky. We can't then say, oh, well, it was conceptual rule and we can't. No. Anything that happens in the physical world has a physical measurement, directly or indirectly, Roy Chess. Mm-hmm. So this goes back to even what they were talking about on this panel in the video, right? If God intervened in human affairs, we should be able to have some way to measure that result that happened. I land my plane with that. I just wanted to speak to that. Thank you for that, Brother Quantum.
Yeah. And I definitely agree, because then there's going to always be the person that say they know that they in contact with God, who has the right to say what happens to people when it happens. And if this the only person that says that, and then this is the person we got to go by. And when he start making judgments, those judgments involve several parties, several individual parties. Then we know that each individual isn't going to come up with the same feelings about the judgments that's being made, and so they say that God is the reason they're making these judgments. But how can you say that? And so that's the conceptual default that I find in it. But no, thank you, Humble, for coming up and discoursing a little bit about that, because Roy Chess did say it. And we ain't gonna start the video again because he came right back and said, so we're gonna do a little discourse with Roy Chess real quick. No, the Bible does not sanction rape or murder. God allows those things to occur. That does not mean God sanctions those behaviors. I believe at the further we go, we're gonna see where he did actually. Well, not in those words, not raping. Murder might be in those. Well, no, I don't know if he says murder, but kill and murder to me might be synonymous in this context. Unless you're saying if you got a reason to do it, then that isn't murder. It's justification. That you appeal to authority to have to do a wrong. I don't know. It's a whole big there's no way to prove 100% with 100% certainty. Humble. Inductive reasoning is always less than 100%. I don't know why you're talking about inductive reasoning right now. Humble, if you want to come back up and say something. If the conclusion is 100%, is less than 100%, there will be false instances. If the condition is less than 100%, there will be, and then he says, science will never prove anything. So shout out Roy Chess. Asiatic said God sanctions genocide and mass murder, though. Um, you can't always come up and prove that. In time or whenever you want. But yeah, man, shoot. Roy Chess, I'm gonna say you wrong.
For you in a second, as soon as I can get this battery in here, then I can type in the title to the debate. I'm looking for a AAA battery for something. I gotta find something.
I forgot to say earlier GDN also touched on people within the religion doing things for power. So remember when he's talking about that too, because that's big in my presentation when it come up about how people I don't know, could have been going against God when making moves for power. So that's another big thing to look for if y'all watching and taking notes about
That work.
what I was asking.
Hold on, I'm gonna get you in a second.
I forgot what that scripture had.
I'm sorry because that presentation of PowerPoint too. And PowerPoint lightweight slow my computer down.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Oh, I got action, baby. I got action.
Yeah, I'm not denying anything that was done. If anything, it was is either it was a decree from the Lord, or it was or they went astray and they did it on their own. We even find in the New Testament that everything that Moses delivered, some of those things he did like.
Shout out Melanated.
Like he wasn't commanded to do so. He wasn't commanded to do that. Like
he was running around saying God gave me the green light for us to do this, and it was all a lie. What scripture in line is that? Scripture and verse.
No, so what it is, so
or is this based off commentary? Are you going off some commentary?
No. This is in Matthew. This is Matthew 20, Matthew 18. I think it's 8. Let me see. I got my Bible right here. I think it's Matthew 18 and 5.
Now, right here kind of confused me too. Because earlier GDN was talking about the Torah. And now he started talking about Matthew. I don't know, maybe within, and if you know the answer to this, if you ain't up here, you can always come up. GDN, if you listening, you might can come up and answer this for me while we do this. Or if anybody just in the chat know and want to type it. My question is, let me play what he was said again.
No, it ain't. And 5. I got my Bible right here. I think it's Matthew 18 and 5.
Do you go by the Torah and the New Testament, or is it just the Torah? Because I don't know your total view. I know it's Hebraic. All right. But yeah, man, that was just a question. I don't know. I heard you say Torah and then reference the New Testament by referencing Matthew. Or do you just use Matthew for when you're answering questions? That's just one of my questions for you. No big thing but if anybody else can answer that, even in the chat, or if you want to come up, I'm about to post that. And thank you.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't this one. It's right here somewhere. Yeah, right here.
Fuck.
Matthew 19 and 7. They say he say, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? Talking about divorcing, right? And this is what Christ said to them. He said, Moses, because the hardness of your heart, suffer you to put put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so. See that? So right here, they saying that Moses allowed them to divorce their wives, but they wasn't really supposed to divorce them. So those laws is being ministered by Moses. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. But where's your corroboration that that specific one was a lie? Like, how are you confirming that? This is just I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying, actually. Can you actually repeat that for me? I was looking for
So
something.
in Matthew 19:7, 7-8, they ask a question about divorcement and how they should divorce their wives. And Christ, Jesus say, right? He say, Moses suffered.
Roy Chess, thank you for that answer. I was trying to find it. Yo.
What y'all on now? Y'all just reviewing the video? I was
just going over where A1 said he was
jumped.
punching on and interacting with the chat a little bit. Roy Chess say only the average Christian or Catholic today use both Old Testament and New Testament. Yeah, I knew Christians used both Old Testament and New Testament. I didn't know if the Hebrew Israelites used the Old Testament or used the Torah and then the New Testament. I know some of them do. I think some of them don't. And so I was just trying to figure out if GDN Capone specifically believes that. But do you know, Haru?
The difference between the old and the new and who's used both?
If the Hebrew Israelites use both?
I don't know. It's so much division. I ain't gonna say division, but differences amongst their communities.
That's what I thought.
So I'm not quite
sure.
sure.
Do, some of them don't, right? Some of them say only Torah.
Because it depends. See, that's the problem. It depends on what supports the argument at the time. And they feel like they're getting beat up in the argument. Oh, that's just the new. And they don't say that in the old. Or we go by the old, not the new. You know what I'm saying? So they'll pivot.
See, that's what I say. And that's what I ain't trying to see. I think that's what GDN just did, unless he goes with both Old and New Testament. But I don't know if he does. And that's why I was asking the question. Because if he does just go by the Torah, then why is you bringing up Matthew right here?
Let me ask you a question. Because I remember looking at some of the Z Guys video back in the day, like way before these topics were debated on YouTube. And one was an interesting one. It made the clarification between the Old Testament and the New Testament, Job being basically the same story as Jesus. The 12 disciples, the 12, they both sold 30 pieces of silver. They both, I mean, it was a bunch of similarity chart, almost like 10 different similarities from the story. And I was like, is the old, and this is what I was confused at. Is the Old Testament supposed to be events before Jesus, and the New Testament is kind of after Jesus? What is this?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Old Testament is supposed to be prophecy of Jesus, what happened, why it happened, how to cleanse. And how it's gonna end, how we're gonna get rid of the curses, and that's supposed to be with the Savior. So the New Testament kind of tells you about the Savior and how the Savior came, died, and will come again, raised from the dead, and then went to hell, got the keys to hell, and will return again with a new world, a new way of living. A lot of people have different interpretations of how exactly that's supposed to happen. But yeah, for the most part, Old Testament is before Jesus. New Testament is a little bit before Jesus because it tells about the story. and then Mary and Joseph would have had to been living by the Torah, but this situation actually ushers in, and not just this situation, because um, Mary's cousin, I can't remember her name right now. She had a baby before Mary, and I think it was for John. Was it John's mother? John the Baptist. I don't know. I got to look in that, but anyway, yeah. Then it goes into Jesus, and so yeah, the Old Testament and New Testament are that differentiation before Jesus, as Jesus, and after Jesus.
Okay. All right. Good explanation. Dude in the chat, saying they have no similarity. But let's look at it. So the theme.
Yeah, go ahead, Haru, for just a second. I'm getting groceries out the car, so if you can.
There's no groceries in the car.
Oh, never mind.
Sound like the little shorty took care of it for you, bro. We got it already, granddaddy. When you talking about groceries, we don't have no problem with getting the groceries. Snacks and all, got the snacks.
No, they didn't get a lot, so
Oh.
I'm good. I'm good. They brought it all in by themselves. I'm proud of them for one damn time. No, no, but yeah. Let me see what you say. Somebody said in the chat.
Oh, he was just saying these two stories are not similar. So I brought up this chart of similarity of Job
Those
and
two
Jesus'
stories
story.
have nothing to do with one another, nor are they similar in any way. What he talking about, Job and Jesus?
I guess because that's what I mentioned. I don't know for
Yeah,
sure.
I think that's what he mentioned.
Well, I brought up this comparison chart, and he can ask me. I don't know. I'm not neither of these people, so I could be totally wrong. Correct me if I will. But theme
You got
righteous.
something you want to show? Is you sharing your screen or something?
I mean, we can. Yeah, let's share the screen because they might think I'm
Yeah.
just
So people want that. You know how they,
talking
how they
from my
is in
mind.
this
It
community,
is
man. I'm
Chat
gonna share my.
GPT, but I asked them
I
to
ain't,
recreate the chart that I saw once before. It's all in the database.
that's
All right.
fine. That's fine. Because whatever you bring, they can
To be
either do
fair,
it,
I'm gonna show you what I asked the AI so they'll know.
and that's what we should do. So people, and that's what we should do. I'm a valid, an avid, um, pusher of using AI if you know how to use it in the right way. If you don't know how to prompt or ask the questions in the right way, you definitely gonna get some bullshit. Shout out my man Jay Snake in the
Yeah.
chat. I just seen him pop up.
Now, one
See
disclaimer:
this
I'm not
man.
saying I believe or disbelieve none of these. I'm just going over the data points simply. So, Old Testament versus New Testament. I saw
Hey, hold
Zyke's
on,
video.
let me pull you up real quick. Let me pull you
Oh,
up.
okay, okay.
And clear the screen. Make you bigger so I can see it. And there you go.
All righty, cool. So it could be maybe it's like you said, it's a foreshadowing of the life. So Old Testament versus New Testament. I saw Zyke's video that shows 7 to 10 similar traits of Job's story versus Jesus' story seemingly the same. Can you recreate this chart? All right, so it says the comparison you're referring to become popular after the documentary Zeitgeist 2007 film. The film argues that Jesus' story was borrowed from earlier myths and sometimes compares Jesus to the Old Testament figures as literally types. One comparison that circulates online is between Job and Jesus. This the important point is that there is not a scholarly consensus, meaning no one agrees on it, but that doesn't mean ain't no scholars believe it this that the story of Jesus was copied from Job. Instead, many biblical scholars see Job as a foreshadowing called typology of Christ. So y'all determine if y'all think it is. The New Testament itself frequently presents earlier figures, Adam, Moses, David, Jonah, Isaac, Joseph, and Job, as patterns that point towards Jesus rather than direct copies. So here's a construction comparison chart. Theme: the righteous before God. So in Job is described as blameless and upright, Job 1:1. Jesus is
Yeah.
described as sinless, Hebrews 4:15. Tested by Satan. Satan challenges Job's faithfulness. Jesus is tempted directly by Satan in the wilderness. Suffers despite innocence. Job suffers through no wrongdoing is identified. Jesus suffered despite Pilate repeatedly declaring he finds no fault. Friends misunderstand him. Job's friends wrongly accuse him of hidden sin. Many religious leaders, even some disciples, misunderstand Jesus. Experiences abandonment. Job feels God has hidden himself. Jesus cried, my God, why have you forsaken me? Physical suffering, disease, pain, humiliation, scourging, crucifixion, and public humiliation. Remains faithful. Job refuses to curse God. Jesus remains obedient to the Father. Intercedes for others. Job prays for his friends and after their error. Jesus prayed for his executioners and presented as humanity's intercessor. Vindicated by God. God destroys Job and rebukes his accuser. God raises Jesus from the dead, vindicating him. Restoration follows suffering. Job receives a double blessing. Jesus exalted and received all authority after resurrection. It's a few things it missed, actually. Let me see. About the 12
Yeah, I watched that show Zeitgeist
disciples.
too. I
And
watched that back. It might have been around 2007 when it first came up, and um, Zeitgeist is a good little entertaining perspective on the things that we know. Um,
uh,
I got my own view about Job because a lot of people be saying Job is an Edomite, but I think it's because they read a passage where it talk about a woman who might have been in us, and she was an Edomite. It talk about the Edomite being in that land. So I got to look into it. I believe that that's the
well,
only
Job
reason
had
that it
12
says that.
disciples. Jesus had 12 apostles. Uh, the prophet receives 30
Job
pieces
had
of
12.
silver.
Job had 12 disciples.
Yeah, Job. Oh no.
I think that might
12
be wrong.
apostles. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me see.
I think
No,
that
he
might be
said
wrong.
Job
Or,
has no 12. Oh, it said he has no 12 disciples.
okay.
He does have three close friends. One, two, three, five, six, seven sons
Yeah,
and three daughters.
the
That's the
Temite,
stars.
the
There's no
the
12 disciples.
Ethiopian,
Oh, apostles. Okay.
the Temite, the
Other
Ethiopian.
Old Testament figures have closer parallels. Some of the similarities often get mixed together because Jesus' story echoes many Old Testament peoples. Hmm. Jesus is betrayed. Joseph betrayed by his brothers. Sold for silver. Joseph is sold for silver. 20 pieces in Genesis. The amount differs from Judas, which is 30. See, Jesus was sold for 30 pieces of silver in Zechariah prophecy. Sacrificial son, Isaac was sacrificed. I think it was Job's son. Shepherd king, David. Deliverer, Moses. 3 days, Jonah. Innocent sufferer, Job. Why do these things repeat? There are two major interpretations. Christian typology, God intentionally embedded patterns throughout Israel history that culminate in Jesus. Literary development. Some historians argue that New Testament authors shaped their narrative using themes and imagery from the Hebrew Bible to present Jesus as the promised Messiah. That's why I believe more. Because God intentionally doing it. Yeah, I can see that. That's their way around explaining some of the shit. God just did it without no real explanation. Why would God uh get into each individual mind? Because these are individual letters and different books the Bible is compiled of. And then one thing I question: don't they claim they got the Bible from the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Uh, yeah, I mean, they say the Dead Sea Scrolls is what verifies it. So yeah, I guess so.
See, that's what I gotta ask. First one was the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What? Because what you thinking? Why you getting that looked up? What you thinking? Did they have a
Oh,
Bible and then find the Dead Sea Scrolls? If the Bible tells about the Dead Sea Scrolls,
yeah, see, because it was just discovered in 1947, just before they established the state of Israel. See, this is straight fraudulent, brother. I'm just being honest.
the incoherence.
And now they all of a sudden say, hey, these scrolls confirm these old stories that we are the children of God and everybody should be fighting for Israel. Man, I'm sorry, brother. I can't jump aboard that. I'm
Shout
sorry.
out my man Jake Snake.
They don't see that. They don't see the writing in the what they call it.
I don't think bro ever read Job.
No, I ain't never wrote Job. I just asking
Yeah, because some
about
of the
the
things you're saying
similarities.
never happened in Job. Job was never sold, bro. He was a king.
Job was never sold.
He never had disciples.
Yeah, we established that it wasn't the disciple thing. It was. Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's what they said. He
But
never had.
but it is some similarities. I ain't say
To
they are
me,
always true.
the only similarity they have is a connection to God. Because to me, for me, Job is a special story beyond anything. Now, first, I believe that Job and the story of Job happened before Abram became Abraham. The reason I think that is because it don't talk about Job worshiping with any of the ritual that the Hebrew or I'm gonna say Hebrew because that's what
They
Abraham.
say that Job's is the first book written in the Bible. Like it's the oldest. It's not first in the Bible, like as far as like Genesis and
Yeah, it
Deuteronomy and
started.
all that shit. Yeah, like not numerically, alphabetically first. It's first like
Yeah,
the most original story.
for me, and that's why I say it is because then it goes on to tell you about a council in heaven, and it say all the angels was there, and Satan was among them, and this is already after the wars in heaven and Satan being kicked out, which lets me know that Satan still had access to and from heaven because God said, "Where you been?" He said, "To and fro." Roman, I don't want to get the words missed because this is supposed to be holy words. I know Roy Chess is in the chat, so if anybody, matter of fact, I got my Bible right here. I can grab this Bible. Hold on, what's this to read?
Yeah, I got one right here too. If you can't find yours.
You
So
got anything, bro?
I asked the question. So how was the New Testament written before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls? The Dead Sea Scrolls are not the source of the New Testament. It says they are primarily manuscripts of the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, and other Jewish writing. So it gives me a timeline. The Old Testament books written 1400 to 400 BC.
You sure
Traditional
you
range.
sharing
Many
that?
books are dated. No, I ain't sharing. I'm just
Oh,
reading
you
it.
ain't sharing. All right, you can go ahead. You ain't got to share it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna read. Dead Sea Scrolls copied allegedly around 250 BC to 8068. That's the date range, not when they were discovered. Jesus' ministry, AD 27 to 30. New Testament books written AD 50 to 100. Dead Sea Scrolls hidden in caves around AD 68. Dead Sea Scrolls discovered in 1947. Before the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, scholars already had several important sources. So they claimed the Masoretic text, Hebrew manuscript copied by Jewish scribe between about AD 600 and 1000. The oldest nearly complete Hebrew Bible, such as the Leningrad Codex, around AD 1008. Y'all ever heard of that?
The Leningrad Codex.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it's at Oxford right now, ain't it?
Not
Yeah,
sure. I never heard of it.
what makes the Dead Sea Scrolls so important is that they're the oldest versions of a lot of the books in the Bible and some of the apocryphal books. So that's why they go often because during the time where they said the Bible was written and copied and stuff like that, the
Yeah,
Dead
it's a
Sea
closing
Scrolls
time. I get you.
they're older than that. You feel me? So it basically just corroborates the Bible for people who believe that it's an original ancient manuscript by God and His people. You know what I mean? It basically the Dead Sea Scrolls proves that it goes back further than what people already
But
knew went
yeah,
back.
Yeah, I get
so
you. I get you.
like King James and them had an interpretation of it. What they interpreting, the thing that they was interpreting is real. Um, the Dead Sea Scrolls like prove that even though you got this version from this person, this is the real story. And it came way before he put this version out. So even though he might have fucked, yeah, that's what they call receipts.
I would love to see these so-called books, though. I still think they lying. Like Paul's letters were written around 80, 50. You mean to tell me y'all got a nigga letters from over 2,000 years old? Every like word. When I looked at them Dead Sea Scrolls, I said, man, how they got the Bible out of that? I'm pretty sure they got some words and shit, but that shit was so beat up and man, this is the biggest scam I could ever think of. They claim these books were 1900 years before the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. Where are these books now? That's what I'm gonna ask.
You said where the Dead Sea Scrolls at?
No, they claim they had some books, Paul letters and even
All of that at the Vatican. All of that at the Vatican, ain't it? Ain't it Haru?
yeah, that's what they say.
Oh, that at the Vatican. The Vatican got everybody. The Vatican got Jesus's bones, man. Y'all better stop playing. That's just a theory by me. I'm not claiming that that's true or nothing, people. That's just a hypothesis. If Jesus does really have bones and he was a real person and didn't rise, the Vatican has a high possibility of being in possession of Jesus's bones and a lot of bones of other people who we here talked about, which could be the power that they have. But I ain't gonna get into that, man, over here. That ain't what we do. We don't do the conspiracy theories, do we?
So it said the original handwritten copies called autographs of both the Old and New Testament have not survived. What scholars have are latter copies made by scribes. So Israel Museum, home of the Shrine of the Book, where several Dead Sea Scrolls, including the Great Isaiah Scroll, are preserved. Vatican Apostolic Library holds many ancient biblical manuscripts, including the Codex Vaticanus. British Library houses the Codex Alexandrinus. Leipzig University holds portions of the Codex Santicus with other parts. Are there really mentions that? Oh, yeah, material like papyrus and bronze can survive 1,000 years in very dry climates. Some Egypt and Judah and examples are cool. Yeah, we know that. How can a fragmentary clay produce a whole Bible? That's what I asked. This is an important point.
How can a what? Say that again, please.
How can a fragmentary collection produce a whole Bible?
Great question. And what is
only certain manuscripts are fragmented. They got copper scrolls. You feel me? That you can read the whole manuscript because it's written on copper.
Well, we're going to see that this is an important point. The Dead Scrolls were never used by themselves to reconstruct the entire Bible. Instead, scholars compare multiple sources. Dead Sea Scroll, medieval Hebrew manuscripts, the ancient Greek Septuagint, Samaritan Pentateuch. Ooh, I ain't never heard of that. For the first 5 books. I got to look that up.
Have you heard of O.W.L.E.E? Shout out Creative Gang, Cosmo, Cal TV in the chat. I hope he's still in here.
Ancient translation into Latin, Syrian, and other languages. Think of, man, I ain't gonna lie. All this translations and all this dealings are all Slavics. Are all like true white people. Like past that European.
Can you prove that? I ain't saying you can't. I'm just. That'd be a nice something to see. You be coming up with all of these things that you can dive into and have great presentations. Because I know you done asked yourself these questions before you setting them forward here. Why you ain't putting these presentations?
Well, I mean, I'm doing a lot of shit. I mean, I just like to do this for fun. I mean, if ever challenged to debate,
True.
I know how to look up shit and present it. That's all. proof, we just described this proof. It's hard to really find.
What do you call logical proofs?
Well, one of the logical things is they mention nothing but the Slavic nations.
Can you name a few of them, folks?
Yeah, Syria. Hold on, let me go up here. They translate into the
Persia.
Greek.
It's Persia.
Hold
Slavic.
on, let me go
Israel.
back up.
Is Israel Slavic?
Leipzig, that's Germany. I just call it, maybe it's not Slav, but I call them all Slavics, all up in Austria, Germany, Poland, Turkey. You know, they all fought the World War I and World War II over these white people.
Okay. I got you.
Matter of
And
fact, that's
like
one of the reasons why World War I kicked off. It assassinated the Austrian what they call them motherfuckers. Anyway,
the Austrian
It
prime
was the
minister.
Archduke, bro. It was the Archduke. I'll save
Archduke.
y'all some time.
okay, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
okay.
the Archduke. You're right
Yeah,
about that.
I forgot the name of it. Yeah. And they were like, hell no, we've been battle in this. And then another point that makes me skeptical. The whole time they claiming Germany is this bad guy, right? Had to help fight Germany, and they claimed to win World War I. But looks like Germany got stronger to the point where they took over Italy, about to take over Russia, and they had to join forces to stop these motherfuckers. But yet, America right now is allowing Germany and this so-called most advanced warship in the world patrol the China Sea right now. I said, man, this shit is all a gimmick.
Roy Chess said out Roy Chess, he's still watching. He say logical proofs will be formal, and formal here means there are rules for how to do them and check them. It is not subjective or freestyling. Shout out. Roy Chess, do the Bible, what kind of proofs do the Bible have, Roy Chess? Do the Bible claim to have proofs? What kind of proofs? This is a real question, because I know you be think I be trying to challenge you. This is a real question that I want to hear you answer. I wish you'd come up in a discourse. Y'all be sitting in the chat, and there's nothing wrong with it. We love it because a lot of people go. Red Chest say so. Reading will not help you. We know you say that, but you told us the other day to make sure we get them textbooks to read.
It says the most complete.
But we also got to
scroll.
pay for a teacher. I know. Oh, that's your last. Red Chest, I get what you're saying now. Anybody can get a textbook and read it, but not everybody pays to hear somebody else give their interpretation of whatever subjects is in them textbooks. So really, you fighting for people not being able to just hear somebody. I had to talk to you about that, Roy Chess. The Bible does not have formal proofs. What kind of proofs do they have, Roy Chess? What do you call these proofs? Faith proofs. What do you call that? You just got to believe it. I know that's what he's saying. I can't. What you think about that? What kind of proofs would you say that the Bible proves to the to that community? Haru or Jay Snake? If either one of y'all want to touch on that before Roy Chess, because he ain't gonna come up. None. They are not proofs. What do we call them? What? So what? The Bible just appeals to your to what you feel, huh? Your faith. The Bible appeals to faith. Let's talk. Let's get the logics of that out, Roy Chess. That's it. They are not proofs. What is the story? What is the story of Jesus, if not proof? What is the story of Adam and Eve? Or Cain and Abel? Seth? What What are they if not proofs? Sirach, Terah, Abram. Father Abraham had many sons. Many sons had Father Abraham. Isaac, Ishmael, Jacob, the split, all the way to Israel. Two different lines got 12 different kingdoms. What, if not proofs, what is the Bible? And I'm just asking these
That's
questions.
a great question, Quantum. That's a great
Hey, hey. Go ahead.
I mean, if not proofs, he said they ain't proofs. What are they? You are using proof in a different. Okay, what context are you using it in, Richard? That's why I say, Richard, come up here and talk. Dang. No, never mind. Because you just I changed my mind about that. Shout out Roy Chess.
So they say the Great Isaiah Scroll is the fullest one that was found of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the book of Isaiah, all 66 chapters. They found parts of Psalm, a lot of Psalm, books of Psalms or fragments. But I asked it about a particular statement in Psalms that always intrigued me. Psalms 119, section 19, Gimel says, I'm a stranger on the earth. Hide not that commandments from me. And I wanted to know if this was in also these scrolls to make sure it was a original wording, not just some shit that they done added later. And yes, it was a part of these original Dead Sea manuscripts. And about this phrase, I am a stranger on the earth. This verse has attracted attention because similar language appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible. Genesis 23:4, Abraham says, I am a stranger and a sojourner among you. In Chronicles 29:15, we are strangers before you and your sojourners. Hebrew 11:13, the patriarchs are described as strangers and exiles on the earth. Damn. And 1 Peter 2:11, believers are addressed as sojourners and exile. See, I know it gets a little bit pseudo, but
Why y'all beating up on a Bible like this?
I just be thinking the Bible is the explanation of how the white man got put on this earth. And they're not original.
What? Explain that. Can you expound on that a little bit?
I mean, I was just reading it. I was just reading it in their own Bible.
My bad. I didn't see Humble pop up. What up, Humble?
What's up? What's up, yo? What you just say, Haru? You said the white man is the original person on the earth.
No, I said I believe the Bible explains how the white man got put on this earth, and we are the original. Yeah, it points to all that there were people here before. Even this Urantia book. I don't know if y'all ever read this Urantia book.
Urantia.
Yeah, Urantia. This guy is kind of like a biblical story in the scientific print.
That's that O.W.L joint right there, bro. Hey, I told you, you gotta watch. I knew it, man. You gotta watch. Hey, listen, you gotta watch.
I'm not a waspy.
That's that O.W.L stuff.
I just be reading this shit, but it just talk about the 7 colored races and how it was 2 Garden of Edens and a bunch of shit. They break that shit, the Adamites, the Edom, all these knights, all these Adamite, Canaanite, the knights. I don't know if it's true, but it gives their story about it.
It's believers that don't talk about the Bible.
Now, I think they got faith. They've been told by their preacher, and they don't search for the truth. They don't ask the questions about what the verses really mean. They take what the preacher give them, the good ones, and say, yay, that pacifies me. I like it. They don't look for no truth. They accept it. And that's why I said faith is what it is. Niggas have faith. Have faith in your God.
Right. Hey. Just don't be coming into the intellectuals arenas talking about you can prove your God. That'd be my only issue, man. Listen, have your beliefs, have what you have. Just don't come into the intellectual arenas talking about you can prove that.
Well, I do have a few scientists
Cool.
now claiming they got
Cool time
mathematical
on.
proofs of
Make
God.
sure I got
So
him. I got his home.
so it's not out of the realm of scientific discussion.
Mathematical proof of God. They do got,
Yes, there are scientists
but then
now
they gotta put
are
that proof into application to see if God exists. You
I'm
can have
just
a
saying
mathematical proof of Superman. That don't mean Superman is a real physical being in the universe.
no. No, that's not a good analogy. All I'm saying is just because science is measuring shit and checking it down, don't mean you're gonna be right on something or it's gonna lead you a certain way. You feel me? That's all I'm saying. You could discuss it in this intellectual realm. You
Yeah.
saying it's just outside the realm of discussion.
Yeah, because I mean, okay, so here's the issue I have when you bring God into these. Well, not you, but when they bring God.
Yeah, I get you.
When they bring God into these discussions, now we get into a realm that's illogical. So now we have to throw our logical, what we know about the world, we have to throw that out the window. Here's what I mean, right? When we get into the realm of religion and gods and things of that nature, we have to believe something supernatural interacted with something that is natural, which violates logical law. That can't happen. So for me to even entertain this story, I gotta go against my own logic.
Time out right there. See, you gonna sit here and say that's a logical law.
Yeah,
So,
that's illogical.
no. We don't have a list of logical laws.
He said that's illogical. I don't think he said that's a logical law.
That violates logical law.
Laws. That's which
Law.
suggests he has a list of logical laws, and it violated one of them.
Yeah.
Which
Do
violation did
you
it
got?
make?
Do you
So
got your
I'm gonna tell you
shit?
which one it violates. The imminent cannot interact with the non-imminent. You know
And
what
why
that means?
not?
Because they don't exist in the same realm.
No, because I don't know. Because
The
listen,
non-imminent. Listen.
hold on. I'm just we just building. Let me explain why I think there may be a case where that's true. I could be wrong, but think of this. You said the imminent and non-imminent. I look at that as potential, non-potential, kinetic, and potential energy. You got an object with potential energy, right? But it also has kinetic built in it. True enough, kinetic. Once it's kinetic, it can't be potential anymore. I get that. You feel me? I get what you're saying, but it's almost in that same line of where we said hot and cold, and
No, so let me break it
and
down for
blurring
you.
that.
Something that is non-imminent is outside of the realm of existence. Angels, gods, demons, entities, ghosts, all of that. Something that is imminent is within the realms of reality. Humans, logic, love, animals, trees, right?
That's your own definition.
That's not my okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I don't think love. I don't think
let
love
me
would be on
explain
that
why.
list, Combo.
Hold on, let
Combo,
me
you
explain
know,
why.
I usually
Hold
rock
on,
with you, but I don't think love would be on that list.
hold on. Let me explain why. Imminent could also mean something that's about to happen. Non-imminent, something that's not about to happen. That don't mean one can exist in the physical or not exist. I don't think that's necessarily related. And when you know made that comparison,
Okay.
saying that
So watch this.
And love can't be proven. You can't prove love. You can't hold on to it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't hold the same currency for me as it does for you. Shit like that.
see, that's why I disagree with you a little bit. I think love is a definition for it, and it's one of those measurements that we talked about, love and hate.
Well, how do you measure and prove those things? If it's a measurement, what
Easy.
device do you use to measure it? And how
Okay,
can you show me your measurement so I can compare it to mine?
all right. Let me break this down to you. That's why I was telling him about the law of hurt. It's law of life preservation. Every life form is programmed in them to survive, defend their life. So you, in essence, know what's right and wrong. You know if that shit hurts, son, you wrong, nigga. because you ain't gonna hurt yourself. You
What's
ain't
that
gonna
got to
allow
do
that
with
shit to happen
love?
to you.
You got
Okay,
people that commit
hold on, hold on.
suicide
Let
every day.
me. They may not love themselves right now. Okay, but what I'm saying is the way you measure this love is life or hurt. You love your family, right? You'll risk your life. You'll die to save them from being killed or hurt. You'll risk being hurt yourself. Something that you will not let anybody do to you. Something that violates the whole life preservation, nigga. You will throw that out the window to save their life. That's love. That's the measurement of it. You may love some niggas more than others. You may not jump in that raging water for your friend, but you'll jump in that bit for your mom or your kid. You feel me? That's the measurement. You know, if you love somebody, you ain't gonna let nobody hurt that motherfucker. So as humans, we naturally love. You gonna love somebody. You see somebody about to get hurt, you'll try to help them. If
I agree with you to a
you
certain
may
extent.
not be killed your damn self.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but
What's the disagreement part? Let's chop it up, because maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm missing something.
If maybe I could speak, I could explain it to you,
Yeah.
bro.
Okay, go.
Okay. If you were listening, I just said I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm gonna go ahead and play the devil's advocate and say there's a person where all them things that you just mentioned doesn't exist in their brain, bro. So that what you just said is non-existent to that person. Your measurement, your idea of love, all that shit, it don't exist to them.
It don't exist to who?
To people who commit suicide, serial killers, motherfuckers who have no empathy. Sorry for the curse. I'm gonna stop cursing. Rapists, child pedophilia. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, bro? There's people where what you just said does not exist in their brain whatsoever.
How do you know it don't exist in their brain? They just
How do you know it
disobeying
does?
it.
If what you say is
What I do know is
partially
it
true, bro.
exists in mine.
I'm not saying it don't, bro. But what I'm saying is you can't say that it doesn't exist in these other people.
But you saying it. You
You
saying for
going off.
sure.
You going off what you're going off a narrow view of specifically how you think and see things, not
No,
realizing that there's a billion, 7 billion different versions of that, bro.
they all experience this hurt where they know they don't want to be hurt. Every life form, every animal, every insect is in the life of you. You're born with it. God will know how to program his law in itself. That's why in this book in the Bible, they all cry out they don't know the law because they're not natural. They're not from God. Even the ones who crazy, like you said, and they so-called psychopathic, we can measure a big difference in who those people are compared to the true people, the black people. I don't want to make it racist, but I mean, we all make the serial killer. I'm sure, yeah, there's some black people doing the white people stuff now.
I mean, everybody does a little bit of that, bro. Every race is gonna have those. Every race is gonna have degenerates. It might not be in the same denomination as different races, but they exist in every race, bro.
I agree. There's nothing perfect, but it's
It's
spread.
existence is perfect.
But yeah, we all know where a majority of it
Okay.
comes from, though. We all know
God
where a
Almighty
majority
is
of that comes
perfect.
from.
Okay, then. So we are in agreement. But I'll get you. We're playing devil advocate. We ain't mad at each other,
I told
brother.
you I agree with you, bro, on
Yeah, I
most of what
know
you're
it.
saying.
I
I
know
just
it.
don't
I
agree
know
with
it.
all of it. I already said that, bro.
I got you.
I'm just doing that. See, I don't like echo chambers. So if I got to, I play the devil's advocate just to make it interesting for everybody and
Yes,
open
I
up their
love
minds and
that.
how they
I
think
love
and shit.
that. I love that though. That's
So,
why I said don't make it
can I
seem like
share
I'm
my screen real fast?
Mystic
Yeah,
will have
you
some
got it.
bother Mystic,
Is that-
boy. He had, let's see it. Let's get it.
So I made a statement earlier,
Can you
right?
share it?
Yeah, I shared it.
Oh, there you go. I see it. It's popped up.
So I made a statement
Oh, you
earlier.
got it.
Right? I said the imminent
I'm gonna
can
make this bigger. I'm gonna make this bigger,
interact.
humble.
Okay. I said the imminent can't interact with non-imminent, right?
Mhm.
Now, what did I mean by that? Right? Let's get into it. Imminent definition. Imminent is an adjective that means, what does it mean, Quantum?
Hold on, let me make the screen big.
Existing or
Imminent.
remaining within, right? Now let's go to non-imminent. What do non-imminent mean? Non-imminent describes something does not exist within. So when I say
hold on.
imminent,
he was using different.
I get you.
So when I say the imminent cannot interact with the non-imminent, it's because something that exists cannot interact with something that does not exist in that same space. So
I get it, but
so an angel being supernatural and a human being natural, the human is imminent because the human exists within the natural world. The angel, which is non-imminent because it exists outside of the natural world, cannot interact with the human because it's non-imminent. So now let's go back to the Bible for a second.
Hold on, let's start right there though.
How do we got angels talking to women about their birth? If we know that angels now are non-imminent and they can't interact with the imminent. So when I make these claims that these things can't be true at the same time, again, family, I'm not just pulling this out the side of my head because I know unlike what Roy Chess would like y'all to believe, right? I don't just read these things. I know what they mean.
Humble. I hate to say it.
Right here. I'm
All
gonna
right,
land
go
my
ahead.
plane right here, brother. This is why I can say the statements that I make. The imminent cannot interact with the non-imminent. Something that exists cannot interact with something that does not exist in that same space.
Do you know that doesn't really say that? Do you know that these definitions doesn't really say that?
And you're on that Roy. Look, that's what Roy Chess would say. You're saying it wrong. That you're using the slang version.
So now let's ask. Because that's how we're going to do this. Okay, can something
You went mute.
No, he's just typing.
We asked it. Typing.
Oh, my bad.
He's asking nothing non-imminent
You
interact
got
with
it
the
still
imminent.
on the screen, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You make my screen back big, man. My little laptop is far away.
Okay, let's ask. So y'all know Humble just not making this claim. Okay. The interactions between imminent and non-imminent things are non-imminent internal within a system of physical reality.
Don't skip that word. Yes, nigga.
Listen, let's get into it. Things that are imminent internal within a system of physical reality and non-imminent transcendent or external outside of that reality are often theorized to interact. But how they do so is one of the oldest, most debated problems in philosophy, theology, and science. Let's get into it. How the interactions is explored across disciplines. Philosophy of religion. Philosophy of what?
Religion. This is the subject we talked about today. The metaphysics, all that. Let's go.
If a divine being, not the formality of a divine being, is not asserting that a divine being is there, is given a question if a divine being or ultimate reality is completely transcendent, non-imminent, existing entirely outside of the physical universe. Philosophers ask, how can it create, judge,
you're one of them,
in physical worlds? Many theorists, traditions bridge this gap, not philosophers, but what it say? Theological
traditions.
Not philosophers, but theological traditions bridge this gap by arguing, this is not a fact, they argue this, that the divine is both transcendent and immanent, which we know this is an illogical statement right here.
I'm not sure yet. Keep going though.
Meaning it exists outside the universe, yet it is intimately present and active within the universe, which again is illogical.
I don't know. That describes me and my spirit
So,
and the body and all that too. Now I don't know. Keep reading though, brother.
okay,
This
let's
might
get
be a
it.
agree to
Right?
disagree. I'm
This
gonna
is
keep
my
going.
problem, right? And mind you, it say metaphysics and the mind body what?
Problem.
Problem, not solution.
Yes.
Consider human consciousness. If the mind or soul is treated as non-physical, transcendent, right? Now, here, what do we see right here? What does it say? Non-physical, and then right next to non-physical, what do it say? Transcendent or external of pure physical matter.
You know what? Can I
How
stop right
does
there
it
real quick?
move physically? Imminent body. Philosophers like Rene Descartes struggle with this exact interaction known as the mind-body interaction problem, right? So now, why is this an issue? Because in this thing right here, Rene Descartes is looking at the mind and consciousness outside of what we know to be physical. That he's speaking, he's looking at physical as something that's tangible and something that is transcended as non-tangible. Something that is non-tangible can be physical. It's just not tangible. So
The only reason why hold on real quick before you keep going. The only reason why I still have a hard problem would agree entirely because when I think of an inventor and when he invents something, it's non-physical. The idea from the mind comes from who knows where, and he jots this information, transmit this non-physical into a schematic or diagram, and then builds it from his mind. He follows the diagram and also his memory of how he believed of this or conceived this idea. To me, that's the whole interaction between this imminent and non-imminent, this manifestation, non-manifestation. You feel me? I'm just saying.
I get you. And so it's what the reason I brought that up is to let you to logical purposes, something that exists in this realm cannot interact with something that does not exist in this realm. I don't care what no religious person say. I don't care what it's.
Do you understand too that logic was built on physicalism? These scientists believe in only the physical, and they had a hard time with accepting anything
Existence.
non-physical.
Yes, but in this philosophy, when we're saying physicalism,
Yeah.
physicalism does not mean everything that's just tangible. Physicalism means everything that exists within our reality.
That could be
Roy Chess-
measured, correct?
Hold on one second.
Why do Roy
Thoughts
Chess say this?
operate under the philosophical idea of physicalism, though they're not tangible. Why? Because they operate in our field of reality.
Yeah, but see, you know, our reality is limited with us viewing just this slight spectrum of reality, and then that was the way these scientists were viewing it at the time. Now they're realizing there's so much more of the spectrum to see, and how to see reality. Like, for example, bees and cats see at certain rate of frame. Just imagine how shit like they see. You know what I'm saying? The reality of what is reality. We basing it on what we see with our eyes. You know what I'm saying? What else? What else is this reality truly based on? You know what I'm saying?
And so
let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead, Quanah.
Roy Chess. Whoever said that everything was philosophy. But what you fail to realize that everything can be philosophized. There is a field of philosophy called the philosophy of religion, which breaks down religion. In fact, Humble was just showing. Humble, can you show your what's the name again? Your chat that was
Yeah, I
talking
got
about the philosophy of religion?
Uh-huh.
It was just on there.
Yeah, hold on one second.
You
I
just
got
got to scroll up a little bit.
Bang.
I don't know why he make this Roy Chess. That's why I say he just be wanting to prove how much you shouldn't believe that when he tell you he studied in these fields.
Hey, Dr. Ben, something I got from Dr. Ben, right? He said, every time you open your mouth, you tell me what you have not studied. He actually, verbatim, he said, every time you open your mouth, you tell me what you have not read.
Damn. Every time, but most time. Yeah, I get
Every
you.
time.
Every time you open your mouth, you tell me what you haven't read. This right here, the philosophy of religion.
That's
Roy
how.
Chess, I don't know if he wasn't in here or what. Everything religion, we know religion does have its own field and everything, but philosophy
I can
has
understand
questions.
why he call religion philosophy though, because really religion is kind of theorizing of what God is and what
No,
God.
what I'm telling him is we know that everything isn't philosophy, but if you're talking about anything, you can look at it in a philosophical way.
Yes.
Right.
There's a philosophy to the whole thing about religion.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this part right here ain't even the full thing. Well, that he touched on. He just touched on the creator part,
Yeah.
and then there's the metaphysics part, the systems theory part, and this all tells you about different insights about religion and what we know as religion and how people basically worship, not what they worship or nothing, but the philosophical view on why people do this, the philosophy of religion. You know this, Roy Chess. I don't understand why you always trying to confuse people because nobody ever said that everything was philosophy in the first place. Did you, Humble?
Nope.
Nope.
Watch this
Did
though.
you?
I want to read that systems too. There's some good information here. It's a good bill, by the way, brother. This whole day, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. It ain't even. It just started. It's only 6 hours, man.
You know, I'm supposed to be typing this little book. I got to type this shit.
Oh shoot, man. Well, I want to thank you. You know what I'm saying? I was telling you earlier, thank you for stopping through with that earlier part of the bill at about 4 hours. We was getting it in. And here you are again with some more information and some views that we can analyze for ourselves.
But this is how I know it's a good bill because everything we brought up was in alignment with the topics, like the metaphysics, the color spectrum, all the shit, reality.
Yep. Yeah.
Haha. Watch this, y'all. Watch
Uh-oh.
this. This is funny. Does the transcendent immanent follow logical framework? So I put this in here. It said bang. It said yes. It follow original. It said a rigorous logical philosophical framework, but if it would say but only if certain fundamental definitions and boundaries conditions are accepted. If those conditions are ignored, it can be easily looked at as a contradiction. Here's how logicians, oh snaps, we got a word, logicians. We logicians, people that think logically, right? Theologians and philosophers break down whether this dual concept holds up. Why it seems like a logical tradition, the paradox. From a purely physical or spatial standpoint, the claims appear to break the law of what? Non-contradiction. Premise A, right? Premise A, X is entirely outside of space/universe, T. Premise B, X is entirely inside of space/the universe, I. Conclusion, X is both outside and inside, which is logically impossible for the same object in the same time, in the same way, at the same time. It's
but time out right there though. But
now
doesn't quantum argue this?
But watch this though. Watch what has to happen for this to be possible. How logical frameworks of the paradox. To make this logically coherent, philosophy and theology use specific distinctions. So that X isn't doing the exact same thing in the exact same way. Distinction of essence versus energy and action. Eastern Orthodox view. In classical theology, a logical, mind you, say theology, not philosophy, not physics, not say theology. A logical distinction is made between what a being is, essence, and what a being does, energies or operations. Right? So how do they make this logical? Right? They say, well, X can be here, but he can't be here and here doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. So now they put in strict restrictions on what they're putting this philosophical framework as something can be in existence and out of existence at the same time. And see, this is how theologians, right? Theology try to trick and manipulate the people in believing in a God. Because they say, well, you know what? It's not logically possible for it to happen this way. But if we put it in this format, it's possible. If we put some conditions around it, it's possible. Show me where some conditions at in nature. Anytime we see a condition in nature, what happens, Quantum? It sets in motion formation.
Mm.
We see something of a result that happens in nature after we see it interact with nature. Which means the thing that interacted with nature had to be imminent. We don't see any non-imminent things interacting with nature. It's impossible.
Can you do me a favor though?
Go ahead.
Can you ask it right there? Another question, real quick for me. Ask it. Does quantum theory support any of these logical assumptions?
No. I mean,
I don't know the answer to this. I don't know the answer to this, but I am intrigued.
In my opinion, I think not.
I think it does support.
They don't even try to.
Because it say that a particle could be in one place at one time at the same time. So that's why.
Yeah, but I don't think it's trying to. I don't think it's trying to support God though.
No, I ain't talking about God part. I'm talking about this logical. The first theory of imminent and non-imminent and all these other stuff.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Strictly speaking, no. Quantum mechanics is a rigorous mathematical and empirical framework used to predict the behavior of subatomic particles. It does not set out to prove theological or classical philosophical systems.
Boy, I'm good.
I knew I was going to say that, but look at that. However, this is what I want to hear.
However, some interpretations of quantum theory share fascinating parallels within these metaphysical ideas, making them popular points to discuss amongst philosophers and theoretical physicians.
Yeah,
now,
let's look at
here's
some
what's
of this
important. Watch this. It's a quantum theory share fascinating structural parallels with these metaphysical ideas, right? Because these ideas that are being discussed are not supernatural, they're metaphysical, which means
these are the ideas that.
Well, go ahead, Quantum.
These are the ideas that make you try to find experimentation. You see, this
Search
is what
for truth.
when you talk about possibility and probability, this is why you have to have these conversations. Because once you get the idea of where to look for these things, they no longer become, they're no longer like a mystery or supernatural.
Well, we done stumbled on a bill here, man. Read pilot wave theory.
They're
Pilot
actually
wave theory, Bohemian mechanics, a closed parallel.
The closest parallel.
The closest, my bad. Thank you so much for that. The closest parallel. One interpretation of quantum mechanics developed by physicist David Bohm explicitly divides reality into two tiers. that mirrors the transcendent, imminent, and or essence and energy distinction. The imminent tier,
Mhm.
the particles. Particles exist in physical space, moving along the definite trajectories. The transcendent underlying tier, the quantum pivotal, or what it say, potential
Potential.
pilot wave, an invisible active field that exists in a higher dimensional space, right? Not bound by ordinary three-dimensional space, and glues the particles from outside or beneath ordinary space, right? Now, what's here, right? Space, the universe. When we see space here, right? We're talking about reality. So what he's saying is the transcendent underlying tier, right, is operating in a different line of space, reality, than the ordinary, you see what I'm saying, imminent tier,
Yeah.
which is operating within the ordinary space. But it's still the same space.
Mhm.
So this is what make it metaphysical and not supernatural.
What you mean same space by it being just another layer in top of the same space?
Yes. Like for an
I get
example, you know how our Earth has many layers. We got the core and
atmosphere and all that. Yeah, and the core. Yeah, the mantle and yeah, I get you.
we
Still
got
the earth, but it's just the
quantum,
different layers. Of,
non-local, and entanglement. You was just asking about this one, right? Classical physics assumed that for something to affect another object, it had to cross the space between them. Local realism. Quantum entanglement shatters this rule. Two particles can be connected across vast distances, such as an action on one instance affecting the other, without traveling through space between them. Right? So this is quantum entanglement. Right? Now, what's important about quantum entanglement as well? While the two objects are not in the same space, while they're not local, they're not operating in local realism, right? They're operating at distance realism, which means they both of the particles exist in the same place. Well, not the same place, but the
same
same
space,
reality,
but
exact
just
same
a
space,
difference,
just
distance.
a
I get you.
different, just further away. That's
Mm.
all.
You know
Now,
what?
because real fast, I'm gonna land my plane with this. I'm gonna let
Yeah,
you get
yeah,
in there.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
theologians will do when they hear this is they'll say, see, a particle could be here and a particle could be in the supernatural realm and they can connect. That's not what this is saying. And
You
go
know
ahead, bro.
what though? You know
Go ahead.
what, man? This is why
No,
I got it.
that's how.
That's why I'm
That's how.
laughing though. Hold on, let me give it back to you 10 seconds. That's why I'm laughing. Cause it's bring back the goddamn half true shit. Now I gotta agree with you, humble. Cause I'm in the essence of belief that there's one being, the supreme being, and there's no outside of the supreme being. So we all have to be still in the same space, no matter how you cook and layer it. So you win the argument, humble. There's nothing outside of the supreme interacting inside of the supreme.
Yeah.
Damn, he beat me up on it. He beat me up
And
on
then and,
it. Good
Hey,
one, good
man,
one, good
hey,
one,
good one.
good one. That was good battle.
and that right there, that's what that's what the naturalist, especially the methodological naturalist, and I ain't pointing you out like just like that, but that's why they call that type of thing pseudoscience, because you're trying to, without any evidence, now you're trying to connect physical with an outside of something, and
Mm-hmm.
so you answering for it. That's what Cedric was arguing about. That's
Hold
what
on, they
Cedric.
yeah, but they do got evidence. That bomb physicist, they got evidence. They ain't just making this shit up out of like the David Boffman thing, where we talked about that earlier, where him discovering this
They
so-called
got
outside of time space, even though we know it's still inside the space of space, as we said it.
so
But
that's why you can't. Well,
but I just
that's my.
still want to know what is this differentiation of what they're seeing interacting with. It's almost like we've been put inside of something, our spirits, and it goes to the theory of forced reincarnation, and we've been trapped in this motherfucking little system, making us go through these lives. I know it's pseudo, but it's too many people report When they
I
die,
mean,
they see the light.
it's only pseudo for right now. Who knows if you keep having these nice discussions about it, somebody might put forth experimentation to actually find these things.
Well, the Dalai Lama do.
That's the
They
good thing
already
about
go. They
this.
already go and find they llama that died and get reborn in whatever village. You got several stories where they'll go and see where the birthmark. They'll do certain tests, and they'll be like, "Yeah, this is our llama that died, such and such, and been reborn." And that motherfucker be a child llama, straight out. They believe this wholeheartedly. But I just know I ain't when I die, I don't just disappear and cease to exist. That's illogical.
That's a great, very great observation, especially if you're talking about a logical observation. So I appreciate that a whole lot.
Nothing that we see, and this is why we have to accept as, and this is why sometimes when people be like, "Oh, well, you like to call us animals," I'm like, bro, when we actually understand our place in life, and then we can observe life, right? Existence, life, space, universe, right? When we observe this as a part of this, then we can start to understand a lot of these processes that we ourselves go through, right? For an example, look at rain or look at water for an example, right? Water have processes, natural processes it go through. It evaporates, go into the sky, form clouds, come back down into the ocean, go back and follow that. It also follows water, vapor, ice, right? So when we seeing these transitions, the one thing we realize is, wait a minute, the water ain't going nowhere. It's just transitioning into different states of being.
Mm-hmm.
When and we can do this for anything. Water is just the most amazing because it's the most, people would like to say the word uh groundbreaking or illogical, or it challenges what we think, basically, right? It's a mystical fluid, so a lot of people like to deal with water. But if we do this with any other elements, we see the same thing happening, right? When you melt carbon, for an instance, right? And when carbon reaches a certain state, it turns into a solid, right? When it reaches another state, it turns into a gas. We can have liquid carbon, right? So we can do this with all elements. Water, because scientists found out something fascinating about water. Water, they think, holds memory.
Yes.
And so
It's
man, listen,
it's
it get
logical though. Think
you
about the logic behind it though.
the logic. And so when we equate ourselves with how life is operating, right? Right now we are solid. But then when we transition, what do we transition into? Right? We transition into another state of being. We don't disappear or go anywhere or transform, go to the supernatural or to heaven or to hell. That ain't how that process works. And we don't see how, like, there's no life form on this planet where we could track their life death cycle and say, okay, that's how this process works. We all know they have a transitional cycle, except for immortal jellyfish and tardigrades.
But that's the memory. But that's what
Crazy.
shows the memory. That's what shows the memory of the water. The way that things are older and how they listen. When people think about, that's why I say I love quantum onlyism and the perspective that it puts forth to me. It ain't that water got a memory like we got a memory. It's water has evidence of things that you can look for to see and assume. I'm gonna just say assume things that could have and actually in some way prove that the things that you assume happened. And water has a way of holding that life.
Right.
And within it, it exists within water. So it ain't just like water got a memory and gonna talk to you and tell you the memory.
Yeah.
You can go to the water and see what's going on down there, and you know this happened, and or why this thing has lived longer than the thing has out here. that's outside of the water when we talk about land and stuff. And that's what memory is for me.
Good. And I'm gonna give you one. And one of the arguments I've made that water is alive. It's living. It's a living organism. Most things, most living things are made of mostly water. It'd be hard for me to believe water is dead substance. And it's made of mostly of a living being. All my cells, skins, organs has memory. They even proved that transplant organs, the memory transplants to the new person. I got proof of this of family I know who has new skills or new certain kind of personality traits that they didn't have before. So that memory is retained in this water, as you said. Life, it is a life. So you can see the life, you'll have the memory of the life.
Hey, I can't remember her name. It's a I know about Dr. Isaru Emoto. That's a physicist.
Yeah,
Check him
I
out.
heard
He
of
was
him.
dealing with water, but he got a predecessor, and she still do this work, and she do this work with painting. She do this work with certain things in nature, whereas though what she'll do is she'll take a picture, right? Or she'll place a painting under a glass or under a scope of water, right? And then she'll freeze the water in a certain manner. And when she freezes the water will encapsulate the picture or the image that was sitting under it.
Guess what I started doing because of that, brother? I did a lot of research on that.
Mhm.
I pray to my water and I speak great vibes to my water before I drink it. I tell
Yep.
it I love it.
Good.
Thank you. I give it
I
great,
do that.
man. You do that too?
Are you in Aquarius? Are you no? And when I'm in the shower,
I do
and I
that
stay in the
too.
shower.
Do it when you drink it too, because it cleans your out inside water. It's how you wash the inside of your body. You wash the
Now
outside with a
watch this.
shower.
Now watch this really fast. I don't just do that with water. I do that with everything. Right? Because what it showed me with the water is that my words have power. So if my words have power with the water, then my words have power with everything I interact with.
Man, I be talking.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mama Gail. I don't think you have some.
Now you gonna speak to more voodoo hoodoos.
Other nature.
So inanimate objects. So I got a theory that I broke the type of life forms down into non-animated and animated, geological and biological. So what I mean by non-animated, so let me give you the definition of life. My definition of life is purpose. If you are carrying out a purpose, you are alive. Period. It's the end of the story. Doesn't require reproduction. Doesn't require anything else. Maybe non-animated. I got some proof theories on these too. Scientific bills that backs this up. You know what I'm saying? But so I got a book on right called All Things Are Alive, like this pen. It's a life form carrying out a purpose. And Mr. Thingleton is the scientist. He's one. It's a cartoon.
Animated existence.
All Things Are Alive is the name of the book. I'm about 2 chapters in it because I got other shit on writing.
You watch cartoons? You watch cartoons?
Yeah, I do. I got a cartoon. I need an artist because I got a whole cartoon series based on the elements.
You like Justice League? You like Batman?
Yeah, I grew up watching all that shit.
Do you know what make the Joker one of the greatest villains in DC?
What?
Harley Quinn. He got a.
But also,
female.
the Joker knows that he's a comic book character. That's literally you was just talking about purpose.
He realized he in the Matrix, basically.
Is to literally be an anomaly to Batman's comic book series, right? To show Batman that you're just a puppet in this system. That's the whole purpose of the Joker.
Yeah.
This is
Like
why
Joe playing on you.
do whatever he
Joke's on
wants
you.
to do without
Yeah.
any fear of repercussions because he realized he's a comic book character. And so when you read the comics, right, even sometimes in the shows, you'll see he break the fourth wall. What do I mean by breaking the fourth wall? He talked to you. He lets you know that he know that you watching him.
That's raw. I ain't know that because I ain't a
Hmm?
deep comic. That's good ass information.
We all
Liquid
know about
murder.
Deadpool. Deadpool got popular over the years. That's what he do all the time. He break the fourth wall all the time, right? They came out with the Amazing Spider-Man, the cartoon show where Spider-Man is now talking to the viewers. But we've been seeing this way before that. Y'all remember Dora the Explorer?
Yeah.
Blue's Clues,
I
all
remember
these.
that.
This is called breaking the
Well,
fourth.
that's what it always seemed like comics was to me anyway. When Spidey was swinging through, especially in the older comics, and be talking, you be reading the little bubbles.
Yeah.
It's like he's talking to me. I don't know if I'm the only one that see it like that, but that's what it seemed like it is to me. It's actually Spider-Man telling the story.
No, that's a fact. Yep.
Let me see where we was at though, man. Horses United say
Hey
Jay
man,
quiet.
I'm gonna go down here in the
Jay,
comments. I'm gonna be in the comments, bro. I'm still here.
got you. Jay probably over there 2K right now. Show us the screen. See your my player. Your my player ain't pumping.
On everything, I'm on the game.
Jay Snake, what they do, brother?
What up,
Hey
though? What up,
man,
though?
we about to I kind of yeah, we went off of well, we didn't go off topic because a day is a day when you
Not really. The
call it
metaphysics,
soon.
comic books, superhero. That's the metaphysics.
Yeah, I mean no, we were just talking about King Manson's show and A1 and the Hebrew Israelites kind of trying to jump A1. A1 said he punched on him, which led to I hope we get to it before I have to end it, but I can always start another. I might need to get to it kind of quick though before this start being too long. It ain't never too long, 12 hours. But Omar's challenge, man, that Omar had to me. I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday. I'll replay it though. I'm gonna replay it. And but it ended up being a 12-part series. I mean a 10-part presentation. It was so in depth that I had to do my studies and stuff to get him a economic answer. An answer that was way deeper than I would imagine it would be when you were just trying to give an answer without any special pleading or any bias or anything. And so for this first presentation, I'm going to show you Omar's challenge. But we got to get to it. I'm going to build you all the way up to it. To Omar's challenge. Hopefully Omar come watching. Him and GD and Capone. And I can see if he liked my answer, even though he probably pardon me. Even though I think he should no, he can answer the question that I put for after the first presentation. And then he can or he'll come up and I can go right into the second presentation. But he can answer the question that I pose for him after I give him my first form of what divine justice would actually look like, in my opinion. Um, but this kind of what led up to it. A1 said he punched on him. A1 about to come back too in a minute, I know, because he got to go to work. So he gonna be up and help me out with this so I can get on into it, because he was punching on him. He was laughing. I was laughing too, because he even had GD Capone laughing at his own reasoning. And so shoot, that's what I like. We had Haru.
Yes, sir.
Haru. And
Haru.
I know I was saying it wrong. I got to
Yeah.
remember you told me how to say it. Haru. In the building. He been here with me for a couple of hours, man. Getting a nice little build in on 2 different topics we have been going. So make sure if you're watching us now, after we do end it, you go back and jump from the first. Of course, we're going to end up putting it in different forms where you can get a load of it, because this has been a beautiful build. It started about a couple of days ago when let me see if I can.
Wait a minute. What's Horses United asking here? Because if you really want to know the answer to it, I'm gonna get my book out. Because like I told him, I wrote a book on cartoon series on these elements. I need an artist. Anybody out there, boy? It's already season 1 ready, and plots for the 2 movies in place. Oh, here you go. Here go my book. The history and the use of our Earth's chemical elements. I like this book here. It's a good one to have for you.
Who is that? Oh, that's your book.
That's not mine, but this is a book that I referenced.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, that's what my bad. I didn't mean it like you wrote it and stuff.
Yeah, but I have wrote a few books. I wrote a few books.
That's
I got
right.
a few. I'm gonna publish all.
Shoot,
But he asked, and look at the text right there. How is chemistry 2 oxygen plus 2 hydrogen? What are you talking about?
That's why I say the question is uninteresting to me. So he
Oh,
probably
okay.
ain't talking to me. He probably should be talking to a chemist. And we don't have a chemist up here. But if you know any chemists who would like to come up, you'd like to come up and explain this, since you got the question about it, that means what
Well,
is
I took
high
Chem 1. I took Chem 1 and Chem 2. I went to college for engineering.
Well, I don't even
So
know
I was intrigued on the question.
I don't even
Was
know
he-
what this too high. I don't even know what
He trying to
what
say
he said.
H2O. H2O, is water,
Yeah,
right?
but I don't even know
But he's saying 2 oxygen plus 2 hydrogen. That's not H2O.
that's not even hydrogen though. That's a new different. That's a new.
Well, he misspelled it. He typed that
He
Y
didn't
before the
misspell
R.
it. He don't know what the hell he talking about.
No. I do that often. I do that often. I be typing so fast. The R is supposed to come after the Y.
Just Josh, shout out to the Christian. You know you meant
Oh,
hydrogen.
and he did. Oh, and the D. He fucked that up all the way, bro.
Yeah, that's why I say he might be talking about a whole different.
Hydrogen. Boy, what you trying to say? I know what he was trying to say, but I don't know what he's trying to say, because he's trying to say H2O2, which is different. That's hydrogen peroxide, brother.
Well, that's a different form of
Yeah.
water.
H2O is water. H2O2 is hydrogen peroxide. So they're not the same. So I don't know what he's trying to say.
You can't recreate water. I don't dispute that with Marty, whatever water.
Who's saying recreate it?
Right now.
We're not recreating it. We're like taking material like a hydrogen, 2 hydrogens. Yeah. Yeah. So we're not creating it. We're transforming it from other elements.
Definitely. But I think that's exactly her point too. I always say her and his because I don't know why I see the picture of a baby, and that could be a goddess. So shout out Marty. I don't mean that. Marty, I'm gonna just say that. Marty says you can't, and that's probably the point that they're making too.
Nobody said yes you can. I don't know what he was saying by yes you can.
Mari, yes you can.
Yes, you can what? See, I think these chat they be
I think
incomplete a
we
lot
all
of
saying the
times.
same thing. I think what you said, what I agree with, and what Marty said are the same thing. And Horses United says, yes, you can. So I bet he means
He's opposing
he
Marty.
can only
Sound like
form it also.
he sound like he opposing Marty because Marty said you can't recreate water, and he said yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
So
And I don't know how yeah, and you're right. I can't make Mars' interpretation for him because I got my own interpretation. So,
what? So what you thought? Yes, you can meant?
well, you say you can't recreate. Yeah, I know you. I know you can't recreate because to me, to create something is to bring it into existence. It not having any type of existence, not even in a different state, phase, or form. Water. Then, if we have H2O and we been able to separate it and identify H2O, and we can identify oxygen and hydrogen and put them together, we ain't recreating water. We just put it in that form. It's already there. The elements that we're using to form the water are there. We're just putting it in that form, in that phase. I believe that's what Marty is saying. But again, like I said, that just might be my Juju. Juju in the chat. Shout out Juju. She says she agree with Marty, and I think we all do. Marty say facts, so I think we all kind of agree about the same thing, except for unless horses means something different. Because he's saying, let me see what he say. Yeah, I think we all know that. And then the next thing he said after that is, I just made water. Oh,
Well, I just looked up different ways to make water.
hey, but look, he just gave us the formula and then said that's him making money. You need to be a chemist, sir. And I absolutely do not agree. But I like y'all. He funny.
He don't agree with what?
No, that was Juju.
Yeah,
Said she don't.
you can't make water, but you can burn hydrogen, and it's different forms that you can produce this condensation effect that you get a byproduct of water. It's almost same as the distillation process. It's not creating it out of thin air. It's taking existing, gases and converting them into
That's why I
such.
say
So
isn't creating. It's forcing the formation.
that's why I say there's no such thing as creation. Name something that poofs out of thin air. Everything that's built was from something that already existed.
And that's one of the arguments that they continue to have. That's what makes it so good. That's one of the arguments because people disagree all the time about that one idea right there.
Mm.
I absolutely do not agree.
With what? What she don't agree with exactly?
I don't know. What exactly do you not agree with, Drew? Oh, I think she don't agree with the way that horses form, the way that horses gave the formula for water and say that's how you know what I'm saying? He said that's how you make water. And then I guess since he's saying that he knows the
Wait
definition
a
and the
minute. The two
formula of
indicate
it.
that each molecule of water atom bond to one. Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I agree with that right there. And then but I think he was trying to be funny because the next thing he said is, "I just made water, Mar." So maybe he just made him a glass of water, or maybe he was saying like, "That's how you make it."
Yeah,
And then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Juju said, "You need to be a chemist." So I think she was saying that she don't agree with what he said, the formula, or none of that. No, they went shopping.
Well, how can we recreate water? H2O can be created by combining hydrogen and oxygen, but doing it
I'll be
directly is not a simple or safe experiment.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to read this while you're gone. The
All
basic
right, bet.
chemical reaction is 2H2 plus O2 converted to 2H2O plus energy. This means two molecules of hydrogen gas, H2, react with one molecule of oxygen gas, O2, to produce two molecules of water, H2O. The reaction releases a large amount of energy, making it highly exothermic. Why isn't it done directly? A mixture of hydrogen and oxygen gases is extremely explosive. A spark, flame, or sufficient heat can cause the gases to react almost instantaneously. This is why this reaction is used in applications such as rocket engines, hydrogen fuel cells, where the reaction is controlled electrochemically rather than by burning. Another way to make water. Water is also formed in many familiar processes: burning hydrogen gas, burning natural gas methane, burning gasoline, cellular respiration in your body. For example, burning methane, CH4 plus 2O2 plus CO2 plus 2H2O. That's a chemical formula. Every time a natural gas stove burns, one of the products is water vapor. Your body makes water. Your cell produces metabolic water when they break down food. For example, fat, carbohydrates, proteins are oxidized to produce energy or ATP, carbon dioxide, and water. This is one reason animals living in deserts can survive with very little drinking water. They obtain some water from metabolism.
No!
Hydrogen fuel cells.
Oh my god, I'm screaming.
A hydrogen fuel cell combines hydrogen and oxygen without combustion at the electrodes. Hydrogen is split into protons and electrons. The electron travels through an external circuit, generating electricity. The hydrogen, iodine, electrons, and oxygen combine to form water. Overall reactions: 2H2 plus O2 converted to 2H2O. The main outputs are electricity, heat, and water. Is water created or just rearranged? From a chemistry perspective, water is created as a compound, but the hydrogen and oxygen atoms already existed. The reaction rearranges existing atoms into a new molecule. It does not create matter from nothing. This is consistent with the laws of conservation of mass. So while we commonly say make water, what actually happens is that the hydrogen and oxygen atoms are chemically bonded into H2O molecules.
What? The kitty's outside.
That's it.
I can't get it.
Hurry, hurry.
He's running fast. Go stuff.
Where? That way.
Oh yeah, no, he's right
Jay Snake, we already formulated the word creation is a misnomer. You cannot create anything.
You stupid little baby.
It has to be made of other materials. So you transform it. But if you want to call your new transformation a creation, that is true. If it didn't exist before. So if you invent a new thing and transform materials to make this new thing, then I guess you can say that's a creation. You created a new thing, an object that didn't before exist. So maybe we have a resolution to the word creation, my friends. And to let you know a little bit about the cartoon series that I got, all elements have life forms that live on them. So the main antagonists are the oxygen mites. These are the most fierce little atomites in the subatomic world. They war, they fight, they eat any metal mites, any elements, iron, nickel, magnesium, any elements. They fear oxygen mites. They coming for them. Okay, but then you got the noble kingdom. These are the noble metals, the metals that they resist oxygen. They can fight against oxygen, Mike. They really, So we got the metal mites. They are a type of atomites. They are forming a metallic alliance to try to fight against the oxygen mites because the oxygen mites come and get them all. But there's some twist to it. There's a twist to the subatomic world in this cartoon series that is Nantech, a human lab pioneering nanotechnology, has infused AI their nanobots. Now their nanobots have become sentient and has escaped their lab and has reproduced in a microscopic level. And now they've created a leader named Nanoton, leader of the nanobots. And their purpose now is to redesign the atomic universe. But they had a problem when they tried to run across the oxygen mites. The oxygen mites dealt them a serious blow because they had metal made robots, atomite bots, and drones, all that. And they ate that shit up for lunch. So Nanoton had to reconfigure his strategy. He started searching for exotic elements, creating exotic creatures like the chloromons. These are chloromite creatures from. So it's a very extensive series. It's unlimited. I believe it will rival the Pokemon series. So any artists out there, hit me up. Need some uh concept, proof of concept arts. You become a partner in this shit. Mm. I got a whole cartoon. I got the damn collector cards for the kids learn they whole elements and they can collect and make their characters out of the motherfuckers once we get the characters. All of them anyway. I got a couple of them. Like the ninja class clan on the Goldon. Each element has a home world planetary system on their protons, electrons, and their whole little system.
What happened? I'm back. I'm back. Where we go to? What happened?
None. I had read the creation of water. That theory we talked about creating water. It's not really creating; it's transforming the elements into water.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and then I was telling them about the Atomite cartoon series that I had based on the elements.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's it.
Let me see, man. Where we at? Where was we at? And I absolutely do not agree. Juju says she don't agree with the panel. I thought everybody would agree that you can't recreate. You can't recreate it because it was. I believe you can't recreate it because it was never created in the first place. It formed when it did come into existence, which existence for me is the um, highest priority category. Um,
How is science not in my bag, brother? What is he talking about?
I believe
Babylon?
I believe when somebody talk about people making machines to create water, they actually talking about using the air and the particles in the air to form water.
Yeah,
So that's what I
exactly.
believe, that not recreating it.
We already established that. I don't know what they talking about.
But Juju says she don't agree with that. But I thought she said that water can't be created. But I guess she just saying she don't agree with the. I mean, maybe I missed it.
Mm.
You don't realize they're talking about converting other things into water and not creating it. Yeah,
I want,
that's what Jay Snake said. That's what I said, Jay Snake.
I
I
want to
made
know who
water.
Babylon. One Babylon up here.
Yeah, Babylon
Who he
left.
talking about? Don't know his science. He can come back up here and debate me, boy. 'Cause I consider myself a scientist, and I got ample science books right in my
Physically make water.
fingertips right now.
Physically make water. Demonstration beats conversation. I need y'all to physically make water tomorrow. I never said I could make water. I can make a glass of water. I don't know. I don't think anybody said that you can make water. Didn't we all
I
agree
just
that you
I
can?
just read the whole processes of making water. What is they wrong? What is they talking about?
I
Or
don't know.
or
I don't know, but she thinks she disagree with us. But oh well.
well,
Anyway,
she
I
can
think
agree to disagree, mommy. You'll never convince everyone. I don't give a damn if you're right or you're wrong. You'll never convince them.
yeah, I don't believe you can. But anyway, to the first question though, thank you, Juju, for the inquiry. Shout out to the chat and everybody that's joined. Shoot, we got a few visitors. We just going. And
What he
again, like I said, we're about to lead to me answering a question from Omar.
what do you mean drinking water can be created? Water's water. You got salt water and fresh water.
And he's talking about just like you say when you say, "Go make me a glass of water, man." I'm about to go make me a glass of water. That's what he's talking about.
You're still
Making a glass.
transforming. It's not creating. You're pouring it in one container to the next. It's
It's
already
converting.
there.
Just like Babylon
It's
said.
not even transforming. You're just
It's
pouring it from
create.
one container to the
It's
next.
converting. It's conversion.
How? When he went and poured it in a
It's
bottle or
converting.
pumped it out of pipe.
Oh yeah, not that. Oh, I thought you were talking about.
He's talking about the
When,
drinking water.
but anyway, man. We on with that about. I don't. I don't believe you can recreate water or make water from nothing. That's what creation is. I do believe that particles can be transformed or converted into different particles. In fact, it's been proven that we can do that. And so I believe that machines have been made and people have been able to transform the air into water. And that's a big thing that they've been talking about. I believe it can be done because we know that water is H2O, which is 1 part hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen. And they've put that together. So
Just as they
I don't
put
know.
together hydrogen peroxide,
I mean, they didn't put
H2O2,
that.
which is very close to water.
Let me take that. Let me take that back. I didn't say that right. I spoke too fast. They didn't put that together. They've been able to separately identify them, which means they've been able
Understand
to
it.
take them apart. So yeah. So because I did say that
Well, hold
earlier. So
on. Let's say this right. They've been be able to put together H2O2 and make it a product, which is very close to water, hydrogen peroxide. But the extra oxygen makes it very concentrated where it's a antiseptic and like you can gargle with it, release off that extra oxygen that fights off germs. And so that's why it's also antiseptic or a germ fighter when you pour hydrogen peroxide. It's a concentrated form of water. So I mean, these are things that is known in chemistry, and we can manipulate elements and make other paint, perfumes. I mean, there's so many products that's proven chemistry is real. There's no pseudo about it. What are we talking about? What is the chat talking about? Am I misconstruing them?
Name the 2 chemicals they added to the water to make the water drinkable. I don't know what kind of questions they asking.
What question he asked?
I should just say I can't answer that question.
What is it? What was the question?
He said chemicals. Name the 2 chemicals they added to the water to make the water drinkable.
You talking
He's talking about
about?
a
You
water
talking about?
treatment. He's talking about water
Yeah,
treatment or
yeah,
something like
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's
You know,
different. If you dirtying up your water, now you got to treat it. That's a whole nother subject matter.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's what it say down there. I'm just my bad. I'm just not catching y'all up. I'm just not catching up to the chat. Promagnate and potassium. Well, if you knew what it was, why you didn't just say, "Hey, you use promagnate and potassium to uh, clean the water to make it drinkable, more drinkable."
Still
Well,
transforming. Still transforming. You're transforming to a more pure form, getting rid of other objects that were in it.
right. Purification.
Exactly.
Uh, but yeah, man, shit. Enough with that chit chat. Thanks to the chat and where you at. Shout out to all my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. We've been here for a little bit, man, but it's not over with. I'm gonna stretch it all the way to the end, and then I'm gonna go to sleep because we got somebody coming on tonight that might
Special guest.
do your mind right and give you a new perspective to look at things. But right now, we like I said, I'm trying to answer this question for Omar. And so I'm gonna show y'all what led to that because this is a real good. I don't like just coming off in case people missed it. And it started late night. A1 was in there punching. He said he was punching GDN Capone and let me find where it's at. Oh, there it is. He said he was punching GDN Capone and Omar in the face, and that's so when I came into the chat, that's why Omar was. He wasn't aggressive. That's my man's Omar. He just I was asking a lot of questions, and when we got to a certain point, he asked me a question, and that question was, again, what would perfect justice, perfect divine justice, actually look like? And so I'm gonna show y'all leading up to that, and then I'm gonna end it with me actually giving y'all a little 15 slide demonstration of what that would look like. But then I'm gonna propose my next question because there was a reason this whole thing started, and these questions need to be answered. And I believe that this will get down to it. So this is might be me and Omar for a few sessions, and hopefully he'll start watching and come on. I'm gonna leave that right there just for one more second, and then I'm gonna get back to A1 punching on him before I got to the gym.
For you, he say, because the hardness of your heart, meaning so in Matthew 19:7, 7-8, they ask a question about divorcement and how they should divorce their wives. And Christ, Jesus say, right? He say, Moses suffered you. He say, because the hardness of your heart, meaning hardness of your heart is like being stubborn and not want to forgive, right? He say he suffered you, meaning he allowed you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. See that? So
what scripture was that?
This Matthew 19:8.
And you're saying that translates to Moses being a liar, lying about laws that God.
I didn't say
Moses
that he
19.
lied. I never said that he lied. I said that he allowed them certain stipulations, not stipulation. What would be the word? Stipulations, cause and effect. Certain ordinances according to the like he had like laws, right? He had the commandments, and then based on what they was dealing with in the wilderness, he started to come up with different commands and stuff like that.
So the commands that he was giving, you're saying didn't come from God?
No, they can't. No, he had commands directly from. He had commands directly from the deity.
But some of the laws that he gave out didn't come from God.
But most it's basically it's like what's the word?
No, I'm. This is a yes or no question. Is Matthew? Are you saying that Matthew 19:8 is trying to say that some of the laws Moses was passing out didn't come from God? Or he didn't have God's approval for that?
No.
That's a no. Okay.
It's not that it didn't have his approval. Moses is chosen to be the administrator, to be the legislator, right? The lawgiver to the children of Israel. And because of certain things was happening in the wilderness, he had to establish
his own rules outside of God that God didn't give him.
No, like mercy. Like, okay, these people, because he had to establish like certain little loopholes in the law for them.
So that's what it was. He created loopholes in the law that God gave him to give to the people. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm just trying to understand you accurately and lock down your premise and lock down your argument so you can't buck dance when I try to come at you.
So it's mercy. He started to allow things. He started to allow them to divorce their wives for anything. You know what I'm saying? Any given reason. Because why? Because they didn't have because of the hardness of their heart, they didn't want to forgive. They ain't had no forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? No, they weren't showing no mercy and stuff like that. So instead of them killing the wives, he say, well, just divorce it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so what does that have to do with the sex slaves? Do you see how you're not? I'm not tracking.
Now you going back. What I was saying is everything.
I'm not going back. That's the subject. You have me pulling up a slide, right?
But you created a whole straw man and wanted me to explain. You did this the other day.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna slow down.
No. You wanted me to explain my whole example that I was making, and now I gotta go back when we could have went back. But
I never wanted you to leave. But that's the thing. You're running from the topic, and when I bring you back to center, you're saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Go ahead.
I gave an explanation, right? And then you want to ask me thousands of questions on the explanation, which all I was saying is that certain things,
thousands of questions
in the Torah, is established by Moses, and Moses is righteous. But it's based off it's situational things, basically. Certain situations that happen, Moses can't go up to the mountain and these people having a dispute right now. No, look, okay, bam, you just said, okay, this. So you don't want to do it? All right, y'all just divorce each other. You see what I'm saying? It's to stop the confusion and everything, to bring peace.
Okay, I resent the fact that you said I'm asking 1,000 questions, because I actually I've only asked one. I'm rephrasing what you're saying into a yes or no, so that way I can make sure that I'm clearly understanding you. I haven't asked a bunch of questions. You actually went left field and just started talking about something different, which I didn't even want you to do. You keep doing that. You keep saying, well, what about India? And then sometimes I'll entertain it because you will say something so crazy that I'll let you distract me from the original point that I'm beating you up on and that I know you really don't want to deal with. But you went left field and then you said something crazy. So I was just trying to get an understanding. You're going left field and talking about saying that Moses was doing something specific. And all I did was ask for a clarification. I didn't ask you 1,000 questions on top of that. So that's you.
Yeah, so
like, I don't know who you were trying to appeal to sympathy to get me or trying to get me off your ass because you know you're about to be wrong in the end. But I asked one question.
No,
So
I'm giving you the scriptures. It says it right here. Moses gave a command of writing of divorcement. This is what it says right here. And what Christ says is, Moses, because the hardness of your heart allow you to put away your wife. But from the beginning, it wasn't so.
And you brought that point up in reference to slavery. Why?
I brought this point up to show you that certain things, it was situational. It was situational things where Moses had to act right then and there and come up with a command for the Israelites.
Okay, because what you said about Matthew 19:8 is actually accurate. But I'm trying to see how you're using that to try to say what about the sex slaves verse about
Well, you haven't gave me
Midianites.
the verse about the sex slaves.
Okay, let me pull that up for you. Do I actually have that on a? Damn, I hate pulling up PowerPoint, bro.
Oh, but like I said, I'm not saying that they didn't have them. That was my whole thing. I'm just saying
Okay.
that.
Well, I mean, I still read the.
It was yeah. Go ahead.
What's the name? I got to get it up. Go ahead. You can keep talking. I'm gonna cam up here in a second too. How many people we got in here watching me kick your ass? Just a couple, not a lot. Omar's still up there listening.
I forgot the version about that. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm listening still.
Are Christians worshiping God or the devil? Hold on, let me find this out of these presentations. I had a lot of fire back in the day. Woo! Does the Bible condone grape? Let's talk about it. Let me share my screen.
No, that's kind of going off topic. That's going off topic. To be fair, A1. We talking about slavery.
I was actually talking about sex slavery, which involves grape. So same thing. I'm touching on it.
Let me look.
I'm on topic here with it.
Let me get that.
PowerPoint won't let me share. It's gonna make me share my entire screen. I don't want to do that. It's not pulling PowerPoint up in my windows.
Well, let me ask you this: is it possible that you could be misinterpreting?
We're going to go over it together, line by line. Okay.
Right.
Does that sound fair?
All right.
You know how I like to slow it down. I want people to see this crossover in slow motion to see when your knee bend back, they're like, oh, his ankles. I want them to see it in slow motion. I don't want to do this fast. It's real slow.
I put in sex slavery in the KJV. Say the term sex slavery does not strictly. Oh, they come up the term. Hold on.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that in. I told you what the scripture referenced. Taking captives.
Females who already been betrothed.
Don't worry, I gotta save this PowerPoint as a damn. It won't let me save it. Oh, it's in my documents. You lucky.
What scripture, yo, A1? What scripture are you specifically talking about?
I'm trying to hold on. I don't want to tell you. I want to show it on the screen, but it's not letting me save this damn presentation because I got to pay for PowerPoint again, which I'm not about to do. So, okay, here's what I'll do. Yeah, I'm gonna just go to the slide and keep PowerPoint open.
Directly prohibited masters from treating female servants as disposable property or selling them into slaves. Commentators point out that while these laws do not match modern standards for human rights, they act as a progressive restriction for their time. They directly prohibited them. I guess that's a probably.
First, I'm going to go into this and I'm going to read my intro slide. Then I'm going to go into the scripture. because I want to give context to how I'm coming. Oh, now it's letting me share PowerPoint.
Oh, you talking about this, Numbers 31.
Okay,
Yeah.
first I say this is my intro slide to this presentation. I'm going to read this, then I'm going to go into the scripture. I'm not sure if it was Numbers 31 exactly. I do cover that, though. I say, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, and everyone present, thank you for joining us in this important and thought-provoking debate. This is way before AI too. I used to be cooking. Today, I will be presenting the argument that Bible does indeed condone rape. While this may be difficult and uncomfortable topic, it is one that must be examined honestly and critically. As we explore this issue, I will define two essential terms, condone and grape, and explain how they apply to the biblical text in question. To condone means to accept or allow behavior that is morally wrong or offensive. In this context, I will argue that the Bible and some of its laws and narratives not only fails to condemn rape, but in some instances, it effectively permits or even facilitates it. Rape, as we understand it today, is the act of engaging in sexual intercourse without consent, often through violence or coercion. And, and I'm going to say that part again, often through violence or coercion, which is exactly what we see in the text. When we apply these definitions to key biblical stories and laws, we see instances where women are treated as property, their suffering ignored or minimized, and the perpetrators of sexual violence are not held accountable in any meaningful way. This is where the Bible, in its narrative and legal structure, fails to address rape with the severity it deserves. Okay, now let's get into these scriptures here. I was cooking on this. Oh yeah, y'all can see what's going on. Deuteronomy, where we at? Here we go. Okay, Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14, not numbers. I do address numbers in here, but that's something different. If you want to go ahead and turn your text to Deuteronomy 21, can you see it on the screen?
Yeah, I'm there with you. I saw that too. But I didn't think that you was talking about Deuteronomy 21 because you were saying a million of that.
Okay, now I'll read Deuteronomy 21 from the Good News Translation. When the Lord gives you victory in battle and you take prisoners, you may see among them a beautiful woman that you like and want to marry. Now, remember, these are prisoners, people who you've essentially kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
You can take her home where she will shave her head, cut her nails, and change her clothes. Again, this is the humiliation ritual that you're putting her through. She doesn't have a choice in any of this. She doesn't have a choice whether she's there. She doesn't have a choice about shaving her head and cutting her nails. None of this. She is to stay in your home and mourn her parents for a month. So give her 30 days to cry, get it out of her system. This is a ritual. I'm not sure how Yara characterized this ritual, but this is a humiliation ritual. After that, you may marry her. Forget, it doesn't say anything about consent. It doesn't say, remember, this is a prisoner, somebody who you've kidnapped. You've killed all her people, kidnapped her. She can't go and move around how she wants. She has to be with you. She's a prisoner. Later, if you no longer want her, you can let her go free. Since you forced her to have intercourse with you, you cannot treat her as a slave and sell her. So since you forced her to have intercourse, this prisoner, you can't, this is essentially, and if you decide to like her and keep her, that's what makes it sex slavery. Your prisoner now has to give you sexual favors. She's still a prisoner. Just because you think you consummated it on your side, it says nothing about her being a willing participant. This is all forced. But and then it's stuff like this, because Omar made when I did the King James presentation, or when Humble replayed my King James presentation, what's the name? Omar came up and he was saying like he didn't know I felt like that, and he said something to the effect of something like he felt like you still my brother, even though I think I may be something. He said something to the effect of how he may have a higher moral compass than me. And I was like, because he believes in the Bible, so he just automatically assumes his moral compass was like higher. And I didn't take offense to it, but I just said something like, I actually think it's the other way around, brother. Because once I realized that I have a higher moral compass than the God of the Bible, I decided to leave the book alone. Because I can't teach stuff like this to my daughter. My only child isn't about to learn that this is okay and was ever okay from somebody who wants us to worship them. This has now become a terroristic situation. If we don't worship this God, this is what we're going to be forced to have to endure. Let me go to what's my conclusion say? In conclusion, I want to sincerely thank you all for listening with an open mind as we examine how the Bible, particularly in its depictions of war, includes passages that condone or normalize rape, like this passage did. Whether it's the taking of women as spoils of war or the forced marriages of captive girls. These are not acts of love or justice. They are violations of human dignity. So I don't want any damn Hebrew Israelite acting like they got a higher moral compass than me. You can't. It's impossible. But I'll continue. Let me continue reading. I just added that last little part. These are violations of human dignity.
I see why. Yeah, A1. Now I see why he was acting like that when I popped up, man. Why you jabbing them in their mouth like that? Now I see why he was mad at me and gave me this great big feat that I had to carry out. But you had already hit him with some incoherence. That was why he was mad. Well, he wasn't mad. I take that back. Because, of course, we just discoursed. But, of course, and we're going to see my topic was a little different. But it came out for him wanting me to give him what I think perfect divine justice should look like. And this is where it started. Okay. Makes more sense. Let's get back to it.
And while some may argue that it was a different time, that does not erase the core truth. If consent was not given, it was wrong. Time does not excuse harm. Morality does not expire. Furthermore, when the Bible uses grape as a metaphor for unfaithfulness, comparing God's relationship to Israel to that of a violent, punishing husband, it embeds sexual violence into the very language of faith. That promotes acceptance of it in the most insidious way, not through direct command, but through sacred symbolism. These texts deserve critical engagement, not blind reverence. We must recognize how these narratives have shaped harmful attitudes for generations, and we have a moral responsibility to confront them honestly. And that's all I'm hoping you guys do. When you go into Deuteronomy.
Do you mind if I quickly say something?
Of course. I brought your name up. I'll mute out for you.
All right. So I never said that I didn't refer to me having a higher moral compass than you. I never did say that. That's one. Two, I see what you're doing, A1. So let's just go.
Well, can I clarify? Because it wasn't specifically those words, but it was something to that effect. Like you said something like, even though your moral, you said something, but it's funny because I may not remember the exact wording, but one thing we never forget as people is how a person made us feel. I know how I felt in that situation, so I may not remember verbatim what you said, but you were saying something trying to diminish my moral compass and put yourself on a higher plateau because you still believed in the Bible and I didn't believe in anything. As if somebody who doesn't believe in anything doesn't have morals, but I have enough morals to leave this alone.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
I never insinuated that, A1.
Okay, but go ahead, though. My bad. Now I'm mute out. I apologize for even cutting in.
Real quick, GD and Capone, because I want to address this right quick. So let's just pull it up. Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14. I'm pulling up KJV. So this is what this say. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God have delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive. 11. And ceased among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife. That's important. Her to thy wife. 12. Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails. 13. And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and she shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that thou shalt go into her and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. 14. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. So this is what you're honestly doing. A1. Now,
real quick, one line before you go in. One line before you go in. Nothing. The KJV version isn't any different than this one. It just has the Shakespearean language, but it's literally saying the same thing.
I know.
But I just wanted to add that before you go in, so nobody thinks that you read something that disproves or isn't synonymous with what I read. Go ahead, take your time. Okay. You don't got to be quick.
So let's be honest here. Now, 10 through 14, nowhere in this scripture says that he forced her. Nowhere in this scripture said that she did it willingly. So to insinuate that he forced her, he took it and forced her. Now you're being intellectual, disingenuous on this specific scripture, because the thing is, what I'm gonna do, I just read it. I'm not gonna add or take it away. So nowhere in this scripture, again, listen, nowhere in this scripture says that he forced her or he took it. He took her tail by force. Nowhere. And I'm playing it both ways. Nowhere does it say that he asked for it and she just opened up and said, "Okay, cool, go ahead." It doesn't specify. So for you to insinuate that he took it by force is pushing a false narrative.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn?
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Genie and Capone.
To me, this sounds like a assimilation. Because she's taking, she has to take off her clothes of her captivity, and some translations say put on Israel and start wearing Israelite clothes, right? So this is explaining, what they call it, assimilation. She's been assimilated into the Israelite culture. So that's all I wanted to say.
I'm about to pull up the KJV and share it on the screen, and I'm gonna show you where you messed up at, Omar. What you said was accurate to the point where it doesn't say he asked for it, or it doesn't say she didn't give consent, but I'm gonna show you where there's no consent. Why is this so big on my screen? Let me zoom out a little bit. Damn it, what did I just do? Okay. And let me accept these cookies because that's in the way.
That's perfect. That he right there at that time, that somebody came up with this. Because let me show you that question right there. That question right there is live. That question right there ain't on the replay of this. So this question, this person had the same question and the same rebuttal that GD and Capone had at the same exact time. That's wonderful. Time of the nature. But this ain't quantum monotheism. This is just my own opinion. So we ain't gonna get into O.L.E.E. But that's perfect timing. And shout out to who is that Inner Sage. I see you in the chat, and I see everybody else in the chat. I see you where you at. Thank you for joining, watching, interacting. Please like, share, and subscribe to the best to arrive. In my opinion, O.L.E.E, the L, with, in my opinion, and the Titans Debate League. Shout out my man A1. I'm sure he's about to be coming back in a minute because it's still going. He went and took a nap. You know what I'm saying? But I'm aggressive in the streets while you getting your beauty sleep. Aggressive in the streets like a bear with a hit list. Steady chasing paper, ain't no time for no. The way I run it down, you would say that I was racing. Nah, let me quit. We ain't even doing that right now, man. We get back to the information, but that question, though, let me put that question back up there. That was from Inner Sages. And Inner Sage said, and then GD and Capone had just, matter of fact, I'm going to play it and I'm going to run it back so y'all can see that. It matched right on time. About 10 seconds.
Zoom out a little bit. Damn it, what did I just do? Okay. And let me accept these cookies because that's in the way. Damn, why do I keep hitting that button? Oh, my enter key stuck. So when I click it, it's hitting enter. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to zoom out. It's on 200%. We don't need it that big. Deuteronomy 21:10. Okay. Let me share this tab instead.
But A1, so this is
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me respond to Omar, and then I'll address whatever you want to talk about. I just don't want to move too fast. I want people to see his ankles break. Okay? You know how I move, baby. But most people try to overtalk y'all and go so fast that they run in a flim-flam. I try to take it slow motion so nobody's confused. Nobody thinks I'm running a flim-flam and that people know I actually know this information. So at least appreciate me for that. You know what I'm saying? Share screen, Deuteronomy 21, KJV. When thou goest forth, when thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, these are prisoners. So you're having sex with a prisoner. Do you remember my opening statement, which is specifically why I read that to you guys? Making your prisoner have sex with you, to say no, it means death. It's coercion. They're being coerced. They don't have a choice. Then it says if you don't like them, you can set them free, meaning they were captives, brother. They didn't have a choice, brother. So that's where those implications are coming from. Not because it simply says so everything that you just said in that whole paragraph, throw it in the trash, Omar, because you're skipping over the parts in the text that specifically tell you this woman does not have a choice, that she's a prisoner. It also says, well, if you don't want her, go ahead and get rid of her. If the pee ain't good enough, if it ain't wet enough, if it ain't hitting right, but you can't sell her, but let her go ahead and do her thing out there. Go ahead and get you another one. This is crazy, bro. And apologetics is horrible on this. I do want to respond to GD and Capone. I'm not sure if Omar wants to respond to what I just said first, but I do want to, in the effort of keeping things slow, it would still be Omar's turn, and so he yields the floor. I do want to get to Brother GDN. I just want to handle this because he said that it didn't imply that, and it says it here. She's a prisoner, my nigga. And if you don't like her, then you can set her free. This is the KJV.
Language.
She shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her. Nigga, she's a captive. It's saying it right here. Having sex with a captive makes her your sex slave.
Remember the keywords.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'll mute out.
Captive.
So let's all we got to do is go back to 13 towards the bottom. and after that shall go in unto her and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. So dealing with the law, a husband has a certain responsibility to.
But why are you skipping over the captivity though, Omar?
She's because this is specifically doing this is an isolated situation, and the reason why it's an isolated situation is because this has to do with war. So this doesn't.
Whoops, my bad. I was muted. I stopped that because hold on 1 second. So A1 just showed how the Bible disagrees with this view. The woman agrees to shave her head. It's purification ritual of a foreign bride. Yes, she agrees, or have a life to take it. Maybe that's what he means. But if you're trying to do an apologetic to it, then what this Bible says in this verse that A1 is reading says totally different, because this is live. And then when he said that, you came with this. That ritual did not begin in Israel, but in ancient near cultures like the Akkadians, which still doesn't give it authority that the Israelites should do it to anybody else as justification. That's a cold piece. I don't care who started doing it. That don't mean you had to take place in it. Do it. That does it. I didn't say that right. I have to make sure I use my proper English. Because we are live at the Titans Debate League. And these are questions I just want to know when we have. And shout out to the chat and everybody else where you at. But yeah, I care not, me, myself, and in my opinion, that's what this is. I care not if somebody started it. If I don't have to do it, I should never do it. And I think it's incoherent to have that view. So I disagree with you right there. But shout out to the chat where you at. You can stay there until we finish this going. Then he says, I got to show it, Deuteronomy 21:10-48, the Hebrew concept of the beautiful captive. Yefat Tor describes strict legal rights for foreign women taken in war. Legal rights. God-given rights or legal rights? God-given rights that become legal rights? I kind of understand what you're saying. But that was just my question. Let me continue with this because maybe they say something about that. Because it is on the board. So
say that he saw the beautiful woman, he's seen her, he forced her to go with him. So like I said, we can't insinuate that he forced her. We can't insinuate that she agreed to go with him. All we know is she went with him.
Okay. But you are acknowledging her captivity, though? Are you acknowledging that she's a captive?
No.
No?
Yes, but yes.
Okay.
But would that be a fair statement to say we can't insinuate if she went with him by force or did she agree to go with him?
If she's a captive, it's force.
No. Just
it's coercion.
Listen.
Even if she agreed, she was coerced because she's still a captive.
Just because you captive somebody, like say when it came to women. So this is what
Sorry about that. I had to stop that again because in the sage's next question was, what rights and societal classification did women have in 1200 BCE? I don't think that's the question you should ask anybody. I think the next question you should ask yourself, because I'm sure you've answered that question in your reasoning. The next question you should ask yourself is, what rights and societal classifications did women have and not have due to the belief in the God that was pushing these rights, giving these rights to the people? That's a better question you should ask yourself. Did it have to go like this? Who cares what rights she had? Which ones did she have because God said she could or couldn't have them? Isn't that a better question? Because then you answer for God. Still, we're trying to find accountability in the situation, I believe, when we're trying to come to a logical explanation of the topic we're looking at. So, but let's get back to it, man.
Just because I put a gun to your head don't mean I made you do it. That's what you're saying?
No.
That's what you're saying right now.
Hold on, A1. So are you insinuating
this nigga funny?
No, listen. Are you insinuating that if she said no, that they was gonna unalive her?
GD got an echo. GD got an echo.
Look at that. Hey, they talking right on it. So it's crazy. You must have didn't. Let's shout out to the rewatch, because that means you really didn't get to watch this when it was being played, because you having true answers and they being answered for you right there on the playback, as well as live here too at the Titans Debates League, man. Let's get back to it.
Hold on.
That's what I want to know.
I got you, GDN. You ain't got to worry about it. Okay,
A1. That's what I want to know. Are you insinuating that if she didn't go with the dude that looked at her and said, "Oh, she's beautiful, I want her to be my wife"?
What I don't want to do is insinuate anything. What I want to do is go.
Are you insinuating that if she did, because you said it's like having a gun to your head, and that's not necessarily choice. So are you insinuating is that if she didn't go with him, was he gonna unalive her?
What I don't want to do is insinuate anything. What I want to do is go line by line with you. And I want to get you now. My example of the gun to the head. No, I mean, but what you're trying to get me to do is put words into the text that aren't there. When I'd rather just deal with the text. And this is how you Hebrews operate. So I know you respect it. You normally don't hear people trying to bash y'all saying, "Let's go line by line."
No, actually, I'm looking at it from your lens. From your lens, you are making a good point. So I'm giving you kudos. That's from your lens. You are making a good point. But look at it from my lens. In this text,
can I respond thoroughly to what you said though before you go to another point?
In this text, two points. In this text, does it say that if she didn't go, she was going to be unalive? Also, in this text, did it say that she agreed or she didn't agree?
First of all, no. And I don't understand why you're trying to insert ideas. Hold on. Why are you laughing? You do the same thing GDN Capone does. He laughs when I got him. But he laughs because he knows I got him. You laugh because you think you got me, but you don't.
No,
and what you're trying to do is insert ideas into the text. I'm going line by line. You're inserting ideas into the text that I didn't say. Just because I said if I put a gun to your head and you don't come, and you end up coming with me, did you have a choice? Now you want to say, does it say he's going to kill her? That's not what I meant when I said put a gun to your head. As soon as I put a gun to your head, you're my captive. That's what I'm trying to show. That these people are being coerced into these situations. Her whole family has already been slaughtered in front of her. Nigga.
That's in the listen.
She's been forced. Hold on. She's been kidnapped and thrown in a house for 30 days, unallowed to leave. Let's talk about it. Now, what you did do after that, you admitted that this was great. You admitted that though, and then you brought up, and then you said it was a special time. You said it was a specific time. This is in time of war.
I said it's an isolated time. It's an isolated time, specifically during war.
Get it out. Yeah, get it out. Explain it one more time, because I'm about to cook that point. Explain it one more time, because I'm about to cook that point.
Go ahead and cook it.
Okay, let me share my screen. Let me stop that screen share and go back to my presentation, because what you didn't think I covered war grape in the book.
No,
and I brought, you know what I brought up? I brought up how this isn't anachronistic. You're talking about this is is it on you? Go ahead.
Real quickly. This is what I'm getting at. I don't know if you noticed when before you pulled up this scripture in your presentation, the very first thing that you put, you use words like forced. It's in there. You use that. So I'm holding you to the words that you use. You said forced.
You can't be holding me to the words that I use when you chose to go to a different translation and read different words.
Man, you use the word.
Wait, just stop and think about what I said. If you were holding me to the words I used, you wouldn't have switched translations. You were uncomfortable with the words I used, so you switched translations. Now we're talking about. Yep.
Go ahead.
Why did you switch translations or not?
I didn't switch it because you making this. I didn't switch it because I was uncomfortable. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you switched translations. So then I started using the words. I said, you know what? Fuck it. He don't want to use this translation. I ain't gonna force him to. So then I started switching to the words you're using, but you're trying to use that against me now. But I want you to see how I was academically right on point and giving you a pass that I didn't even have to give you. I didn't have.
Cook. A1. Cook. Because when I came in the gym, he was trying to cook me. He definitely was trying, and I'm going to show you. And he was trying to cook me in a good way, because I think now that I'm hearing, he was trying to propose questions and things to you that he thinks that people don't might not have looked into. And you had actually done research on it. And I believe that everybody that has anything to say about the situation has done research or will do the research. Let me make sure everybody know this live real quick. It's over. We jumping. But A1 was cooking these boys, man. So I see what led the sparring partners in the gym to try to lay heavy on me when I got in there. Man, I'm only 158. 5'8", 158, man. But A1 was putting them jabs in y'all face. I tell everybody, even my you can ask anybody who done ever had any type of fighting stories with me, unless I got wrestled down and choked up. That jab be coming, them punches. I got to answer this. Let me go ahead and start this back.
Nowhere in here does it say force, though.
And in the KJV, it doesn't. In the GNT, it does. And you're not listening to me. I just explained this to you. I just explained that you switch translations probably because you thought the language would be more in your favor. Now, granted, it doesn't say force. It still says she's a captive. How do you become a captive without force? You don't become a captive willingly. It's oxymoronic to the term. So this whole, did she go with him willingly or not? Nigga, she was a captive. Captives don't have a choice. This is embedded in the definition. So we don't even have to ask these questions. But you guys are trying to make me argue this as if you have a valid point. And I'm trying to show you you're having a problem. You're not having a problem understanding what you're reading. It's cognitive dissonance, and you're trying to make excuses for it and play apologetics. But you can't with me. Now, go ahead.
You're forcing you see that word, what you're doing, you're forcing your own private interpretation on something that the scripture's not saying.
What interpretation? The fact that they're captives is my interpretation and not what the scripture said.
No, because because
the KJV didn't call them a captive, my nigga.
Listen, the scripture, listen, the scripture doesn't say a liar. The scripture doesn't say if she went along with forced or if she went along willingly. Number two, hold on. Number two,
stop saying that, bro.
Listen, and then when it comes to him having intercourse with her, it doesn't say if she said no or if she said, well, you know what, go ahead. Okay. If you're gonna make me your wife, go ahead and have the intercourse with me because you're making me my wife. So
Dang, I've been on mute. And I was gonna say, I was just talking good too. Now I gotta start over. Shout out my man Sadiq Rock in the chat. I seen you come in and you left. But I was about to say that about
is it my turn?
Intercourse with me. She said, well, you know what? Go ahead. Okay. If you're gonna make me your wife, go ahead and have the intercourse with me because you're making me my wife. So
is it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. The scripture don't say either or. It don't say either or.
This is a perfect example. Now I'm going to take the floor. This is a perfect example of cognitive dissonance. I'm now sharing the KJV on the screen, and let me blow it up so everybody at home can see it. He seems to think that it matters because it doesn't say that he says that it doesn't say whether she went by force or whether she went willingly, but it does. When it says that she was a captive, we know that captives are taken by force. It also explains that her whole family was murdered in front of her eyes. It also talks about how she's thrown into this man's house, kidnapped for 30 days because she's a captive. If she was there willingly, she isn't a captive, my nigga. Captives are not there willingly. Do you know that? Do you understand that? And the fact that he doesn't understand that is a cognitive block that he has. This is a cognitive psychological block because he doesn't want this to be true about his own text. He knows that captives are taken by force everywhere across the globe right now. He knows that if he goes anywhere right now, if he wants to take a captive, it has to be by force. If she comes willingly, she's not a captive. She's your homie. She wants to be with you. That's not being held captive, my nigga. So the text explicitly gives nuance. It explicitly gives context to the conditions that she's there under. She's there under captivity. You see, I have it highlighted. Captivity. She's not there as a willing participant. It says it right there, but he seems to keep implying that it doesn't. This is a psychological cognitive block. Because I know he's not slow. So I'm going to assume that his intelligence is there, which means that there would only be one other explanation, cognitive dissonance, which is okay because when presented with new facts about your stuff, it feels like a personal attack when it doesn't align with the ideology you've already come to love and believe. So it feels like I'm personally attacking him. The brain treats it as assault. The same, when you check the brain scan, the same cognitive dissonance response is the same thing as if I punched him. So this is his response. I'm not going to call him slow and I'm not going to call him dumb. We're going to call out the cognitive psychological block. It clearly says captivity here, my nigga. So we know the context that she was with these men under. But now I want to go to war grape because he touched on that. So in response to the war grape, let me stop sharing this. Like he kidnapped her and put her in a house for 30 days and she couldn't leave. She's not there willingly. Like, I don't know why he's even trying to pull that. Like, he don't do that for none of Brother Polite's victims or none of Nature Boy's victims, but he's pulling this special pleading, special rules and scenarios for the Bible.
Hey, that's a good point, too.
These men were charged with grape, and them women wasn't taken by force. They ended up being held there by force, and they called it kidnapping. We understand it when we see Nature Boy do it, but when we read it in the Bible and it say that she's a captive, they don't want to accept it all of a sudden. And they're acting like I'm making up something about the Bible doesn't say. I just went line by line with the homie, but let me share my screen and go over war grape. This is the problem with the Bible, right? Because these concepts and ideas have crossed over and ruined lives today. It hasn't stopped. IDF Colonel, rabbi implies grape is permitted in war. The same thing that Omar just said. This was an isolated incident. It was a war scenario. So he was trying to make an apologetic excuse to make this type of behavior okay. The same thing that he's doing, the IDF over in Israel are doing. They're getting caught on camera taking boy butt.
Fair.
Let me finish. Can I finish? This is my time.
Go ahead. But that's not fair.
The same thing that they're doing in the Bible, they're doing today. So we can't even call it anachronistic, which he didn't. He didn't call it anachronistic, granted. I'm happy he didn't. I'm not sure. Maybe if he knew the term, he probably would have. You know what anachronism means? Okay, if you don't want to hop in, I understand. Yeah, but it's better that you wait because I don't want to get sidetracked. But hold on, I lost my slide. Answering a question from a concerned reader regarding the Torah's position on grape during war. Colonel E.L. Karam of the military rabbinate wrote 9 years ago, out of uniform, that prohibitions against immorality are removed during war. It is permitted for Jewish soldiers to grape a Gentile.
Then the sage say, that's not entirely accurate, A1, on the captivity argument you're making. I wouldn't care if any part of it, and you say it just ain't entirely, which means some of it, which means if it ain't entirely accurate, it's not entirely inaccurate. And if any part of it is true, come on, man. What type of reasoning you got? That's your reasoning for yourself, though, like I say. And I don't know, in the Sages, if you can in the chat, shout out to innersage.com. I don't know if you can go like and subscribe to his channel because he been in the chat for a minute, and you know how we do. If you can, what is your worldview or your religion? Are you a Hebrew Israelite? Could you let us know that in the chat so we can know exactly where you're coming from when you have concerns about A1 and his argument? Uh-oh. You're arguing an anachronistic fallacy, though, A1. He said that's an anachronistic fallacy, A1. Uh-oh. You have to answer for that. What's an anachronistic fallacy? Could it means that, let me see if I can't reason through this.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it. You know I had to
I
pull
about to say
up.
I didn't push play. Hey, what up though? Uh-oh. Guess who's back in the Coliseum?
Yo. An anachronistic fallacy. It isn't anachronistic. And I just went over why it isn't anachronistic, Elder Yara. To say it's
Have you already went
anachronistic,
over? That's
yeah.
who Sage is. Shout
Yeah,
out Elder
Sage is
Y'all.
anachronistic. We can say it's anachronistic if we say, oh, that's how it was back then, and they were doing it like that back then. It's not anachronistic when we still have, when that's how they were doing it back then, and they're still doing the same things today. So we can't say it was a different time back then when I'm literally showing you the tradition being carried over to today. It's never stopped. And that's why I'm bringing up these slides from the IDF and the Israeli soldiers to show that, dang, I took the anachronistic argument away. Let me pull up anachronistic real fast. I got 2 minutes because I'm over here getting ready to bust a move. But I was listening to this while I was in the shower, and I just hopped out, and I'm like, okay,
You came
I'm
to
over
right
here
on
cooking.
You was cooking this morning, man. That was eggs and bacon. That's
Anachronistic.
why I told her when I got to the gym, they was already mad, trying to bust me up. Couldn't do it. Hey, when it already bust you up, you should have went home.
Okay,
Should have
let's
just
share
stayed away.
anachronistic. Let me share my screen real quick. Anachronistic definition. Anachronistic describes something that is chronologically misplaced, meaning it does not fit the time period in which it exists. It comes from the Greek word ana, against, and chronos, time. This usually falls in two categories: objects misplaced in history, like a Roman soldier wearing a digital watch, or ideas and practices that are outdated and belong to the past. What I'm showing is that, yeah, these ideas don't just belong to that time period. We have IDF soldiers using this is the Bible verses as justification for them doing wartime great today. So we can't just say, oh, it fits in this time period. It fits in obviously 2026, according to the IDF soldiers, from what I'm just read for you, Elder Yara. So no, it's not an anachronistic fallacy. And then even if you did try to pull that, we have to ask ourselves, what about God's morality? So God's morality is anachronistic. I thought God doesn't change. Why was his moral compass so messed up that he regulated this instead of just coming down and saying, no, don't do this at all. This is wrong. So when did God get his moral upgrade to make this situation anachronistic? Oh, yeah. See, you don't want to go through that because that would admit that God was a monster at one time and then he somehow got better. And then you have to ask yourself the question, are we going off the morals of the people or does God set the morals? Because if God sets the morals, then he was an immoral character for letting this happen. So either way, you're cooked. You're cooked on this one, Yara. And I'll step in the ring with you on this if you want to. We could definitely set something up. But back to you, O.L.E. I got to finish getting ready to bust this move.
Well, thanks for coming in. I didn't know that was Yara. And just like clockwork, time and nature provides A12. As Jay Snake said, cook Yara ass. Pause. Ain't that how they said? Pause. Yeah, man. Shout out A1. Big Titan fighting to be enlightened, always setting the stage for us to have discourse. I told him, boy, you got a way of bringing them out when it comes to trying to argue for facts. I mean, they'll argue with A1 like A1 might not have no he say my boy A1 say God was a monster. That's what he said. And let's go into some more of why it seems that way to A1.
Gentile woman during wartime. Wait, no, I'm sorry. This is a question. Is it permitted for a Jewish soldier to rape a Gentile woman during wartime? This question based on the biblical mitzvah, Yesfat Torah. So it wasn't actually based on the scripture. Same concept, though. It was referred to 9 years ago by Rabbi E.L. Karam. This questioning party seemed anxious and worried and wanted to know whether the Iron Age mitzvah is applicable to IDF soldiers today. Okay? As in war, the prohibition against risking your life is broken for the benefit of others. So are the prohibitions against immorality, wine touched by Gentiles, consummation of which is prohibited in peacetime, is allowed at war. So he says, hey, they were allowed to drink water that a Gentile put their lips to the bottle on. We made an exemption for that to maintain good spirit of the warriors. Consumption of prohibited foods is permitted at war. Some say even when kosher food is available to maintain fitness of the warriors, even though they are prohibited during peacetime. Just so war removes some prohibitions on sexual relations, which is just what Omar tried to say. This is an isolated incident. It was a time of war. This should be okay. I disagree with you, Omar. I disagree with this rabbi as well. And I think that my moral compass is definitely higher than yours because I would never make excuses for this type of behavior. I would never make excuses for this behavior
I disagree
at any
with
point
this
in
rabbi
time
too.
in history.
I don't know why you pulled this
No matter
white.
what God. Okay, I'm about to give you the floor. After this slide, I'm done. But I would never make excuses for this type of behavior during any time, no matter whose God permitted it. For what reasons? And the fact that you are literally, like, that's why when you said that moral compass thing, I never forgot it. Because I know what this book says. You know, that when you tried to slight my moral compass that day and you was like, no, I ain't do that. Because I'll go get the clip if I have to. I already know where it's at. Like, I never forget how a person makes me feel. I may forget what you said verbatim, but you slighted my moral compass one day, trying to proposition yourself higher, which is okay. Shout out Cedric Ortega. I'm over here cooking these two Hebrew Israelites on religion right now. I'm, a good morning show for you. I'm sure something you can appreciate. We both share the same sentiments about these Abrahamic faiths. Omar is trying to make excuses for grape in the Bible. He's saying it was a time of war and it's, it's okay. But I digress. I don't agree with you. And you have the floor now, Omar.
Okay, so I keep telling you I wasn't trying to make you feel bad when we was talking, but we off that. Let's move forward. I don't know this white rabbinic general that you pulled up. I 100% disagree with him also. See, I noticed the trick that y'all try to pull. Y'all try to pull up the so-called Jewish man and act like us Israelite brothers agree with this scumbag that you showed up on the screen, which I don't agree with him. So the thing is, in order for that so-called source to be valid, you would have to pull up an actual Israelite brother.
Because me not watching this and going through my little day of Hebrew history and deep study for a real 24 hours, really a little bit over 24 hours, but the camp that the Hebrew Israelite that Omar is, and different Hebrew Israelite camps. And I'm going to get into that too, because that's really important about my findings when we get down to it. So I want y'all to make sure y'all keep an eye on that. How he talks about different views from different religions, also within the same religion. So let's get back to it.
I have an Israelite brother right here, and it's you. You said the same thing he said, Omar. Hold on.
No, I didn't. No,
Bro,
I didn't.
Okay, can you tell me exactly what you said about this scripture that's on the screen? You said that it was wartime. Go into your wartime explanation of this scripture out of the Bible, because he was talking. Please.
It doesn't listen. Listen. I understand the point that you're talking about captives. Yeah, I understand that point. Now, once we get beyond that point, and it talks about once you go up into her, like I said, it doesn't specify if she agrees with him going into her, and it doesn't say if she didn't agree. So now what we doing, because the scripture doesn't specifically say that, you're putting your own private interpretation on it. Because like I said, I'm looking at it from a fair standpoint. I'm saying the scripture didn't say that he forced her, and it doesn't say if she agreed. The scripture doesn't say that.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother.
Because you keep saying that it doesn't say whether she was there willingly or whether she agreed to be there. Does the first line?
My question is, that kept pissing me off. That he knows she's a captive, but then he will spin around and try to reassert the point that it doesn't say if she's there willingly. She's a captive, my nigga. Like, this is horrible scholarship. But again, this is not scholarship. This is him trying to save face, because the identity that he's built around being a Hebrew and seeing himself in this text is falling apart the longer he sits in front of me. So, I digress, but he knows she's not there willingly. So how can she willingly give consent for anything? And then I showed him that even if a captive gave up the cookies, that their consent isn't given when she's taken captive and kidnapped, bro. Like, but these, I don't know. Let me get off of here before I say something really rude and disrespectful. Go ahead, O.L.E.
I got daughters, man. I got a daughter, man. Mama, man. I can't find no way to agree with none of this.
Facts. They make me think they got somebody up in the house. Like, if y'all are justifying this stuff, like
Renented.
You fucked up for that. You funny. Y'all keep doing the Renented. You, Smash, or was it Jay? Somebody was doing it the other day. Every 5 minutes, they would just pop up and say it in the chat.
I mean, not King Jay. Jay Snake.
That was Jay the Snake. Shout out Jay the Snake, man. He said he ain't gonna never let the community forget.
What up, A1?
Peace, Caesar. How you feeling, man? How your day going?
Hey, lately, man, I'm just saying, me, myself, man, I enjoy you and O.L.E.E the way y'all are interacting now, man, because you on your whack 200. And I mean that in a good way, for real, because I don't want to say whack 100, But you on yourself. I'm talking about so far as with your information, not that stuff he be talking. I'm saying, like, in the
I know what you mean.
way.
I appreciate you, man. I know what you mean.
Yeah, bro, you really like that. I know you and O.L.E.E, y'all really like that. So y'all keep doing y'all thing, man, for real.
Cooking this boy over here. Frying him to a fricassee.
I need me a leg.
I got you, man. What you want on your plate, man? What size you want on there, man?
I want that thigh. You know what I'm saying?
Now, pause.
Yeah, like my guys from New York say, pause.
Hurry up and say it.
Oh yeah, because I forgot they be on some. Yeah. Hey, but y'all, I want to say what's up to y'all, man. I like what y'all. I wanted to kind of see, like where he was cut. Well, where they, not just him, but the scripture that y'all got put up. I wanted to just listen at y'all break that down, so I'm just listening.
All right, thanks, C's, man. You know you always welcome. Step up, and if you do want to say something when you're hearing it, man, just let us know. If you can stay. You know you um can stay up here. Or did he already leave?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you can stay up here, or if you drop back down and listen whenever you want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Just let us know, and I'm gonna
Oh
bring you
yeah, I'm
back
just
up.
listening. I'm just listening,
My
y'all. I'm
man,
finna,
Michigan Living
I'm finna,
says
I'll tell you what that first line say. You
I'm
about to
finna
break it
mute.
down?
the first line of what?
This scripture on the screen.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to hear your interpretation.
So when I read this, it says, when the Lord, your God, that's the first thing that strikes out to me. So they're distinguishing right there that they have a separate God than whoever they're speaking to. When the Lord, your God, gives you victory. So they're kind of separating themselves from, hey, that's your God. It's not mine. So
That's
I
a very
argue,
good observation.
and I
That's a
argue with
wonderful
these people. These
observation.
white people are worshiping a different God in this book, not the Most High.
That's a very wonderful observation. But let's get back to it, man.
Real quick though, yeah, my whole thing is where my glasses go. My whole thing is God is a moral monster, man. Why doesn't he come down? Why is he giving rules for men going and conquering lands and taking women instead
Hey,
of just outlawing it altogether?
Because
You
I
know what
think
I'm
the white
saying?
man has lied on God
me too, bro. Me too. Because
in
when
so
I
many
read that,
different forms.
verse right there, I don't see God telling nobody to force themselves on no woman. And he's saying, since you forced her, he didn't. I mean, I'm just reading that verse. If y'all can kind of break that because I don't see where God said that.
And who's supposed to be speaking here?
Uh,
Oh,
I
this
think that's
see.
Omar. Omar and A1.
No, I'm talking
Oh,
about on
you.
this
Oh,
scripture
right now.
when
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Lord
yeah.
is in quotation.
Yeah, I want to ask you, bro, because I liked it how you came in. I was going to ask that. Do you see anywhere in that
It's the
verse
Old
where
Testament. I want to say Moses. Go ahead though.
did they say? Does it say that God told them that they can force they? I don't see it saying that.
Okay, if that's Moses, who is Moses speaking to?
The Hebrews.
I got you.
And on the last line of this GNT translation, it says, since you forced her to have intercourse with you, you cannot treat her as a slave and sell her.
Yeah, but he never said you can force. I mean, you know what they wrote. It didn't. I don't see him never giving nobody no instructions and saying it's right to force themselves over. He said since you did,
Yeah,
but
well,
since you
actually,
did,
this whole act is him giving the instructions of how to if you're going to force yourself on her, and here are the rules of engagement.
okay, all right.
So he
I might
actually
not.
give rules on how to maintain, capture, and keep
Okay, I see what you're saying.
virgin cookies. And this
Right.
Virgin cookies.
Right. No, no, no,
That's
no. That's
crazy.
right. Because I didn't read like the verses before. I like to read kind of like what
She
leads all the
say,
way up to it. But I see your angle, A1, what you're saying. Because it could be like that.
shoot your face off, man.
But I
y'all
read this too, though. I read this too, and don't say this is the traditional rape in a sense.
Huh?
well,
What you
you're
say? What you just say? Hero?
The way I read this, it doesn't points to traditional rape to me.
Hmm.
Because back then in those days, women's kind of like could be considered
Uneducated.
commodity and shit. You know what I'm saying? And if they conquer over, they gonna take them women. With women's gonna be almost like the gold and shit back then. Taking the gold and the women.
But they
yeah.
wasn't
I
doing
mean,
it
I
because it was
agree.
right. They was
If
doing it because they. Go ahead.
I,
Hey, well, my bad.
I was going to say, talk about grooming women. You thought P Diddy was a monster. Wait till you get a load of the people who are doing it under God's command.
It's a part of their
This is
colonization.
grooming right here in front of your damn face. Kidnapper, you know, this is crazy. I just
Yeah.
don't get it. I mean, and they giving
Like I
rules
said.
on how to break. They giving rules on how to break a bee, on how to break a female.
Yeah.
I wanted to say it like the Cali pimps be saying it. They'll say break a bitch. They giving rules on how to break a bitch. This is crazy. This
Like I
is wild,
said,
man.
it points to the little penis guy who can't get a girl. And one of the reasons they passed that marriage law in medieval times, because they was afraid they little honey was getting banged up someone else, so you couldn't have sex unless you were married. But that's kind of way on the side. Way no. This is
But
proof
is
of the
this
colonization.
this is Moses talking though, right? This ain't actually like the Lord's word, right?
Allegedly, Moses.
Allegedly,
Yes.
yes, allegedly.
When I say that, I believe may have been some white man that bears these resemblances. Because they did get here, they did learn the culture, the commitment of the earth. And I show you those Hebrew texts that shows they are claiming they are alien here. To be fair, I can't say they for sure white or black or whoever the fuck they was. That's my hypothesis part. That these are the white people, Adam and Eve, all the way down to Cain, Abel, all those characters are descendants of this newly created people in the image of the true gods, the true black man. It says it in their book. I don't know, man. I don't see how they could There's so many different things in that book that points to this. I don't know how they kind of gloss over. They don't want to dig in it. Even to the point of this serpent, they tricking us or tricking Adam and Eve. This serpent was some other being, and then it was made to be like this snake to crawl on its belly. What was it before? And they could speak to humans. Y'all Hebrews got a lot of explaining to do.
I ain't gonna lie, it ain't just the Hebrews.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people. But right now we on the Hebrews though. So we're gonna stay hard on their neck. We're gonna stay hard on their neck. Cause I got issued a question. And I wanna answer that question, man. For my man, shout out Omar.
Shit, I almost wanted you to reverse it back on him. What is your opinion of this divine justice according to your beliefs or
I'm gonna
religion?
show it. You gonna say the result?
You gonna teach him on his own subject matter while in the process.
At least give him my opinion. Like I said, it might be a view that he ain't looked at.
Yeah.
Because he gave some answers in some of the interaction, and you'll see that later. And they had to be his own interpretation, or an interpretation that somebody from
Shout out Vicar in the building. How you feeling today?
Hey man, peace to the panel, man, in the show. You know what I'm saying? I'm copacetic.
This Vicar too.
Peace,
Yes,
brother.
Oh,
Vicar. I call him Vicar. What's the proper pronunciation of it?
Man, you saying it.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Vicar. Sound kind of strong.
Yeah.
He said strong. He got a strong.
But let me ask you though, what how did you come up with the name?
Oh man, that's the last name. It's like the Vickers. It's just you know what I'm saying.
Part of your little
English
last
term.
name.
Yeah, man, I just flipped it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So it is Vicar. Okay. Bet. You want to say anything on the topic, or just stepping in to let us know you've been here? I've been seeing you. You've been here
Yeah,
for a
I've
minute.
been here. No,
I
carry on
see.
with the show, man. I'm
Oh, okay, okay,
entertained.
okay. Well, thanks for joining the panel. And if you got something to see something you want to speak on, don't hesitate to ask me to stop it. And if I'm at my computer at the moment, I definitely will.
Yes, sir.
A1 was busting these boys down. You said you was jabbing them in their mouth. A1, I told you stick a when you're doing combat, especially if it's hand to hand. The jab is a weapon, boy. I'm telling you. I done stop people split eyes open with jabs.
Yeah. Cause a quick snapback. Flap, flap, flap.
Man. Flicker jabbed the motherfucker in his eye, made his eye feel like it's about to fall out. He stopped. I quit. Independent tension too. Oh man. But anyway, the jab. It don't even have to, jabs of information is good too. And this was just verbal, not verbal, this was just mental sparring. Getting ideas about why and why we would and shouldn't agree with some of the things we hear, some of the things we don't. Shout out my man Smashing Idol coming in. He came in at the right time. See that? I put him on the stage. Yeah, let me put him to the stage. My bad.
Yeah.
What up, Smashing Idol?
What's good? All right, Shalom. Shalom. What's good with it? Y'all still talking about that?
In the Deuteronomy practice they use over here in our land with the mulattoes and quadrones and all that. Hadanasi that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, the Hadanas.
Yeah.
Hadanasani.
Yeah, Hadunasani or Iroquois.
Iroquois.
Yeah, they don't tell you about that. They ain't gonna write too much about that. They done fought these people and took their little women.
Yeah.
Indian little gals.
I mean, it seemed to be like somebody said that's what you do in war, but that don't make it right. Just because what they was doing and it seemed to be right, it still don't make it right because you don't have to do it.
Yeah. But they tried to write it in this false religion to justify it. Same they did for the land, taking the land and raping women and all these bad justifications.
Manifest destiny, is that what you say?
Yeah. Doctrine of Discovery.
I had another podcast I did on feminism being foreign to Africa. And I wrote that feminism was like a response to, I guess, stuff like this and the chauvinism. And it's no wonder none of them black queens who was ruling at the time wanted to accept that Bible. Look what comes with it. After you come kill all our men, you're allowed to rape us. Whose voices are missing from this passage? It's the voices of the women at the time who are missing from this passage. And I think that speaks volumes. The fact that their voices have been omitted. How they would have felt has been omitted. And all you hear is God and man talking. This is sick though. Sick, twisted. And I think anybody who makes justification for it is suffering from a cognitive block. And also may need to be watched. But I digress. I got to hop in this whip. I'm going to holler at y'all in about 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to hop right back on.
It's about to get a little bit more incoherent, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Let it ride.
All right. Shit, you know where we at?
I was going to show you Songs of Solomon where one of our beautiful black women is feeling like she's being looked down upon because she's black.
Hey, look, no. Hey, hold on. Let me cut y'all off, bro. I ain't even finna sit here and listen to y'all be with this foolery. First of all, every interpretation that y'all even try to come with, it doesn't even match the scriptures, bro. Y'all have the only thing y'all doing, y'all sitting there, y'all literally, bro, being demons. Y'all reading this as if it's some type of, You'll put your narrative on it. That's what you're doing. But when you go into the language, bro, which y'all don't know nothing about, half of that stuff that y'all saying, it's transliterated from English. It's transliteration. Y'all have no, but y'all don't know nothing about that. So before y'all even try to run y'all mouth, I would suggest to y'all, if y'all really want to be actual honest people, then get to the roots of stuff before all y'all doing is surface level reading, and y'all don't even, if it's a Hebraic Bible, why haven't y'all went to the Hebrew?
Baby, we got in real depth of this. Remember when we talked about the Dead Sea
Y'all ain't never,
Scrolls, the
y'all
first
never
real
got deep
Hebrew
into
Bible?
nothing.
Yeah, we
Y'all
did talk
never.
about it.
Okay, brother, I got a question. I got a question for you. Okay, since you know so much about the Bible, when you go into the lexicon and you go into those strong H and all of this stuff, I got a question for you. What language is that?
Which book you referring to?
Man, this whole Bible
You talking
y'all
about
talking about?
the original?
No,
What was the
Shaquat,
original
bro.
Bible written in? I'm trying
Bro,
to understand your question. What are you really
Okay,
asking me?
your little so-called, when you go into your Alexa, you know what a lexicon is, brother?
Now he's asking me another question.
No, I'm asking you.
You gonna get to the first
I
question?
don't. Can you tell us what it is?
Okay, a lexicon is when you go into biblical studies, right? They have a lexicon is something that gives you an interpretation and the transliteration and like the language itself, you know what I mean, or what it's saying. Only thing is, y'all reading it, y'all would be basically reading it in English. Now, I
And what
got a
did the
question.
lexicon
No,
translate from?
no. Like for instance, with Blue Letter Bible. If y'all go to the Blue Letter Bible, let me break it down. Let me ask
The
y'all this.
Strong's
Blue
Concordance.
Letter
That's what you said.
Hold
Bible.
up.
That's what you
Let
said.
me
You
ask
said
y'all. No, wait a
Strong's,
minute.
didn't you?
No,
Is that
wait
what
a minute.
you said?
Let me ask y'all this in lame terms so y'all can understand it better. Since y'all babies with this, right? When you go to the Blue Letter Bible, I'm pretty sure y'all know what that is. Y'all love to go to that to go and try to say something about,
I don't. Can you
the
tell us
scripture.
what? I
Yeah,
don't.
what is
Can you
this
tell us
Blue
what it
Letter
is?
Bible? We
Man,
don't
come
proclaim to be
on, bro.
Bible experts.
Okay. So
We
if y'all
believe
don't
it's
even know that,
false.
so
Why
it
would
just
we?
proved the point.
Why would we
It just
study
proved
false
my whole
materials,
point.
brother?
No, brother. No. So it just proved my whole point, brother. That y'all don't even know what y'all doing with
I
this.
got
Y'all
3 Bibles sitting right
you're
here,
reading
brother.
you are reading your
It's so many
oppressor's
different
language.
versions. You don't even know.
You
You're
reading your
confused.
oppressor's language.
Hold
So
on.
That's
what
what
is
you
the
doing.
official Bible we should all
Yeah. Now
go
y'all
by,
want to
brother?
hold on. You
I'm
reading your
asking you a
oppressor's
Hold on,
question
language.
Haru.
now,
Smash United.
brother.
Hold on, Haru. Hold on,
Y'all
Haru.
all up in the
Smash
King
United.
James
Smash
version and
United.
Calm
the
down,
Smash
brother.
United.
y'all
I
all
know
up on
you.
this
Smash
weird
United.
shit, bro.
I
Y'all
know
trying
you're
to break down
Smash
emotional.
something
United.
y'all have no clue about.
I know you're
Fuck
emotional
Smash
you
about
United.
your
mean?
white gods.
Smash United. Hold on, Haru. Smash
God
United.
don't got no color,
Hebrew.
you dummy.
Smash United. That's Omar and GD and Capone who representing for that. So anything we talking about it with them
All
who
right.
translated, who used that. So whatever you coming in talking about, it has no bearing on this because they done already did it and they represent it just
Oh,
like you do. So whether
my
you think
bad.
we should know it, they gave us the right to have a say about it because they talking about it. So
Oh
I
no, my
understand
bad, my
your
bad. My bad. I
concerns. No,
apologize. I
I
thought this
understand
was
your
live.
concerns about it.
I
But
thought y'all was cooking in the mix right now with this. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no.
yeah. Explain this first verse. When the Lord says it's your
Hold on.
God, what
Hold
does
on,
that
Haru,
mean,
please.
Mr.
Hold on,
Interpreter of the
Haru, please.
Bible? Okay.
Hold on, Haru, please. Smash United. If you remember the other day, Omar gave me this challenge right here.
What would perfect divine justice actually look like?
You was in there
Yeah,
with it.
I was.
I'm just
You
leading
sure
up
I
to
was
this. I'm just showing
there?
everybody what led up to it because I got a presentation that I'm
Okay,
getting to. And that's why we talking about it. Because of that challenge right there.
for sure.
Got you. I apologize if you felt like we was jumping on it. And I agree with you. That wouldn't be fair just to be up here trying to jump on something like that. But nah, Omar issued this challenge, and I'm just showing everybody what led up to it. And this was Omar A1.
I still know what I said though, but yeah, I apologize though. I jumped off the car.
I got you. No, and you got the right to do that because if that's something that you believe in, you believe that there's a certain methodology that should be used when you taking a look at it, and I do too. And that's why I say when Omar gave me that, I went through a method about it, and so now I'm going through the show kind of the things that Omar, why when I did come in contact with Omar, why he was feeling that way. Because A1 was, they was having a discussion, and it was a Hebrew Israelite, like you say, who I don't know if he pushes on the Hebrew text in the Hebrew form as much as the interpretation or the translation and what people use, and then how we take it because of the translation. I understand your concerns. Let me let you know that I do understand your concerns about it, but this is just so I can answer Omar's question. And it has been a minute since we've been talking about it, but this is a broad subject. That's what makes it so good. Because you can. And who knows? This might make people's faith stronger. This might bring some of the Hebrew Israelites out even stronger with stronger arguments because they ain't looked at it like that. This might bring some people that be like, yeah, whatever O.L.E.E or A1 saying ain't making no sense. I'm rocking with the Hebrew Israelites. So it could rock both ways. So just because you know what I'm saying?
Hey, but look though, I'm not no Hebrew Israelite, bro. Y'all just need to follow Yahweh. That's it, bro. Keep his commandments.
Because we talk about the Torah. That's why you saying something, because this is Torah, huh?
Yeah, this Torah. I don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all go get on Paul, Peter, all the niggas. Fuck them niggas.
Got you. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair. Like I said, that's a fair concern. And yeah, we ain't doing it in no bashing way. I'm just answering this question for Omar. So that's what it is, man. And shout out to my man.
Can I ask a question?
Placing this concern.
What's the difference between this Torah? Is it not Christianity?
You see what I'm saying?
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I understand you asking. And it's like you got so much. You say
don't condescend me, brother. Just answer the question.
I just know I'm not condescending you.
I'm a question.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You don't know.
A question.
No, this is indignation. This is clarity of your mind, brother, and all of y'all. This is the problem with our people. This is the incoherence right here that y'all keep claiming, that y'all don't even know what the incoherence is. And let me show you, brother. Now y'all done ran y'all mouth all the internet, especially you, brother. Not O.L.E.E. You know what I mean? But Hero, all y'all do is the Bible.
Oh, why is all me? What I meant? What I said so bad?
No, brother. Listen. I'm about to show you something, brother. But if you right here asking me what's the difference between the Torah and the New Testament, and you actually don't know, it shows that you have literally irresponsibly
time out. That's wrong.
Went away from the Most High.
You're wrong.
Even questioning your oppressors.
You're wrong. You're wrong, though, brother.
I'm not wrong, man. And that's the truth. Now,
just because I asked that question doesn't mean I don't have my own view of it. I want to know your view.
All right, I'm about to give it to you.
So don't belittle me like that just because I asked you a question. Oh, you don't know the answer.
Well,
you're an idiot. You're dumb. That's so idiotic, brother. Don't do that to me. You're mad and emotional about your fake ass book, nigga.
You keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up, huh?
Back on topic.
You keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up, huh?
Back on topic, man.
Now listen.
Right, Smash. Go ahead, Smash. Can you answer that question? You was in the middle of answering the question.
Yes.
Haru, could you please let him finish answering the question? Because he'll land. I know he just let him get it out. You asked him the question. Let him answer.
Now listen, brother. You asking me what's the difference between Christianity and the Torah? You need to understand something. Christianity has nothing to do with the Torah. And Jesus doesn't have nothing to do with the New Testament. The Most High never talked about Jesus, never said somebody was going to die. He never spoke nobody except the nation himself that was in captivity, and he brought them out in Exodus 4:22. He told them that nation right there is his son. You hear what I'm saying? So it never had nothing to do with no Jesus. The thing is, when our people that have been taken, oppressed, scattered across these got stupid ass world, brother. And now everywhere we go, this goddamn idol is around our throat, and y'all running away from it because y'all know it's false, but y'all have yet just like the scriptures say, my people don't consider. You don't even consider the Torah. Y'all have never read down and sat there and say, let me read Genesis to Malachi, just to knock, brother, and see if I can get further once we get to the New Testament, where is this doctrine or where is this understanding that they're bringing, like Isaiah 9 and all of this saying about Jesus? Why are they saying this if it's not stating that? You don't even have to. The crazy part, you don't even got to go to no ancient language to even figure this out, brother. All you got to do is read. Seek ye out the book of Yahweh and read Isaiah 43:11. It don't say seek ye out the book of Jesus Christ. Don't it say Jesus Christ? Don't it say the book of Jesus Christ in the New Testament?
Can I get a time clock on this nigga answer then?
No, I'm done right there. I'm done.
Okay, let me say something here, brother. First of all, you did not tell me the difference between the Christianity and the Torah. Secondly, I got a multi-page build on where the Torah is taken from Kemet. Just like I showed a build here on what the word is from Kemet. So don't tell me why I don't know what the Torah is. I know it's a fake doctrine. And I can taste the sources of it, brother. You want to debate it? Your Torah versus it comes from Kemet and was created and stolen. And it's a total make-up religion, brother. Since I don't know nothing about it, I challenge you to that debate. I don't got shit else to say about it.
Bro, you think you challenging me to a debate gonna make
me right?
Nigga, no.
It ain't about being right. It ain't about being right.
I would never waste my time with y'all niggas.
I know.
If you really wanted to debate this, if you really wanted to debate it, then you would have said something like, and if you win, I'll drop my belief and I'll come under your wing to study with you, brother.
Look at him. He want me to be a part of his white man cult, brother. I will never abandon the sun, brother. I will never abandon the sun.
Exactly, brother. Y'all are so full of shit, brother. You're so disingenuous, nigga.
What's the difference from Christianity and the Torah, brother? I didn't say anything about Jesus.
No. Until you can tell me, brother. Now you answer me this question, brother. Now, like I was asking you before, since you did some whole breakdown and stuff, so you tell me this, brother. That language, that supposedly the language that you go and see that Yiddish. I got a question for you, brother. What language is that?
What language is what? Where it was stolen from? Where it was? I'm asking a clarifying question. You talking about what language did they steal the Torah from? Is what you're asking?
No, I'm not asking you that. Did you hear the word steal come out my mouth? No, I didn't. I asked you a simple question. Since you know this Torah so bad, what language is the Torah written in when you look at it in any blue letter Bible or anything as of now?
Brother, the Torah is allegedly Hebrew.
Now, see, you full of shit. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about.
So what is it allegedly written in, brother?
You would have said something simple and wrong anyway, like
what was it written in?
You nigga, first of all, you don't even understand my question, but let me give it to you. Well, let me give y'all Jim. Will y'all open up y'all little blue letter Bible to try to go into the language and all of that? Just know one thing. Those script right there, that's not no modern Hebrew. That is not no paleo Hebrew.
Let me tell you what your Torah is. Let me tell you what your Torah is. Your Torah is Christianity before Christ.
You speak to us in the
That's
series.
all.
It's the same language, brother. So y'all don't even know that much. So y'all can't even dodge a hijack, nigga.
Let me ask you a question. In your Torah, is there a story about Satan and fallen angels?
Hey, no. Hey, look. First of all, Akira. First of all, no, hold on, Akira. You don't even know me, brother. I'm not crashing out, nigga. This is me. This is called indignation, brother. I'm far from crashing. I don't give a fuck about what y'all say, bro, because I know none of y'all will ever go and study it for yourself. You're gonna run your mouth until you die about the Most High, and then judgment will be here.
I'm asking you another question. Is there a Lucifer, a Satan?
This real life talk, nigga.
In your Torah? Is there a Lucifer or Satan in your Torah?
No, nigga.
Interesting.
What are you talking about?
Interesting.
especially in the sense, especially in your little Greek narrative. See, that's where you always try, but you can't do it with a nigga like me, because Lucifer, Satan, all that. First of all, them not even Satan, not even a deity. You acting like a Satan to me right now. You're acting like a Shaitan, brother. You acting like an adversary to me right now. You acting like an adversary to Yahweh, not me. You know what I mean? Y'all don't even, like I said, y'all don't know what the fuck you talking about. Y'all just say shit because your oppressor told you this over hundreds and thousands of years. Stupid ass people. And don't get mad at me. The Most High called y'all stupid, nigga.
Well, shout out Smash Out. Thank you for coming to the stage. You know me. I love people to have their point of view. However, as I stated, Omar issued me a challenge, and we was getting to it. I'm gonna continue because I did do some research and read some things and actually have a life, and my life, and I think you kind of know my concern because we done talked about it before, because my life is so important and my kids are so important to me.
Y'all, that once again, I know where you finna go, brother. Don't listen to them, brother. That's bullcrap. That's a doctrine. Listen. One thing you need to understand: they lied. They're lying to y'all when they're painting this narrative like all white people are Edomites. That is a total lie. They're Japhetic people, and it's already known in the scripture that that Japhetic people, they will be servants and they will be clinging, I should say, to the Most High's people, brother. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm
brother.
talking to. That's why I say,
good
but you
point,
ain't even a Hebrew Israelite either. Like you said, you ain't even a Hebrew.
So Satan wasn't the son of God in the Torah?
Man, bruh.
Yes or no?
Nigga, who is that? Didn't I just tell y'all? Sorry, Shalak, baby girl. Didn't I just tell y'all that I just told you in Exodus 4:22 who is Yahweh's son? It's the nation. Have you read that, brother? No, you're literally just spewing stuff, brother. This would make me mad about my people, brother, because y'all doing the same thing that we've been doing for centuries, just saying whatever everybody else say instead of going seeking it for yourself, man. And that
I don't know what Torah you looking in, man. So I don't know.
Exactly,
It's all
brother.
about the
What are you
entertainment
talking
too.
about?
So what is your religion again?
I don't got no religion. What are you talking about?
The Torah is not a religion?
No, it's not a religion. It's an inheritance.
Man, it's the book of the Jews. What is you talking about?
Bruh. It is not the book
Judaism.
of the Jews. It's the book of Yahweh. I done told you Isaiah 43:11 tell you to seek out the book of Yahweh and read.
So it's two different
man, you bugged out, brother.
No, because the Israel over there, Jews and Trump just
answer this question yourself,
just
brother.
declare himself a Judaism.
Brother,
the same shit you talking about. The Torah. So how is your Torah different?
Hold on, Haru.
Like you said,
Hold on, Haru. Let me ask you this
books.
question. Let me ask you this question, Haru. Go ahead.
You asked if it's 2 books, brother. Right? Now we specifically keep going and saying New Testament, Old Testament for a reason. Ain't old and new, ain't them 2 different time spans?
Yeah, but
What's
the new
wrong
one
with
is the
y'all,
new one
man?
is Christianity for sure, and you say that's not
goddamn,
not
what the
connected
fuck
to
you
it.
asking me where Christianity at in the Torah if you know it's not there?
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the difference between the Torah and Christianity? Because the way I see it is the Torah is just an earlier story of Christianity. Like more during the fallen angels before humanity got this so-called jealousy against humanity developed. And then this New Testament,
tell you
and
something.
God said, all right, humans so bad,
Can I
I'm going to have to bring my son here to save him.
Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something in the Hebrew text. In the Hebrew text in the Old Testament, not one time does it say that does it have the phrase what that would be Qanah Malak or Qanah Malak or something like that. Fallen angel, it's never there. Y'all lying.
Satan is there.
Go ahead.
Nah, bro, y'all. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, bro. I'm cold with this, bro.
Well,
Y'all
why you
just
say
gotta
I was
read it.
acting like a
Y'all
Satan?
gotta study, bro.
There's no such
let,
thing.
let's let Vicar say something real quick. Did you said you wanted to speak on something,
Hey,
Vicar?
Shalom, Vicar. Hey, you already know,
Hey,
Brody.
shalom, bro. Hey, man, let me see if I can tag in. Let me tell you, my heart hurts. Yeah, I was just responding to what he was saying about the Torah. The Torah was basically it wasn't like written; it was oral to tradition first. So in the conception of the biblical text, Shem, Japhet, and Ham would be brothers. So of course they would have that same oral tradition and morals. See what I'm saying? So the Torah coming out of Pittman would be right, but at the same time, they all would have that same teaching from their father. That's all I want to say. Biblically.
Well,
But
thank you.
brother, but you got to understand this. When the Torah was given, when the law was given, it was not given to all nations. And you know this, brother. You know what I
Well,
mean? It was
not
given to the nation of Yasharal. Well, you know this.
the
You know this. It was given to the nation of Yasharal, and for those who decide to cleave to them, that means to follow the Most High's laws as well.
I got two.
Now I agree with you with that because the law itself was given Israel, but I'm speaking on the moral principles that
I
are
got you.
taught. Like for us, like Ma'at goes by the moral principle. You see what I'm saying? So I'm talking about the moral principles that those three sons who founded those nations would have kept those same moral principles taught by their father. That's what I'm saying. Before they
Right,
dispersed into different cultures and nations. So the law
right.
itself, yes.
Yeah, you're right, but you also know this too. According to Scripture themselves, they following all of these, ideologies and stuff that they don't belong to them. They on their whole uncle side, or they all
Right.
over the, you know what I mean. And that's what they understand. That's what you understand. But for some reason, that's all you talk. That's all they talk about. I look like the Bible. Y'all don't even know nothing about it. If y'all did, y'all would know how to separate it.
I think
I agree
that's
with
what we're
that.
doing, trying to learn something about it. But when we meet incoherences with what we actually see, me myself, I'm gonna ask questions, and like I said, and you, like you said, you ain't talking to me, and maybe you was talking to me at that point, but
Nah, bro. No, I would no. This whole man, you know what I mean? It's everybody, bro. I'm not trying to get down or call anybody out, brother. You know what I mean? But y'all gotta understand something. When I come up here, I be seeing in the comments sometimes, people, oh brother, you gotta chill. When you tell Nehemiah and them to chill, and Jeremiah and them to chill, when they had motherfuckers against them, and they trying to warn them about what's going on. You know what I mean? They called Jeremiah the weeping prophet. Nehemiah was on this motherfucker telling them, if you break the Sabbath again, bruh, I'm gonna put my hands on you. You know what I mean? So all that little passive religious shit. That's why I be telling y'all, I'm not the right one, brother. I'm a servant of Yahweh, brother. You ain't gonna put no title and tell me what the fuck I gotta. Oh, well, nah, excuse me, not like that. But tell me how. Don't crash out, smash it. I don't want to hear that, bro. Y'all don't. Not crashing out been the reason why we in the predicament we in now, when we should just been doing what we supposed to do.
right, and then and that ain't no. I know what you mean when you saying crash out and things, but you still, when you do be into what you're talking about, you still give people a chance to speak, still try to answer their questions, and but to have your concern, you have the right to do that, and I appreciate you still coming in and just letting us know about it and listening, because like I said, I think I'm gonna touch on some points that I think people have, and you don't, and like you say, you from the Torah, so you don't too much just actually agree with what these dudes are saying, and so while I know it's touching you, man, I got to do them because I got to answer this question for Omar.
No,
And so
hey, look. hopefully you can. Hey, look. Sometimes, let me tell you something. So one thing about Israelites, bro. You know what I mean? You can't go and tell them nothing. They got to figure it out for themselves, but they got to want to grasp it. You know what I mean? So you coming at that stance. Maybe he might understand something is wrong with that book, with that part of it. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question though, Mr. Tura?
Oh
How could
man, what
y'all?
you just called me Smash, bro? Like everybody
Cause
else,
I
why you gotta be
still
sarcastic and shit?
because I don't know your name yet, but I'll learn it soon. Don't be mad at me. It's a friendly debate all
That's
day.
Smash.
Smash, all right, Smash. I'll call you Smash from here on out. Smash. Why?
He's
How
a
could y'all
regular.
separate yourself from Christianity when y'all practically had the same Adam and Eve story?
What are you talking about? See, that's another. See, and now
No,
once
that's
again,
wrong too. That's why I
bruh,
gotta figure
yes,
out the difference between your
bruh,
Torah,
yes, that shit
what Torah
wrong,
your man.
bruh.
You
This
can
is
you
what I'm
please
saying.
show me the
And look,
Torah you're
and
reading?
look, and I'm not.
Please show me Genesis and Torah. Is there a Genesis in
Hey,
Torah?
hey,
Yes, man, come
that Christ
on, bruh.
complex comes out of Egypt, out of Kemet, man.
Exact. I know, bruh. They're the same people in Jeremiah 40 through 44, bruh, that went into the Elephantine, bruh. The same spirit, bruh,
Right,
and that's documented. Not that
right.
ain't it. That ain't in the Bible. That's in history.
So you're saying the Torah people are really Egyptian?
No, I'm saying y'all love going to Egypt. That's what I'm saying. That's what the scripture says. You know what I mean? Y'all love it.
Egypt in almost
And I
everybody's
understand why, but
Bible,
listen.
and it's
But listen, you
still
gotta
here
understand
though.
why. You gotta understand why. And I understand why, because even the scriptures say in Exodus, it tell you, and I don't mean to break up the scripture, but when we talking about these topics, then I ain't gonna, you know what I mean? But even Exodus, it say that their heart was basically in disbelief and was hardened, you know what I mean, because of them being in Egypt for so long and because of the slavery, you know what I mean, the labor that was put up on them. Even when you actually read the scriptures, bruh, like literally, bruh, the moment
I'm sorry, Smash.
the
I
moment,
think you worshiping the white man's God, man. I just got to give you that
hell
warning.
nah, bruh,
Yeah, for my brothers.
that's wild
I
business,
really believe
bruh.
that. I really believe they tricked.
So
Cause we just pulled up Israel and that whole doctrine and all that just created.
who is Israel?
Man, shit, your Jews who took over this Torah and this whole
Oh, what
Judaism.
that got to do with the nation of Yasser all? What that got to do with the nation of Yasser? That has nothing to do with
Show
them.
me this nation.
Look, the scriptures told
You
you
have
that.
an
Listen,
archaeological site of
listen.
this
Hey,
nation.
watch this. In Psalms 83, it say that they have formed they formed a plot against the nation, that the nation of Yasser all will not be in remembrance. And y'all still around here, this bitch talk about Israel.
Psalms 119 also say they're a stranger on the earth. So don't bring up Psalms. And plenty more in your Hebrew
You know what
text
I mean?
that say they're strangers.
What does that have to? What do you?
You're worshiping the white man's
What the
God,
strangers?
brother. And I
What the strangers
please
got to do
hope
with
you
you?
realize it for your
What the
own
strangers got
soul,
to do? Now
nigga. And I'm
you just
done with
red
y'all
herring.
biblical talks.
Exactly. You red herring, bro. That's all you doing. You know I'm right.
No, you're not right.
That's why like that.
But I don't want to force no belief
That's
on
why
you.
the other like the other
But
day.
I
That's how
gotta
like the
let
other
you
day.
know.
Yeah, you start going off the risk. Fuck that God. And like damn,
I ain't
brother.
never
Chill,
said that.
brother.
When I said fuck that God, what I said?
He
Nah.
foul, man.
When? You got me mixed up with someone else.
If I
all
do,
all gods come out
I
of
wouldn't
Kemet.
even disrespect God's name.
if you know what
That
I
man.
mean. All
you
Any
don't
idols
even
come
God.
out of
know his
Kemet, bro.
name. You don't even know his name.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Exactly. But what I know is humans is trying to interpret it. So whatever they call it, it is some type of view that they see in it. God is everywhere, brother.
You're right
Hey, I'm
about that.
making a
He's the
statement.
creator of everything.
Hey, I'm making the statement. All so-called gods come out of Kemet, bro. All those religious idols and texts come out of Kemet.
The only
Yep.
way you
All
say that is because Kemet has some of the oldest material that could be
religious,
read today.
religious texts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's crazy because even today, you believers that bold-facedly in our face say it's mythological, but y'all run down on people with it like y'all really doing something. Like, bro, don't if y'all know it's a myth and y'all still banging it. Like, what? Who does that?
Hey, it's all
Ooh,
entertainment though. I
tighten
get
up,
it.
boy.
I get it. It's all entertainment, man. I get it. But Kemet was the first one to push that religious text of the Christ or
On my
the
soul.
virgin birth concept,
Serapis, all of that.
which is the New Testament itself in ideology.
Ooh-wee. Cook, Brody. Hey, look, man. I'm about to get up out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, Bakar, peace, Yahweh Bakar. You know what I mean? I know you're a warrior, but be very careful. They slippery around here. They very slippery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My
That's a
foresight
snake.
long.
We got feathers around here.
He said, fellas.
Hey, but for sure,
Hey,
though,
my
man.
sight
Hey,
long,
I'm in
bro.
the background, man. Tighten up, man. Yahweh Bakar, smashing idol.
Smashing Idol in the building, man. Thank you for stopping through. You know we love when you do. It's always some good. Like I said, I got a mission for these boys. I got to handle my business, and so we're gonna get back to what was going on. What gave my man Smashing Idol a concern. A concern about what was going on. Let me get that back up there. Share the screen. Oh yeah, we back.
I call them captives and prisoners. And then my next question is going to be, are captives there willingly? Because it gives you the context that you keep trying to act like isn't there. And that's disingenuous of you because you can read and you know prisoners aren't there willingly. Oh, they said I could stay home, but I went and did my time anyway. I went to the jail and ate that nasty food willingly. Who becomes a prisoner willingly, brother? What are you talking about?
He took it because
you know what? Hold
listen.
on. We got said here. I know his time matters, so let's get him in real quick because I'm sure
That's
I'm
cool.
not sure if he's gonna
That's
be here
cool.
long. You
That's
gonna
cool.
kick it with me all day, I'm sure. How you doing, Said? Go ahead. You got the floor. I'll mute out.
I'll be back. I'll be back to discuss other stuff. I got up with you on my mind this morning, and I was gonna give you a call. I gotta be somewhere in an hour, so I'm gonna just keep it short on this one. The conversation about how humans behave, we understand that, right? So you're seeing the codification of behavior that was prevalent in a particular time in history. We understand the development of international conventions and treaties on against the grape in war and certain practices that are simply illegal. So when we read that text, we can understand this is a very human activity, right? And we can apply our moral standards today in retrospect in terms of how we observe what they were doing, because these are human endeavors. But now comes the caveat. We are talking, this conversation is about the moral compass of the Bible and of its so-called moral giver. If today in 2026, we are having a discussion about the morality of grape during times of war, why didn't God understand that in 2026, that piece of text that he codified to appease those people will not be accepted today? So today we're telling you we have a better moral compass than God did. Now, mind you, we're talking about God. We're not talking about human beings. I understand human behavior. I'm talking about how God is going to step down to the moral dictates of human beings and codify and quantify how wartime grape should be executed. That expectation you can never have of an all-knowing, all-encompassing moral law giver. That's just my point. And we keep straying away from it, trying to dissect the text and do all that. We need to simply say, wait a minute, this is a very human-orientated piece of text. This seems like a piece of text that was written by a man, by men trying to justify their behavior. This is not the dictates of an all-encompassing, all-knowing God. That simple fact that we are here today having this discussion, and it is indicative of this being a very human endeavor, that so-called book, the Word of God. There is no gods to speak of, only men. I'll give to the floor.
All right, can I comment real quick?
I agree with him, and I agree with him when he says we are more moral than God. Because I would never condone this. I would have ended it. I wouldn't have come up with rules to codify it. This is logically absurd. And the Bible, as far as I'm concerned, is morally bankrupt. And yes, it's on you, Omar. You got the floor.
All right, thanks. So I think this scripture is setting. It goes into setting a standard, because when we look at other cultures, when there was times of war, you know what they would do? They would grape the women on the battlefield and cut their heads off and slay them right there. At least they got enough moral character to say, okay, I like that woman. I'm not gonna grape her and then unalive her on the battlefield. I like her enough to want to go up into her. I'm gonna take her with me. Now she's gonna be my wife. She's gonna be my wife. I'm gonna bring her in my household and I'm gonna take care of this woman. She's gonna be my wife. So this is setting a precedent to make as time goes along in the morality and the character. It evolves with time. Now, will Israelite brothers do this now? Absolutely not. But this is setting a precedent, because all other cultures, like I said, they would grape them, cut their heads off, and unalive them right there on the battlefield. At least they got enough dignity to say, okay, she's beautiful, and instead of graping her on this battlefield and then unaliving her, I'm gonna take her home with me. I'm gonna let her mourn, and now I'm gonna take care of this woman. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna be my wife. And this is only an example. What about the other examples when they took her, humbled her, let her mourn, and then that lady bore him children, and then the household was nice and happy? What about those times? See, y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all don't want to talk about that, though. So what this is, like I said, this is setting the precedent. This is setting the precedent, because guess what? Instead of them graping them on the battlefield and then unaliving them, at least they say, you know what? I'm gonna take her. She's gonna come home with me. She's gonna be my wife, and she's gonna live in my household. And I'm gonna treat her. I'm gonna treat her with dignity. You know what I'm saying? After a certain process. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now you can agree with me or disagree with me or not, but what I'm saying is facts.
You just agree.
Go ahead, brothers.
You just agreed to everything that we pointed out, right?
You did.
This is a very human endeavor, right? Codifying and quantifying how grape is going to be executed. In terms of morality, that means my moral compass is better today than those people. However, the conversation is about a God. A God doesn't need to develop his morality. A God dictates what's going to happen. And it's clear throughout your biblical text that God simply decides and dictates what's going to happen. Only in this instance, God needed to codify behavior that today we find morally despicable. This says something either about your God or about the text. Which is it? You can choose. Either your God is amoral, always has been, or this is a very human endeavor that we understand, right? We read history books. This stuff still happens today. People get court-martialed for grape during war, right? Savagery in times of war is human nature. Man resorts to his primal behavior. So this is why we codify these things. This is very human. Your book is speaking about the dictates and the laws provided by a God. Then your God has no moral compass. I hope you get the distinction. Everything you say, I agree with, but that's a very human behavior. If you are indicating that this comes from a God, then your God is immoral. Because my moral standards today are higher. There is no way I would codify and quantify anything that just came out of your mouth. And I know you wouldn't either. So your moral compass is higher today than God's was at that time in history. I hope you see that.
The one thing I do disagree with you on is when you said you don't know if you don't think he would do it today. I think that he might. And I'm talking about Omar because I think that he might based on his belief in the Bible. And he said a key thing that's really big. He kept saying this set precedent, this set precedent. And I want to talk about that because he thinks that God regulating the rules on how to force yourself on women after you kill their whole family is somehow progressive. Like, we're making bounds in our morals at the time, progressively, and we're evolving morally. You know, we're becoming better. No, you're not. It's not impressive, and I'm not impressed by God saying, hey, don't kill them, just force yourselves on them. That's not cool. Here's the precedent it sets. In this slide, this is going on right now today. In the last 5 years, IDF soldiers have gotten caught on tape raping people, men and women. They've been caught taking boy butt on camera.
I know that.
So this is very weird. And just like you said, it set precedent. This is the precedent that it set. It's still happening today. This is why we say that these texts are a problem. And I feel like they're doing more damage than good. Yep. Everything is legitimate. Israeli leaders, not just the soldiers, the leaders, the government was defending this. Okay? Israeli society is divided over the arrest of 10 soldiers.
I don't agree with them, yo.
Gang rape of a Palestinian prisoner.
I know. I heard. I know that.
Using the same argumentation to make excuses for.
Well, it's because
let me finish. This is very important. I don't like this. You over talking me is an attempt to sweep the damage that's being done to people, to humanity today. And I can't allow you to sweep this type of stuff under the rug. It would be different if you were engaging with somebody else, but you purposely wanted to have this conversation with A1. So we're going to take it slow and get to everything. I don't want anything skipped. I don't want you to feel like I'm over talking you. Slow it down. You kept saying precedent. This is the precedent that's been set. It's still happening today. Men and women are being raped today using this text. And it's still being defended using your same argumentation, your exact argumentation, my brother. So your moral compass and your rules of morality have infected the culture in a way that you would agree that you don't like, but yet you still adhere to these rules and are making excuses for them. I think Said did you want to add something, Said, before we let him go again?
I concur with everything you just said. I was giving the brother the benefit of the doubt based on what he said. Israelite brothers wouldn't do that today. That's because our legal system today, not because of your book, though. That's a distinction we need to make. And so I need to agree with you, Anon. If you're adhering to this book and defending it, what stops you? What prevents you? If this is your moral dictates.
If he can institute the Bible right now, this law, not specifically this one about rape, but all of the laws of the Bible on the land, he thinks it would make the world a better place. And that's why we have to bring stuff like this to light. Like, no, brother, that's not the case. This is why I've actually rejected the whole doctrine. Not specifically this, but things like this. There are numerous things like this all throughout the text. And unless you have somebody who's a Christian apologetic, a Hebrew apologetic, essentially giving you a skewed, insensitive way to read it, there's no other way to see this. If you give this to some random person who doesn't have a rabbi or a Hebrew Israelite teacher to read this, it reads as a horror novel, my nigga. There's no way that anybody who doesn't have a rabbi or know any of these concepts reads this book and looks at God as the good guy. I want to read my conclusion slide, and then I'm going to give Omar the floor uninterrupted. My conclusion slide on here reads, because I want to talk about whose voices aren't being heard. These slides are actually from a debate I had on Paradigm Shift against Quinn. It says, as we close, let's remember that examining sacred texts critically is not an attack on faith, but a commitment to truth and justice. I'm attacking these concepts because I'm committed to justice, Omar. That was something I just added, so put a parentheses around those. Now let me get back to reading. When we look at scriptures that depict the capture and sexual use of women in war, we must ask, whose voices are missing? Where's the consent? You're telling me how you feel about it as a man. Women don't feel the same way when they read this text and see, dang, he got to force himself on a prisoner. No woman reads this and sees, she can see that consent wasn't given. She can see that the woman isn't a willing participant. I don't know how you can't. But again, this is a man's voice speaking for women. And that's why I'm not really taking it with a grain of salt, the things Omar is saying. Because I know these things, what I'm saying, to be a fact of the matter. I know he's trying to reconcile the horrible moral constructs inside of this book with how much he's grown to love it. And that's why I said, you know what? I'm not going to call you dumb. I'm not going to call you stupid for purposely misinterpreting this text and omitting words that are in the scripture. The captive gives you the context. I'm not going to call you dumb for ignoring that captive gives you the context. I'm going to say that you're suffering from a psychological cognitive block, and that is natural to all humans. So it's no personal attack in any of this. Let me finish. It says the silence of the women in these stories speaks volumes. The silence of the women who are captives in these stories speaks volumes, Omar. You're not thinking about them or their voice or how they feel. You haven't put yourself in their shoes one time. I almost feel like you tried when you said, hey, at least they're not killing them on the battlefield. So you thought making them wait in your house for 30 days, shaving their heads and then forcing yourself on a bald-headed woman is progressive. Progressive means like somehow better, an upgrade, a stride to better morality. It's none of those. It's none of those, Omar. Some women would have taken the death over what you're offering. The same way some of them Africans coming over here on the boat would rather be eaten by the sharks. There are some women who would rather take death than to have some man lock him in a house for 30 days and then force themselves on her. She can't fathom that mentally. She'd rather commit suicide before it could happen. Let me continue with this conclusion paragraph of this presentation. When religious language turns rape into a metaphor for divine punishment, it doesn't just normalize violence, it sanctifies it. And again, I put this together way before AI was out, so I used to be cooking. That kind of theology doesn't just exist on the page. It has real world consequences in how people view gender, power, and violence today. Recognizing that these texts reflect the values of ancient patriarchy doesn't mean we must carry these values forward, which is happening today. It set precedent, Omar, the word you kept using. This sets precedent. This sets precedent. I agree. That's why we see it still happening today. That's why we need to address these issues, make sure that people know that it was wrong then, so that way they can realize it's wrong today. As long as you keep making excuses saying it was okay back then, people are going to think it's okay now. And that's why what you're doing is very dangerous up here. And I know you have children. It's like, do you have a daughter? Do you make excuses for grape like this around your daughter?
That part.
It seems like, dude, my only child is a daughter. Never in life. Like all I can do is think about her in reading these scriptures, on how they're treating women and how women's voices are completely omitted from this. Let me finish. Only 2 more sentences. Okay. Recognizing that these texts reflect the values of ancient patriarchy doesn't mean we must carry these values forward. Instead, it calls us to break the silence, which is what we're doing. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for too long. It calls us to question what has been unquestioned for t and to ensure that our morality is grounded in compassion, justice, and the absolute necessity of consent, which isn't given because these women are prisoners. Thank you again for engaging with this difficult but necessary topic. Because people think I just like to make up stuff and bash religion. I read this outro paragraph so that way you can see that these moral problems really affect me and to see how I apply them to my personal life. I'm talking about my daughter. So when I read this stuff and it's supposed to be a framework for how I live, and I'm supposed to teach this to my kid, I have to study this first. You don't give beer to your kid, you wouldn't give cigarettes to your kid, but you blindly, without rigorous academic investigation, you pass this Bible to your kids. And I think it's irresponsible. I'm gonna mute out because Omar yielded me a lot of time. I appreciate you, Omar. Did you want to?
I'm gonna jump in real quick. I have to jump off. I'll be back on in about an hour and a half.
I'll be up waiting on you.
I appreciate the conversation. And I agree with everything you said. I saw the debate, so I know that this is not new. This is a position you held previously. Yes, this is all a pre-AI on top of it. And as a dad, a father, and a man, there is no way we can condone this type of behavior at any point in time in history today. And again, we're talking about God, not man. This is the moral dictates of your God. The Bible is an amoral book. Even down to Jesus being a scapegoat. No man should let another pay for his crimes. And then a father sacrificing his son, the father steps up in that moment if a sacrifice is necessary.
And that point of view right there is real big because I'm gonna touch on that a little bit later when I do refute.
Hey,
or
I got a comment too.
Yeah. Who is this? Somebody still up? My bad. I didn't know somebody was. I thought everybody had left out. What up, Vacar? That's Vacar.
No, man, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, you had something you wanted to say? My bad.
It's all good. I figured y'all probably walked away anyway or something. Yeah. So I'm just appeal to the rationality of things, man. I understand. You know what I'm saying? It's all entertainment because that's what it seemed like to me. Entertainment. I'm speaking like from like the book of Job, and I want to say Haru brought up the book of Job earlier too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a certain section, man. The book of Job in the 35th chapter when Elihu, you know what I'm saying, was accusing Job of his own righteousness. You know what I'm saying? So in this whole little thing that, you know what I'm saying, you got playing right now, it's basically like the same, you know what I'm saying, concept. Because this whole thesis he's talking about is basically saying that he thinks that he's more righteous than God. Or Cedric saying that he thinks that he's more righteous than God. You know what I'm saying? And that's a fallacy, man. It's okay for us to, rationally say things like, hey, I'm questioning the information, or hey, I don't think that this is true, or hey, let's study up on this right here a little bit more and figure out the truth, because obviously, you know, man wrote it and it's flawed. Anything we do and pass it down to our children, and then our children trying to pass it down, it's gonna be flaws in it. It's gonna be tarnished. You see what I'm saying? So to come with some type of argument saying that God, or the term that y'all use is God, which I don't use the term God. I use only reason why I use the term God is to rationale a thought in the minds of other people who don't know what you know how to express themselves accordingly to that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to have a thesis or present an argument saying that you're more righteous than a God is a fallacy, man. Now, I can see you saying you're more righteous than the people who was acting upon the literal, scripture or context. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But to say that, him, her, or she is more righteous than a God, I mean, I can't say God because, like I said, the term God is flawed anyway. To say that you're more righteous than a being that was in charge of all creation is a fallacy. When you can't even stretch your hand to the sky and reach and touch a cloud unless you in a flying apparatus. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. I got you. But like I say, it all comes down to interpretation, and if we want answers, sometimes them questions got to be answered. So the person who asking the question,
Right. I get it
uh,
because, like I was saying before on the show, y'all did prior that other morning, which was what you were playing right now. It's like I was saying, I understand because I grew up asking everybody questions. And I didn't cap when I said I used to walk to every church in walking distance and ask questions. So I definitely understand what you're saying.
yeah. And like I say, my questions that I had when I initially started with Omar was to see if I fit the description and if it was going to benefit uh, me to have that view. And then, like I said, I think you was there. Omar issued me this challenge.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I was there. I seen the challenge. I
yeah,
saw that.
so I'm listening to this because I was asleep when this was going on. So I felt kind of like, dang, hey, Omar, then put this challenge on me just out the blue. Well, I see why. It's because A1 had been pressing them all night, and I'm just showing the people. Because when I answer the question, I want everybody to understand that when I was asking my questions, and I do believe that when A1 asks questions or answer questions, it's because I have a daughter and a wife and a mother and cousins, and I don't think I could just say that just because people was doing it at that time, it was right. It still don't make it right. And then you say, well, how could they have got on without it? Then just don't agree to it. And then they say that that would have them cursed, but they did things to get them cursed anyway. So I'd rather
Right,
if I'm getting cursed,
right.
it be
I
actually for me.
definitely I definitely get what you're saying, and like in the case of Omar, saying nothing against the brother, but at the end of the day, he was explaining it to the best of his ability, and he missed some crucial key points when it comes down. It's like I was explaining before about that verse, man. That whole verse of Deuteronomy, when it was in 21, I think. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing, the whole reason was what made me jump on because it's like you can't just pick a verse out and be like, okay, Deuteronomy 21 says they was taking women captive and stripping them, busting them down, and doing what they wanted to do with them. Then after 30 days, it was legal. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's disingenuous, and y'all use that word a lot. So it's like if you're gonna argue from that standpoint, you also gotta introduce, what I'm saying, the real history and literature of that era and what was going on. You feel what I'm saying? Like you can't just
Yep.
say, "Oh yeah." They were Hebrew were busting everybody down. You know what I'm saying? Smack the men around, killed them off, and busting women down, bro. That's not what was going on. If anybody is a studier of literature and a observer and somebody who actually likes history, they will, use their rational mind and go back and actually study, those people in that time in that era and see what they were doing. And you know what I'm saying, like I was saying before, it wasn't no utopia in that area, and that wasn't the only area. They had all type of stuff going on, like idolatry, which is against, what I'm saying, the biblical text, which was basically them idolizing their own ancestors, their own parents, making their own parents gods. That's what idolization was. You know what I'm saying? Against their, founding fathers' teaching in Kemet, against their own moral principles. They knew that. You know what I'm saying? And the whole thing about the child sacrifices, the ritualistic habits and rituals they were doing, bro.
I put
You know what I'm saying? They was wild. Like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't no utopia. It wasn't no peaches and creams going on. What made it, a city like Jericho or any, city, presented in the text of Deuteronomy. You see what I'm saying? And then not to add that to a person's thesis or presentation is disingenuous. That's what I'm saying.
I got you, man. I got you. And like I said, I know your concerns, same as Smash, but I'm not finna let this challenge go. And because I put up a whole, like I said, 24 plus hours of getting together every aspect I could when answering this question, because I think he was asking a more deeper question than he realizes. And you're right. This is Omar. So some of the answers or questions that he did have when I was asking the questions might be different. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be different and have people have different views. And so I knew it would only be fair for me to do valuable information digging and find out where I meet the criteria. If I did grant certain aspects of what we're looking for, and I didn't know they was touching on it as much as the thing that he asked me, because when he asked it to me, it was really spur of the moment.
Right.
It was like he was trying to touch it on, because when it does come to this subject and different religions, me having a philosophical view, worldview, and not a religious view, I try to stay out of discourses about them until somebody gives me a challenge like this, and then I can properly show where I find incoherences and where, if I have a philosophical view, the proofs that I use are logical deduction of things. And so that's what I got to do, because he gave me this challenge, and I ain't gonna turn it down. And I ain't saying this to be funny, but I am. It seems like a couple of people keep trying to stop me from doing this to Omar. I'm gonna do it. A1 got the punch on him. A1 was punching on him earlier. No, but I genuinely want to answer that question, because that question being answered leads to more questions, and that's where it get like we're gonna get way past this. Due to him asking me that one thing to do, that one challenge, now he got to answer a few other things, because I'm far too interested to let it just be a topic that we don't analyze, critique for the sake of what he called justice and retribution. I'm gonna see if it's working.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
So I ain't gonna let him off the hook, man. I ain't gonna let him off the hook.
Nah, don't let him out of the hook, because I mean, at the end of the day, You know what I'm saying? Every conversation need to be discussed anyway, especially if it's on the hearts and minds of everybody thinking about it. So, you know.
Right. And like I said, no matter what I say, I don't expect everybody to agree with me. I expect more people to still have their view after I say my view. Uh yeah, I don't expect let me show myself like humble saying. Let me cam up when I say this. I don't too much expect anybody to follow my view when I say what I'm saying. I don't too much expect any Hebrews to stop being Hebrews. And I don't too much expect anybody who's not Hebrews to start becoming Hebrews. We're going to believe what we believe. And if you've been fighting for it this long, I can't say I suggest you continue, especially if you
Right.
get some new light. But, however, if it um, involves you being better than the stories that we do here about past civilizations and people doing things, and knowing that we don't have to do that now, then so be it. But
Right.
there comes a part that they call prophecy that people claim is supposed to happen, and certain people have rights to said benefits, and you want to know if you're part of that, and you can claim you are, but those benefits come with remembering that you saying that you are cursed. You agree that you were cursed when you came over here. Nobody did nothing wrong to you. If ever you really wanted to look at who started this with you, and you talking about races and footstools, you have to understand that the Hebrews was the first ones to go against God. That's why they got cursed in the first place.
Right, exactly. On that point right there, not trying to cut you off for that like that. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. It's almost like that thing where people try to say, what I'm saying, pull yourself by your own bootstraps. That's true into a very fine new sense. It's almost like if you're claiming that heritage, you should know that you are the cause of your own problems. You see what I'm saying?
And then to say that God say that you cursed, you agree with that. You said God was gonna put nations on you. You agree with that. Then the nations
Right,
come on you. Now them nations gotta get in trouble for what God justifiably, in your view, told you
right.
was gonna happen. So why they suffering over something that God ordained?
It's almost like
It
it's
becomes
almost like it's almost like if what I'm saying, you having what I'm saying, kids and children or whatever, they belong to you by right because you're their father. But if anybody, you're gonna punish your children. What I'm saying, you're gonna correct your children. But they put it like this. They say like, hey, in the event that you're punishing your child, you say, hey, saying, your child is grown enough and they can provide for themselves to a certain extent, but you kick them out of your house, right? You're like, hey, get out my house, man. You big grown, get out my house, because you just what I'm saying, you're going against the grain, you're going against what I established, in my house, on my compound, what I'm saying, on my farm, and on my land. So get off my land. Your child leaves that land or you go to a certain area, and then you have these other people that say, we're gonna give you the example as far as like how some animals act, what I'm saying, in a jungle. What I'm saying? If you are let's say a sheep, because the Bible like to refer to people as sheep. You're a sheep and you go to this area or this land, the hyena's gonna attack you. But that don't stop you from loving what's yours. You see what I'm saying? And that's the concept that, what I'm saying, a lot of people miss. And so if they say like these hyenas attack your sheep, you gonna tell me you ain't finna go spit fire? These hyenas that just, what I'm saying, attacked your sheep and killed it, you gonna go and go ham. That's what you gonna do. You gonna act up. You gonna act a fool. You ain't gonna let nobody else touch the rest of them. And that's the concept when it comes to the biblical, the biblical text, and what it's expressing. Like, hey, these people belong to me. Yes, they messing up. Yes, they doing all the wrong things I told them not to do. But at the same time, I'm punishing them. But if you touch them, it's on. It's going down.
Smash United say, now y'all don't go sleeping on Omar now. I'm definitely not, because he posed a question that seems like he believes I can give him an intelligible answer, or that's his thing. He thinks I can give him an intelligible answer, so that's why he asked me, or he thinks I can't and gonna fail at it. And it's just like you said, Smash United. I told him, if I find something that changes my mind, I'm changing my mind. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see what my findings say.
That'll be
And
right though. That's the right way to do it.
I can't do nothing
Regardless of
else.
information.
If I don't run it through a certain type of method to understand it, and the answers aren't intelligible and coherent, I don't want it. If everything else within
Right.
existence can be intelligent and coherent, then this matter should be able to also. Now I understand that we might be far from every single answer that we need, but we've come far enough to understand that the part about us taking accountability and us being, like you said, the reason for things happening. If you don't just see that and you don't want to take accountability, I don't want nothing to do with you. Because to take accountability means to take a certain type of trust in yourself, to not being, to not just insult your own intelligence. To say, yeah, they gave us a good story and it worked and it got us to right here, but we still don't need that right now. Because now that only means that the lives being lost and all of the things that's happening overseas and in the Middle East and with Israel and things are happening for no reason whatsoever except for power, which
Right.
have
Them
people
jokers
like
over
us
there.
always having discourses. It always been about power.
Yep. It's always been about power, man. That's history, man. Over there right now. Them jokers, them cousins fighting cousins. Same thing that's happening in the hood near you. Cousins fighting cousins who forgot about the family trees and branches, bro. I
For
don't know
real,
about you, but I know that's what's going on in my city in Montgomery. Cousins fighting,
man.
killing cousins, bro.
You know what's going on
That don't know about their
everywhere, bro.
family trees.
Within the family and everything. They
Yes,
fighting,
sir.
fighting. I ain't gonna act like it ain't. That's why I say
Yes, sir.
the incoherence makes me act a certain way. I don't even be a part of it. I still love everybody, and I show that. If it is that I don't need to be around you, I ain't gonna be around you. I ain't gonna push to not be around you. I just don't have to be around you. I ain't gotta tell you I don't want to be around you. I just ain't got to be around you. And go on
Thanks,
about
though.
mine, and you go on about yours. If we have to fight about not being around each other, what is we around each other to even fight for?
Right. Say, I agree on that, man. I got kin folks and cousins that, what I'm saying, fight each other all the time. If I know I'm stronger than you, I'm finna beat the brakes off of you and make you do right. Like for everything. That's how I am. Don't do
And
nothing
and
crazy around me like beating
and
on a woman. You know what I'm saying? Not letting her speak
yeah,
on
for real. And when I was and
off.
when we was young, like our older cousins and our uncles, like they raised us. So I understand what you're talking about. Yeah. And they raised you like that for a certain time until you old enough to start making your own decisions and choices. Then this is really
Right.
count. Now that you know better. Now that you
Man.
old
And
enough
I,
to
I, I
understand
can't
the difference. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I was saying facts, man. First my king, man. So a lot of them, man, a lot of them still though they don't.
Sound like your mic start cutting out, Vicar. I don't know if you're still talking or
Can,
not.
can can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Vicar? I can't hear you. If you can hear me, I can't hear you now. I heard you at first. Now I can't hear you. But yeah, man, really,
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, my earbud might have been dying or something. But yeah, I was basically saying that I can't speak for everybody though, but I do have kinfolks that, what I'm saying, they don't want to do right. They don't like to do right. They the terrible side of what I'm saying, my bloodline, and what I'm saying, they don't take care of business. They want to do is, smoke that crack, man, and don't want to take care even themselves, and they beat on
They
women.
still smoking crack today?
Yeah, man, they don't call it crack no more. They call it Molly now. I'm just gonna be for real about it. But they just, what I'm saying, that's how some people are. But I still love them to death. And if we was looking at that same point of view on the biblical text, what I'm saying, it would basically correlate the same, because
Don't
you
worry, I
got.
closed it because I knew you was gonna do it and didn't know.
You acting like I can't get water in my house.
Yeah, I got you, man.
It's a correlate the same, man. And people want to, get stuck up on names and titles, but it really ain't about names and titles. It's about who you are in the spiritual essence of what you represent, if that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I feel like I feel like at the root, everybody know. So ain't no need even to, even cap about it.
Yeah.
I'm me, just like anybody else is, what I'm saying, is represent who they are.
Got you. And I'm about to let this play for a minute, man, because I got to cook and make sure dinner
Yeah.
ready
Go
for
ahead.
everybody. And so we got a little bit left to play, and then I'll get to where I had my thing and do my presentation. And I might have to end this show and start another one because I didn't know it was gonna go this long, because we done had people coming up on the panel and discussing with me and stuff and stuff. I appreciate it though, you know what I'm saying, because it is the Titans Debate League, and even though it's named the Debate League, we do a whole lot of different things. One of those things is try to just give information in different aspects of the information from different people. On Mondays, I have a show called Know the Ledge, where I discuss past philosophical points of view and the arguments that has fueled the philosophical world for millennia. Some of the answers, some of the minds who answered those questions that we look on to, and my philosophical perspective at times, which is only an opinion, as is anybody's philosophical view. Then on Tuesdays, which was last night, Humble.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Nah, Fancy, he didn't cut me off. And if I cut you off while you was talking, uh, Vicar, is because I couldn't hear you and I thought you had stopped talking. But if you're talking about the video that was playing, no, I was saying that's on Tuesdays. We have Humble, which we had that yesterday. Today is Wednesday, and so on Wednesdays we do um, have open panels and different discussions. But tomorrow night, we got to look.
History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives. It's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah. So that's what we got going, man, throughout the week, leading up to things like informative interactions with different minds throughout the community as well as the world. Some you might not have ever heard, some that you've just now started hearing. You can get a hold to. Shout out the Creator Gang. Shout out Humble. Shout out Ben Eaton. Shout out OTK. Shout out Cosmine Cal. I already said the Creator Gang. Daryl Cosmine. Shout out all the Titans and everybody else that's fighting to be enlightened. Remember to watch out for the snakes that's striking, and the dogs that's biting. That's a real good motto that you might have to break down. But like I said, I'm about to go in here and cook a little bit real quick. And so I'll let this entertain y'all for a little bit. And if I have to start another video, I will, but it's 19 people. So we're going to play it out. If I get done fast enough, I should be able to come in and show y'all exactly where Omar challenged me, because y'all see it basically what everybody talking about. They're talking about captivity, slavery, who was forced to do the things that aren't justifiable in some people's point of view. I'm definitely one of those people. I definitely believe that life, why it did takes certain steps and certain phases and processes committed by individual people as well as groups of people with the same ideology. I feel like part of the stigma is due to, like Ben Eaton say, dogma, and as well as the misunderstanding of some of the concepts that people had back in that day when they were explaining these things. And so we continue to push forward with a way of what they say, trying to overstand, since we've understood so much. And now it's off our backs and we're standing over it trying to look at it. And so my man Z1 was getting at them boys early this morning. So till I get back, here's the entertainment. They say it's entertainment. I don't think it's entertainment. If it is, it's informative entertainment, educational entertainment. So, hey, whoever had anything wrong with education, huh? Unless it wasn't the education you wanted to know. But this is education you might not know. I didn't know some of these things, and so this is why the question was put on me, and that's why I'm going to answer it.
But I'll be back. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Have a good day. Omar, you have the floor. I'll mute out, and you gave me so much time. I'm not gonna interrupt you, even if I disagree. And we can agree to disagree. Say that at the end, say your point, and then say, but we can agree to disagree, so that way I don't feel like I got to respond. If you can.
Nah. You already know, A1. You already know this is a good dialogue. No way, shape, form, or fashion. I feel like you trying to come at me and trying to tear me down. So I don't even gotta go there. We is two guys jousting back and forth on what we think the scriptures mean, and that's why I leave it at. You know what I'm saying? I know, yeah. So I don't think we necessarily got to say that. But
and one more cliff note, Omar.
Go ahead,
the reason why I like the Hebrew Israelites and like even you engaging with me in this conversation, because it gives me an opportunity to get this point of view out, to get this interpretation out. I mean, because we can call it that, because you guys have interpreted it one way. I feel like my interpretation is taking it at face value and having removed all apologetics. But I appreciate you. That's why we have people over here. I say every gym needs a good punching bag, and I appreciate you being my punching bag for the night. Because without you, I wouldn't have got to shine. So, that's why if it was a scholar, I would tell him you got to keep a couple pseudos around. We're gonna go back and forth.
Well, you already know. Once I'm intrigued with a certain conversation. I'm not the kind of brother that'll sit here and run away from it or anything like that. I'm gonna address it to my knowledge on things. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, you've given me the platform to do so. So you could think I'm the punching bag right now, but actually I'm the punching bag that's hitting back right now. You know what I'm saying? But no, I enjoy the dialogue. But this is kind of what I want you to notice though, A1. And then after I say this, I'm gonna let GD and Capone go, because it was supposed to be him, and I kind of overspoke a little bit. I'm just gonna be real quick. So the thing is, A1, like I said, nowhere in the scripture says that she agreed or she didn't agree. That's one. Two, when you brought up that Israeli general that's so-called doing a thing, brothers like me, GD and Capone, brothers like Captain Tazariak, we don't agree with the small hats over there. So just because they hijacked our book and our identity, and they're implying those things, in war, like you said, I actually seen some of the footage of the grape scene with the guards on the Palestinian dude, other Palestinian women too, and they're justifying it by scripture. So I highly disagree with that. They're taking something that's not meant for them, hijacking, and then like I said, they're taking they're taking our book and our you are the seed and the children of Israel. You know what I'm saying? A1 brought up something perfect, which he was actually 100% spot on. Of course, by my name, like I said.
And as you can see, this is where I switched the video, but I came in. I've been here for a little bit, and now I'm about to start asking questions because he done piqued my energy, my interest in the gym. A1 and him had been sparring all night, and I didn't know it, so he might have been tired, but this is kind of where I kind of entered in different other aspects in it, the view, and so.
I came up Muslim. I was heavy into Kemet, and then watching the Brother Sa channel, end up seeing Cap. And
shout out Omar. Grew up Muslim, dabbled in Kemet, and now you're Hebrew Israelite. I don't know if you're gonna say anything. That's cool, cause I of course was brought up Christian. Um, I ain't gonna say that I went to any other religion as much as started studying them. Once I let Christianity go, I didn't give nothing else back. I did study them, however. Islam, I studied Hinduism, a few sects of Hinduism, read a few of their texts and things, um, read some of the new uh, Christian theologies, Mormonism, looked into that a little bit, looked into several Christian faiths, including Baptist, Presbyterian, um, the Catholic Church, Methodist, um, Church of Christ, Mount Calvary is a Baptist church, St. Emmanuel Baptist Church. Um, but yeah, I went through a whole bunch of different views after that, just doing my own investigation. Me being in Oklahoma, I didn't have this aspect of the Hebrew Israelites. So this is all kind of new to me. So shout out Omar, because he touched on a kind of a different route. He grew up Muslim. And so I don't know how much he did learn about Christianity also, because I know when Muslims come up, like they don't teach the Christian kids about the Muslims. Well, they didn't when I was coming up. I don't know if the Muslims teach their children about Christianity. So that's a good one that I might get answered one day. But right now we're on the Hebrew Israelites. And so this is Omar, just giving a little bit about his background in religion and theology.
And I channel, like I said, which he was actually 100% spot on. You know, of course, by my name, like I said, I came up Muslim. I was heavy into Kemet, and then watching the brother side channel, end up seeing Cap, and I actually I resented him, and I was I actually talked pretty bad about him. And so I started looking into things of my own. And as I looked and researched as far as my own, my spirit started to bear witness. Now, there's another scripture called the wheat and the tare. So there's something called to sift. So if you out in the fields and you collecting wheat, there's that valuable barley point that's what you want. Now, when you sift through something, is there not going to be a remnant of something that doesn't belong there? Yes. And like I said, we can use that as far as modern day agriculture. If a person sith wheat or a person sith corn, for the most part, the product, the final product that you're looking for is going to be there. But there is going to be that shake, if you want to compare it, like, there is going to be that leftover product, that small leftover remnant that's not supposed to be there. So the thing is, you're not supposed to necessarily dwell on that. You know what I'm saying? Because our duty is to fear the Most High God and keep those commandments. And what you got to do, you have to endure to the end. So nobody is saved and nobody actually knows until the end. But your job is still to, once you come into this truth, is like I said, to fear the Most High God, keep those commandments, and you ain't supposed to, you trace your bloodline as far as you can, and when it stops, don't the scripture, don't search upon endless genealogy and have your mind wrapped up so far to where, I can only go back this far. What about this? What about that? You ain't got to look for endless genealogy. Genealogy, So you have a certain job and a certain due diligence, to keep them laws, statutes, and commandments. Fear God, be a brother unto your brother and your sisters, So there are certain things that we're supposed to do. And guess what? Once that end time comes, once you endure to the end, that's when you're going to get the final answer that you're actually looking for. But you got to endure to the end. If that kind of answer your question, O.L.E.E.
Yeah, it put a little perspective on it. I guess I'd just be worried about, like, and this is just how I have to look at the situation. Like, is there first I gotta ask, is there a law about mixing Hebrew blood with other bloodlines? Now this is where I really start doing my inquiring. Because inquiring minds want to know, right? Because now we got to get real personal. If you're saying this is for me, now I got to get personal about where my life is at right now. And what type of things have to be answered for me to become a Hebrew Israelite. So that's where we get to. And this is where it gets good for me.
Yeah. King David, he fell off his throne because of that. He started going into the ways of people that wasn't of his nation, and that was due to, he took wives of another nation. Now, here's the thing here. Let's say,
hold on, Omar, because that was a good answer. Because my next, and you might be about to jump into it, but I want to make sure I put this into perspective. Which now, with that being said, I was brought up a Christian, so I never knew about the Hebrew Israelites. In my come up, there never really was black girls like me. It was always different race girls like me. Black girls always like, Punch, you like my brother. Like, I was like a brother to, like, and always have been. Like, there's never been like an attraction where a black lady would come up to me and be attracted to me. It's always those. Okay. And so before I even knew about the Hebrew Israelites, I conceived kids with other races. But now that I know about the Hebrew Israelites and what they say about that, how am I supposed to look at my offspring? Now, I think you might have answered it when you said it comes with the heart and the spirit of what you believe in and what you profess. And if you following the laws, then after that, and you did say it comes from the Father. But what about if there's ladies?
I can explain that. I can explain that. I know exactly what you're doing. So, let's put this into context. So let's say that we got a brother, right? We got a brother, and let's say that he had offspring with somebody that's not of his nation. Now, because that's that's still your seed, and the thing is, that child will still get salvation. Now, look at it also from this standpoint. Now, once, because the thing here's the thing about what we call to repent. So the key factor when you repent is not to keep doing something over, making the same mistakes once you come into the truth. Now, you might still make some of those same mistakes, but you can still find repentance, through Hamashiach. But the thing is, you can't just keep making them over and over and over and over and over again, because actually that would be mocking repentance. So the thing is, the Most High is not finna hold you accountable for something that you did not know. The Most High is not going to hold you accountable for mistakes that you've made before you came into the truth. And I heard this before, like when you watch a lot of these videos, people say, oh, look, that's an Israelite. Look at all those tattoos he got. Yeah, I may have these tattoos, but I got these tattoos when I wasn't in the truth. Now, since I came in the truth, will I continue to get tattoos? Absolutely not. So the Most High is not going to judge you or penalize you for something that you did not know before the truth. Now, once you come into the truth and you got some years up in the truth and you build up your study, you build up your resistance. Now, if you keep making those mistakes over and over again, that's like just saying, let's say you come into the truth, you know what you're supposed to do. And then 2, 3, 4 years after coming into the truth, you go out and you sleep with a white woman. Yeah, you're going to be penalized for that. You are absolutely going to be penalized for it because now you don't have an excuse. That's just like a child to say, okay, I know my father gave me these certain rules. My mother gave me these rules, but then there's an exception. Oh, well, I did this, so you never told me not to do this or that. And then the father or the parents say, well, now I'm telling you not to do it again. And if you do it again, I'm going to punish you. Now, I'm not going to punish you this time because you didn't know. But now that you know, I'm expecting you to adhere to this rule/law. If you go out there and do it again, I'm warning you, you go out there and you do it again. Now, I could see coming in, like saying like, okay, smoking a cigarette, a brother knew in the truth, you trying to quit, you quit, and then for some strange reason, you pick up a cigarette, you smoke it. Can you still be forgiven? Yes, but you can't be 3, 4 years up in the truth and you keep still making the same mistakes time and time and time and time and time and over again. Because that's basically saying that, a Mashiach Christ, he gave his life for nothing. That's making a mockery of somebody. That's just like saying, let's say, and it's another example. Let's say you have a brother, right? You have a brother, and you commit a crime, but your brother step up and say, man, I know that's my little brother. Man, you know what? I'm gonna step up and just tell him I did it and I'm gonna serve the time. And then you look at your brother like, man, that's a real good thing to do. And then hold on, and then your brother goes to serve the time that you're supposed to serve. And then a year later, while your brother's serving time for something that you did, a year later, turn around and you go do the same thing that your brother. Hey, y'all, hold on. I'll be back. I gotta take this call. I'll be back.
I can hear his phone. I don't know what happened. Omar, I can't hear you no more. Was you finished? But okay, I see what happened now. He got a phone call. I didn't hear that. My computer go out. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Yo. Can anybody hear me? I don't know if you was finished, Omar, if you can hear me, if you still talking. Everybody can hear me, but I can't hear Omar if he talking. Is Omar talking Asiatic? Is Omar anybody? Oh, Omar dropped off. A1, you there? No, they said they can hear me. Because my next question for...
What's up?
No, I was just making... I didn't know if Omar, his computer must have misfired or something. Because my next question...
Okay, go ahead.
Because my next question to him was...
You heard me?
You say what?
I'm about to take me a nap.
Oh, yeah, you got to... Yeah, handle that.
Okay, then.
Vic, are you still here with me? So this where A1 left. Yeah, we're gonna see if Omar gonna pull back up. So it might go start at the top.
Like it's okay to end it. Like I know you got stuff to take care of.
Starting a new one. Yeah, no, we in the morning. 10 parts. I want to just hear a little bit more about this topic because my next question for Omar was gonna be: what if I married that white woman and loved her dearly now? And then I found out about the Hebrew Israelite religion and I wanted to become a Hebrew Israelite. Is there no way for me to, or do I have to let that family go? Or do I take the kids since they Hebrew Israelites and then they know that their mom is has to go to a different place than them? Oh, he left to answer his phone. That's probably a good question. But yeah, man, I really got a concern about that little part right there because there is no way that the bloodlines of the same species would not, could not, or should not mix. There's like I said, there's things going on. Sometimes it don't matter how much you try to court somebody. Some people might not they go on my back now. Yo.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You dropped.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, I had to drop off, man. I had a real important call that I had to take real quick.
Got you.
Yeah. My phone had ring. I couldn't be on the same thing. I'm on a I'm on a panel through my phone. So I just had to take that call real quick. But we good to go. I kind of forgot where I left off at.
I tell you, you said that we was talking about how what you come to recognition of.
Oh yeah. I remember something. Now.
And my next rebuttal to that, my next question was, what if I'm married to this lady and our kids and stuff, like we happy, but I find out about this. Am I supposed to let that family go? Don't worry.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because even though if that's your woman, she's of another nation, you are not supposed to just throw that woman away. She is still your wife. Now, the only thing is there's certain cultural feast days that she just wouldn't be able to attend, like the Passover. So if she's not a daughter of Israel, she wouldn't be allowed to come to the actual feast day. That's just the thing. Yeah, but
so some of the rituals, some of the main rituals, she just won't be able to attend or come to. So that was
correct. But
that was a nice answer. That was a nice answer from Omar. Dang. My bad.
I had to drop off, man. I had a real important call that I couldn't be.
That was a nice answer. You said, well, I'll let you hear it again. You said that we was talking about how what you come to recognition of.
Oh yeah. I remember something. Now.
And my next rebuttal to that, my next question was, what if I'm married to this lady and our kids and stuff, like we happy, but I find out about this. Am I supposed to let that family go? Don't worry.
No. Absolutely not. Because even though if that's your woman, she's of another nation, you are not supposed to just throw that woman away. She is still your wife. Now, the only thing is there's certain cultural feast days that she just wouldn't be able to attend, like the Passover. So if she's not a daughter of Israel, she wouldn't be allowed to come to the actual feast day.
Which sounds real good. Right there at that moment. And then I had another question after that.
That's just the thing. Yeah, but
so some of the rituals, some of the main rituals, she just won't be able to attend or come to.
Correct. But you are strictly forbidden to just throw that woman away. You cannot do that because that's actually breaking the commandment. You are not supposed to do that. So the thing is, as far as your household, you still maintain your household. You still love that woman. You still protect that woman. If somebody crawled through your window, you still die for that woman. That don't go out the door. That doesn't go out those responsibilities don't go out. It's just that feast days like Passover, she just wouldn't be able to attend. The kids can attend them because they're your seed, but it's just certain things like that she just wouldn't be able to attend.
Right. Now the thing that I would want her to really attend is heaven with me and our kids. Is she what about the end result of what's really supposed to happen to her race?
Well, the thing is, if she's of another race and she has to do servitude, guess what?
It'll be servitude to me.
Well, we don't. I'm not gonna necessarily say heaven because we don't believe in that. We're gonna rebel.
Give me
Yeah.
See, that's why I say because I might have a whole
hold on. You just say what you said again because you just took the words out of my mouth.
I have. That's why I was asking. I might have the wrong misconception about
she's
what's
gonna
supposed
serve
to
you. Listen, she's gonna serve you.
Sounds good. Sounds good, don't it?
She's gonna serve you. So if you know she say you have a house.
Oh, that might work out right there. Then her family, they'll serve me, and I won't have to treat them bad. I can treat them just like I love them.
Because see, this is what people think.
Whoops! People think that you hit them with a good one.
Now listen. Now once the kingdom comes, there is going to be people that's going to be stiff-necked that don't want to serve. So guess what? If you stiff-neck, it said we're gonna go upside their head with a rod of iron. But the thing about it is, you would be able to pick up right where you left off at with your wife, because guess what? That's your wife. So guess what? She's gonna serve you. She's gonna serve you, brother. She wouldn't serve me. She wouldn't serve some other Israelite brother. That wouldn't happen. She's going to specifically serve you in your household.
And then that would make her family. Then I can invite her family in to be, well, since they suffering the same fate, then they can serve with her.
Yes.
So I basically just become the
you would be the master. You would be her, and you would be her and her family's master. And guess what?
I can run it how I want to, though.
Yeah. Well, no. You still have to run it according to law. So you still have to adhere to the law, statutes, and the commandments. You would still have to do that.
I would have to make them suffer and stuff.
No.
Oh, okay.
Because you're gonna run them. So if you want them to suffer, that's up to you. Now, if you don't want them to suffer, that's also up to you. And I would assume, because of questions that you asking me, you wouldn't want them to suffer.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So guess what? So they would be under your hand. If you didn't want them to suffer, they wouldn't have to.
Okay, that was my question.
You know, and guess what? As long as they keep in the law, statutes, and commandments, they won't suffer.
So I don't even have to. I can tell them, don't look at me as your master or nothing. We know what this is here. We know who running it. You know who making it. But I ain't your master. I'm just
yeah. So it's not like every Israelite brother is going to rule with some type of iron fist and just beat the head. See, this is the misconception. The misconception is that just because in the kingdom a person a person that's not of our nation is going to have to serve. It's not like how they did us. So guess what? We not going to feed them to alligators. We not going to hang them and lynch them. We're not gonna take the ones that's hard headed and don't want to do it. We will will crack them over their back with a whip. But guess what? The ones who be like, I don't want to get cracked. Just tell me what I got to do. You want me to go build that wall up? I want you to go build a wall. Cool. I'll go build a wall up. They won't be punished. You kind of get what I'm saying. So the thing is for the people that's hard headed and don't want to submit, yeah, they are going to be punished, and it is going to be a hard servitude. But for those who listen and adhere, it's going to be a very light servitude for them, and guess what? I guarantee they enjoy it. They're going to enjoy it.
You think they'll enjoy the servitude? If I got it jumping like I'm jumping, they all might want to come under servitude with me. Would they be able to come under servitude with me?
Well, not you can't say I want to be nice to all of them, because it specifically says in the scripture not all of them are going to agree with it. So guess what? Some people that want to be hard, there is going to be pushback, and for the ones that want to do pushback, they're not going to have a choice but to serve, or else what? We're going to go upside their head with a rod of iron, crack them upside their damn head, and force them to do it. They're really necessarily ain't going to have a choice, because who in the hell going to want to get their ass beat day in and day out? Nobody wants to really go through that punishment. So at the end of the day, guess what? In the beginning, there is going to be pushback. But once we get in a certain time frame into this time of servitude, guess what? It ain't gonna be no get down and lay down, because they're all gonna be put in a position to do nothing but obey. And guess what? Once a person obeys, it's gonna be beautiful, because guess what? They're gonna be fed. They're gonna be well fed. They're gonna be well clothed. They're gonna be taken care of. So it's not like we gonna put them in chattel slavery to where they gonna be singing, "Oh Lord," or no, beaten. And guess what? You are not good. Listen, you are not gonna be allowed to grape. So just because they forefathers graped us, we ain't see. Like I said, it's gonna be a different form of servitude / slavery, if you want to call it that. Servitude. Bondage. It's not going to be so. It's not going to be as harsh on what they did to us. In the beginning, like I said, in the beginning, yeah, it is going to be tough for those who don't want to listen. For those who are going to be stiff necked. But if you get down and you do what you're told, it's going to be absolute beautiful with you, because it said when God's children are in authority, all the people rejoice. So because we're going to lead, but we're going to lead righteously, they're going to rejoice too. Yeah.
Now, so there go a little more pushback. I know, and believe me, I'm not in any way just trying to. I'm critiquing the view, just in case it starts making sense to me, right? Because if you're telling me that things might be peaceful with the mixed blood that I have in my family now, and my nieces and nephews and those things. I have to start talking about, like I say, what if a group of people is like, because I don't know, maybe everybody of that said race could be kin, just like everybody of our said race is supposed to be kin. And so if one of the Hebrew Israelites have a different mind than me, right? And he don't like them because his uncle, his daddy, and his grandpa all got done dirty in this life or in this way we was living. And he deserves to put the foot on them. But these people are kin to my wife, right? And so they say, well, we want to go with this family who's serving this. And then this Hebrew Israelite don't have anybody to follow him. I miss you. What would you do about that then? Does everybody deserve to have a back to, or does everybody deserve to have servitude? Are all of the Hebrew Israelites, if they make it to heaven, then I guess whatever they do would be okay?
Well, you know, and just to shout out Smashing Idols is correct on a lot of that. I'm seeing you Smashing Idol, and you're absolutely correct too. So there are going to be certain Israelite brothers that's going to want to be harsh to the other nations that's under them. There is that. There is going to be brothers that is going to be harsh to them. But you're still not going to be able to, like I said, there's laws on how to, treat so-called servants and what some people call so-called slave. So you ain't going to be able to, beat somebody to death or unalive them. But if you want to, if you so-called have a flashback of your people getting beat down or something like that, and you want to go out there and take a whip and go across a couple of their backs, you're gonna be allowed to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, to get the full context of your question, I would have to seek counsel and go ask some of the elders to further elaborate on that specific question that you do ask. So I don't have all the intricacies and the little tit for tat notions and all the little intricate pieces on actually how that would work. So I would, just being honest, I would have to go get counsel from some of the elders to be able to elaborate on all the small and teeny tiny intricate, pieces on how that's going to actually work.
Right. And I'm sorry that it might feel like it's tit for tat. These are real questions that I have to have.
No. Those are legitimate questions that you're asking. I'm glad you're asking them.
Yeah, man. Because like I said, I want to know. Because I don't know. Maybe this system might be put in place. Because like I said, I understand the woes of the past and people doing things in power structures. We've been talking about those power structures and how they overlap in all aspects of our life, all the way down to is science racist. It all gets back down to bloodlines when you think about it. For me anyway, from my perspective, it just seems that there's a bloodline that's supposed to be the bloodline that's blessed. They're not benefiting now, they will benefit later. You have to endure the now to the later. Once the later gets here, then it's all gonna switch. But by that time, like I said, life has took course and people have unknowingly done things, did things. One of those things is mating with other races before they knew that they wasn't supposed to. one of these things is that, like I said, when it comes to mating, I can't force myself on no woman. So even if I like a black woman, if a black woman don't like me, and no black woman has ever came, like I ain't never tried to mack a black woman. I ain't never tried to mack a woman in my life. All the women that I ever messed with always done mack me. That I've done that on purpose because I've never wanted to be turned down. That's what I always told myself. I'd never get turned down because I'd never do it. And so that's what my life has always been. And it ain't never, I've had a couple of black girlfriends. I didn't have kids by them. But for the most part, it's always another race that has liked me. My brothers. Like, it ain't like we choose. I've never just chose the person I'm going to be with because of their race or what they are, how melanated they are or not. It's always been, if you like me and I like you, then that's how I was brought up, that it was supposed to be. I knew it was problems, and people didn't agree with it, but that's just people's personal biases for whatever reasons they are. But then I come to a realization of religion and spirituality and different views that I wasn't brought up in. I was brought up Christianity, and so I had to start looking at these and seeing things. The Hebrew Israelites claim to be the people that I'm the stock of. But by the time that I figured this out, I done already made it with white woman, done married one, got kids, my brothers and them have and stuff. And so where do we go here once we start looking at the whole aspect of the thing? It's said that these people don't have nothing good coming. If I wasn't supposed to mate with them from the first, do I just stop all that love and come over? If no, and then you say that no, then it'll be some way that
it does go back to what I said. You don't stop loving that person. You don't stop caring about them. You don't stop providing for that person. Life goes on, but just don't make that mistake again. And then after you come into that truth, hold on. And then after,
look at the screen while you're talking. Look at the screen while you're talking too.
Oh, good scripture. Good scripture. So I can elaborate on that. So this is a scripture referring to the beginning of it. So this scripture doesn't dictate once the kingdom is set and we had 144,000, which is going to be the governing body. This scripture is not saying that this is going to happen for an eternity once the 144,000 come into place. This is a scripture referring to once the shit hits the fan. So guess what? Because we got punished as a nation. Did not our little babies get fed to alligators? Did not our little babies get kidnapped and moved from plantation to plantation? Did not our babies get ripped off the mother's tit when the baby was a suckling and never saw its mother or father again? Yes. So this is something that's gonna actually happen. I mean, you would just have to pray to the Most High God that it doesn't happen, to maybe a youngling or some white person that has a baby or a suckling that it don't happen to them. But this is absolutely gonna happen. This is absolutely gonna happen. This is absolutely gonna happen. And like I said, to me. This is hold on. This is the thing here. No matter if you believe in being an Israelite, there's something that hold on. So even if we look at all other cultures, what goes around comes around. What about the yin and the yang? So these are concepts that the majority of people understand. You can't take a group of people for 400, 500 years, and then even before that, beat the hell out of them, feed their kids to alligators, unalive them, do cruel things to a whole people, and expect the person that you call the Most High or your God not to have retribution. I want to see it, because guess what? Any slave that came across on that ship, I guarantee if some people want to call, if you want to channel into your ancestors and ask them, would it be righteous? Because, I love them, and I know I got a certain love for these people that, just because they fed our babies to alligators and they unalived our babies and they did all these cruel things, I don't, I do want to have, I don't want it to happen to them. That to me, that would be spitting in the face of our ancestors that had to go through that. And I think that they would say, well, guess what? What goes around comes around, yin and yang. And what's the other one? For every action is an equal or opposite reaction. So it even goes into science. Some people want to call science. It even goes into that.
Well, all I gotta say, and that's why I say, and this where it ends for me, because I go against God for my children.
No. This won't happen. Listen, this wouldn't happen to your children. This right here wouldn't happen to your children.
But it ain't just my child; it's her child too. They're her children too, and she is part of that curse right there.
So are you saying that, like, if it was a child? So let's use this for an example. Let's say if you married a white woman, before you married her, she was married to a white man. She had kids with that white man, to where some of her kids may be pure of that race. Now, this scripture, this won't happen to your kids, but the kids that she did have with that white man that's pure of that race, this is a possibility that this could happen to them. This is a possibility.
Now my children ain't happy. Now my children look at their brothers and sisters and like, dang.
Well, I mean, this is a harsh reality of this is just it is a harsh reality. It is.
Shit, it's, to me, it's just that's why I say, once you start asking the questions I'm asking, it just becomes a lot of special pleading for different people who gonna be, but still, and yet still, it's always gonna tie back to how people feeling about what's going on. Like I say, I can ask questions for days, and I don't like asking the questions, because the questions only make.
So I get what you're saying, O.L.E. So let me ask you a question. So are you telling me? So are you telling me that there should be no retribution in blood that's going to be paid? We should just forget about it, let it go, let everybody in, and there should be no retribution for probably the hundreds of millions of innocent people that had to pay with their lives. But we should just let everything go and just move forward with this new kingdom under the Most High God, and there should be no retribution at all. We should just let everything go and be friendly.
Well, Omar, retribution to me then, in this sense, has no face, because the retribution, if you really want it, is going to cause probably more harm than what was caused first. Now, do people deserve to be, if there's a way that those people who actually did it could be punished and the people who didn't participate in it, because when they came into time, they seen that it was illogical and incoherent to be doing those things. They even look at their ancestors like, dang, why they doing like that? We didn't have to do that. But yet and still we have to make them, because like I said, where I am right now in life didn't come because I was trying to mate with another race or nothing like that. This just came from growing up in the society that I grew up in. And now to know about a religion that says that I'm the righteous blood of God and I should be doing these things. Like I said, it gets incoherent right here. This is where the special plea is.
So I got another I got another question for you. So let's look. See, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at it from your lens. So I'm sure you believe if a person commit a crime, that person just shouldn't be allowed to go without any kind of punishment or repercussions. I'm sure we agree with that, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. The individual person.
So, in your eyes, what is the punishment or repercussion that they should suffer?
Say that one more time. What should that individual person suffer?
Listen. If a crime or an atrocity happens to a group of people as a whole, and you know what I'm talking about, being unalive, harsh punishments, harsh conditions, and because we believe in justice, we believe that no crime or atrocity should go unpunished, or there shouldn't be a repercussion for committing the crime or the atrocity. Because you don't agree with dashing the heads, this scripture here, I'm asking you, what should be the punishment that should be ditched out there? According to O.L.E.E. No, you have to come up with a sufficient punishment or repercussion. So because you don't agree with this at the bottom, because you don't agree with that, I want to hear O.L.E.E. What is the punishment or repercussion that should be dished out?
Omar, I don't believe that I can answer that question, because when you say punishment, I don't say that the people today that's alive should be punished for the things that their ancestors did. Now, is there a way that...
Hold on now, O.L.E.E. Hold on. Now, for our little babies, did they do anything wrong? And I know you're gonna say the answer is no. So guess what? Was our little babies held accountable and punished in harsh ways? See,
that's why I say in those people. Is there a way? Is there a way?
We have to look, and we have to analyze these things.
Well, then analyze this. Then, Omar,
you basically saying that they should go unpunished.
Omar, analyze this, brother. Omar. Is there a way that your God could punish that person individually who was doing it, who killed the baby?
No, because we didn't get punished individually. Hold on. Did our people get punished individually, or did we get punished as a whole?
They were the individual.
No. Answer my question.
The individual. I said yes. The individual person.
Hold on. Listen, yes. Oli. When it was our people getting punished, did they say, "Oh, now that's gonna be a good baby, and that's such a cute baby"? You know what? Pull that baby. Don't throw that baby in the alligator mouth. No. They didn't do that. We got punished as a whole. We got punished as a nation.
Omar, I'm gonna ask you one more time. The person that did that, the individual person who was making them choices to kill that baby, can your God punish just that person?
No, they have to pay as a nation. Because we had to hold on. We got put. Hold on. Did we not get punished as a nation?
It was some of those people that was in that nation who didn't have
hold on. I got a better question.
Everybody didn't die.
Let's flip the question. Let's flip the question. Let's flip the question. Let's flip the question.
Stop trying to burden shift.
Did we get O.L.E.E, did we get judged on an individual level, or did we get punished as a whole?
Individual level and a whole.
He correct.
How you look at it.
Listen. I'm gonna give you the benefit. I'm gonna give you the benefit. I'm gonna give. Go ahead, Salaki. Go ahead.
Ask a couple of questions. I ain't got. Hold on. Let me.
You answered all of them.
Yeah, you're right. I just let him pivot like that. You're right. You can't, Omar. I'm not gonna let you
pivoting.
Not answer this question. Can your Almighty God? Because to me, it would seem that even today, when someone does something, we try to punish just that person. If there's a group of them, we'll punish that group of people, but it's just going to be those individuals who are part of it. And it seems to me that God, the God that you're talking about, that's able to do all of this, is powerful enough to say, yeah, these people lived with them people, but they wasn't part of it. And these people had kids, and when they kids grew up, they kids didn't agree with what their ancestors did, even though they was in the walk of life. And I know that God should have the power to punish each individual that did the wrong. There is no logical explanation or reason for me to assume that God couldn't do that and shouldn't do that. Then people gonna tell me that now I'm trying to be in the mind of God and stuff. No, because I took it away. I told you I philosophize when I talk about stuff, because this seems to be the only way you can get to a logical answer without any bias. And the bias is this: everybody shouldn't be punished for what somebody did that they had nothing to do with. Everybody shouldn't benefit from a system.
What about if they reap? What about if they reap the benefits of it?
Then that is that their fault? Should we try to come across a way that we can be paid back once we understand what happened? Yes. Do we have to kill them and put them and make them slaves and stuff? No.
So what's the punishment then, brother? I keep asking you.
Why does there have to be a punishment? Why does there have to be a punishment? If there's punishment, the punishment should be for the people who did it.
It's called justice.
Then the justice should be against the people who did it. You don't believe in justice. The justice should be against the people who did it. That's the ultimate justice.
Believe in justice.
The ultimate justice is to get the people who did it.
Guess what?
The ultimate justice is to get the people who did it.
Listen, check this out. The person who commits the atrocity, listen, you got a man, he goes into a house, slaughters everybody in the house, takes the house for his own. And now the man who actually committed the crime, he's gone. But guess what? His kids is in that house. His kids have benefited from business, inherited wealth, inherited money. Living off the atrocity that their ancestor committed, and you telling me that they shouldn't face repercussions either? That we should just forget that? So we should just forget that, huh? We should just forget that, right?
That's not
brother.
What I said,
come on,
that's not what I said. Omar. Okay, I'm trying to come. Can you let me talk for a second now?
What is the formula? What is the formula to the punishment that should be adhered?
I told you I don't.
What
agree
is that
with
formula?
Punishment because
what does it look like?
The punishment.
What does the justice look like?
God, if I'm looking at it,
okay, justice. Let's use a different word. What does justice look like?
I'm trying to tell you what justice looks like. Justice looks like the person who did something should be punished, not anybody else. That's what justice looks like. And God should be able to do that. You saying he shouldn't. That's absurd. That's fucking absurd.
I understand your frustration, Oli. I do understand it. So I'm not acting like. This is what I want to do. I'm not acting like what you saying isn't logical. I'm not acting like what you're saying as far as your lens, how you're looking at it to be unfair. I understand it. And the reason I understand it, I would take it that you probably have biracial kids or any other brother with biracial kids, black daddy, white mother. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and run with that. So the thing is, Oli, I understand your frustration. I understand where you looking at it not to be fair. But like I said, we had to pay as a nation. We did. We paid as a nation.
Hey, brother, can I say something after you?
Yeah. You next. My bad. I didn't even get to smash. Well, welcome to the stage. Well, Omar.
But no, I just wanted to say that. So now, Oli. So since now, because you deal with onlyism and things like that, I want you. I got a task for you. I want you to write out a formula for retribution for a 500-year period of people that has been downtrodden, put in slavery, unalived, kids ripped from them. I want you to make a formula for retribution and justice that you think would suffice to be a proper punishment or repercussion, knowing that these people have built institutions, have redlined us, built institutions, and built wealth off of the slaves of our backs over a certain amount of centuries. I want you to come up with a formula for retribution that you would fit, and a punishment that you would feel fit that should be handed over to them. You muted out, Oli. You muted out.
Oh, my bad. I'm gonna do you something better than that. I'm gonna show you how to reinstate the dignity of a people, because that's all that's been taken. And I'm gonna give you something so grand that I don't mind if you come over here and start helping me push onlyism, because it's gonna be out of this. In fact, I have the formula already. I have to go in my files and find it. And I will show you that you don't have to hurt anybody for anybody to be reinstated with their dignity. What's up, Smash Idol? Go ahead and get with us.
Hey, for sure. Shalom, Yahweh Ka, Yahweh alone. All right, so I wanted to say this. Omar wasn't completely wrong about the servant thing, but I do want to clear up something. People need to understand two things. One, if you are a person, period, that believe in like the concept of like you reap what you sow, or karma what goes around come around, you know what I mean? Then we have to, philosophically realize that when the end of this empire becomes such, there has to be another empire that was predominantly probably the underdog of the whole world, they would have a chance. But what people fail to realize is, I believe the big confusion is in between this skin color, where people have adapted into a nation specifies your skin color. And I'm not saying that as in like you could find a white Israelite in it. That is true, but we're talking about genetics as well. When we look actually through the scriptures and we see the patterns of what's going on, there are always examples of who, according to like their father's lineage or whatever, was stated not to mix with certain people, not to do things with certain people. And there is a lineage that fits that when it comes to our people. But this is the thing. Not that I'm, because to be totally honest with you, I personally am a like pro-Israelite type thing, you know what I mean? Pro the nation of Yasharal type thing. Anybody else got to fall in the back. That's totally true. But when we look into the scriptures like Nehemiah and Ezra, you know what I mean? We see the disobedience and basically the reference of, I'm going to do what I want. This is my kids, my family. Not understanding that there's been a plethora of examples where the Most High allowed people to be with other nations, but this was the thing. They were obedient to what the path was. So when we look at like even Ezekiel, right? Some people might look at that and say, well, you see this right here, Ezekiel 47. It say that we gonna be begetting children of, of strangers. I want to set something straight. Just because you see a white skin does not mean that they are Edom. And predominantly, to be honest with you, the reason why all of this occurs like that is because the narrative within the Black Hebrew Israelite community is Esau is a white man. Now, it's a big plethora of reasons why people are correct when they say that, but people need to understand what you see as a white man now, what you think is Edom. Most of them aren't Edom. They're actually Japhetic people mixed with Edom, which would also basically show that they are imperfect in seed in as far as genetic wise. But there comes a time where people need to realize that just as Japheth, Japheth, Shem, and Ham were all melanated men. Once they went certain regions, you got Ham, he given the hot lands, Shem given the hot and the cold, and then Japheth given the cold lands. With that being said, everybody knows the natural organism of creation is brown, dark, black, whatever people want, the dirt, the color of the dirt. So with that being said, it's known and documented, that Japheth himself was dark-skinned person as well. But as he was given those cold climates over, I don't want to put a number on it, we could say thousands of years or whatever. They were not all of them, only a slight a slight percentage of people were starting to natural selection. That's what they call it, go into lighter forms. And with that, we need to understand you still got thousands of years of these people still, or hundreds of years still doing what they're doing and evolving into these other skin forms, but it's only a sector of people, right? And then within the 50 to the 80 AD centuries, you can specifically see that these pale Greek people are ruling, which are Japheth, but they give a seat to someone that seems to be actually basically looking like them, and that is Edom. Not saying that all Edomites are white, but there is a sector and a predominant ruling of people that are. So we need to realize that some of the people, which might be majority or could be less, I'm not Yahweh, I don't know, but these people that are of the other nations that are inside this realm here that are actually ruling, like what we call white and shit. Some people, some of them we look at as Mexican and brown and all these, they are Edomites as well. So the only reason why this thing about some, a nation of people only desiring to be within them own self, it's only because the safety of, having your genetics and your seed actually, manifested into purity. But now I'm gonna say one more thing, and I know I've been talking for a long time, but I'm gonna say this, I'm out of here. When it comes to mixed people, right? Your father is the bloodline of you, right? And when we look at those scriptures where there are other people that have other nations of wives, so their kids are so-called mamzers or whatever, we have to look at the ability, what they had. They had the ability to test the Most High and say, okay, I understand his law. I understand what he's saying. Let me go and make my dues. But instead, they didn't look at other things that happened in scripture. They just said, well, I'm leaving. There were actually Israelites that had mixed children and just was like, I'm leaving. And I understand why. But the thing is, if you know that they're supposed to be following just like you, then you put that into the hands of the Most High. And the only reason why I brought that up, because the brother Ali had brought up a scenario, where he has mixed children, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. But you need to understand, just because you got a mixed child and she might be white, that doesn't mean she's an Edomite. They could be Japheth. Japheth was actually prophesied to dwell within the tents of Shem. Just so happened Esau did the vice versa, and he dwelled within the tents of Japheth. You know what I mean? But with that being said, I'm gonna be done. Enough preaching. Peace.
No, I ain't no preaching smash. We get on here and we give our views and how we see things, because it makes people just put things into perspective. When you put it into that perspective, then I guess that's one of the tracks that we'd have to take, find out exactly who's Edom. That's why I say just be hard. And me, myself, I would just have to say right now, so we can jump on to something else, that I just would have to disagree with it, because like I said, I'd go to war for my kids and the well-being of them, even if it causes me to have to go to hell or whatever, because it just isn't justice to me, especially when you unknowingly fall in love or create a viable life for you, your kids, and your family, your wife, your mate. I know that there's also, like I said, it ain't that I don't have black kids. I don't. But like, I didn't have kids with a black woman, because like I said, coming up, and y'all know how courting and things go, it was just always a different race that was attracted to me. I know some black women who are the same thing. They have white husbands and stuff. And these kids and those offsprings and stuff become a different sight when you start looking at who's entitled to retribution, or who's supposed to. And then you say, like, it never made sense to me why the single person within Adam and Eve, even the Adam and Eve story, why it couldn't have just been them. But I understand if he would have fixed it then we wouldn't have the story that we have now. And I would never special plead for something and say, well, that's just the way it is, and have my mind set on that, because in the end, it's about who's going to be comfortable, or how comfortable you are now with the people that you are with, in your family, in your crew, in your community, in your state, in your nation, in your and atrocities have been committed. If God can make anybody suffer, he should only justifiably make the people who did it suffer. The individual groups with the individual person, like an actual person who said, I'm gonna kill you, you going, I'm gonna whoop your back. God can single out each and every one of them. And to say that he's not gonna do that, and that my kids might have to suffer, or that their mama might have to suffer, and they won't be happy, and that means my kids ain't. Yeah, man, that's where I disagree, and then I'll leave that at that.
But I wanted to say, but can I say this real fast? But you're correct though. Once again, we are gonna be, me and you, Ali, when we talk, I'm gonna be dismantling doctrines. So what I mean, maybe people can have a better understanding. Let's get into, this is the thing. People, because of the Western system, have made it about a belief or a religion, or or a race, you know, but that's not the thing that it's about. When you actually look at the scriptures, there's a genetic thing going on here. And I'm gonna be honest, personally, I don't speak on it like that, you know what I mean? Because there's definitely gonna be Hebrew Israelites that's gonna get triggered. But when I look into the story of Adam and Eve, I don't see some snake with a tree and some apples and oranges and all that tricking her. I see another nation of people communicating with another nation of people about ancient stuff like snake worshiping and other things. I mean, and anybody that's into archaeology, you can look up the what is it? Golki Tepe, G-O-E. It's in my head. I can't spell it, but it's in my head. I mean, I can't say it, but it's in my head. G-O-E-K-I.
Go Bekle Tepe.
Yes, that. And that is that is seemed to be predated before or around the time where it's the Adamic period. So that shows right there that there could have been before a whole thing of what this Adam, because once again, we're realizing that every religion or every tradition, they have their own text. They have their own aspect of way of life and how things happen. But when we look into even, I mean, you can go the eons later, Josephus himself states, even though he was a traitor, he stated himself that the Greek and the Roman Empire, they came to pull up on the people in Jerusalem and to tell them about their race and how they felt about they were known for people not to mix with other nations. You know, and I'm looking at the scriptures and it seems like to me that there's some type of genetic seed, or either it's a genetic seed or spiritual like doctrine seed, but I would just point to genetics, you know what I mean, that's showing like there is a specific seed that the Most High is wanting, that he been established, but man has seemed still to go beyond the boundaries. You know what I mean? And then when you get this person that has infiltrated themselves within many nations, there's not a person on this earth, no matter what nation it is, no matter what country, that don't have a so-called Edomite there in the surface looking like them, while the real Edomite is his whole complexion is in the scripture, but it's not a base around the whole people. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't even take that when people come with this cultish thing like, we gonna beat y'all, we gonna beat them and this and this and it. We don't know that. We don't know who. Our only thing we can know is one thing for a fact, according to the scriptures, Esau hate the Most High. He don't speak his name. He converts his name. He goes everything against it. You know what I mean? So if you had a wife that was comfortable with your lifestyle now, and then you start to see certain things and aspects in the Torah, and you start to, and you like, yeah, okay, this, and this, she agreed to it. That show you right there, she don't even have that same genetic form. Like when you actually go into Genesis to Malachi, you start to see how much of a DNA form is actually being embedded from Cain, Seth, all of them. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So because I can tell that this is a heated conversation, and that's why Omar's been specific. I never personally, I never mentioned a color. I mentioned I mentioned bloodlines, and I mentioned going through the seed of the father. So I've been very specific because guess what? The Smashing Idol was right. There's a possibility that maybe she is an Israelite through the blood. I'm not saying that person is or not, but what I'm telling you, brother O.L.E., based upon what you told me, I'm pretty sure, based upon off the information that you given me, that you and your family is going to be A-okay, brother. I do feel that in my heart. So
I want to clear up something.
I do want to say that, brother.
I want to clear up something real fast, Omar.
Thank you, Omar.
You know, because my word is everything. I in no way, shape, or form spoke or said that she could be an Israelite. What I said was, it doesn't mean she has to be Edom, or in that fact, any of the nations that are supposed to be actually judged, because people need to realize not every single nation. It's what 60, 70, 80 nations. I think 70. You know what I mean? Not every nation in the scriptures is spoken to be destroyed. There are specific ones because of the things that they did to the diaspora. You know what I mean? And if people will understand that, then they would know who the enemy is. They would know what to stay away from. You know what I mean? There's literally, like, sometimes I ain't vouching for everybody, but that white dude in the hood that he claimed, he tell you so much how he don't like them people that look just like him. It could just be genetics that you looking at him. He like, man, he got like the structure. You know what I mean? It possibly he has genetics in him. But all I'm saying is, besides spiritual things, there's also a genetic form that the Most High, you know what I mean, is critiqued about. And just because they white don't mean that they're Esau. And just because they're white doesn't mean that they won't be in the kingdom. You know what I mean? It just, I don't even like saying kingdom.
No. So smash your idol. I agree. But if you notice, and particularly to what I said, listen, at the end of the day, I'm not finna dwell on that. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna, like I said, fear the Most High God, keep the commandments, and endure to the end. Because guess what? It's a possibility I could be up on that chopping block too. And I'm not throwing that away. So what I'm going to continue to do, I'm going to continue to be obedient and do my best, and I'm going to endure to the end. Because like I said, my place ain't solidified until I make it to the end, and then I'll know. That's also what I'm saying too, brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to turn this into a religious thing, so I'm gonna let them have their thing. You know what I mean? I just wanted to bring my little part in there.
For sure. I get what you're saying, but I didn't want to make it seem like, you know.
OTK, come up here. Don't speak to me,
we need
OTK.
OTK up here. But no, I just wanted to be direct with. I just wanted to be direct with my brother O.L.E. You know what I'm saying? Telling him, you know what I'm saying? My job is not to judge or anything like that. My job is still to love that brother, you know what I'm saying? And not to put his family down. Love my brother like I love myself, to love his family like I love myself. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, based upon what he's telling me, he's in the clear. And I truly believe that in my heart. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Thank you, Omar. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the conversation we had. Just nice dialogue. And like I say, everybody has views that touch on points that need to be touched on. My view isn't everybody's. Omar's view isn't everybody's. And we all just trying to figure it out. That's why I love these conversations. Smashing Idol came up. Vicar ain't came back yet. He ain't talked to her. He ain't said nothing. Vicar, you there? Vicar might not be there then. OTK, they requesting you to the stage.
I know, I was just shouting bro out, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. But yeah, Smash, thank you for coming up, man. So you are doing all right today?
Yeah, honey, for sure, bro. I'm chilling. I just listen to y'all conversation. It's crazy because I don't know why, I must have had bad Wi-Fi or something, but y'all had cut off my phone, so I thought y'all ended it. And then I wanted to go back on YouTube. I see y'all. The moment I pressed that mug, I heard Omar saying servitude. I'm like, what the hell is they on?
A1 had asked O.L.E.E to cut the stream because I think it went over the time, like over 10 or 12 hours or something like that. So what A1 did, it didn't cut us off that was on the panel. For everybody that was in the chat, it cut y'all off because he had to restart the stream. So that's why I did that.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you wasn't on the actual panel, because they ended the stream, it automatically kicks you out the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Honey.
O.L.E.E, he did that ask O.L.E.E to start a new one.
For sure. Yeah, you know what I mean? So one thing I want to clear up is don't let nobody trick you people into thinking like it's based on like this color thing, because it's not color, it's genetics that's based off of. You got people that are, you know, of Japhetic descent, you know, Hamitic descent, that they have they might have different phenotypes, but they got the same genetics in a way. You know what I mean? You look at people up the colder parts of Africa, they get lighter. Same thing with the dark ones. You know what I mean? They stay dark. So I wouldn't be too much flamed in that. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like the New Testament at all. But there's one thing that it said though that make me feel like they put that there for a gem to other people. And it's when they talk about, when they say those that are led by the Spirit of God is the sons of God. Even though, once again, I don't take, you'll never hear me probably bring that up ever again. But when we talk about this topic, that's how I see it as far as people that want to cleave to the house of Yasharal. Some people, they might not know that they're Yasharal, but they wind up claiming that they're cleavers, you know, and then they have a specific spot. So I wouldn't allow people to interpret scripture for you and say, you see, all of these camps and all of these doctrines say this. I would just get to the source myself and go to the language, you know what I mean, to see what's the specifics. We'll go and see, okay, this time frame, this seemed to happen, and this wasn't right. So another seed was born, this happened, and you know what I mean? Keep it going.
Yeah. What y'all I know y'all Hebrews. What y'all think about the book of Hebrews in the New Testament? I've been wanting to go over that again and refresh my memory on what I don't know whose epistle was Hebrews. I got to go back through there and see who actually wrote it.
Now, you said the wrong word. You said Hebrews. You do know Ishmael was a Hebrew, right? Edom is a Hebrew. There's many Hebrews. They come from the line of Shem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's another gaslight, a COINTELPRO thing that you hear. And then they put the book of Hebrews in the New Testament, but it say it's a Greek book. You know what I mean? I make it make sense.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. Let's talk about it. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you already know you already know my opinion. I already just told you. I don't believe.
Can you expound a little bit more though, so we can? Because like I don't know. Let me see. I need to read it again. I'm probably gonna.
I'm trying to get away from you
because do you know who wrote this epistle? It ain't on here.
Oh damn, my bad. I'm on mute.
Do you know who wrote Hebrew? Was this one of Paul's epistles?
I think I think he wrote Paul too. You gotta ask Omar and no, I don't think Vicar. Yeah, no, you gotta ask Omar because he more in pound with the Paul stuff. But I think he did. I think he wrote majority of the New Testament, to be honest.
Okay.
Hey, but no, look, wait, I already see the gaslight. You're not finna get me and this brother started. We
No, I'm not, don't do that. I wanted to talk to y'all about. I got my Bible right here. I wanted to talk to y'all about the book of Hebrews and just what y'all thought about it. Like, because if Paul wrote this to a church that consisted of Hebrews or a community of Hebrews. Do we agree on that? Because most of the books in the New Testament, especially the letters to the churches, are just that, right? Letters to churches, different communities of churches. And he was writing the epistles to these different churches: Romans, Corinthians, Acts. Philemon got a book, but Colossians, you know what I'm saying? These was different churches. And within these people that was believing in Jesus Christ, you still had factions. And so in the epistles, it's trying to get everybody together and tell them that it don't matter who you with or nothing. Each church should still be worshiping Jesus, and Jesus should be the main head of what you worship. And so the Hebrews when I see that, I believe that he's writing a letter to the Hebrews, which would be the Hebrew Israelites. Is that how y'all look at Hebrews?
You gotta ask Omar. You already know I don't believe in that dumbass book.
No, you don't believe in none of the New Testament, huh?
Yes, Smashing Idol was an Old Testament. He's an Old Testament brother.
Matter of fact, I think you only go to Malachi. Ain't that what you said?
You can go to Malachi, and it's gonna tell you he don't change, and then you really gonna have a problem, because then you gonna go. After that, you got to go to the New Testament to make anything else make sense.
And that's why you stop at Malachi, right? That's you told me that the other day, I believe. So Omar didn't like you said, then you got to talk to me about that. What you think about is Hebrews to the Hebrews?
Well, here's the thing. The whole biblical story is to the Israelites and only to the Israelites. Because
the Old Testament or the New Testament or the whole
both. Okay. Both.
So when he's writing to these other churches, he's writing to the Hebrews within those communities.
Correct, but because remember, the Israelites were scattered. It specifically tells you that in the scripture, the Israelites were scattered across the four corners. The Israelites were scattered into just about damn near all nations.
Right. So okay. Well, I'm gonna let you finish your thought. You might have been finished.
No. Go ahead, brother. No, I'll finish my thought.
With that being said, all nations, the four corners, that would be each and every nation, even still right now today, should have Hebrews.
Yeah, I agree. This is what I want to tell you. I'm not speaking. So even when you hear brothers like Tazariak and me, how we talk about, okay, stinking Africans, there is a remnant of Israel that is still in Africa right now. There's a remnant of Israelites still in Asia right now. There's a remnant of Israelites still in Europe right now.
They took us everywhere. Or they took them everywhere.
Yeah. We
that's what it says.
Damn near every nation had us in servitude.
Hold on, Omar. Let me finish this one off real fast, right? Because I already know. I believe I know where we're going. You need to understand, every person that was in West Africa that claim that they are part of the Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26 diaspora. Every person that came out of there weren't the whole 12 tribes of Israel. When you go back through timelines in the history, like maybe the papyrus, the Elephantine papyrus, or you look back at that 33, what is that, 333 BC, the Issus battle and stuff like that. You'll see that at certain times where they got attacked and then they winded up, a remnant of them would go and scatter off to one side and then other side. So when you get into West Africa, most of the Mendinka, the Mali, you know, people of the Gold Coast, even Timbuktu, even though it's on the whole other side, those are Israelite people that had ran from exile and other nations way before they even got caught in West Africa. So that's why it was so easy for, by the time 70 AD-ish, you know, we dealing with Western timeline, so we don't know their little actual thing, but they're just giving their little aspect of it. We know by that time, only a small remnant of the house of Yahweh or Judah, you know, the northern kingdom, or my bad, were actually in that land.
No, the southern kingdom.
Southern kingdom.
Judah,
Yes, right. Yes.
Judah was in the southern kingdom.
Yeah. I didn't say something. I think my mic cut off. Yeah, the southern kingdom. You know what I mean? They were inside that land. So when you get to that part right there, they already scattered. They already scattered in other lands, and not to mention the northern kingdom. Hundreds and maybe even hundreds of years before that, they already went into the Assyrian. That's why when you go and read your biblical lexicon text, you see the Assyrian script in there, because that is the script that it's dated through history that the Jews acquired. I mean, they adapted and they dropped their native language.
Got you. We got a question from the chat. Said, does not the four corners refer to the Levant as stated? That's probably stated in Numbers 34. I don't know too much about that. Omar or Smash, y'all want to take that?
Hold on, let me go to the comment. I don't even. What's about some? Yeah, go ahead. You get some. Let's say, does not the four corners refer to the Levant as stated in Numbers 34? There's Israelites right now in the Levant. You cut down, EJ. You literally cut down. You can go to, what was that, like after 1960 or something like that, when Ben Amin did all of them people, they little idolaters, but they decided they wanted to go up into Israel. And over there by the Levant and the Des Moines, all of that. So you just cut your own self. You just a person that don't understand. I see you over there on Rage's Tomato running your mouth and stuff. You don't never know what you're talking about. Holla. I told y'all, I'm not the dude.
I don't know. Was he asking a question, or you think he was stating that it's?
No, he was trying to be funny. You gotta be very analytical with these people.
I got you. Well, looking at the question, I seriously want
to answer him too. I want to answer this dude.
I want to know the question. That's a good question.
So
please, thank you.
So what EJ 300K, what he got to understand is there's 12 tribes. Now, after, I think it was either after the Babylonian or it was either after the Babylonian or the Assyrian captivity. A lot of the northern tribes, because remember, Israel was split. A lot of them went into the Babylonian and the Assyrian captivity. I forgot after which one, but they went into the land of Azareth. It was which we call, which I don't know about Smash Idol, but as far as what we would call nowadays America. So it wasn't specifically talking about the Levant, because Reuben, Simeon, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Ephraim, and Manasseh went over into the land of Azareth that they said, which was way across the sea, which we call, as far as the kind of Israelite brother I am, which we would call nowadays North America, Central America, South America. They went. So that was after I said, like I said, I forgot, it was either the Assyrian or the Babylonian captivity. So that's considered as a corner too. So it just doesn't refer to the Levant, brother. So that little face with the emoji with the dude looking up with his hand on his chin. You I mean, I don't know if you was trying to be facetious, but like the brother Smash Your Idol said, you try again, brother.
Yeah, try again. Hey, look, I'm about to slaughter him. Yeah, I told y'all. I'm telling y'all, bro. Hey, listen, man. Y'all better buckle up, bro. Hey, look, check this out. So, just to even cut him even more, right? Now, most people don't even realize 70 AD or the pronounced, I should say, the pronounced 70 CE or whatever, 68 CE or all of that, from whatever time frame they want to start to the migration of the Israelites in the West Africa part, especially the Gold Coast area. That was hundreds and thousands, maybe even thousands of years after these people already took over. Stating, showing right there, the people that had infiltrated into the Greek system that had already, after at least, we're gonna give a rough estimate of, maybe 10 to 30,000 years, some of them had migrated with. When we're talking about Kittim, I know you know who Kittim is, and I know you know who Kittim, who is Rome, and then you have Javan, who is the father of the Greeks, right? Those people themselves already came into the northern atmosphere, not mixing, but that natural selection stuff basically going on, until the point where you got Greek pale people, and then out of nowhere after 70 AD, when you go and read, if this for all you people that's saying that Esau is some black dude holding the strings in the back, right? If that's the case, then how? Yesharia, Shakwa Bakwasha. So, hold on.
Take your time. Take your time.
My bad. Yeah, my daughter. My bad. She's just throwing me off. Jeez, girl. So basically, long story short, these Greeks and all of those people that you wind up seeing through history that wind up running the Levant, just like that's just stated as in Numbers 24 and 24, right? Those are the same people that winds up coming over, dwelling in the tents of Shem. They take over the tents of Shem, and then they go and allow this Edomite, who is King Herod. So y'all got to realize, they're speaking on, when they talk about the New Testament and King Herod, he has to line up and be after your JC in order for him to be real, unless this guy was there and it stated in history that Herod the Idumean was given rulership over the land of Judea. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I forgot the whole, I forgot, bro. She threw me off, my bad.
No, you good, brother. You good. But yeah, though, I don't mind more questions. I can have a good conversation with my Israelite brother. Even if he is an Old Testament brother, I still respect it. I still hold value and weight, to my belief. And if he holds value and weight, to Old Testament, I'm not gonna put the brother down, to be disrespectful to the brother. We still share a lot in common, though. We still share, a lot in common, even though we may have some discrepancies as far as Bible, but I can tell he's a good brother to where we can duke it out and discuss it without slandering or without cussing each other out and calling each other dummies or whatever. it always
for
in the
sure,
chat.
but I don't like your idol though. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And that's cool. That's cool. You know, I got thick skin, brother. So you know, I don't. You know, I take that criticism with a grain of salt. You know, I got thick skin over here. You know what I'm saying? You definitely you know you entitled to that, brother. You know, ain't no sweat.
Oh yeah, we was on EJ. That's what he's on. You know what I mean? He over there tweaking and stuff. But even though I forgot what I said, I basically proved my point to him. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then he goes, their world was contained by the Mediterranean Sea to the west. Okay, so where did why is it historically proven through Cyrus and all of these other people, you know what I mean, that they had the Israelites all over this mug? It's not me saying this. You got the greats, or your so-called greats, you know what I mean? They specifically write stuff like these people from the West African, from these places, they migrated here. They wasn't even from here. So if you saying the so-called world ends of the earth was just a Levantine, why did they wind up all the way over there in West Africa? And you can't even, and that's where the marks stop at. Didn't they call? Don't they got a thing that's Omar that's called like the door of return in West Africa?
Yes.
Okay then. So that's the end. That's the end where you're gonna find us. You know why? Because we've been doing this. Our people been being rebellious, been trying to run from the Most High, been trying to grasp on the other people and their cultures, been trying to mix in with these other people when there's a specific genetic seed, a holy seed, Quadas Sayar, that's supposed to be established. Barah. But anyway, y'all got it.
Yeah, so that just kind of defeats EJ 3000K, his whole point, because last time I recall, the interiors of Africa and West Africa ain't considered the Levantine area. So he's washed right there.
Yeah, he could, bro.
Okay.
Let's read this. Their world was contained by the Mediterranean Sea to the west, the Egyptian desert and Sinai to the south, Assyria and the Levantine mountains to the north, and the Arabian desert to the east.
And
Yo,
this
guy
outside of that, and then he says that this right after that, outside of that was regarded as the ends of the world.
Tell him to find Quat Iratazah in the Torah. From matter of fact, I'll expand it. Genesis, Malachi. And it's nowhere going to say anything that he's saying is pertaining to the Israelites. Those words, the end of the earth or end of the world, don't have those words. He's reading in English, the ends of the world. He's not going to find Quat Iratazah. He's not. And not as far as his English perception of scattered around the four, whatever he's trying to build. That's not even going to work, because where was Esau at these times? Huh? Where was Japheth at these times? So you're not going to tell me that the whole, because let's remember one thing, that so-called Middle East, it's not, it's no such thing as Middle East. You know what I mean? When you actually look at it, it's closer to Africa than what people think it is, right? So you're telling me when the Table of Nations was started, they started at a specific point, they were landed at a certain point, and they were given authority from a certain point. You mean it